they are speaking something about Horizon or something. I don't, you know.
Here,
Even
someone
if I
ping
don't
him.
understand. Sorry.
He's got me blocked. Someone ping him. Um.
Wolfgang has, I
Oh,
think.
okay. Let's see what happens. Because this is very simple. Funk, if I threaten you or if I don't threaten you, how does that prevent you from talking? Like, let's see if we can make an argument for that. Just say, like, yeah, I want to talk to Sasha. Can you or can't you? Okay, you can, but you can't at the same time. Why can't you? Because he feels like I threatened him. Okay, so just me saying can or can't, just asking him the question. Let's see if he comes back. I doubt he will. I mean, he's probably like screaming into a cry pillow right now. Just, I mean, that cry pillow can get any more. I mean, wash it, dude. It's like full of tears for years. Tears for years. He's in a special type of sadness that he provokes on himself.
I will step on their side from in future on Glover side, and I will go with them and say, okay, let's find out what these people think, you know, because they are spotting how to say everything every day. Then finally they realize what you think, why this server is here. Not, oh, where is the edge? What about eclipses? Why this? Why that? You never claim that. They never know your position. I need to help them to find out your position, people. They're confused. Especially if we start like, I know that that is the good way, you know. Give me the proof of the globe, you know. But they're confused. They don't know what they know that the proof it's mainstream. The proof it's there, and everybody knows it here. That's the proof. But they don't know why you people think that Earth is flat.
There you go.
And
He's
when you
typing.
well, this is the question for him if he want to speak. Why these people don't believe that Earth is a globe? What is the main reason?
Yeah, Pickle Rick, you have to make a decision here. Who is the causal agent in your life? Me or you? Because whatever I do, whatever I don't do, shouldn't cause you to not be able to do or not do something.
Oh,
If you
if
think
you
you're,
mute me here, then I will not be able to speak here. And I
yeah,
will
it's
not
not
be
going
able
to
to
be
do
me.
anything about that.
It's not going to be me who mutes you. It's going to be you. Because I
No,
said,
no,
are
no,
you
no, no,
able?
no. I,
Okay, you're not even listening again. See, if you can control your mic, I won't have to. It's very simple. I said, are you able to talk to Sasha? You said yes and no at the same time. Yes, but you can't. Why can't you? Because of me. My fault. So you have to make a decision. Are you able
I
to
did not
talk
say
to?
I can't.
Yes, you did. You said you can't because Crit is threatened you. What threat? What threat did I
No,
make?
I was asking why I should do it.
So you don't want to do it,
If
or
the
you do
only
want
thing
to?
that can come out of me, for me, possibly,
Okay, do you want to talk to people in this channel or you don't? You have to make the decision right now.
I do.
Okay, is anything I do or don't do will change that?
Yes, you can.
Okay, fine. Fuck it, you're done then. You're going to have to come up with a logical way of thinking where you should be able to do what you want to do regardless of what I do or what I don't do. At best, try to adopt some type of scientific thinking. I would be an uncontrolled variable in your cause and effect of you being able to speak. That's simply it, dude. If you're going to put it on me that I'm responsible for you, no thank you. Just get the fuck out. I don't need a man baby crying constantly because he can't do what he wants to do because of my fault. I'll just bounce your ass out of here until you figure out that you can do what you want to do because you want to do it. Not me. You.
Creed, go out. That man can speak.
Say again.
Go
Coach, I'd
out. That
leave.
man can.
Yeah, I have to leave the chat. I'd literally have to leave the chat before Funk can talk or Pickle Rick can talk. It's hilarious, dude. It's like they want to control. That's what this is always about. Control. When you go into these conversations, has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth or the description of the surface. It's about them trying to assert some sort of dominance over an area, and if they can do it through hook or by crook, any way they can do it, claiming victimhood, pretending like, oh, there's something wrong with flat earthers. Any way they can do it, they're going to try and dominate and control the space that they're in.
Because it's scary. It is scary. Not only for them, it's scary for us also. It's not so nice to find out this thing. It's not beautiful. I will be back tomorrow if somebody wants to show me. I want that fucking sphere more than anything.
Okay, try again.
I don't
Can you
believe
talk to Sasha? Yes or no?
Yes?
Does it have anything to do with me?
No?
There we go. Okay, now you got it.
No, I don't want to speak.
That's okay.
Good.
Sasha taps out. Someone else ask. Hey, is there
Yeah.
anyone in the room that wants to talk about flat Earth?
He can find out even better. Maybe he will struggle with my. Maybe he will later say the language barrier or something. It's better maybe if he wants to find out why you people, what is the most important thing, and he will, for example, he will know the answer now because he's spending time. He spoke with Jedi. He knows the answer, but I'm sure that he doesn't know the answer.
I know the answer, but you're sure I don't know
Okay,
it.
what is the most important thing that these people think that Earth is not a globe? Point. What's that point?
That they have not been able to measure any curvature?
Okay,
At least so the common argument goes.
that's good. Great. And why they are not convinced? Because we have 1,000 years of science and they are not convinced yet.
That is a little bit more complex, as far as I see. It boils down to finding enough reasons to distrust the systems that have given us this information. Find out certain parts are lies that are guided and that seem to be designed to guide society and to limit the perception um, of what you can do in society and what you can't do. And then they investigate further and find out even more things that are problematic.
Did you do anything
And
of that?
again, some other things are claimed to be straight up contradicted or disproven, or not replicable, and not being able to prove it.
Did you ever try to make observation?
Yeah, I try to keep at it.
And
Made one observation that I think should be useful with regards to that. It does not, at least according to my extent of knowledge currently, disprove a globe. And to the contrary, it seems to be easier understood with the claims that are being printed in textbooks or are claimed by authority. But yeah, I've not put it through the proper scrutiny yet. I've not reached an agreement with someone that has made the realization that the globe is disproven.
Did you ever hear, for example, before all this mass flat Earth globe, did you ever heard for some flat surface that is flat in the world? Suez
Did I
Canal,
ever hear
Poland,
about?
Florida, Saudi Arabia. I can continue. All
I don't
sea and
understand.
ocean because sea level, all lands elevation profiles. We have the measurements of that because of the sea level. Even if it's mountain in the middle of the continent, we will say this is 1,000 meters from the sea level. Even if it's 1,000 miles, the sea far away from that mountain, doesn't matter. That mountain is 1,000 meters from sea level. And all mountains in between are also has the height. One is 500 meters, and this is 500 miles, and this is 500 meters above the sea level. Like my town is 117 meters, and I'm 100 miles from the sea level. Then Nathan Oakley is near to me, and he is 70 meters. Only in 10 miles, we changed the elevation like a 70 meter. That's good for the globe.
What do you mean
But
with
in
good for the
100,
globe?
but that 70 is too much. 66 foot. That was my mistake. All elevation profile. How you measure elevation profile? Your country has the mountains and everything. How you measure that?
You measure elevations
Yeah,
and
from
their location.
sea level.
Well, yeah, ultimately, I guess from reference points, basically.
Yeah, and that's zero.
Yeah.
Yeah, because land
I
also
mean,
should
not all
occur.
reference points are on zero elevation, but I guess the commonly understood reference would be down to zero. Yeah.
UK is good example. Go from the Scotland to the coast to the France. From Scotland to the, let's say, Southampton. The UK. And there is a sea level, but that's curving on the sphere. That means also the land, all UK should curve from Scotland to Southampton. Or down, what is down? Southampton, yeah. That means all elevation profile from Scotland to Southampton, it's, I don't know now, it's going up and down, straight, up and down, straight, but doesn't curve. There is zero measuring all that elevation profile from the Scotland to the east. Or
You
south.
reach that conclusion how? By elevations profiles being represented with two axes, one x-axis for distance and one y-axis for the height for the elevation.
Yeah.
All right, then your understanding of this matter is very, very poor, and I don't know if there's any sense.
Okay, I will give you.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you. Let me ask you a simple
What
question. Okay.
you said that I understand pure. Okay, the mountain in the middle of the US.
I'm gonna illustrate. I'm gonna illustrate how that is a poor understanding.
Okay.
By asking you a couple of simple questions.
Okay.
Can you or can you not scale those two axes of the elevation profile as you want? For example, you can make one space on, or like one step on the x-axis. You can make it 10 or 100 kilometers, or 10 or 100 miles. And then you can make one step on the y-axis. You can make it like 100, 200 feet, so that you can fit the elevation profile of, for example, from all the way Scotland down to France on
Yeah.
one paper, on one graph comfortably. Can you do that, or can you not do that?
No, I cannot do that.
You can't do that. Okay.
No.
Why can't you do that?
I don't know what you're speaking here.
All right. So you have an elevation profile of northern Scotland, most northern point of Scotland, all the way through England down to France, right?
Okay. And what is the
Okay.
distance?
You have an elevation profile, right?
Yeah.
And then
The distance is very
you
important.
try.
How big is
You,
that distance?
what?
What is the distance from Scotland to south?
I don't know.
Let's say 1,000
1,000
miles.
miles? Yeah,
Well,
yeah. Let's
with
say
more,
it's a 1,000 miles. Okay.
with more.
Okay.
Now you're trying to represent you're looking at that elevation profile. So you're having an entire elevation profile laid out.
Well.
So you're using an x-axis where 1 centimeter equals, let's say, 50 miles, and then a y-axis where 1 centimeter equals, let's say, 100 feet, 50 feet, right?
I didn't get this.
You could do that, right? You could choose how long the scale for the x-axis, and you can choose the scale for the y-axis, right?
Why? I cannot now this paint in my picture. I need to have that on drawing if you're speaking with X, Y. It's
Okay,
difficult
the
for me.
x-axis is left to right. The y-axis is up down. Elevation profile left right is the distance. So
Okay.
basically, this is distance from start from most northern point of Scotland down in the direction of the line that we drew for the elevation profile. And the y-axis is the point, how high each point is.
Okay.
Okay, and you can
Okay.
choose the scale for each axis, right?
Okay.
So how big they are represented when you're looking at the elevation profile. How much you need to scroll to the left. You can make the scale smaller so that one like movement of your mouse from left to right covers more distance from in the line of the elevation profile, right?
I want to ask you one question. From Scotland to, let's say, from the north of the Scotland to the, let's say, Glasgow, is it there curvature?
I don't know.
On the sphere?
If the Earth is a globe, then yes, there would be curvature.
Yeah. And that land also will curve.
Yes. So
That means that you will measure this elevation profile and all heights, but you have down Earth curving 8 inches per mile square. How you will measure that?
what do you mean? How you will measure that? You will measure it if it occurs.
Yeah, you are on the north of Scotland, you are mountain 500 meters. Now you're going to Glasgow, it's 200 miles. There is a curvature about, I don't know how much, but 200 miles is a lot of curvature. Let's say it's 200. Or you want to put this 1,000 miles from the north to the south? How much is curvature of 1,000 miles?
8 inch per mile squared. 1,000 is 10,000. 2, 3, 5, 6. No, 1 million. 8 million inches. 8 under 3.
So it would in
4, 5,
1,000 miles. It will be,
6.
I think, 660 or something. It will be big
126 miles.
of curvature.
Huh?
126 miles of curvature.
Mhm.
But you have
Well,
mountains. You have mountains.
curvature
in
is actually accurately expressed with a radius of a circle that matches the curvature, right? So you would say, no matter where it is, we would basically say it's a curvature of 3,959 miles, strictly speaking. Or you can say the curving rate, which would be 1 over the radius, right? What we just calculated is the drop between a straight line that is horizontal at the northernmost point of Scotland and something far away.
Yeah.
That's not curvature. That is actually a different measure.
But if we are on the
We
sphere,
get
there
the
must
point.
be big, enormous curvature.
Yeah, with the radius of 3,000 or a curving rate of 1 over 3,959 miles. Yeah.
Yeah, but there is not.
So you say. How
So
did
I
you reach that
say,
conclusion?
UK, how I reached that conclusion. Okay, the UK is an island. All around the island, it's a sea.
Hmm?
And all about that sea, its elevation height.
Hmm?
There is no curvature going through under the ground.
Huh.
Do you understand when you're coming from New York to the Scotland, that earth is curving, and then when you reach that point of the top of the England, now the earth, there is no more sea anymore. Now earth should curve under the ground to have that elevation
Hmm.
profile.
Hmm.
Is it doing that?
But that's the question. Yeah, that's in dispute
Yeah.
here.
You can ask the people who are having the Tour de France and Giro d'Italia. You know that bicycles tours. You can ask them, or you want that I post it to you elevation profile. How every elevation profile looks like.
It has 2 axes, one y-axis and one
What, and
x-axis.
what
The
is the
x-axis
base?
is the distance along the
Okay,
section
what
that you
is the
take,
x?
and the y-axis
What is
is
the
the
x
elevation.
x-axis? What is the x-axis?
The distance along the ground, along the line where you take the elevation
I
profile.
will post it. I will post it. Maybe it's easier.
Not sure what's so hard to understand about it.
There is a base 0. X-axis is 0 all the time.
Huh?
X is
Oh,
0 all
yeah,
the
yeah.
time.
The
Whatever
axis. You
you
can make the
think.
axis at 0 elevation. Yes, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point.
Okay.
If you're using the 0 elevation all the time, 0, and you're going with the distance, what are you doing?
Uh-huh.
And you are all the things you're how to say using with the sea level. Well, there is so who knows there is the sea level? No.
Are you drunk by any chance? I'm just
Oh,
trying to understand where you're at. Okay, so you're sober. Hmm.
I'm drunk. Yeah,
Ah, okay.
I'm
That
totally
makes a lot more
drunk.
sense.
I use some psychedelic drugs, and
Okay.
I think that Earth is flat. Well, maybe because of these rocks. I don't know, and this alcohol.
No, no. I mean, I didn't mean to insult you. Honestly, I was just trying to
Oh, I
understand
told
where
you.
you're at.
Wait. I need to put now some heroin in my vein. Oh, you can continue now. Now
No,
I'm
honestly,
feeling.
I didn't. I
Oh,
I
wait.
honestly
I need
didn't
to
mean
take one
to.
ecstasy now. I need to take one ecstasy. Wait. Oh, you can
My
continue.
fucking dude. No, I'm sorry. I
Are you
was
idiot?
I
Are you
was
idiot? Are you retarded idiot? Came from the
no.
hospital. Oh, sorry, I didn't want to. I only felt that. Sorry.
Okay, okay, yeah.
Okay, okay,
My bad. I'm sorry.
okay.
Okay, good.
Yeah, all right, good.
I really didn't mean to insult you because there's a lot of people that come
Yeah,
on
I know
onto
that
the
some.
server
I
when
know that
service like
elevation
this.
profile can. I know that elevation profile can bring you to the alcoholism. That's very, but it is that when you start to
Fuck.
speak about, when you reach zero base, and when you get the agreement there is zero base, then alcohol is problem.
No, no, that's not the reason. Dude, I'm sorry.
It's
Okay,
all
you
right.
don't have to be that butthurt about it.
Okay, I will finish with that. And you can speak now
Right.
with somebody who has a better language, better
No,
understanding,
it
and who can
isn't
explain.
about
No, man,
language.
I'm
No,
done
but
with you. I'm done with you. Somebody, I spoke about elevation profile. I'm sorry because I was,
yeah,
how to
well, you
say,
spoke about it. That's true.
yeah, I
That's true.
spoke about
You
it.
spoke
I'm
about it.
sorry because
Yeah.
I made that in, you know, I see
I
that you
do
don't feel good,
really. I'm sorry.
and
I'm sorry. I stepped on your feelings. I really didn't mean to.
no, it's all
As I
right,
said, I didn't just assume because of what you were saying or something. It's just that there's a lot
This
of
is
other
me,
people that
man. This
come
is
on
my
here
logic.
and chill
It's all
out
right. No, no,
and
everything
drink
is all right.
and then the conversation goes really weird sometimes. And I
Yeah,
was just trying to understand where you're at.
yeah. I told you, I'm on this. There is zero base on elevation profile. That's it.
Mhm. All right. Yeah. So the thing is that if you change the axis, if you change like how you scale the elevation profile, it doesn't move around and shift around the landscape in reality, right? So obviously, your elevation profile is a representation of reality that you can deform and do anything you want with, right? Like you can also make the lines of your axis wonky, and then you can make like your zero basis, for example. You can make it the inside of a circle, right? And then you can scale the y-axis as radials to that circle. You could do that, right? It would be harder to read, but you could do that, and it wouldn't change reality. So the profile itself doesn't prove anything.
It proves
If we
there
go
is
into
base.
how the elevations for that profile were measured, then that is an interesting question.
Yeah.
But then we need to do it ourselves, or we need to rely on what's written in books and sources about it. And what's written in books and sources about it is called geodetic surveying. And they do claim that they do have a correction for the drop. That is, then you still need to know the radius first, right? They don't measure the radius of that, they apply it. They claim that they do. So, doesn't give us any information for what's true now in reality, either, I would say. Because this is the very thing what they're claiming to apply corrections for is the very thing that is in dispute.
Yeah. That's why we use the C. I told you what I'm thinking about elevation profile. I can tell you
Yeah.
about other things,
Well,
but that's
C
me,
doesn't.
what C.
Okay. So a surface of equal elevation, like the sea around an island, would form, right?
Circles
It
of equal
doesn't.
elevation. Did you say that?
No, I said yeah, a surface of equal elevation, like the
Surface
sea
of
around.
equal elevation. In celestial navigation, they are making that. And do you know how big that could be?
Huh?
In celestial navigation how how much can be big that
You mean the
circle
circle
of,
of equal elevation?
yeah,
Different thing.
yeah,
What I'm talking. I'm talking about the surface,
surface.
not circle.
And
Yes,
wh-
surface.
what in navigations are circles of equal navigation? Is that surface or is that sky?
Circles of equal elevations are circles on the ground,
Oh,
actually, in navigation.
yeah, and how big can that be?
Yeah, I don't know, 6,000 miles, something like that.
6,000 miles of circles of equal elevation.
Radius. It's a circle with a radius. Radius about 6,000 miles, a few thousand
What
miles.
is circle of equal elevation? Is that curving?
A circle of equal elevation is all the locations where a light in the sky at a given moment is expected to have the same elevation angle.
That means that surface is flat.
It means it's not a surface; it's a circle.
A circle on the surface.
It's a circle, yeah,
Is
along the surface, yeah.
Okay. And is that surface
And
flat?
there's no the circle itself is a circle. It's a line, not a
Circle of
surface.
equal elevation. Is
It
that
does not
flat
make
or
any statement about the surface in between, inside the circle. Circle
Okay.
of elevation,
If
equal
you draw
elevation
that
is just
circle
a
on the
circle
surface,
of
if
equal
you draw that
elevation. It's
circle,
just a circle.
if you draw that circle on the surface, are you getting that circle curved or are you getting the flat circle?
Circles are curved. They have they
The
consist of one
surface
curved
of
line.
the surface of that circle, is it curved or flat? Not
There's
the
no
edge
knowledge about that.
of the
There's no
circle.
statement about that. There's no knowledge
Why
about that.
we
There's no statement about that.
what is knowledge about what is
The circle
okay?
of equal elevation does not give us a surface inside that circle. It only gives us the line. It only gives us the circle.
And
Nothing else.
circle
You can draw that circle
giving a
principle,
circle giving a circle where?
you draw that circle on the surface of the Earth, and no matter what the Earth does, it's still a circle. So even if it's concave, if it's flat, if it's convex, you draw that circle on that surface, and it will be a circle.
What if circles are not equal elevation? What's that? What are circles with not equal elevation? What's that?
Huh?
What is circles with no equal elevation?
What?
What is
the elevation in the circle of equal elevation has nothing to do with its elevation as in above sea level.
He's asking you what's the opposite. What's the opposite of a circle of equal elevation?
Yeah, that one.
A circle of not a circle?
Jesus Christ.
Opposite of a circle of equal elevation is not a circle of equal elevation. So anything else in the universe, I guess.
Can you tell me how looks that circle? Is it diagonally? Does it spiraling? What is doing? How the surface of that circle look like?
Huh?
How the surface of the circle look like?
What surface?
What is the circle of equal elevation? Is that circle what I drove on? I drove the circle on the paper. Is that a circle of equal elevation? If I drove
not necessarily equal elevation, no. Depends what paper you draw it on and what you're doing with it.
What you are doing with the circle of equal elevation? What you are doing with that?
Okay, again, the circle of equal elevation is the circle around a point where a light in the sky appears right overhead, and that circle has a radius, so that each point on the circle has the view to that light at the same elevation angle. At the same angle. It has nothing to do with above sea level. And it also doesn't give us any information
about sea level.
Yeah.
Man,
and it doesn't give us any information about the surface of
you are on the ocean. You are on the ocean, and you make that circle of equal elevation in your navigation. Are you doing that? No, you're not doing that. Where are you putting that circle of equal elevation? In the air?
Why?
Are you putting circle of equal elevation on the curved surface?
You would commonly draw it on a map, but I don't understand what
Can
the
you
point is of this conversation.
can you have the circle of equal elevation on a curved surface?
Yeah,
Oh, how?
you draw a circle on it, on the curved surface.
How you can have the circle of equal elevation on a curved surface? Please.
You
If
draw a circle on it, on the curved surface.
and that is equal
Draw a
elevation.
circle on the curved surface, it's a circle.
And it's equal elevation
It would be equivalent to something, yeah, I
on the
guess.
sphere. Let's make a
Yeah,
on the sphere circle.
yeah,
And they have an equal elevation.
yeah. But
Okay.
the elevation that we were talking about with elevation profiles has nothing to
Yeah.
do with the elevation of a circle of equal elevation, right? I explained that to you multiple times right now, and you seem to ignore it. Do you understand that there's a difference between those two things?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm telling you that you cannot put the circle of equal elevation on the sphere. That I'm saying.
So you say.
Yeah.
All right. So you can't draw a circle on a sphere. Okay.
You can
can't do
draw the
that.
circle.
That's-
You can draw the circle on the sphere. You cannot call that circle of equal elevation because they don't have an equal elevation on the sphere. Do you understand
Oh,
that?
you're cute. Yeah. Yeah, I see. I
If
see
you draw the
what your
circle
hang up
on the
is. Yeah.
sphere, does they have the equal elevation?
Oh my freaking god. Yeah, well, what does elevation mean again in this circle of equal elevation?
And what are you talking about?
Okay, you constantly talk about equal elevation, and the sphere doesn't have equal elevation. What's the definition of elevation you're using here?
What is for you a circle of equal elevation in navigation?
I explained it multiple times right now. I would like you to answer my question.
What is your question?
Okay, so what is elevation in the circle of equal elevation?
What is a zero?
What is equal? Huh?
Equal zero.
Equals 0.
Yeah.
It does not explain what the elevation is. How
It's
it's defined.
zero. It's equal.
Okay,
It's,
equal does not mean it's equal to 0.
if you have a
And
circle,
saying
if you have
it's
a
equal to
circle,
0 does not explain what the elevation is.
if you have a circle on the sphere, is it the middle of the sphere and the edge of the sphere on the same elevation?
Middle of the sphere, the edge of the sphere, the same elevation. No. But you're also not drawing a circle on the sphere by drawing it through the sphere. So, not sure what
Through
the
the
problem with
sphere.
that is.
Through what
because
sphere?
in order
How you do that?
to get from the edge of the sphere to the middle of the sphere, you would have to go through the sphere.
And how you will do that?
You won't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When you draw it on the surface of the sphere, the circle, and you're not going through the sphere. As easy as that. You're staying outside of it.
Yeah, but if you have 6,000
So-
miles of circle of equal elevation, that 6,000 miles should to curve, you know?
Oh my fucking god. Sasha, again,
Yeah.
a circle of equal elevation has nothing to do with an elevation profile, with sea level, with how high something is. Okay, has nothing to do with that. Nothing, nada, not at all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, equal elevation means the elevation angle to
Okay.
a
On
light
the
in the
sea,
sky.
what is elevation on the sea?
What's an elevation angle?
It has now the circle of equal elevation has nothing to do with the elevation of the sea. Nothing, nada, nothing to do with it.
Where you drawing
Okay.
elevation? Where you drawing that circle? On the sea or
God. Doesn't matter.
doesn't matter.
Can be land, can be sea, can be partially land, partially sea, can be through the Himalaya.
No,
Doesn't
land.
matter, because the circle of equilation has nothing to do with the elevation of the location. It has nothing to do with how high above sea level you are. Nothing to do with that. Nada. Nothing.
Okay.
Yet.
What has to do with what? What circle of equal elevation has to do with what?
Okay. The circle of equal elevation is the circle around a location where a light in the sky appears directly overhead, right? And it's a radius, so that every point on the circle of equal elevation has the same angle of elevation, the same angle between eye level and pointing towards that light.
Yeah.
Okay, that angle is the same everywhere.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter how high above
exactly
sea
right.
level you are for that.
That's exactly right. You'll draw your circle of equal altitude after you've established yourself on the horizontal plane of reference, because you've gained an elevation angle to the star, which requires a horizontal plane of reference, as I've cited several times. Would you like me to read it? So this circle of equal altitude you're drawing on the horizontal plane of reference you've established. Let's read this, shall I?
You're not drawing the circle of equal elevation on the horizontal on the horizontal reference.
You are. You're drawing it on the
No,
surface of the Earth.
you're measuring the angle on to the horizontal reference. You're not drawing the circle on the horizontal reference.
How you measure angle?
Those are two different things. You're drawing it on a map. You're using the horizontal reference to measure the angle.
Yeah,
Different
you're
things.
drawing it on the horizontal plane of reference that you are standing on. Yes.
No.
Because that's where you've got your circle.
You're measuring it on to that reference. You're not drawing it on that reference.
Okay, I've noticed you talk and you haven't got the humility enough to actually stop sometimes. I'm trying to read something out to you, and you're just like, what? You don't want it coming? Because you're talking about a circle of equal altitude that is drawn around the GP of a star. The GP of the star is gained from the elevation angle above the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on, as cited. So the circle is on the horizontal plane because we've drawn it around the GP, where three of them intersect.
You don't get the GP by measuring the elevation angle.
Are you talking? You rude little fucker.
Because you're wrong.
You're not like this.
You've drawn your circle because you're saying things that are wrong.
On the horizontal plane of reference you've established by gaining the GP of a star.
You're not drawing a circle there. You're measuring the angle to the horizontal plane of reference. The horizontal plane of reference is conceptual. It's not something that you can draw on. It's conceptual. You can't draw on that. You need something else to draw on, right? And the elevation angle doesn't give you the GP. If I tell you the elevation angle of the sun is
I have to mute
let's say 30 degrees right now.
That's coming.
What is the GP of the sun? Using only this information.
The GP of the star, cite this, the ground position of the star directly underneath where it intersects the Earth at an angle of 90 degrees. On the horizontal plane of reference the observer is standing on. As cited. I notice you don't like it, that's why you can't shut up. Right, guys, if you're going to mute
me liking or disliking what you're saying has nothing to do with it. It's just wrong.
No, it's not wrong because I've cited it directly. Your argument now is
you citing it doesn't make it correct. So you're appealing to authority here.
Tell you what, you read it, and then you tell me and everybody else where I'm incorrect. You've taken the
You
dip
don't need to
correction.
read it. I'm telling you just with logical
There
steps
you go. So
that what you're saying is not
you're
correct.
too smart for this conversation, aren't you? You arrogant little man. You won't even read it.
Insulting me won't change the facts.
Where's the circle of equal altitude drawn? Is it drawn around the GP? Have you established yourself on the horizontal plane of reference with a height of eye correction to then take your elevation angle up to that star from the position on
Indeed.
the Earth horizontal plane the
Yes.
observer is standing on? You don't like
Yes.
it, do you?
No, none of that was wrong. All of that was correct. You used the horizontal plane of reference to measure the elevation angle. You're drawing the circle of equal altitude of the points, all the points that have the same elevation angle to that same light on around the GP, and the GP is the point where the light is directly overhead or 90 degrees to a horizontal plane of reference at that location. Yes, but the horizontal plane of reference that you're measuring your elevation angle to is not what you draw on. It's conceptual, right? You draw it onto a map usually, and the GP, so the 90-degree angle for the light directly overhead, is also to a horizontal plane of reference, but it is not given by measuring the elevation angle. It is given by experience. It's noted down so that you can look up
What are you waffling on about?
your time.
Be more
and
concise.
You're
just waffling at this stage.
More concise. All right. So the horizontal plane of reference is used to measure if something is in a GP, right? If you have if a star is in a GP, that is correct. But that is not the same physical reference that you're using in order to measure your elevation angle. Those are different instances of horizontal planes of reference. Horizontal planes of reference are conceptual. They are not something that you can draw on. So when you draw a circle of equal altitude, you're drawing it on objects which are not the horizontal planes of reference.
Got to interject. So I understand what you mean by when you say it's conceptual. There's an imaginary line between you and the fucking star, and an imaginary line between the star and that ground position. All right, because we want to establish these things. The thing is, though, sorry, just waiting for the car to pass. The thing is that we've established ourselves on the horizontal plane because we're going to have elevation above that surface. That's why we take dip corrections and height of eye corrections, because we want to establish ourselves at 0 feet in altitude. We can have elevation above and below the surface of the water, right? It's elevation plus or negative from that horizontal plane that we're on. I get everything's conceptual, but we're trying to navigate the Earth. Mm-hmm. So when we establish ourselves on the horizontal plane of the Earth, we use that horizontal plane. Yes, we use that horizontal plane to measure angles from. Yes, we do measure that.
You're not using the Earth to measure the horizontal plane of the Earth.
Reference the horizon.
You're not establishing yourself on a plane when you're using celestial navigation. In fact, actually, how celestial navigation works.
Let's go through this. Your first point of call after you've taken your height of eye before you leave the harbour is to look at the horizon. You then subtract the dip correction or the height of eye to establish yourself on the horizontal plane of reference, because beyond that horizon is the ground position of a star that you're going to measure an elevation angle to, and where it meets the Earth, it's 90 degrees. It doesn't say
the horizontal plane of reference is not at the Earth.
It is. You've subtracted your height of eye to put yourself.
You're subtracting an angle when you're subtracting. You're not subtracting the height.
To put yourself on the surface.
No.
Yes. That's the only reason why we do it.
That's not what happens mathematically.
That's what we do. We subtract our height of eye or our dip correction.
You don't like it, but that doesn't make it true.
Well, it is true. You don't like
No,
it.
it's not.
Yeah, it
No,
is.
my dislike has nothing to do with
Here
it.
we go. Now
I'm
you're
just
acting like
pointing out where you're wrong.
I've got nowhere else to go.
And you're in complete denial about the fact that if celestial navigation was placing you on the horizontal plane of Earth, then it's completely nonsensical that there is a direct correlation between distance and elevation angle rather than a trigonometric relation.
The
It's
only thing that
completely nonsensical, and you have
interested in.
nothing to show for yourself. You have no
Now you're just lying.
derivation how the dip
Fine.
correction actually does what you claim it does. You have
Okay, I'll go and
no
fight it.
sensible explanation how celestial navigation works with a direct correlation of distance and angle in the first place, and you have no idea how you would establish a constant horizontal plane of reference so that you know that the
Sorry, dude, but you're just waffling on, and this is the strangest cope I've heard for a long time. You do establish yourself on that horizontal plane of reference. That's why you subtract your altitude above it. You fool. We're establishing ourselves on the horizontal plane of the Earth, the one that the observer is standing on. Now, if you're going to start saying, I don't understand, I'm just going to start citing your arse off. With regards to dip correction, with regards to height of eye, with regards to what circles of equal altitude are, and why the fuck the only three things we're really interested in is the 90 degree below the star, the angle up to the star, and the distance between the two, because we want to draw a circle of radius between us and the ground position of that star 3 times. Are you going to keep coping now I've unmuted you?
Oh, you're coping. It's okay. You can keep
No,
coping. It's okay.
I'm laying
You
you
waffle
out.
on.
I'm laying you out.
Yeah.
Yes, horizontal plane of reference. The
Now,
observer is standing on. Standing.
the citations that you're using do not substantiate what you're claiming for them.
Yes, I do, because I've just read
And
them out.
I've explained to you how so, and you not being willing to accept the problems with what you're saying, or with the fact that what I'm saying is correct, does not change any of that. Okay, so we can just close the conversation off here. I know you're not willing to investigate.
There you go. What you can do is just basically attack me. I don't understand. I need to investigate. The citations aren't backing up what I'm saying when I've clearly just read them out. You're just coping, dude. You've got no place in this conversation. I suggest you go away, go and have a cup of coffee, because I'm muting you for at least 2 hours. The bot will probably do it before I do. Sorry, gentlemen. If anybody else wants to continue with this conversation, you can feel free to unmute him. Sasha, I do apologise for jumping in, buddy, but I wasn't letting him do that to you.
It's all right. You know that better than me.
He's too smart for us. He's too arrogant. He doesn't listen. We're just wrong because we're flat earthers. I swear that's all it comes down to. He can't be wrong.
Yeah, he backed himself into a corner like the citation's wrong.
I don't understand. I'm incorrect. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the irony. Yeah.
So is that it? He's on mute for us today, or
you can do what you want. Like I said, I'm not going to unmute him. He either comes to this realization that we can talk to somebody else. It's up to you, dude.
Yeah, I've just been sitting back listening. I've been tabbed out, and I know he's been periodically being muted. I'm not sure who.
He didn't even have any sources. It was just his word against whatever you brought. It's pretty sad.
Let's see. Hey, Pickle, is there anyone else you want to talk to now? So you struck out with Cyclone. You struck out with. Oh, you're just gonna start laughing on Mike now, huh?
Well, you said something funny. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you struck out with Cyclone. You struck out with Sasha. You struck out with Jedi. Is there
Didn't strike out
anyone?
with Sasha. He just failed to actually engage.
Okay. See, if you can't control your mic, I'm gonna have to
I
control it for you.
failed because I'm drunk.
No, it turned into just some sort of like weird cringe thing where you just. So, is there anyone left in the chat who wants to talk to Pickle Rick?
That's probably a better question to ask than who I want to talk with too, because I'm
Yeah,
perfectly
because
fine
if
with
no
this being
one
a
wants to
group
talk,
thing.
if no one wants to talk to you in this chat, what should happen next?
You could just move on and talk with each other.
Yeah, or you could leave, right? Or I could boot you.
Yeah,
Or you could change
yeah,
your ways.
can.
Why do you think no one wants to talk to you?
I guess because they're not interested.
You think that's it? They're just not interested? So after 4 people trying to show interest and all of them coming to no thank you, your logical
You
conclusion
think there
is
was 4 people showing interest? No, I don't think that that's what happened.
let's count.
Was it
Okay,
most
let's
2?
count. Cyclone,
No,
Sasha,
did not chip in once. Sasha, but it was not interested in me. But what I
Jedi.
was saying. Also, not interested in me as a person, but what I was saying.
Okay, so there's something wrong with everyone other than you.
No,
So I would say this isn't the space for you.
no.
Try to find some better, greener pastures with people you can communicate, who you want to communicate with, and they want to communicate with you.
Okay. Does that mean you have to be the arbiter and enforce that, or is it dictated
No, I would say
that you
for
have to
me,
take that action?
it demonstrates nothing new under the sun.
Okay. Good for you. Does anyone want to talk with Crit? Ooh, silence.
I want to speak with Grit.
So
Okay.
so silence and not silence now. See, this is what
Okay.
Pickle Rick, what you're looking at here. It's a new day, but nothing new under the sun. The life of Pickle Rick is simply an endless spiraling. Nothing changes
I
that.
would appreciate if your conversation
He will
wasn't about me.
try to debunk the flat Earth, and he will think he have done so, but he will come back
And
day
I
in,
didn't claim I debunked
day
it.
out. Nothing new under the sun. He thinks he's debunked a topic. He can't even say what it is. And has used up all the
How about you
goodwill.
don't speak from what I'm thinking when you're completely wrong on that? How about that? Huh? Would that be something that would be fair?
Dude, the facts speak for themselves.
Yeah, no. What facts?
Is there any
What facts are
server?
speaking?
How about this? Go to another channel and see how long you last in that channel before they mute you. Let's try some science
No,
here.
you made claims about what I'm thinking. You make
Okay, let's try it. Let's try a little science. Try a different channel and engage with that channel's topic and test how long it takes for them to like get sick of your shit too. Just give it a college try. Was it Christian Chat, the Theist Experience, Abrahamics, Vegan Outreach, God Ain't Real, prove them wrong, the Stoa, Agario, the Real Physics Talk, the Hate for the CCP, beg. Here's one. The moderators are having a channel open. You can beg for roles. You can go try that. Then they talk about pet, like for neuter, spay and neuter your cat. There's another channel here, atheism versus theism. You've got Minecraft, the Minecraft Tech Talk. The next one I'm not going to say. The next channel there. Analyze your beliefs. You can talk to an atheist. Here's another channel talking about the end of the world. Here's once racism doesn't exist. This one just a shit talking, talk smack. Then there's a chill chat, mellow debate.
Is it any great channel how to cure cock this?
Yeah, well, let's see. They got the philosophy channel, no politics channel. They got Israel Palestine. Okay, these are all the channels you can go to right now and test to see who is at fault. You or everyone else. It's so, I mean, give it a shot, okay? Just leave the channel and go. And go. Dude, there's a lot of top. This is not just this server. You want to talk about other servers like Discord wide, okay? You can test this right now, okay? You think everyone here is wrong, that they all should want to talk to you, but they don't want to. So try another channel. And go. So yeah, the cog ditch is so severe. Yeah, you nailed it there, Sasha. Extreme cog dis. I wish it'd be great if you just move him. Like I just right click, you like on other servers we got more perms, and just move him to another channel. Pickle Rick, go. Go away, Pickle Rick. Pickle Rick, go away. Go away. Why are you still sticking around? Dude, why are you still here?
Because you're not the boss of me.
Okay. Test your claim. Alright? Get. Go on now, get. Go to another channel and test your claim. Is there anybody on this server who wants to talk to Pickle Rick at all? On any topic? Pick a topic, go to the channel, and see if anyone cares to hear from Pickle Rick. And go.
Crit, I think he's already done that. That's why he's here.
Yeah,
Nobody else wants to talk to him.
yeah. He's that's what I was getting to too. You kind of you should have done a spoiler alert there. He's basically that kid who grew up. His parents couldn't stand him. Just like fuck, what the hell? Sat him in the corner with a tablet, and now that's where he's at. He's still that same little kid sitting in the corner with a tablet, just bugging people online.
Bro, that's brutal. That's funny.
How many people are on the server? You got like 100 and something, 140. He can't find anyone to talk to. Yep, 155. I just counted them. 155 in voice chats alone. Not even more in text chats. Okay, he can't find one person to talk to. He won't even try. Yeah, there's 3 one-on-one rooms. Hey, what was that show, like Old Hoss, like Charles in Charge, right? Or is it something else? Oh no, Who's the Boss? Okay,
I was just
yeah,
about to say I get those two confused all the time.
yeah. So Who's the Boss? So he was like a professional baseball player, and he hurt his knee.
Yeah, ex minor league baseball player.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when he said, "Who's the boss? You're not the boss of me," I just had to get into my Tony Danza files. But yeah, Charles in Charge. I don't know. That was a spinoff of Happy Days, not.
Oh, yeah. That's
Or
one
I don't even know.
Oh, go ahead.
No, yeah, I don't know. It's getting all foggy in my mem. Once I go back to Fonzie hitting a jukebox, it gets foggy. But yeah, Tony Danza, that was that was when all the strangest sitcoms were the most normalized, like Mr. Belvedere and things like that.
Yeah, it's probably one of the biggest gaps I have in like pop culture, or like that sort of 70s, 80s sitcoms. Because I was just like,
you were out doing better things when the blocks of programming were going on during the weeknights and Friday nights. Yeah.
The one I'm kind of familiar with was Night Court. I saw quite a few episodes of that.
Yeah.
But it's like, because a situation, I call it like a sitcom, a situation comedy, where they put people in these really bizarre social interactions, and you just kind of laugh at how awkward and weird everyone is.
Yeah, they had gotten it to the point where it was so strange that they put a family full of claymation dinosaurs right after the housekeeper block of shows, and no one thought anything different of it. They said, "Oh, Urkel, living British butler," and yeah, it's weird. There were so many shows too that had ex-professional athletes, like Mr. Belvedere. Bob Uecker was. Well, I don't know if he was in real life a professional athlete, but then you have Cheers, which was Ted Danson was the ex-baseball player. Yeah, so there's such far-fetched situations, anyways.
There was like some 70s ones I had saw because I was younger then, and I remember like Mr. Ed, and there was like Who's That Girl or whatever, or I'm trying to remember how it was, but it was like a woman who she was going to get married, but she decided not to get married, and then she moved to New York and started working with like a dentist as the receptionist. She started working at or doctor's office maybe as a doctor or dentist. She worked at the reception. Then the doctor decided he liked her, so he started paying her way through college to get become a nurse or like an assistant. And then it was really kind of awkward and weird because she really had some hang-ups with like men. It's like kill. God, I can find the name of the show now. It's like yeah. I did like some keyword search and coming up with "girl in the city," but that's not right because a girl that's like that sort of suddenly Susan thing.
Yeah, I remember the title screen where it was, yeah, the big city living. But it's funny how they go from a talking horse and big city living and butlers on every station to then 3 decades later, they have a bunch of guys living in an apartment controlling Mars toilets. Anyways, somehow I always join in on the television.
Okay, I found it.
remembering.
Yeah, there. Here it is. It was called That Girl. Aspiring actress moves to Brewster, New York, to make it big in New York City by having several offbeat temp jobs. There we go. That's the one I was thinking of. I saw quite a few episodes of these ones because it has a lot to do with kind of interacting with neighbors too, which I thought was interesting because it's such a big city, and how often do you interact with people that you live like just a couple doors down? It was like she was so clueless, but she just really had like a really good sort of heart. Just kind of like I don't know. It's hard to explain, but it was kind of catchy to watch. It was interesting too. Is it started off like the first couple of seasons are in black and white, and then it switches in the later seasons to color.
That sounds odd. I don't. That might be a trivia question. I don't remember other shows doing that. They seem to go either black and white through the whole run, or there was no color Mr. Eds.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I got that block of reruns on Nickelodeon. Mr. Ed, Flipper, and Lassie, and the Opie one, Opie and Andy, which I never really got. Yeah, I was more into Gomer Pyle than I was the Andy Griffith show. Yeah,
What
bizarre. Yeah, that was some serious programming back in the day. It was.
what was the show with you? Oh, Hogan's Heroes. There we go. Where they were like in a German concentration camp, but they were able to escape and kind of do like a
Yeah,
partisan. Okay. Like right when I thought of it, it was like, oh, what's the name of that show? Oh yeah, it clicked. That was a pretty good one because they had the German prison the Corporal Klinger or whatever. No, not Klinger. The guy that Smash. Whatever the German corporal. He would say, "Hey, we got out and we did this stuff. If anyone finds out it happened on your watch, you'll be shipped to the Eastern Front." He's like, "Oh, fuck that. Okay, just don't do it again."
It's very strange, the era of the laugh track. Because all those shows had laugh tracks or a couple of them studio audiences. Yeah, but I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. It's interesting how, you'd go from 1 half-hour show to the next, and you'd hear the same laughter, and no one really even thought about any of it. It's kind of strange.
I saw a video about that where the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, they take out the laugh track.
Yeah, they take out the laugh track, and it's so awkward. Like, the interactions are so weird.
Yeah. I've seen those for Seinfeld and Friends especially. Friends, it's like, what the hell are these conversations?
In the UK, we tend to remove the laugh tracks from American comedies. We don't need it.
Really?
Yeah.
So they play. That's amazing. That seems sort of surreal. Well, they stopped doing it though. I mean, it's no longer a thing. And another thing I've always wondered or noticed, and I know that I'll shut up and let someone hopefully come in back to topic. But what I noticed in TV shows and especially movies, characters rarely laugh at each other in the movie. I mean, maybe that movie about stand-up comedians with Seinfeld and Rudd and all those guys, Rogan. But like in any other movie, when people laugh, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I guess Jules and Vincent Vega kind of laughed back and forth to each other talking about Burger King. But other than that, it's rare for a character to laugh in a movie at something else someone says that's funny.
Yeah, the issue is with TV shows in particular is that they use a laugh track. So the characters.
Well, we were just talking about that, but I'm just talking about like within the dialogue. If dialogue is funny back and forth between people, in real life you laugh if someone says something funny. But in movies, in TV, it's rare.
So are we not supposed to laugh or something?
No, I'm talking about the characters themselves within
so the characters are telling us that we're not supposed to. We're just supposed to be like a husk of a whatever.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. It's like you're supposed to go through this situation and not react to it, even though it's funny. But when shit's sad, people cry.
Modern media is fucking lame.
I think it's hard for most actors to laugh. I think it's easier to show negative emotions like sadness, remorse, etc., than it is to actually laugh genuinely.
Yeah, but the laughter isn't in the script, though.
Owen Wilson, those kind of guys, you get quite a bit of laughter in those films. Ryan Reynolds films.
Well, yeah, I laughed my ass off at Bottle Rocket, but when Luke Wilson asks Owen Wilson, why are we wearing tape on our nose? And he says, exactly, neither of them laugh.
Hey, well, you should look up a compilation of Jimmy Fallon fake laughing. He's like well known for that.
Yeah, you're right. Jimmy Fallon would even fake break character on SNL.
Yeah.
Jimmy Fallon is a fucking megalomaniac. Something.
Yeah. Once he took over the Conan spot, I don't even. He doesn't exist to me.
Dude, he was like one of those horrible bosses guys. He like fucking would show up.
I think those late night hosts, I think they all hate all the guests they interview.
Yeah, in this era of late night hosts, they kind of killed the genre. I mean, it's over. With the hour-long stand-up, tell some jokes, have a skit, and then have fake conversations, that's over. They ran it into the ground by their own. Anyways, off topic. Yeah, it was funny though back in the day when the day was structured where at 11:35 you had to see what Letterman was going to say to Paul Schaefer. There was like some structure and the day was coming to an end.
Well, that's why you got Craig Ferguson, though, isn't it?
Yeah, Craig was good, but Craig was in the old era of it. He was on after Letterman. Yeah, definitely. You had a definite idea that the day was late now. But anyways, yeah, the programming of the past where the TV shows were on once at 1 half-hour block. Now that people can just have whatever they want whenever they want it, like what's his face, David Foster Wallace predicted it in his thing where everyone would just have a handheld TV station. Everyone said, "You're nuts, not possible." But yeah, that's kind of what happened. Now, I mean, I can go watch Seinfeld right now if I want to.
Yeah, well, somebody's getting a big check for the way that guy treated all his employees.
Which one? There isn't a late night host, I don't think, who's written out a check to anyone except for maybe Jay Leno, and he's probably bought 7 cars since he woke up. Yeah, all the late night hosts, they live in they live in those isolated worlds within the building where they're king. So,
well, Ellen DeGeneres got canceled, so
thank God.
Yeah, she was one of the worst people like to work for. Like people just constantly blowing the whistle. Like the turnover, like her personal assistants and stuff. Like it was just ungodly. Just like how many personal assistants do you have to go through, before you just realize you're a dirtbag?
Well, yeah, she built her brand off of being like a really nice person. So to find out that she's a total bitch was kind of fitting.
Again,
It's-
haven't
it's
really
like-
heard Craig Ferguson having too many problems like that. But then again, he's Scottish, so he's civilized.
yeah, I was gonna say it's not speculation Sunday, so
Yeah, shout out to Craig Ferguson, but yes.
He's a really
I might be responsible. It was the Tony Danza gif when AK said, "I'm not the boss." That's how it all.
you know who was kind of funny too. Speaking of Craig Ferguson, Craig Kilborn. I liked his show.
Oh yeah, he was kind of ahead of his time a bit.
Yeah, he was like a funnier version of Conan.
Well, hey, now we're hold on. Let's cool our. Well, I'll tell you what. He was my favorite all-time Sports Center broadcaster.
Oh, that's right. He did that sports thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of took. Well, Dan Patrick and Keith Olbermann kind of broke the mold. That group broke the mold, and then Kilborn kind of came in there and next leveled it from there. He was sort of like Dennis Miller. I love Dennis. He was sort of like a more concise Dennis Miller, maybe less obscure, more pop culturally current. But that was Dennis Miller's shtick, was to be obscure.
I like Bill Hader. That's another American.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
First couple of seasons of Barry were amazing, and then it kind of last season I didn't like very much.
A flat Earth skeptic, what's this society that you founded?
Me?
Yeah.
Fess.
Huh?
Fess. The Flat Earth Skeptic Society.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, you know, got to fess up.
Well, what is it? Tell us about it.
It's a group of people who are skeptical about the claim of the flat Earth.
What claim is that?
Well, I'm sure you've heard that some people claim the Earth is flat.
Well, what does that mean specifically?
Well, they think that topology deviates from a flat plane.
Say that again. They think topology deviates from a flat plane.
Yeah. Oh, Robotham
So
thing.
what are you being skeptical of exactly?
Well, there's no evidence to support the claim. That's the problem.
Which claim? Whose claim?
Robotham, for one.
What's Rowbotham's claim?
The one that I just articulated.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Have you never heard of Samuel Rowbotham?
Yeah, I have.
Well, so you know what he claimed then?
Well, I mean, he wrote books. He's said many things. What are you specifically arguing against?
Well, what do you think that he claimed?
Well, no, you've started a society. You must have some kind of mission statement. You're saying it's about this guy. So you tell us. What specifically are you...
No, I'm just surprised that you don't
Speaking about?
understand the claims of Samuel Rowbotham. I thought, you know, that would be something that would be fairly well known.
Well, I asked you to state specifically which claim. I'm sure he's made many claims. I'm interested in which one you're...
Well, he claimed the Earth was flat.
Well, he didn't say the Earth is flat, full stop,
Yes,
did he?
he did.
Okay. What's the quote?
His postulation was, aha, the Bedford level experiment, ergo the Earth is flat.
Well, no, what's his actual claim? That's your
The Earth is flat.
interpretation of it. So, well, let's see a quote. What did he quote that you're disagreeing with?
Well, go and find a quote.
So you don't have any specific instance that you're disagreeing with, just this?
Find a quote from somebody I've never heard of.
Yeah.
So what does it say on, like, have you got a website or something?
No. Don't want to, make ourselves open to the whole kind of psyop going on.
So how do you join your society? Who's a member of it?
It's invite only.
Huh?
Invite only.
How many people are in the society?
Can't tell you that. That's secret information.
Why is it secret?
Because it's not public.
I'm skeptical if this society even exists.
Yeah, do you really have a society, bro? Is it just you? Be honest.
No, it's not just me.
It's just you, isn't it?
It's seriously not. There are a number of people that have FAS in their descriptions. You just gotta look for it.
You're the only person I've ever seen.
Did you know that? Paganism is actually tied to flat Earth?
No, it's not.
Are you sure about that?
Well, the reason it isn't is because pretty much every pagan theology or cosmology you come across talks about the sun setting below the Earth.
What are you talking about, bro? What do you think pagan means, flat Earth skeptic?
The proper definition of pagan is someone who believes in a non-Judaic religion.
So pretty much anyone outside the tradition.
Anyone outside the traditional Traditional, I don't like the word of. Anyone outside sort of Islam, Christianity, Judaism.
Right, so that's pretty much a huge number of people throughout history.
We are legion.
And most of the groups and religions throughout history, outside the Judaic, did not preach a ball. What are you talking about?
I'm not saying they preached a ball. I'm merely saying the fact that all of them had a concept of sun setting below the horizon.
Right, but did they have a globe heliocentric cosmology?
Well, no, because, there are things that we didn't know at the time.
Okay, so Coyle was kind of right in saying pagans had a flat Earth cosmology.
No, that's assuming the opposite. I think they were in the state of I don't know.
I just googled it.
Oh,
Dude.
really?
Yeah,
Oh,
so you
really?
can say, I'll give you a pointer. So Norse mythology. Hold on a second. I'm going to hold on a second.
No, Norse mythology is very clear.
Norse mythology.
Yeah,
So that's what I was going to say. Norse mythology is very, very clear. They had a concept of being able to sail off the edge of the world. That's one that does.
Yeah. So which cosmology, which branch said I don't know?
Quite a few of them.
Like what?
They had an idea of a creation, but they didn't really sort of state that the Earth was flat or not flat either way. Celtic, Egyptian, Sumerian, Babylonian, Assyrian.
Egyptian. No. They were all flat Earth cosmologies. What are you talking about?
No, they weren't.
Yeah, they were. I've just posted an image. You can go and Google. Put those words and then cosmology after your Google search.
Oh yeah. They might have a simple, like a little picture that you might want to point to and make that claim, but nowhere.
Well, that's how their cosmologies are described.
Nowhere in their scriptures to describe that. Now you can say Sumerians.
Oh, do they say we don't know? Is that what they say?
No, they didn't sort of say either way.
So where did you get "I don't know" from? You said they didn't know. They claimed to not know.
They didn't say either way.
So that's not "I don't know," even if that is the case.
Sure.
Sounds like you're caught in your own contradiction. So tell me more about this skeptic society. So do you present proof to the contrary of what you're skeptical of? Ever?
No. I'm looking for. I'll tell you what I'm looking for, which I've never found, is
Proof of the
evidence
globe?
and data for the flat Earth. And what I want to see is the data that's been collected, the tools that have been used, and the methodology applied.
Okay. Have you ever found proof for the globe Earth?
It's not what I'm skeptical about.
Because you found proof for it?
I think there's a lot. I mean, when I've asked those questions of Globers, they seem to be a lot more forthcoming.
What kind of proof do the Globers give you?
Well, images. That's a pretty good start.
Images.
Satellites in orbit. That's another pretty good start.
Wow, this guy's
images of what?
Surveying. That's another good start.
Well, hold on. Let's go one at a time, shall we?
Let's go
one at a time, shall we?
Maps.
You said
show
images.
Distances.
You said images.
Yeah,
what
images
images?
from space.
Oh, how do you know that those are real?
How do you know they're fake?
Well, I'm not the one claiming they're real.
I'm not the one claiming they're real either. I'm skeptical.
Okay, so not images then. So images aren't a proof of the globe,
because when you say, do I know they're real, are you talking, do I know 100% that there is no way that these are ever possibly faked or altered?
Well,
Why are you skeptical?
This guy's on to something. Congratulations.
No, he's acknowledging he's skeptical.
Proof, right?
Yeah, so
those wouldn't be considered proof then, because you don't
hold
know
on a
that they're actually real.
because I'm halfway through sentences and you're interrupting me every time.
Well, because I'm just kind of moving it. I'm addressing each point succinctly.
Yeah. So what I'd like you to do is let someone
Instead
else
of the
do.
waffle.
There we go. I'll have a chat.
So you said
with
the
somebody
images
else.
first, but the images aren't proof. What was the other thing you said? Satellites? Wow. Not much of a skeptic,
See,
bro.
it's quite simple,
you'd be able to
Cyclone.
present
If
something
you're
better
not
than
going to
that.
let me finish my sentences, and I'm not waffling, I'm being quite concise. It's not like I'm doing a Jin CBR1 25-minute rant. Then I'm not going to engage you.
Well, I asked you. Well, we were going item by item. I said, "What proof have we presented to you as a globe?"
Are
You
we
said
clear?
images, this, that, this, and I said, "Okay, we'll go one at a time." Images. We've just established that an image and the images are not proof, so we'll go to the next one.
Well, no, they are evidence.
No, they're not, because you can't verify that they're real.
Ah, okay. So, tell me something that you can verify that's real.
Here we go.
That's an epistemic
Well, no, I don't need to.
level.
We're talking about those images from space.
No.
Right?
Well, no. What I'm doing is I'm going to show you.
No.
You've got a problem.
You're trying to reverse the thrust of the discussion, which is evidence or proof that the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Yeah. Wait 1 second.
We know that you can't verify those images to be real.
Okay.
Correct.
So you're just going to talk over me. So what I was going to say is I was going to use this to find out what your standard of evidence and proof is.
Well, no, Craig Ferguson used to have a late night show.
Yeah.
No,
Craig Ferguson used to have
I don't care about late night shows. We're trying to establish
he's asking for something to be proven to be real to him. I'm telling
we don't
him
need to go down that, because that's just silly. He's clearly just trying to obfuscate the actual discussion.
No. What I'm trying to understand
the evidence
is
for the globe.
So, evidence is something that points. Doesn't mean that it points you always in the right direction. That's why I classed it as evidence.
Right, but you don't even know that they're real, so.
Yeah, regardless of that, there's still evidence.
No, I mean it's not an argument in favor of something if you can't even know that it's real.
Tell me
you can make an
something
image
real.
of anything.
Tell me an image that you can present that's real.
If I present to you an image of a unicorn, is that evidence for unicorns?
No, I'm asking you to present me an image that's real.
Well, that's what you'd be
arguing.
Real. No, if I presented you an image of a unicorn, would that be considered evidence?
Again, I'm asking you a question. We're not going to move from this.
Well, this is what you're doing. This is what you're claiming.
Provide me an image.
No, it's not on me to provide you an image.
By your standard of evidence. Stop running. That you can provide by your standard of evidence that you haven't taken yourself that you know is real.
That's okay. I mean, we don't really need to go into all that. I mean, you could talk about the verifiability based on public access to that location or thing that's being photographed and reasonably go and do it yourself. Of course, you know you can't do this with the images from space. It's redundant. So I don't know why you're dancing around trying to create some kind of facade that you could possibly demonstrate those images from space are real when you know full well you can't. So let's not fanny about. Let's not.
Well, no, what I can do is I can point to things like, satellite images that have been taken of volcanoes that have gone on, the drifting of the smoke of those volcanoes.
Right, well, we'll take it one at a time.
Weather patterns.
So the images.
And we can look at weather patterns. Those would be the two things.
Volcanoes, satellites.
So I can't get to finish a sentence before you start over talking me.
Well, because
you're Cyclone.
Kind of scattergunning.
Cyclone. You've got one last chance. Do it again.
I've got one last chance.
Yes, you've got one last chance. If you do it again,
for what?
I'm not going to.
Who's this entitled number?
Shut your mouth, then. Yeah. Well, you had your chance, Flat Earth Skeptic.
He picked B and factored out.
Whole society. He's founded a whole society based on images of unicorns that he can't verify. His society of one.
And his first proof is pictures from space. His second is satellites taking pictures of Earth from space.
Yeah. So you've been fooled by the cartoons. Very skeptical, bro. You're a skeptical, right? You look at those pictures and you go, it's legit.
It's not even space, it's inner space. It's not actual outer space.
Okay, anyway, so he looks at a picture of a ball Earth and says, that's real because I live on Earth and I know it's a ball. So that's where it's all wrong. You go outside and you see that you don't live on a ball. So when you see that picture, do you say, oh, that has to be right? I mean, what the fuck, dudes?
See, this berry ain't worth the squeeze ain't worth the juice. I've for years now. I've told him A or B. Anytime he always likes to try to insert himself into conversations. I said, so A, at best, you'll give me a very poor reading of a Google it. That you don't even really remember what they even said. At worst, there'll be some agenda-driven bullshit based on some emotional state that he won't take questions on or explain.
Yep.
One of the
I can't
best
stand those fake skeptics.
One of the
Sorry, go
best
ahead.
parts is there was a server that he was a mod on, but he didn't know that like the two people who were in charge of the server were friends of mine. That we knew each other from other servers. So he kept like muting me and kicking me off the server, and they just kept re-inviting me over and over again. And he, for the life of him, he couldn't figure out how I was back on the server after he performed his mod action. And I'm like, dude, try to think how that if you're kicking me off the server and I'm right back before you can even get a chance to do some sort of victory dance, what's going on here? Still to this day, he has never put together.
Complicated stuff.
Yeah, it's weird to keep this guy around because he has done death threats towards flat earthers. So just be prepared for that.
Sweet.
Well, everything
What
comes full
the
circle.
Gullibility Society sending out death threats? Is that the one?
Yeah, mostly towards chemo, but some other people too.
Wow.
Yeah, they're kind of violent. You know, this army of Juan. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Do they put
It's
their
like
home
such
address
a,
in when they make the threats? Do they also add their own home address so that hey, maybe they want to go the other route and somebody wants to visit them?
No, of course not.
Oh, well, that's no good because I was going to open my DMs for a threat and hopefully that would be in there with it.
Imagine you're coming up with a whole society in argument against a position, and those are your arguments for your position. Cartoons from the government and volcanoes. After all this time.
It's like the joke that with Radway. Remember we did satellite, volcano, earthquake.
Refraction.
Yeah, gravity.
Yeah, he was just going down the list. He was going to hit all those, but Cyclone stopped him.
I think it's kind of ridiculous to go off that point really quick. I know you guys are talking, but like when people, it's like the allegory of the cave. Okay, the guy leaves the cave and he goes out and he sees the horizon and it's flat and there's a sun, and then he goes back into the cave and he tries to tell the people in the cave like, hey, like you don't have to live in this cave anymore with the shadows. Like you can just come out here. And what they end up doing is killing that person for speaking the truth because they got like Stockholm syndrome or whatever it is, and they're so used to being told like, this is it. And then you go out, you leave the cave, and you come back and you're like, hey, let's get out of the cave. And they're like, nah, I'm gonna stay in the cave. And you're like, what?
Yep.
Misery loves company.
Yeah, misery loves company.
Well, yeah, I wasn't wanting to go off on his scattergun of 10 different things, knowing that he wouldn't be able to discuss even one of them. So I do try to keep them focused one at a time, but obviously they don't like it when they're pinned down to their claims, so that's why he started spiraling out quick. But yeah, I mean...
How do you misquote Robert Simmons, dummy? He was in a video saying it. How do you misquote him?
You could like merge Simmons and Elon, be like, it looks too real, it looks too fake because it's photoshopped. Because it has to be, like merge them together. Fucking Elon.
They're on gems. They used to give that role to people who were just. They called basically they were, problems in the globe model. They were people they don't want advocating for the globe, a liability, if you will. So here, this is. I'd like to say that I helped Foolish get his, Autard role, and this is the one that did it right here. He made this meme and he misspelled running.
The ruining man. Well, he is pagan after all.
Ruining, fucking Viking or something.
Yeah.
You are the ruining man.
Yeah. No other Downey man.
Point about paganism as well was obviously he's had no clue about history either. He thinks the pagans all said they didn't know what the Earth is, meaning they probably believed it was a ball. Derp.
Well, that's what gets me about those pagans that either are in complete denial about ancient cosmology or try to pretend that they were ballers. It's like, that is just pure ignorance.
There's nobody that woke up out of a cave, walked outside, and said, we must be living on a ball, and we're spinning, and something is holding our air in. Nobody ever did that. That was made up by a group of people and said, we're going to propagate this no matter what.
Yeah, even the ancient Greeks had a flat, enclosed cosmology. It's not like they were ballers either. I get sick of this.
So apparently only people from 2,000 years ago, one person said it was a ball, and then everybody believed him, according to this guy. So he fell for it too. I did too for a while, up until 10 years ago.
I heard a pretty cool theory yesterday, being Sunday and everything. So they told everybody, they let everybody know it was flat or whatever, and you fall off the edge and put that myth into people's stories and like the fear of the edge. And there's no point of adventuring, guys, because there's an edge you might fall off. Meanwhile, they're all there like pillaging and looting these new worlds.
Same with the globe. It's just a ball. We've already discovered everything. Stay home.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. And now they've got like infinite exoplanets and life-like, Earth-like planets 3 million light years away we can get to. So don't worry, guys, we'll get there.
Hey, rotating restaurant guy. That's only going one direction at a tick like a clock. So you don't know how they work. Earth is supposed to be going in like 4 directions at the same time, and you don't feel shit.
Yeah, I can just hear Matthew Learns piping up to explain why that is.
I can't, and I'm not going to. Matthew doesn't learn.
Yeah, exactly.
But at least we had concessions yesterday from Troll Team, which is great. They can never talk about those again.
Oh yeah. Well, just what happened? I missed it, did I?
Yeah, you'll have to go listen to yesterday's from the morning.
Oh, Redwin, have you thought of anything extra you can do with that experiment when you get your if you manage to do another one sometime with the vacuum chamber and such?
Oh, I haven't thought of anything new.
I've got an idea though.
What?
How about you get some dry ice or something? That'd be cool, right? You want to get something that's dense too. My thoughts on it anyway. Maybe some ice.
What do you want? What do you want me to do with it? Just put it in there. It's just going to sublimate.
Yeah. I want to see it sublimate. I like sublimation. Yeah.
Maybe I'll try that.
Yeah.
I have to do it. I have to keep the vacuum chamber cold, or else it'll just melt by itself. So.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Do it outside before it gets warm. I can use ice from outside. It won't melt if I do it outside, but it'll just disappear too. And at least we don't have to talk about celestial navigation anymore. That was.
Oh yeah, it
requires a flat plane to work. So once you got that, that's the end of that one.
Why did nobody figure it out 500 years ago then? Were they all like, oh, it must be a globe? You know. I'm only kidding. So what's the great debunk then? What's your finale?
Oh no, you'll have to go back to yesterday's show.
Is it just somebody semantics with horizon and plane, and then you?
No, they had no semantics.
No, gotcha.
No.
They didn't say a straight line was curved, did they?
No, they wanted to say that there are infinite number of horizons on a sphere, and that became the turning point where it became nope. I guess not.
No, dude.
Hey, that's your team, dude. It's your team.
I know. I'll have a word with them, and we'll regroup. No. I haven't talked to him.
No, what there is an infinite number of globe models that they make up. That's what there is.
And not one flat.
You make your own globe model. Actually, you just make your own, and it as long as somebody else says, "That sounds good," that you're good.
This is so epic. He thinks I muted him, and now he's just like spamming my DMs with links to like YouTube videos and shit.
That's 46 messages just now.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Oh
See,
man!
I can always tell.
Get him back,
borderline
please.
psychos.
Fuck.
Wow.
What a pussy. If you're going to be the guy who founds the society in opposition, you got to come with more than the pictures from space.
It's all I did was add some context or some past interactions with this guy to demonstrate just how much of a freak he is. Not just for me, but for Chemo, like other servers. Like, this is what the globe does to people. It gets them that they're completely unable to comprehend much of anything presented to them.
See, those types are desperate as well to like reverse it so that they're asking the questions. You come into a Flat Earth channel and in your bio, you're a Flat Earth Skeptic Society founder. You should expect that you're gonna get questions. But he doesn't want to answer any questions. He wants to be like, oh well no, I'm gonna ask you this question. And then as soon as he's getting asked questions, he's getting triggered, he's rambling and waffling. Just sad.
Yeah, he's skeptic. Okay, what are you skeptic of? Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. No one's ever presented me anything to be skeptical of. Well, how are you skeptic and not skeptic at the same time? So you've got nothing, right? You said Robotham. You've never read the book. You can't cite one quotation. But yeah, you're skeptical of what he said. What did he say? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Read his book. It's like, well, so you don't even know. You've not got like a mission statement for this society, what exactly you're arguing against. Yeah, his level of skepticism for the cartoons from space is to say, well, can you prove they're not real? No? Well, then I'll believe them, because I'm a skeptic. Retarded. They believes in the moon landings. Skeptic.
One time he had his camera on and he didn't realize it, but his camera, he wasn't showing his computer, he was showing his computer. But off the glass of his computer reflected back and showed a picture of him. So he used to all the time run around and post pictures of flat earthers and like do really weird shit, like paint devil horns on their head and shit. So I said, okay, I got a picture of you now. Do you think should I post a picture of you with devil horns? He said, no, that would be doxing, and I'll report you to Discord safety. But you've got no problem taking flat earthers, their photos, and posting them. He's like, yeah, no, that's not a problem at all. But if a flat earther does the same thing back to you, then a problem. He's like, yeah. I mean, not in so many words, but just basically, he sees no problem with that. Like, he values his complete anonymity because he thinks by any means necessary, he needs to destroy flat Earth. And any way he does that is justified and morally correct because his worldview is so subjective that he gets direct contradictions in it.
I guess he's like a helioskeptic copycat, right?
Asking the same questions over and over and over again, acting like he's gotten no answer. No one's ever gave him anything to go with.
Disappointing that he doesn't even have a website for his society. What kind of society is that?
Yeah, it's invite only. Who have you invited? It's secret.
Society.
So one person society.
One person. It's him and his mum, maybe.
He's invited all his multiple personalities.
It's him and Dogs Are Gods.
Guys, do you think an Uber driver, an Uber rider who's delivering, is a good Uber driver if he just asks me at a bus stop, where is something? You know, like where is this? And I'm like, I don't know. You got a map,
Yeah,
dude.
he's showing initiative, thinking outside the box.
Yeah, maybe his internet's down. Maybe his
Yeah,
data's
exactly.
down.
Maybe
Yeah.
it's an awkward flat.
I could have pointed in any direction on the globe, right, and he would have got there. I could have pointed any
Yeah, that's
direction.
right. Well, the beauty of living on a spinning ball, mate, is you head in any direction, eventually you'll end up here again.
He stood on a bike though, wouldn't he? But yeah, hypothetically.
Hey, Embo, if the Earth is flat, say something like you're depressed.
Did you just tell Embo to say something like he was depressed?
Like
Okay,
Marvin.
Embo, if the Earth is flat, say something like you're depressed.
Yeah, you always sound depressed.
What was that, Embo?
I do that all the time. Would that mean that the Earth is flat all the time?
Flat Earth confirmed. Thank you, Embo.
No problem. Always here for you.
The Marvin, like from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the melancholy robot. Your plastic pal who's fun to be with.
Oh yeah, I forgot about him. That's a funny comparison. You're a good sport, Embo.
Thanks.
Are you always this excited?
What?
Are you always this excited? Or is this just
yes.
things? Are you always just like this, yeah?
Imagine if in like you
Basically
hear him in
always.
any other chat. Imagine you hear him in like any other chat and he's super upbeat and like energetic. But just when he comes into our channel, it just automatically brings him down.
His voice
Embo,
is
are you
completely
by any
different.
chance a member of the Flat Earth Skeptics Society?
No, I have no idea what that is.
Huh. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what he would probably be.
Is
Well, there's a guy
that
called-
is that name supposed to mean like these people
Well, I
who are
don't- that's what we're-
members are skeptic of flat Earth, or are they flat earthers who are skeptics?
A society. But when we're asking him who's in it, how many members and stuff, he won't tell us. He says it's a secret and it's invite only. So I'm just wondering if you were receiving an invite or not.
Cyclone,
No, I
they
have no idea what that
members
is.
all over the globe, don't they? That's what they say. That's a catchphrase, right? They have members all over the globe.
Now this is the Flat Earth Skeptics Society.
So, are they flat earthers who are skeptics, or are they skeptic about flat Earth?
That's what you should ask him, Embo.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think he means he's skeptical of flat Earth, but it is not very clear. You're right.
Well, he must take loads of shit off Gem all the time because I always talk to him in Gem's room. So this is full of space-dwelling globers in there.
Yeah, I guess it's probably maybe there's a few of them in it. Oh well, no worries, Embo. Just wondered if you were part of it, if you could give us some details, because he couldn't tell us much about it.
No, I would also love to hear more about it, same as you. It sounds interesting.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, well, hit him up. Like, send them a DM.
Please. This is what the Dogcaster White Dogs get.
I'm Joe.
Probably had a whole skit, talked about it for days, how he's going to come into the Flat Earth channel. Poor guy lasted a second.
Probably quicker than that, Joyce. Joyce A.
Remember that I'm Polish, so even though I sound like that, I'm still probably one of the most happiest people in Poland.
Really? Is that bad?
Yes.
That's why you're all over here, isn't it? You moved out of Poland, went to other European countries. There's a lot of Polish people in England, man. A few friends of mine.
I've been to Krakow. Krakow's nice.
No, it's not.
Nice, thanks.
Well, it was okay.
Yeah, Poland's part of the EU, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro,
yeah.
Get the fuck out, dude. Holy shit. What are you waiting for?
You've been to Krakow, you said?
Do the boot scoot. Like, as soon as, like, we waiting for an invitation? If you're part of the EU, you can go to any EU country, right? And live and do whatever you want. As far as I understand. I mean, they got that wrong.
I know, but I don't feel bad here.
Well, you sound bad.
It's
Fuck.
nice. Yeah, I may sound like that, but it's like it's a shithole, but it's like my shithole. So I'm proud of my shithole, and even though I'm insulting it by myself, and other Polish people are also doing that, and we have like that consensus, that agreement that we are all insulting our country among ourselves. When some foreigner jumps in and does the same thing, we all just become nationalistic and insult them.
Well, it kind of reminds me of that joke where how did the Germans run through Poland so quickly? And it was like, well, see, the Polish, they threw the first hand grenade. The Germans just pulled the pin out and threw it back.
Didn't the British try to charge at the German Blitzkrieg tanks with horses? Was that the Second or the First World War? I can't remember.
That was second, yeah.
I mean,
You
fucking
feel for
brave.
Poland. They got it. They got smashed by Germany and Russia. They got a hard time of it.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yes, it's pretty sad.
Yeah, it is.
If they just had space-age technology.
There's a Polish cosmonaut, astronaut, or whatever the correct term is. I think there's two now that you can see on video screens and interviews that have now said that the Earth is flat. And that's quite interesting.
Yes, there is because there are often these jokes that Poland can go into space, but in reality we have one cosmonaut who was there, and he said that the Earth is flat, but he said it as a joke.
Oh, okay. Got a decent sense of humour in Poland, have you? I'm not surprised. Yeah.
So it's like, it's not a mistranslation because he really said that, but he said that as irony.
I get you. I guess that didn't come across in the translation, right?
Yeah, did not. Yeah, I'm not Polish.
There was another one. I think we've all seen the first guy. Can't remember his name. The guy with the mustache. You might have mentioned his name. I'll see if I can find the other one.
Maybe I have Polish blood.
You know, you can test for that for free. Maybe not for free, but more cheap than DNA test. You can drink 10 bottles of beer in a row, and if you survive, then that means that you have Polish blood.
No, my grandmother, her second name was Warszawa. Surname. Grandmother.
Nice.
And if that's not connection with the Poland, I don't know what it is. Do you have surnames, Warszawa?
No, we don't really have surnames after our cities.
Okay.
That's something pretty weird. It's like if some American was named, like, for example, Mike Chicago, it would sound very awkward. Oh yes, I'm scrolling the chat right now to see what was being talked about before it died, and I see that you are talking about the deep correction. So if someone has some graph or anything that would explain how the deep correction is supposed to work, assuming that the Earth is flat, I would very much appreciate that, because I have trouble visualizing that only with explanation by words. I'm more like a visual learner. Because from the explanation I've heard that it's just reducing your altitude to the altitude of the sea level, that measured angle would still be the same, because the base is still the horizontal plane. Regardless of your height, it's parallel regardless if you're using sea level or a plane that comes through your eyes. If you're somewhere higher, that angle measured to the star would still be the same, because you're using bases that are parallel to each other.
So which horizon are you dipping to?
Dipping to, you're measuring to the apparent horizon, and then you reduce that measured angle to the astronomical horizon using the correction.
Yeah, so the horizon changes from day to day.
Yes. Because you don't have like very precise calculations to calculate that perfectly, because it's only supposed to be usable for practical purposes. The purpose of the measurement isn't to measure the distance to the horizon, is to use that as a step in order to measure something greater, which is like your position. So you only have this correction standardized regardless of the atmospheric conditions, which is a fair approximation for the refraction of the horizon.
All right.
But we'll
It'd be a good
never.
research topic. Go find out how much dip correction they used for the Apollo sextant up in outer space.
I have no idea.
Strange, right?
It would be pretty strange to navigate using sextant in space. I mean, it could work theoretically, but I would expect that you would have some kind of computer, some gyros or something like that. Not a sextant.
Nope, they didn't, and you can read all about it.
I don't know what was used in American ones, but I've heard that in Soviet spacecraft they had like a computer called Globus, which is just globe in Russian, which was like a vintage style old computer with a 3D model of a physical globe, like on your desk. Inside of that computer, that was showing your orientation relative to the Earth, and I think it looks pretty cool. someone is saying that it's too quiet here and to blow the firmament out of this planar world, and I would respond, to blow it, then it would have to exist in the first place. So if you happen to find that firmament as the first person in the history, then we can think about that. But then, until then, I guess you can only think about that in a realm of fantasy. Okay, Amish, so I'm glad that you already have, in that case, one of the sides of the container. That's already better than zero, but to prove that the entirety of it exists, you still have, in case if it's a dome, then one side to go. If it's maybe some kind of, I don't know how you call that in English, a cuboid, then five sides to go. Yeah. Depending on the shape, I would say that only one side being discovered is pretty poor. Yes, the gas pressure is observably phased to equalize with lower pressure area above it. So that, I guess, makes the container obsolete, because the main argument for its existence, which is that without it the gas pressure would equalize, is already debunked by direct observations. So if we already can observe that not being the case without any physical container, then I don't know what would be the reason for existence of such container. Yes, exactly, due to the loss of the kinetic energy due to gravity. Same way as after you jump, you lose your kinetic energy and convert it to potential energy until you stop, and then you fall down again. I would say that the existence of the pressure gradient is proof by itself. As you know, gravity, it predicts that things will be attracted towards massive bodies, and in that case the gradient is denser and stronger towards the Earth, which is a pretty massive body, I would say. So I would say that the existence of the Earth as a variable, it has a pretty strong impact of the density of the gas, and the further away you go from it, then you know what happens. Yes, well, thanks for demonstrating the buoyancy and the word you like to use for the gas pressure. I don't know how it went. It was antecedent, something like that. Yeah, for buoyancy to exist, the antecedent for that is a pulling force. So another proof for gravity, I guess. You can simulate a small scale buoyancy using a centrifugal force. You can spin a container with different fluids of different densities, which would create an apparent fictitious force pulling outwards the axis of the rotation. That's called the centrifugal force. So in that case, it would be the analogy to gravity. You will see that the least dense fluids, they get pushed towards the axis of the rotation, so inwards, the opposite direction. So basically, for a gradient of pressures to exist, of densities, you need to have a pulling force towards the direction that the denser things go.
Good story, Embo.
Thanks. It's science.
Yeah, I know.
Nice. Glad that you are.
So you got any measurement of Earth curvature?
Yes.
Cool. How did you measure it?
I didn't personally.
Oh.
I have the measurements from other people, observations from other people. There was a topic about Jay Tolan maybe an hour ago.
Yeah, I heard it all.
Like that. Yeah, and I gave a link to a video where a guy was comparing these features in terrain that Jay Tolan was claiming are much further away than in reality, and he actually identified the actual peaks based on the actual topographical data, and yes, it matches perfectly the predictions of the globe.
Oh, I see.
So the proof for the curve, it isn't like one single observation, some ultimate observation. You can just take any long distance observation data and use it as a globe proof, because every single of these observations under deeper analysis.
How about my observation, Embo? I can see 20 miles.
From where?
From wherever.
Survey height. From wherever. I'm sitting here right now. I'm looking through a window, and
Embo, how far should I be able to see?
It depends. That there are variables.
How far can my eye see?
Your eye, infinite. If the source of the light is enough bright for it to reach your eye, and if
so on a round surface of a globe, I should be able to see forever, infinite.
No, you would see the distant objects getting obstructed by the surface of the Earth.
All right.
I'm speaking about just direct, casual, like properties of vision. If you don't have anything physical in front of the light source, then theoretically, if it would be enough bright, you could see it from infinite far.
And so the geometry of the Earth dictates that I should be able to see it 1.22 miles at 1 foot, right?
What was the source of that?
I don't know that. I get it on Google when I look it up.
Google.
Good effort, he's working hard. I can tell.
Yeah, what's the problem? He gave me the supposed source, so I'm checking it.
Yeah.
I think that's an approximation for, what is it? A foot high observer for each foot.
Here, I put an image in the
around.
chat there. It shows the curvature of the Earth. You can do it
Yes,
trigonometry.
After googling how far away can I see on Earth, the first article mentions many variables besides just simply the height of the observer. You have the height of the target, you have the size of the object, the brightness of the object, the air temperature. So yeah, plenty of things. I wouldn't say it's
Did
so
you see the
simple
thing
as
I posted in the side chat, Embo?
Yes.
Can you understand that?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so that's where I got it from.
Okay, and what's the source of the image?
Pardon me?
If you don't know, I can do reverse search here.
You think that image is lying?
No, it is a fair...
So what's the problem then?
It is a fair prediction for these idealized conditions, but these conditions don't happen in reality.
Oh, so how would you know that it's curved then?
I see it.
You see it?
Yes, I see it on the images.
Oh, you see it?
Yes, there are multiple photos, and I see the curve directly.
You see the curve?
Yes, like the most famous ones you've probably heard about thousands of times, yet I've never heard any good rebuttal of them, like the Lake Pontchartrain.
What about the Lake Pontchartrain?
It shows the curve.
How does it show the curve?
There isn't really some more advanced logic about that. It's just a photo showing the thing. Well, what else can I add to that? Like, if you ask me to show you a photo of a tree, and I send you a photo showing a tree, then the photo itself is evident that it shows a tree. I don't have to add any commentary to it.
So what about the black swan? If I show you that picture, and it shows that you can see 10 miles, it's just the same thing as showing you a picture of a tree, right?
Then I will show you a picture of these oil rigs getting obstructed in different atmospheric conditions.
Sure. So which one's right?
Both of them are right.
Both of them are right.
Yes, just at different atmospheric conditions.
So how could we tell it's curving then?
Because in more clear atmospheric conditions with less distortion, they are obstructed.
So one day they're obstructed, the next day they're not.
Apparently, from your perspective, yes.
From my perspective.
From the perspective of the guy who was recording these videos.
I don't know, man. I don't think you can see the curve, Embo. One day you see it, one day you don't see it, you know.
I wouldn't say you don't see it at all. Maybe these old platforms, they weren't that far away from that person. If you took some observation target that is much further away, like some mountains, 100 kilometers into the distance, then you will see that they are like curving, that you can't see the entirety of the mountains all the time. You will only see different parts of it, like you can see more or less of it depending on the atmosphere.
Or there's some days you can see all of it and some days you can't.
No, I wouldn't say you would be able to see all of it.
Never?
Yes.
How far away
So-
are they? Like, are we talking hundreds of miles?
At that distance, there isn't any day where you wouldn't be able to.
So
not
what's
see
that distance we're talking
all.
about? Like, I was talking about 10 miles. I was being realistic, but what are you talking about? How far away?
Like, for example, there is that photo in infrared of
Oh, so you're talking
Pyramids.
250 miles. So I should be able to see 250 miles with my eyes.
No, it was taken with a camera with infrared filter. I would say that if you want to get the most clear and realistic representation of reality, then we should be attempting to use the best possible equipment, not the worst one.
And you just debunked the Jay Tolan video with the infrared, right?
Yes, I sent a video that was a very detailed debunk. If you aren't familiar with it, I can show it to you.
Maybe you should preach some more of your religion here. Let's go down the road here, and you can explain to me how this all works.
Okay, so what do you want to know specifically?
I don't know, all that stuff you were spouting off before I interrupted you.
You know that every single religion has multiple doctrines. It isn't just one declaration.
So everybody has their own opinion?
No. We have like unified, centralized religion, something like, Catholicism, where you have official doctrine and people just follow them, every single one of these doctrines. And if you don't follow like only one of them, then you you are not a true Catholic anymore. So if you don't, for example, if you don't follow if you believe the Earth is a globe, but you don't believe it's rotating, you aren't a true glober anymore. You are a heretic.
Is that what you believe?
Yes.
So it can be pretty much whatever you want.
No, we have a centralized doctrine.
But if you don't believe it's spinning, then it's all good. You can still believe
No, it isn't.
The rest of the story.
We get our doctrine from NASA. What NASA says is the objective truth. It's like the congregation of faith in Catholicism.
Right on.
The Pope of NASA, he sometimes just, goes to the public and announces some doctrine. And from that time, every single person who believes in the globe, who is faithful, has to believe in that additional doctrine, or else he doesn't believe in the entire religion. He just gets kicked out.
So you have to believe what they say or you're out, eh?
The Pope of NASA is the president.
No, it's I believe the current one is Neil deGrasse Tyson. Flat Earthers really love
he doesn't work for NASA. The director of NASA would be like the cardinal, and he is Bill Nelson. Bill Nelson's like their cardinal, and then it goes up to the president, who'd be like their pope.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, for Turcos Dragon, I'm joking, obviously. Don't think that you are not a true glober or
Yeah,
something.
you better be, man. I almost tried to unmute, but I was in a busy area, man. I didn't want to look like a nutcase.
Yeah, no problem.
Were you trolling, Turquoise?
No? About which part? Not at all. I don't troll, man.
Cool.
I just go off what my senses tell me, man, and I'm not moving. There we go.
But your senses don't tell you what their story is.
Well, it depends how much of the other story you want to believe.
So you can believe a part of it, I guess, right?
No, just the reality part. Everything that's like law is kind of like law, right? The
Well, you just said it
creation
depends on how
story.
much you want to believe, right?
No. It's like the creation story.
Well, I asked you about your senses, and you said it depends on how much you want to believe.
Like an unorthodox glober or whatever. I'm that kind of sect.
I would say that every single person believes in the entirety of their experience. I would simply say that the experience itself, the observation, is separate from the conclusion you draw from them. So even though we all see the same thing, we all interpret this data through some kind of personal bias you have. Even if you think you don't, we all have that thing. So we can draw the different conclusions based on the same thing. Even though we all believe that we see in these things, we see one person can look at the moon and, for example, say that it's spherical because it looks spherical, but another person can say that it's can be a hologram projection or whatever because you can physically touch it.
But that's not what we're talking about, is it, Embo?
No, you were talking. You were saying that
he was talking about his senses and what we feel every day, right? And you
yes,
were too.
You were talking about that it is determined by how much of your senses you believe. I would say that we all believe in the entirety of our senses. Just interpret this observation made by them in different way.
It definitely feels like it's moving and spinning and all that shit to me, right?
No, definitely not.
So I should believe the opposite.
No, I think everyone should believe in the most probable explanation for the entirety of our understanding, both our
So I don't feel motion, therefore there's motion.
No, I would say that the motion can be detected by other way, and to get the entire understanding of the reality, you also have to consider these measurements and then draw the conclusion from the entirety.
So some days we see the curve, some days we don't see the curve. We don't feel motion, but there is motion. I get it.
Yes, if even on the I think I just accidentally. Okay, never mind. Accidentally opened some other application, but what I was trying to say that even here on the minuscule scale, if you rotate it on a merry-go-round once per 24 hours, you wouldn't feel it physically with your senses. But if you took some very, very precise gyroscope, you would detect that rotation. So according to you,
so is there more movement than just going around once every 24 hours?
No, but the other movements cause so insignificant accelerations that they can't be determined.
How many different movements? How many different constant movements does the Earth have at one time?
There is the rotation around its own axis, there's the rotation around the sun, and there is the rotation of the entire solar system around the Milky Way.
A lot of movement, eh? A lot of constant movement that has to be like a clock, right? Always on time.
Yes, it's
That's crazy, don't you think? Like when you really think about that.
I mean, it's pretty normal for me.
It's normal.
Yes. I think that if you want to get the objective interpretation of the entire reality, then you want to rely on the most accurate equipment you have for measuring that thing, not the least accurate one. If you want to deliberately rely on the least accurate one, then I would say that you may have some personal bias that may make you not really enjoy the real results of that measurements because they may go against your beliefs.
So what measurement will we do to tell us that the whole thing's going around the Milky Way galaxy?
I wouldn't say it's based on measurements. It's rather based on observations of the redshift of the distant stars.
We're getting deep into the religion now, eh, buddy?
Yeah, you at least have to be like a bishop to get access to the data.
So what's that, like a 6-degree Mason kind of thing?
Yes,
That
basically.
level of religion you need to know?
Yes, so if you think about this, the more advanced concept there is, the more expensive equipment you have to possess in order to directly measure it, and the equipment to measure things like that redshift, it's only in the professional observatories. So in order to check that data, you have to first become that astronomer, and you have to go through that ritual of initiation. So yeah, that's a pretty high level of Mason in the NASA hierarchy. But yes, the rotation around the Earth axis, it's so much available to the public, to the entry level people, that even the flat earthers accidentally measure it. Probably the story about the Netflix thing where they measured it using the laser ring gyro, but I don't know if you're aware about the second part of the story, when one of the guy affiliated with them, with that team, built by himself. He didn't buy it, he built it by himself, a mechanical gyro, so like the one that physically rotates, and then uses that to measure that rotation. And he did that. It shows the drift. It showed the drift indeed. Then he rotated it the other way around in order to check if it's a fault of some friction or something like that. And it processed the same exact way as before. And
Did he change the speed of the spin there to see if it was correct?
I don't know about that.
You don't know that?
Yes, there is the source video, so it can always.
So you can change the speed of the Earth and check it, right?
No, you change the speed of the gyro. The faster the gyro will spin, the more accurately it will conserve its angular momentum.
But to test that theory, though, shouldn't we have to? We should try different things, right?
Yes, there are different methods, but they can be more complicated.
Like the spin of the Earth, right?
Yes.
It'd be nice if we could stop it or, speed it up a little bit just to check to see if that gyro's doing the right thing,
But you want to know the most funny thing about this?
Sure.
That team, FE Core, that did that measurement, they wanted to sue that guy for go with him to the court. Because they got so afraid of these measurements, so he had to take that video down, but it's still re-uploaded on other channels, mainly of the Globers, because obviously we use that as evidence. It's re-uploaded on Jesse's channel. I know you love, but this is not the thing I want to talk about now. The video is...
No, I know. You want to show us how smart you are in this religion. I get it. What are you, like a 10th degree?
No, I'm currently at... what was that? 32. Yes, I'm only one level from the final degree. So,
wow.
Yeah. That's why I'm grinding my XP so hard here, because I'm so desperate to go to that final level finally.
Oh, I can appreciate that, dude.
Yes, I can see that on the text chat people are already started to get desperate over hearing me. So I guess I will have to step down soon.
No, you're good, man.
Yes, but I can see that there is a lot of people in the room now. So maybe there's someone new who wants to take the stage.
No,
He's
the
just
floor is
waiting.
yours. Yeah, talk all about this. Like, this is the best part is now that you're in your own world and you got your own made up belief system, you can now use those answers for any time you have a question for a flat earther. Just use your made up answer for every purpose you need it for. It should be easy. It's what you've been doing for the last, 20, 25 minutes?
Yes,
Just keep doing what you're doing.
I'm not talking about this just for the sake of talking. I was just like attempting to entertain the topic that other people want to also talk about. If I don't have anything to talk about anymore, then I will just step down.
No, go ahead.
But I have no idea what I'm supposed to say. Like, all of these globe proofs I have, they were already discussed here thousands of times. I can only simply repeat the things that were already said.
Yeah, which is the flat earth. Nothing new under the sun. The same thing day in, day out, no change. You will never even be convinced of your own bullshit. It doesn't matter if you repeat it once, 100 times, 200 times, or 1,000,000 times. You could repeat your bullshit till you're out of breath. It's your last breath on this earth, and you still would have now convinced yourself of it. So why would anyone be convinced of your bullshit if you can't convince yourself of your own bullshit?
How did you reach the conclusion that I'm not convinced? You're just making some pre-assumptions about something.
Yeah, because you're in here day in, day out, no change. You haven't been able to convince yourself yet. Because if the Earth is a globe, you should be able to use that to draw some sort of logical conclusion. But you can't. Which then drove you into a pipeline of this completely fictional world. And you can do that. Now you've got that to hold on to. And grab that brass ring. Hold on to that brass ring as long as you can.
What would be the supposed conclusion from the fact of the Earth being a globe? I only care about just objective facts like the reality of the Earth being a sphere. The conclusion you would want to draw from that, it would be just your subjective interpretations, like philosophy. I don't care about philosophy as much as about like objective physical reality. You can make the ideologies around the Earth being a globe. I don't care. Just talk about the fact itself.
Then do it.
I'm doing it all the time.
Yeah, and you come back in, day out, and you're unconvinced of your own bullshit.
We're now going in circles again, so I don't
That is welcome to Flat Earth.
I don't think I have a will to entertain your intellectual dishonesty anymore.
And using a Flat Earth model, that will repeat over and over and over, no change.
Have fun here with these people. I don't know who is if there are any newbies here. If you want, you can invite them and tell them about the geometric horizon or something like that. Because repeating the same thing is bad. If it's on the globe side, if it's on the flat side, it's
no. Go ahead. You can repeat. It's best that you repeat it until you're convinced, because then you can speak by some position of authority. You say, "I'm Embo, and here is my proof." Any questions? And see if anyone even fields questions.
Okay, so yeah, I am Embo. Here's my proof. I mean, I was only talking about it, but I can send the direct link. I would simply have to find it. If you want me to do that weird formal shit, then I can do that, but I don't know what's the point. Yes, so the proof is in the text chat. It's a gyroscope. It's processing exactly as expected, and I don't know if there are any questions. It's on Jesse's channel, but if you don't like him, then don't worry, because he's not the original author. He's re-uploaded the video
Yeah,
because
just
of
click it,
the
watch it,
describing before. I did.
watch, yeah, and see if you can convince you of you.
I did already.
And are you convinced?
Yes.
Okay, now what? What's the
See
next step?
physically.
What's the next step?
Nothing.
Nothing. It's a
Nothing.
dead end. Okay, so right back in. You start back over the beginning.
The dead end is the Earth being a globe that rotates. If you want to make some ideology around it, like for example nihilism, that says that we're meaningless and is your free will, that will be just your subjective interpretation. The fact that you have needs to make ideology based on actual things you observe, then it doesn't mean other people have to do the same thing too.
And then what happens after that?
I don't care. I don't do that, so why are you asking me?
Well, there's got to be some sort of conclusion you can get to.
Yes, the conclusion is that the Earth is a globe. There's no further conclusion than that.
Then what happens after that?
Nothing.
Okay, so it's a dead end. Okay, so what's the next line of thinking then?
Bro, you're going in low. I'm out of here.
Okay, so you got to a conclusion. It's a dead end. What happens after that? Fuck, he left. I guess it's run away.
Oh no.
So you prove the Earth is a globe. It reaches a dead end, and now you've got a conclusion, and he runs away. Okay, well, he couldn't share it with the rest of us, I guess. I was hoping for the big reveal. What was going to be the like at the like how they have Scientology has a big reveal at the end, and because he was working his way up the Masons and using the heliocentric model, did somebody get to the big reveal yet?
Yeah, he was about to, and then they took him out because he was about to spread the secret, So they got him. They got him.
Yeah, maybe that's possible. Yeah. He ended up they'd say, "Hey, you got to tell him to stop. Stop at the globe and make that your new starting point." And you're okay. Well, why would I do that? Because if that's the end, how can it also be the beginning? And they tell you the alpha and the omega. The globe is the beginning and the end. It's both.
It really depends on the conversation you're having. I don't know what the problem is with that. With regards to finding out what the Earth does over long distances, then finding out what it does over long distances is the end of the conversation. Now you can
Then
use
what?
that knowledge and go further. Then
What happens
then
next,
life
then?
happens.
What happens after that?
Within the conversation about what the Earth does over long distances, nothing, because it's been solved.
So essentially, if they found like the dome or something, it's like, now what? It's like, where do we go? So what? There's a dome. What do we do? What now?
Yeah, then you're explained why it's a closed system.
No.
You cannot leave. See, a lot of people are interested in leaving the Earth and going to Mars or going to Alpha Centauri or Proxima Centauri. They want to find another world to live on. Like Earth is too fucked up. I got to get the fuck up out of here. But yet they can't understand it's a closed system. This is basically Bill Nye now. So like your conclusion is, why did Bill Nye lie to you all these years? And it turned out he wasn't lying. He was telling you the truth. You just weren't listening.
It's an oversimplification.
So is Earth an open or closed system, Pickle Rick?
According to what I experience, to my senses, it's closed.
Well, there you go. So you ain't going nowhere, homie.
According to measurements and what we can, when we go further into detail about our observations, it is strictly speaking open. Although, and that's the
Is
caveat
open
here.
and closed.
Yeah.
How do you do that? How
See-
do you have open and closed?
Okay. You see, there is no strictly speaking isolated system. You know that,
closed
right?
system.
Well, Crit,
Yeah,
it
but
involves.
I'm going somewhere with this. Okay, humor me.
Okay, but you're talking about isolated systems out of nowhere. Okay, me and you both know the Earth
not
is not
all
an
of them. I'm
isolated.
going somewhere with this. Humor me,
Okay,
please.
we can factor out isolated system right from the very beginning. Okay,
Humor me, please.
we're all
Humor me,
good.
please. I'm going somewhere with this. Okay.
Imagine this.
This is what Embo.
Not imagine.
What Embo freaked out because I told him to use his imagination. He did. He came up with this grand idea that he was a Mason. He was getting to the knowledge. He was very close
We're not talking about
to the
Embo.
secret knowledge. So how close are you to secret knowledge of a open and closed system at the same time because isolated?
Quit. Humor me, please. We're not talking about Embo. We're not talking about imagination or anything. Okay. I'm going somewhere with this. I promise you. Humor me,
Get to it.
please.
Okay, man.
Can you do that?
How long do you need on the clock, on the timer? Like 10 seconds?
5
15?
minutes should be. 5 minutes should be enough.
5 minutes?
5 minutes of warm up. Oh my god!
No, fuck that, dude.
That's some.
Life's too short for that shit.
5 minutes of imagine this.
Yeah, that's too much. That's really. I was thinking like over or under. I mean, we could follow your meth fueled symposium for about maybe 10 to 15 seconds, and you're talking about 5 minutes.
So, Crit, let me jump on his bandwagon. So,
okay,
would he say it's open because things enter the system like an asteroid or heat or light, or is that what makes it open? The fact that other systems can interact with it.
No, open would mean that matter and energy.
Yeah. Well, it does, right?
No, only energy.
Well, asteroids.
Yeah, that's terrestrial. Those are giant underground gas explosions.
Okay.
I can explain. Give me 1 second here. I just gotta let the dogs back in.
Yeah.
I'll be 30 seconds.
Maybe the vaults of heaven open and they, it becomes an open system briefly. Who knows? Who let the dogs out? Crit.
I'm back. So you've got an open, closed, and isolated systems. These are your three choices.
Mm-hmm.
So what's Earth?
Well, it's within a system, right? The solar system, so it's kind of part of one. And we interact with that through heat and energy transfer, so I guess it wouldn't be isolated, would it?
So the solar system is a system. Okay, is that open, closed, or isolated?
It's within another system.
Okay, which is what?
The Milky Way system now.
Okay, so is that open, closed, or isolated?
Well, that system's within another system too, right?
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. See how many layers of Inception we're going here.
Inception's a good point. Yeah.
So how come I can create an isolated system here in a lab, but you can't do it in the universe? Why is it always an open system?
Well, maybe there's like that container at the edge of the universe, and then that's like an isolated universe, and then there's another isolated universe next to it.
Well, yeah, but sometimes even that they do the the backpedal on and tell you that the multiverses are interacting with each other. So now there's a problem too. So the universe itself would be an open system as it accesses other multiverses, which they call like black holes and shit, like pathways to other other universes. I know this would have been better for yesterday, but it kind of drives a point.
So an example of a
How
closed
about
system.
from your observer dependency, from where you're standing right now? Is Earth an open, closed, or isolated system?
Open, because we get energy from the sun.
No, that would be closed. Energy transfer is a closed system.
Okay. Well, asteroids and shooting stars and such.
Yeah,
Meteorite.
so that doesn't work because for number one, gas pressure next to a container or gas pressure next to a vacuum. And number two, these asteroids always seem to impact at 90-degree angles, which isn't possible given the story. There would never it would be very rare to get a direct 90-degree hit.
Well,
but
here's
every
the thing.
single one seems to hit 90 degrees.
From what I heard and looked into, they don't really always essentially hit the Earth. It's like their explosion and the shockwave which creates the crater. So maybe that. I don't really see them hit the Earth, to be honest, in my lifetime. Maybe close. Maybe a close one. Burns up, I'm sure we've all seen one. Don't know where it come from, though. Who knows?
I know where it didn't come from.
Below us.
Outer space. It didn't come from...
Yeah, I don't know what it could be, apart from maybe satellite debris, or weather balloon debris, or some kind of debris from some up there. I don't think it's no Truman Show where the Sirius stars falling out of the sky or anything. Because we don't really lose stars, or maybe we do. Maybe they fall out the sky. I don't know. I don't think so.
Did you ever make a wish upon a shooting star?
It's always too late, mate. It's always too late.
It disappears before you make the wish.
Yeah.
That's a good... I like the same thing with 11/11. You have to make the wish before it turns 11/12. Otherwise, it's bad luck. It's a bad... your wish won't come true. Or if you tell someone. If you ever tell someone what your wish is...
Oh, yeah.
Then it won't. Or your dreams. If somebody has a hope in a dream and they tell somebody, it's like you're taunting fate. Right? So that's why it's good to tell people about a lot of times someone has a bad dream, like a nightmare, and tell people those because you don't want them to come true. And they're under the same supernatural rules as good dreams.
Glitch in the Matrix. That's a loophole, that one.
Yeah, so if you ever have a really bad dream and you're like, oh, that's so horrible. I got hit by a car and I was paralyzed and I was living in the hospital and, everything went to shit, and tell the person that dream because then it won't come true because you've taunted fate by explaining what your dream was. Because a nightmare is just another type of dream.
I guess it's like on your birthday when you blow the candles out. If you blow the candles out first, you don't get the wish, do you? You've got to say the wish, you got to think of the wish, and then blow the candles out.
Yeah, you have to manifest it. You have to really internalize it, and as you blow, That's what puts it into the universe. It puts that
Yeah, yeah.
energy out there, and hopefully it comes back to you.
You
I
get a lot of
stopped.
chances.
I
I
stopped
don't know
doing
if maybe.
that. Many years ago, I had made a wish, a very simple wish. Like we still kind of with friends, we did birthdays and whatnot. So then this is like a long time ago. And I had a very simple wish. I just wanted everybody who was there at the party to be here next year. That was it. I really enjoyed the day. It was really fun. We just had a blast, and it didn't come true. Like people who were there, one passed. Another one had just a whole year of some really fucked up tragedies. And from then, I said, you know what? I'm never going to wish again. And I haven't. I said, that's it. I'm done. I'm like,
So what are the rules then? There must be rules. You must have done it wrong or something.
yeah, something happened that didn't work well. Did I overreach? Did I what happened there?
You asked for too much, I think, mate. Maybe.
Yeah, it was too. It was too wide, right? The net was too wide, or maybe I got what I wished for because everyone was still there, like in your mind. You're thinking of them. They couldn't be there physically, but you still remember. They're not forgotten.
Did you have a candle for every year you of your age? Maybe that's the trick. Because when you get older, you just get less and less candles, don't you?
Or what we did was just a big, you just have a candle that shows the decade and the year.
Yeah.
Like a 35, like a 35.
Can you relight it again and try again?
Yeah, maybe that might be the thing. If I could find a candle for those years and see if I can, undo it. Yeah, but a lot of people do things like that with a wish for world peace or whatever. That wish is too big, right? That's not.
That's asking for too much. That one.
You gotta be really humble in your wishes.
Selfless, not selfish. Yeah. It's a weird ritual that we have on blowing candles. I want to look into that and figure out where it came from. That's a weird one. Probably some fire religion or something, some Zoroastrian religion or something. I don't know.
It was Eisenhower's wife, I think it was Minnie or Mitzi or something. She came up with practicing birthdays for adults. Before then, before the 1950s, or adults didn't have birthday parties.
Oh. You mean less? Well, they seem. I don't know. You've got a certain amount of birthdays that means something, and then the rest are just fillers until the next decade or whatever.
Yeah. So according to one, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Yeah. So according to 1-800-Flowers, the tradition of blowing candles out for your birthday to make a wish comes from Germans, called Kinderfest.
Kinderfest. Okay.
Yeah, the idea is a child has to blow all the candles out with one breath, and must also keep the wish a secret.
Yeah, that's it. All in one. You got to do it all in one. Right.
Yeah, so apparently this tradition goes back further. I clicked going down the rabbit hole here. It comes from Greek tradition that the blowing out the candles was something, the order of the Artemis of the goddess Artemis, that when she was born into the world.
Oh, that's the space rocket, right? The moon.
Yeah,
the moonlight.
That's number 2. The Artemis is the brother, the twin, or sorry, sister. Artemis is a twin sister of Apollo.
Oh shit! Yeah. And Persephone and all the 7 sisters, and I kind of remember that tale.
Birthdays are the only time it's okay to basically spit all over a cake and then everybody eats it.
True.
Yeah, here, this is interesting. I wonder if we ever get Foolish back. It's like, hey, why do you blow candles out? Because he's a big time pagan. So this is from sugar.org. It says that pagan cultures believe blowing the candles out cause the smoke to carry evil spirits away.
Ah, okay. Yeah, like
Or
I
if you're a
said,
Satanist, it gets rid of good spirits.
depends which way around you have the candles, I guess.
Here, Pacific Islander, they had a similar tradition, but they had 3 candles representing the past, the present, and the future.
Hmm.
You blew out 2 of them, and then that was the one that you wanted to focus your energy on. So if you wanted something to correct something from the past, then you blew out the present and the future. If you wanted something from the present, like right now, then you blew out past and future. Kind of like selected where you want your good vibes to go into.
Yeah, intention and all that. Interesting. Find it
So
interesting. Sorry, go on.
so the first, I'm just reading some random shit here. The
Yeah, yeah.
first person who had a birthday party was a German, Count Ludwig von Weichendorf, 1746, where he had this very elaborate party in celebration. It's considered kind of like the very first birthday party.
Hmm. It's like all the extra rituals and traditions we have, like the crackers we have when you pull a cracker at Christmas time or whatever, and it has a little crown inside it, and that crown's like so the peasants can think they're the king and while they're having the feast and stuff. It's like all linked back to that. It's the time that the peasants eat good. So who's got the birthday next then out of the room? Who's is coming up real soon? Mine's right.
That social media experiment. Hey, for the first letter of your name tells you what your lucky number is, right? And your second letter is if you get your lucky number, how many days of luck you'll have. And then what you wish for is your birthday. Here's your 12 different wishes,
Oh my god!
You
There's
ever
like
see those before? Where it's like,
yeah. They're like first line of your address and your mother's maiden name, and
yeah.
they're trying to scam people. Like,
I wonder if you ask those same people who answer those questions, hey, is the Earth flat or curved? Like, is Earth a giant ball in space? They'd be like, yeah, man. Do you know that you just like gave people like a lot of information to, kind of like brute force your passwords and stuff, and like steal your identity? Say what? I just wanted to find out what my scripper name was going to be.
Hey, Crit, if you're going off like old ass pictures and maps for proof, then Cyclopses, Leviathans, sea monsters, and mermaids exist.
Yeah, and in the albatross, right? What do you do with the albatross?
They're still around.
Yeah, what happens if you to the albatross? Do you remember?
I don't know. No.
So you didn't read Moby Dick, huh?
No.
Oh, check it out, dude. I think you might like it. It kind of highlights how somebody could have a passion to destroy something that they should respect. You know, that in that sense, that's what flat Earth is to a lot of these globalists. It's their white whale, and by going after it so vehemently that they end up destroying their globe in the process.
What a nice day it is to live on the round Earth. Don't you guys think so?
Round like a coin.
We can all agree.
Oh, I wouldn't call it round. I'd call it spherical.
Oh, wait. Whoa, spherical? What's your argument for that, man? You care to back that up?
Yeah, Matthew's got like photographs from space.
I've got a lot of
Matthew?
different arguments. Yeah.
Where's John and Luke?
You need a mark.
I bet like Matthew read Moby Dick.
You know, I think I've started it, but I can't remember it, and so I think I've probably never finished it. I was never assigned it in school, so I don't know if I've ever read it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we had like Mice and Men and all these other banned books.
Yeah.
I think I know the first line. Isn't it like they call me Ahab or something?
Well, from the very first page. Oh, you know what's interesting too? If you go to the criminal justice system, Department of Corrections, look at the books they banned from the prison systems.
And I'm guessing Moby Dick is one of them.
The Quran?
I'm not sure if Moby Dick is one of them.
Why is
So,
it
let me
sometimes
see here.
crit, or should I say clit? Why is it sometimes day and sometimes night? Why is that, man?
So the biggest banned book in the most prison is called Prison Ramen.
Nice dodge.
So yeah, what dodge what?
Why is it sometimes day and sometimes night?
Why? You want to know
Yeah,
why?
I'm trying to wrap my head around that.
So what do you, when the sun's over your head, what do you call that?
Yeah. The sun being over my head.
Yeah, do you call that daytime?
I call it daytime when there is like light around, and I can see my own dick in the night outside, when I'm walking around.
You said your own what?
My hands.
Moby Dick.
Yeah. Moby Dick. Okay. I was like, they always go degenerate. It's like, is there any topic is there any topic that you don't have that ends with genitalia as
No, bro, but sometimes day, sometimes night. This seems to be like.
It's not sometimes. It's predicted. There's a day and night cycle that's repeating for all of recorded human history. If this is up in contention for you, I'm not really sure where to take the conversation. Maybe like read Moby Dick. I want to get a good list. I don't want to have just like which books are mostly restricted. Like, what is like if you were to go meet with your, family member, what book can't you bring them for them to read? Like, this book is banned.
Oh, it depends which religion you follow. I'm sure that would cause some arguments if you bring the wrong book.
I'm sure that list would vary by country.
Well, here in America, I'm thinking.
Well, I know someone who teaches at a Christian school who teaches the Quran, who says, hey, it's important for Christians to understand what the Quran says.
Yeah.
So, in other words, ideally, no religion should ban the books of another religion. They should study it and understand it.
Okay, here's an interactive tool to see which books are banned by state. So it seems I wouldn't see with the federal system though. That'd be better than the.
Can you post a link for that, please, Crit?
For what?
For banned books. I don't know if I can.
Yeah.
In presence.
Give me 1 second here. I just don't want the link I post show personal information here that I'm entering in. Let me go back and get that. Here, I'll DM it to you though, so I don't want to post it in the text chat because it's a little off topic.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go. This one should have all the cleared. You have to enter in your state, but if you don't live in America, you just put whatever you want, whatever state you're interested in. There's a Marshall Project. What books your state prison does not want people to read?
Would The Great Escape be one of them?
Holy crap. California has 143 pages of banned books. Here we go. Here, federal system. Okay, so federal policy, they don't list what books are banned. Is based, so their books are based on federal security level. Unit managers make exceptions for incarcerated persons and individuals. So it looks like they don't, in a way. They don't ban books. They just say, hey, this person can't have that book for whatever reason. The warden must provide the publisher or sender of the copy what their discretion was in a letter within 20 days of rejecting the book. So that's quite the opposite. I thought for sure, like, I wonder how to compare like liberal cities to like liberal states and like conservative states. Because so far, California was 140 something pages of banned books. But here was interesting. So Alabama, all printed materials are handled by the chaplain. So I suppose he just picks and chooses what he wants to show people. Oh, here we go. Arizona. It beats out California. 460 pages. What are we gonna look up? Moby Dick? What book should I look for? What's a book that you think Arizona's the highest one so far? What would be a book that you guys think would be important to know for like a prisoner? Something they should read.
Try Animal Farm.
Is that a book?
Yeah.
I thought the same thing. Animal Farm.
I was thinking of the movie. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, George Orwell. Yes, it's not in. Yeah, I've not seen it here in Arizona.
Or, well, I mean, I would assume Mein Kampf is probably banned.
It's not showing it as. Maybe I'm typing. You got to type author or title. If I type, yeah, the author.
Do you know if prisoners in solitary confinement are allowed to?
What was that?
Do you know if prisoners in solitary confinement are given books and allowed to read? I don't think they are.
I don't know why they wouldn't be able to read, but I'm not sure if they're given books or not.
Will I miss anything good? Starting to feel like this list isn't very complete.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
Gotcha.
How long has it been silent in here?
Oh, just 5 minutes maybe.
What happened before the silence?
Oh, we're talking about banned books in the prison system.
Oh wow. Such as what?
Oh, we're looking to see what was banned because we're going over like books that globalists won't read. Like books that they want to burn, and then seeing if any books were like in line with the federal government.
I see. I just came from Christian chat, and because there's no moderation in there, the asinine anti-theists take advantage of that, and so they dominate the voice channel with their insolence.
Oh, it's one of the questions, or it's one of the questions. One of the main server channels, so that they only have mods who are server mods.
Let me see. Because the main voice channels is in the category of voice chats, and then guest rooms are, made, deleted, created, deleted.
Well, this is a server full of trolls. So
And it's only a
forced.
reflection, right? And it's only a reflection of how tremendously impious and depraved the general populace has become. Because again, it just obviously follows. If there is no God whose wrath there is to dread, then why should I care about self-control and piety and not just do whatever I want to get my way? Everyone knows this. It's just people refuse to acknowledge it. Everyone has seen the desolate, impoverished, ghetto, decrepit neighborhoods full of crime. People will push the envelope as far as they please until they're met with resistance. Like literally just a couple of days ago, here at my apartment complex, there was this huge commotion on the other side of the apartment complex. This huge commotion, and I think even a weapon was involved, a blade. So they're all hollering at one another. They're all barking, puffing up their chest, pridefully resisting one another, shouting at one another. But until law enforcement came, then they all scrammed like roaches.
In cities and in groups of youth, like it becomes this kind of mob mentality and stuff. But I think, like all of us did stupid shit and had stupid ideas and said stupid things and all that when we were young. A lot of people do grow up. I don't know if I would worry yourself too much about like thinking that the people that you run across in a server like this actually represent the populace as a whole.
Well, I can interpret it in proportion. You're right. They don't do it all the time. They don't do it perpetually. You only have so much energy in the day when you're away. And you only can get away with so much in this particular instance or that particular situation.
I mean, online forums are the worst gauge of anything. The stuff that you're talking about, it's like what these online debate forums or any place like Twitter or freaking Facebook or I mean, any gaming, platform, like it just encourages these. Basically, I mean, what's the term I hear people use? Like the edge lords and shit like that. They're all just looking for a reaction, and in real life, a lot of them can probably act pretty decent, but then they come online and they think that they can get away with it, and so they push that line a little bit farther.
Yeah, that is who they are.
Yeah.
That's who they are. That's who they are on and offline. Of course, they may get worse. They may grow worse when they think they're in a situation that is.
They could, but I have hope that they mature and that they grow up and that they know better when they're doing it. That they do have some morals. It's just that it seems like it's okay because they're following the crowd in here.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's what they do. That's the despicable person that they demonstrate themselves to be, as of now.
Well, you guys are more hopeful than I am. My experience has been, especially in this topic, that it doesn't matter who I bring it up with. All kind of seem to have the same reaction. I mean, they become instant Agent Smiths and flip out and act like children. And age doesn't matter. People just lose it. So,
It's
like,
not necessarily age, maturity though is what I was talking about. Like and yeah, I could look at it pessimistically. Like I'm just saying, I wouldn't give up hope on like all of these kids who are acting this way. A lot of them will mature. Now, unfortunately, the more we allow this stuff to happen, like the more it's going to creep. It's going to creep into society, and that will be our future, slowly but surely.
Yeah, I hope they repent also. I'm just describing them as they are now.
Yeah.
Hi there. Some 6-year-olds behave like babies. Some. I never grew up. Some. I have a joke. What do you call some 6-year-olds who behave like babies that come together?
Globe Earthers?
The U.S. Congress.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, you're not going to get me to slap my knee or anything, but I gotcha.
They're stubborn like babies, at least. Their mouths are covered with fucking money from BlackRock and Vanguard, or where the fuck else, but I will say, can you see by the dawn of the light?
Are there any globalists in here?
Got any questions on the topic, dude?
You see, Timbo, why are you not thinking the same thing at the same time?
I'm guessing it's because that guy started singing. You're like, all right, any globers?
Yeah, when people sing, sometimes when people sing when they can't, it kind of makes me feel a bit awkward. And that joke was more of a statement than a joke. What's that? Good statement, though. I'd say that would work exactly the same in every country. Hey, Crit, what books are banned in jail? what you were talking about before. I'm guessing not the Bible, because don't they have the Bible in every jail cell? Or am I thinking of hotel rooms?
There are some prison ministries that place a copy of the
Yeah.
Bible.
I mean, I've never been to prison, so I couldn't say. I know they definitely don't ban the Bible. Well, it seems like almost everybody who goes into prison goes in, you know, not really either believing in God or not really putting any stock into it, I guess, you know, but they typically come out thinking that they're somehow reformed and born again Christians because they read the Bible. And
will they hit the streets again? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the hotel rooms all have it in there. I have a feeling it's like optional reading. You know, like you get a Bible if you want a Bible in prison.
That in the US, is it law to have a Bible in a hotel room?
I don't think it would be law. That would go against the separation of church and state, so it couldn't be a law. But they're there.
Well, you say that, but it wouldn't quite be a violation of that.
But to mandate it, I think it would be.
Well, it depends on in which sense you say separation of church and state. There's multiple senses.
Interesting question.
Usually,
My
when
interpretation,
persons hear that phrase,
of it would be that it would be government overreach for them to mandate a Bible in privately owned hotels.
will overreach according to what law?
The fact that the government has no business telling my business what to do.
What law is that? Is that federal policy, state policy, the God's law? What
When it comes
that law's
to
according to who?
like, let's say I owned a hotel and I didn't forget, and I was an atheist and I didn't want to provide Bibles. Like, I would definitely take it to court in that case against the government for trying to mandate a certain secular religion on my business.
What law would you appeal to?
I mean, I don't know what the name of the law is, but I would cite the separation of church and state.
Where is that?
I believe it's in the Constitution.
Is it?
It's just something the hotel industry has agreed to with Gideon's International. It began with Christian hotel owners, and Gideon's International was born. The hotel industry has largely allowed them to place Bibles in rooms since. So they provide them for free and just put them in there if the hotel owners agree.
I mean, I'm not for government mandating anything, anytime, anywhere, whether I believe in God or not. You know, like so like for me, that would be government overreach. Like if it was, you know, it sounds from what he just read like it's just kind of a traditional thing to do, and that's just what they do, and that's fine.
The government doesn't have the right to mandate anything at all whatsoever.
If the government ever told me you have to frickin' even if I was the biggest Bible thumper around, also because of my other belief there about like government staying out of my frickin' life, if they told me I had to, I would still sue them.
Wait, you just said
they had to ban the
government.
books.
You said government ought not mandate anything at all.
I mean, there's very, very, very limited reasons for the government, at least federally.
Don't they
So
have
they
to
can
ban the
man-
books?
so they do have the right to
Escape
mandate
from
some things.
Alcatraz. Digging with a spoon. They really should probably ban the books. Escape from Alcatraz, Digging with a Spoon. You know, that sort of thing.
So the government does have the right to mandate things.
On a federal level, no, I don't believe so.
Why not?
It's not what they were intended for. That's not their purpose.
According to who?
They were intended for protecting our borders.
Well, I said
They were
according to who.
Dude, I don't know all the ins and outs of like each and every branch of the government and what they are allowed to do, but I do know that the federal government has overstepped and overreached and also creeps. Like I mentioned that term earlier, it constantly is creeping on us and claiming that they have more power than what they were ever designed for.
I would agree with that evaluation.
The power is supposed to be within the local government and the states to decide for themselves how they want to run their government.
I would agree with that evaluation. But of course, we can't just toss out evaluations without justification.
I mean, if you say that they can mandate Bibles in hotels, then you're also for them mandating masks during fake pandemics. You
That
know,
doesn't follow.
sure it does.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't logically follow at all.
It's them stepping into not allowing me to run my own life and my own private, personally owned business the way that I choose to be fit. It's them telling you that you have to. I mean, the more of that power that you give to them, the more it becomes like a, I guess, fascism, or even like a, yeah, I guess that would be fascism. That would be probably the closest fit.
Okay.
Or I guess, no. Well, I guess no. It would be probably closer to just communism, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So by what standard do you evaluate the actions of the government to be just or unjust?
Especially
reflects the will of the people.
Yeah, when there's no when you are trying to impose your will on the people and privately owned businesses for something that is basically a non-point, where there are no victims, there is no harm done by letting the person who owns the property to make their own rules.
That was a lot. Can you condense that?
That wasn't that much. I've heard you go on way more. Yeah, like like there has to be a victim, right? Like in order to have a crime, it kind of comes from this. So like, if the government tries to tell me I have to do something because they decided, then they are overreaching when it's kind of a non-issue. When like what good or or what harm is done by saying that a business shouldn't be allowed to keep a Bible in each room?
Okay. Are there things the government should do?
That makes that not the government's business.
Okay. Are there things the government should do?
Government should do what we ask them. What we it should do their job and their job only, and not try to impose their will on the people.
So what exactly is the job of the government?
To protect our
Represent the will of
borders.
the people.
Okay.
Represent the will and the wants and the needs of the constituents.
Does that only include those that are not citizens outside the borders, or does that also include citizens and residents in the borders?
As long as they're a citizen, it includes all of them.
So non-citizens don't have any rights to be protected by the power of the government?
The government doesn't. The government should never bend to any non-citizen.
Not bend, but protect. So if you get people visiting who are not citizens, are you saying that they shouldn't be protected at the same time?
It's not our job to protect non-citizens.
Well, people who are visiting your country on a holiday, you just let them go and...
No, we still protect all of the land and all of the laws within our borders, but to go and do that worldwide, which is what we do these days, also
not
not the job of the
worldwide.
government.
Well, no, you're answering questions that weren't asked to you. So concerning non-citizens,
No, this was asked. You said, what about people who don't live here? You know, like...
No, you said non-citizens, though.
I said non-citizens in the borders.
Yeah.
Non-citizens in the borders?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't owe them anything other than a ticket out.
So they get to be. Anyone can treat non-citizens within the borders however they please and not suffer any repercussions.
The law of the land is still the law of the land in the land, but so like that doesn't change. But we owe them nothing more than that.
Okay, so non-citizens in the borders do have rights to be protected.
Yeah, according to our laws, sure.
Okay.
We don't need to protect their laws or give you give them the bare minimum, but there's still a minimum.
Does the government have the duty to enforce law?
Well,
Yeah,
supposed to be the law.
That is actually kind of that's a question. But yeah, I mean, if it's the law and they can be consistent, then yeah, they have the right to enforce their laws. But they're the laws that we made. Not they don't get to make up their own laws and enforce them.
Who has superior authority to who? The citizens or the government? Above the government or the government above the citizens?
The government is beholden to the people.
According to who?
According to the Constitution.
Declaration of Independence.
Well, that's not talking about that. But, excuse me, the Constitution. Who exactly are the people?
It might be the Declaration. It's often conflated, and I'm guilty of doing that. But yeah, according to the amendments as well, I kind of throw it all together.
Well, those are two different documents.
Declaration is the founding document. Starts with "We the people."
Yeah, that's the highest. That's the highest one. Like amendments can be amended and changed and added to, but not if they are in conflict with the Constitution.
Do you think the Declaration of Independence constituted the United States? That's when it began to exist?
As the entity that it is today, yes, but no, I mean, we were still a land with people before that.
Well, no, that's not the point. Because the Declaration of Independence predates the Constitution. Right? It's called the Constitution for a reason. It's the beginning point of the United States. The Constitution is the beginning point of the United States. The Declaration of Independence was the declaration of the colonies to be independent from
Great
the British Crown.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not a historian, and I often conflate these things, but those are the documents that are the founding principles of this country, and they're very, especially in the Constitution. It's a short document, and it's very direct, and it very directly says that no law can and again, I won't have it word for word, but it can't overrule anything that's in that document.
Do you think "we the people" is referring to all non-government personnel?
No, I mean, even the government personnel are part of the people, but the government itself as an entity is not included as people.
Who made the Constitution? Government personnel?
Not entirely, actually. I think it was. I mean, there were people who weren't technically government that were some of the writers of it.
Yeah, but of course they had de facto governance, as it were. They had de facto dominance in various spheres of the economy. I mean, obviously it isn't the downcast and impoverished that are making constitutions.
We the people sure as heck doesn't mean we the government.
Well, you see, here's a key question. I mean, who exactly is the people? Who is that?
At the time, it was all legal citizens, which at the time was land-owning males.
Yo. Owning white males.
Yeah, land-owning white males. Yeah.
Yeah, white males.
Stupid.
So it's really not a cosmopolitan phrase, is it? Given the context in which it was written.
Everybody, I know there are 34 people in this call, and I have an important announcement to make, alright? Is everyone ready?
Okay.
I'm ready to mute you.
Skibbity toilet. Skibbity toilet.
Thank you.
Okay. So "we the people" isn't a cosmopolitan phrase. It's not including all nations.
The Rizzler.
No, see that's something that could be that could be altered. So as long as you weren't considered a citizen if you didn't fit that at that time, a land-owning white male. But now we're all citizens, okay? And so all citizens are we the people.
Is that true?
That's the way it should be anyway. If it's not, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean that's the way it's read.
Well, I mean, here we are with this key question. What exactly is the people, and who has the authority to change the definition?
Supposedly, it's us, the people, by our voting power, right?
Well, is that true in principle, de jure? And then is that
I don't vote because I know voting doesn't really count. I know we don't really live in a constitutional government. I know that this is far from a democracy or a republic, that this is more of like a oligarchy, techno-fascism or something like that. Okay? We do not live under constitutional law, and that's the issue. Not because the Constitution was wrong, but because we don't follow it.
okay? So here's the key question. I mean, is that true de jure in principle first? And then, of course, obviously we agree that's obviously not happening de facto, but it has to be de jure first in order for it to be de facto, in order for us to make the proper evaluation. So is that true de jure in principle in official documentation?
I think so. I mean, I think that at least on paper, that's the way that it's run. But we yeah, like you said, we agree that we don't follow that, and there's all kinds of corruption.
Both these apps I have on my phone here. U.S. Constitution.
And the establishment of the Electoral College itself proves that voting doesn't really matter.
Yes and no. I mean, So yeah, the electoral college was always there. That's the reason why it was a democratic republic. Like the democracy part comes from the people's vote. That people's vote is merely a suggestion to the electoral college, one of which they don't actually have to follow, even if your popular vote in your state or whatever else, like even if they say 100% one way, that's merely a suggestion to the electoral college. They, by law, are allowed to vote the other way. They just never have. They've never once done that.
Well, wait a minute. The election between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, the popular vote went to Hillary Clinton by 3 million votes. But Donald Trump was elected anyway.
Doesn't matter. It's not about sheer numbers. He had the electoral votes.
Yeah, there's the delegates and all
Yeah,
that.
it's not about
instead
adding,
of the
it's not
actual
about adding
people.
up. Yeah, there's all kinds of ways that they gerrymander this, right? So like because of the way that the electoral college and all that is set up, the electoral votes, which makes sense really when you break down into it to some extent, like you can't have the cities be the ones who elect every single time, because we know that that's the most densely populated areas, and they would end up winning every single time, and they tend to be leaning in one direction. So by giving electoral votes to different districts and stuff like that, and they also change the maps to decide like who's going to be in, it's really conniving, but it's an attempt at
The huge power grab.
I want to say it's an attempt at fairness, but look, I have no faith in any voting system in the United States, and haven't for a long time. So, but yeah, just taking a popular vote is not a good way of doing it either. In a true democracy, it's the same as 51% of people saying, or 51% of people always winning over 49% of people, or there's a saying about that, with I don't know, I can't remember it exactly, but it has to do with like sheep and wolves, like the wolves deciding what's for dinner. Like the one that is just barely outnumbered will always be preyed upon. That's the problem with democracy.
Here's this passage from the Constitution, the preamble. So when you tap the link, download the app. Very simple, intuitive app. I like it. So the preamble says this, very short. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish the Constitution for the United States of America. Okay.
Are we all singing that right now? Because I am.
Yeah, say again.
We the people, Saturday morning.
Right. So we already attempted to define the people. At the time, it was not just all non-government personnel or the sum total of all residents, citizen and non-citizen in the United States. It was white skin and a particular type of European at the time.
Well, yeah, I mean,
very likely above all else, British.
At the time, light skin, yeah, look, you could have been disenfranchised as a white person too, as long as you didn't own land.
Right.
Not every white person owned land. So yeah, it was literally just the white land owners that were considered citizens. But that's completely changed. Now we're all considered citizens.
Well, I hope, but the question still remains: is that true in principle? Because we can believe that all we want to, but of course, if we don't have a law If there's no existing law, then of course we have no appeal to the law in the institution. But anyway, so British, white-skinned, male, landowning. Okay.
It didn't have to be British.
After that,
yeah.
right now after that, did it change? If it did change, who changed it? Did that definition change? If it did, who changed it?
It changed multiple times because, I mean, like after the Civil War, black people got given citizenship. I don't know what year it was when women got the vote and became citizens, but that might have even been after black people. Like, I'm not really sure on that. And when did they abandon? When did they abandon land ownership as a prerequisite?
Yeah, and here's another question: Are they being consistent? Can we find, and/or will we find contradictions in the legal documents? There's another concern.
Yeah, I mean, you asked for when, and I don't think there's any one definite date of where we got to where we're at now. I think it was changed a multitude of times.
I mean, because like you and I already acknowledged that in de jure official documentation, they're not really operating according to a democratic republic. So what other things are they not being consistent with? What other de jure documents are they not functioning the world order, the order of the USA, in consistency with official policy?
Well, I would definitely bring up the whole like lobbying system. Like that's nothing but bribery. That should have never been added. And then when they did the what was the Citizens United in the early 2000s, where they decided that corporations were people, and the corporations could vote with their money. Like there's a big one right there. That's when that was in my opinion, that was like the big turning point where this truly became fascist.
It should be obvious why I'm asking all these questions: analysis, coherency, cogency, justification, the whole nine.
Yeah, I think I'm following. I think we're mostly on the same page. It's just that your tone about it is just like, oh, well, none of this has legitimacy or something. Like I would say that the original documents are always legitimate. It's just the fact that we've strayed so far from them, and we've allowed we as the people. See, that was another part about it, is like we the people are supposed to stand up for our rights. We were warned, like that's why we were given the Second Amendment and the First. We're supposed to stand up against tyranny and against our government and take arms if necessary. And if we don't do that, then we will have our rights stripped from us.
What do you mean by legitimate?
As far as like our actual like God-given rights.
Oh, God-given.
I mean, that's the way it's worded, isn't it?
Where?
They're either natural rights or God-given rights, or those are the two ways that it's phrased often. But like again, not a historian, don't know these documents in and out by any means. But they mention God many a time, just like they do with the Pledge of Allegiance. One nation under God.
Yeah, there's the Pledge of Allegiance. Are you saying that phrase is in the Constitution?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Like that they say that these are our God-given rights. Like in the I think they do.
It's in the Declaration of Independence, but it's worded differently. It says that all men are created equal. They are endowed by the Creator with unalienable rights.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Now, there's a key question that has to be asked. And there are plenty of persons that are irritated at this question. You know, many of you sneer and jeer and scoff and, you know, revile this subject. Oh well, you live in a world where theology matters. Not just
What
you,
God?
but, you know, not just you. I'm just saying in generic you.
Yeah.
You know. So what is the God and who is it?
Well, the way that Heretic just said it, they only mention it as the creator, which means you actually still have the freedom of choosing what God that is.
Wait, so the
Like
God.
your religion isn't supposed to matter. Like whether it's a Christian God or a Muslim God or like they're just saying that these rights were given to us by the Creator, God Himself.
Okay, but the God who created everything, including humans, and gave them all these supposed unalienable rights, is whatever the human says it is? The nature of the God who made
No,
them is
they're
contingent
saying
upon the
that
human opinion?
these were agreed upon. Like, I mean, and I'll be, to be frank about it, like, I don't think that these rights literally came from God. I think they were created by men, but they attribute them to to the Creator. Okay, like these are rights that any just God would give to the people.
Okay, so a fiction created the world and gave us rights?
Yes.
How's that not obviously invalid?
It's up to us to fight for them if we want them, if we want to keep them.
So in the official document, given this line of reasoning, a fiction gave us our rights.
No, we already had them, supposedly. It's just, yeah, it was almost like I suppose. I mean that it was documented there. Like if you want to maintain your sovereignty, you will have to fight for these rights.
Well, that's a wildly different message than the God, the Creator, gave us unalienable rights. Why not just say what you just said rather than saying the thing I just said?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I think what I just said makes more sense, probably, but that's the way I read it anyway, or that I interpret it, I should say.
Well, are you trying to interpret them, or are you just giving your metaphysic?
Yeah, that's the way I'm interpreting the writings, because it comes from more than just one document, doesn't it?
So what they meant is that a fiction gave us our rights, and we really didn't receive any rights. We just always had them. That's what they meant by that passage.
All sovereign people, all sovereign people really have all of the rights that they want to protect for themselves. Like you want to be able to do something, you fucking do it. If somebody says you can't, then there might be a fight, but to the victor.
Okay, so then they're duplicitous liars then.
Well, that's well established.
So why should we follow the law from duplicitous liars?
Does the principle still stand that you have all of the liberty that you want as long as you're willing to stand up for it?
The lie still stands? By your line of reasoning, they did not say what they meant at all.
No. Look. The people will always have more power than any government if they could come together and stand up as a group for what they actually want. That's the will of the people.
Oh wait, before we get to that, right? I'm still on this point where they said one sentence that's flagrantly different from what they really meant, supposedly in this line of reasoning. So why should we follow the law from duplicitous liars who said something flagrantly different than what they meant? How does a lie stand?
Well, you as an individual don't really have much power, right? Like, so you still have to follow along with society's rules, and they will enforce the law as supposedly it's been, lawfully freaking enacted.
Oh, sure, I can be bullied, I can be oppressed, and they'd be wrong, given this line of reasoning. I mean, earlier you made a description about my tone that this is illegitimate. Well, given this line of reasoning, the duplicitous liars who did not say what they meant, appealing to fictions when they really said that we just have these unalienable rights that were never given to us, we just always had them. And it's really up to you, the people, to enforce your rights.
That can never be taken away. Like, no matter what, the government is well aware that, I mean, not that doesn't include everybody in government, but like, as far as an entity goes, like, they know that they are powerless to the people if the people really want something. You know what I mean? Like, they will always have to bend. In the case of a revolution or something like that, like, once you get the masses on board, they're powerless.
Okay, but that's a digression from my point. The point right now is that evidently, given your line of reasoning that you said in interpreting the Declaration of Independence and/or the Constitution, specifically in this case, that specific special clause in the Declaration of Independence, these are duplicitous liars who said something flagrantly different than what they meant, ascribing our rights to a fiction. And really what they meant is that we always had these rights that were never given to us, and it's up to the people to enforce them on the governing authorities.
Right. It's always on us. It's our fault when they fuck us over that we didn't stop them sooner. It's always on us.
Okay. So obviously a document that was given this line of reasoning, a lie, has no authority.
Yeah, I would technically agree with that, but it's the for the individual, like, that can't start a revolution over every little thing. He still has to go by the laws that are on the books.
Okay, but that's again a digression from my point. The point is about justification. So if this is a document that's saying something flagrantly different than what they meant, and it's not true, right, then it has no authority.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, again, the way that I understand that, it's basically saying what I'm saying. It's not saying that they give you the rights. It's saying that you have these unalienable rights. You always had them. You already have them.
Okay, but again, that's a digression from what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the point source of rights. I'm talking about the logical cogency behind the document. Given your line of reasoning, it renders the document completely unauthoritative and absurd. We said this, we really meant this. It's a lie.
I'm not, obviously, based off of, if you didn't think that my last points were in line with what you're saying, like, then I'm obviously not following what it is that you're saying. There, I don't see why you're saying it's a lie, like, to say that the people have the power over the government, that the government serves us, like, and that's where this started. Like, yeah, I'm missing something from your stance, from your standpoint.
Yeah, I just defined it. The point is, the whole time I was concerned about logical cogency and justification. So given your line of reasoning, they said the God, the Creator, gave us unalienable rights, and yada, yada, yada in the Declaration of Independence. Then you said, I don't really believe that there's a God that gave us rights. And it's not just what I believe. I think that's what they meant.
Oh,
They
is that what you're
said,
getting at?
right?
No,
So they
I
said
didn't.
there is a God
That's
that's
not what I
created us,
said.
that gave
That's
us
not what I
unalienable rights, but they didn't really mean that.
I didn't say that there is no God that gave us rights, because I guess I mean, just inherently, like, if God created everything and the truth is that the people hold the power, then God gave us that power. And I think that's what it's pointing out.
Does sheer creation, does the sheer act of causing creatures to exist give them rights?
If it's just nature, like, that's another reason why they call it the natural rights. Like, if it's just the nature of everything, then yeah, that could be considered God's work.
Well, that's God's work. But the question was, does the sheer act of causing creatures to exist therefore make them have rights?
Some are food for other creatures. That's their job.
If we do have
Only a
free will,
question.
if we do have free will, then yeah, I mean,
It's only a question when ownership starts to come into play, right? The concept of ownership.
yeah.
Yeah, going one step at a time. So the sheer possession of volition grants the creature rights. Is that it, lunatic?
Yeah, yes, I'll go with yes, because as long as you can make up your own mind, and act for yourself and speak for yourself and stand up for yourself, then then you still have the power to at least do better. Like, for your kin or whatever. Like, you might not win immediately. But you can still make a difference towards creating the world that you want. Like, I guess it's something along those lines. You have the volition to do so.
No, that's not the question. Excuse me. When you say
we
right, I have a
maybe
right.
switch the line of questioning back to the room topic?
Yeah,
I mean, we tried. I mean, I only talked about this to pass the time.
All right. Well, okay. Like, listen, I said way more than I ever intended to. Like, now I'm just being interrogated.
So you spoke
Like,
involuntarily all those words? Is that it?
yeah, no, I did. But I feel it. But the way that you question, it's like an interrogation. And I've told you multiple times, like, I'm not a historian. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a frickin', like, these are things that you're asking me questions, and without putting any previous thought into it, a lot of these, I have to just come up with something on the spot, like an interrogation.
Yeah. How else do you learn? How else do we learn?
You're being interrogated? I don't think so.
Well, it wasn't an interrogation. But that was my intention to make you feel interrogated. It was just discourse.
Yeah, no, okay. I mean, but it's just you asking questions and me answering them. Like, that's it. You're
Okay. I mean,
interrogating.
that's not an
You're just trying.
interrogation. You didn't have to answer. You could have just chose not to answer with your free will that you talked about.
Yeah, I could have.
Can we continue? Are we switching gears now? What's going on?
I like to answer questions to the best of my ability, but yeah, it is going a little bit too far, I think.
Okay, so are we continuing or are we switching gears now? What's going on?
Let's try to switch gears.
Globalists? Does anyone want to prove that they know that the Earth is a ball?
Well, I could, but it would involve circular reasoning, so I think I'll pass.
Yeah, bro. NASA revealed a picture of the Earth, bro. Haven't you seen the blue marble?
Is that right?
All your arguments are invalid, bro.
You want to show us this photo?
No, I'm just taking the piss, bro. I'm a flat earther.
Y'all kill me with that idiom, taking the piss. Why would you do that? That is not sanitary. That's not hygienic.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just an Aussie thing.
Yeah, I leave a piss. I don't take one.
You know, when we talk about going to eliminate, I'm going to go take a shit. Why the hell would you do that? You're supposed to leave it in the toilet, not take it out with your bare hands. Not even with gloves.
Sounds like you're pissed off.
better than being pissed on.
True. Yeah.
Now you're just being pissy.
Now I got to go take a shower.
Oh dear God.
Dear God Almighty in heaven.
Yeah, I never really understood that whole sexual fetish where people like to get like pissed on and shit on. Like, it's just like, how is that not disgusting to you? Like, I don't know. It's just fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. I don't know if we really need to talk about that. I did have a girlfriend once who, like, showering together, she like thought I wanted to, like or something. I was like, no. She's like, oh, okay. No.
Bruh.
Anyone?
Is Two Girls One Cup real or is it just fake?
Oh, Christ alive. Globalists.
Well, I mean, I always thought it was real, but I've heard some people say that it was fake.
Christ alive, here we go.
It looks too much like soft serve.
Yeah, it was chocolate custard.
So is anyone in here that wants to prove that they know the Earth is a ball?
How do you explain space imagery?
Humans made images.
Was the moon landing a hoax by Stanley Kubrick?
How about you explain how it proves the globe?
Hi. Yeah, you just see how it's a sphere. You know, you could say it's flat, but with satellites and everything, like going around it. That's even better. Explain satellites, how they work, like Starlink.
Holy crap, slow down.
An interesting exchange of reverse Uno cards by voice.
Well, if it's not a globe, there's a shocking number of globalists here.
So how would Starlink work? How it would send
How
these
does it
to each
claim
other
to
one?
work? Do you know how it's claimed to work?
It sends signals down to the satellites and it shoots like laser beams to each of the satellites to transmit information.
And which part of that necessitates that the Earth be a sphere?
They go around the Earth. If they go around it, would they fall off a cliff or something like that?
Where's this cliff at?
It seemed by now, Jake, you're a globalist, yeah? The Earth is a ball?
Yeah, I support the ball.
Okay. Timbo.
Sorry, that was T-Dub.
Was it T-Dub? Stop sounding similar.
Sorry.
No, y'all can't help it.
Pretend to not be Australian.
Wait, what?
Did one of you pretend to not have an Australian accent?
No, never.
Alright.
Oh, mate.
You're gonna be confused.
I'm American.
There you go. You talk like that from now on.
I love being an American.
Sound a little fruity.
America. Say it right. America.
Sorry?
Say it right. America.
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 Gotta get
That's a new
deeper
one,
with
America.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you're gonna do the, you gotta go America.
America.
What were we talking about, Jake?
How satellites work, how Starlink works.
What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
What was the
Surface of
question,
the Earth.
Jake?
If there's an edge of the Earth where everything just falls off, does it just fall off? Or explain that to me. Explain your thesis on the edge of the world.
Nobody.
It's symbological geometry. Right? If
Actually,
you wanted to not go away from the Earth and stay near the Earth.
I think the best way to answer that question is to turn it around on you. So, like, if you believe in all the stuff that scientists, so-called scientists, pseudoscientists say about the universe and how it's expanding, into who knows what, my question to you would be, like, what happens at the edge of the universe? Where is the edge? And do things just fall out of it?
It just goes into different galaxies. Like, it's kind of infinity. They haven't found an end of the universe yet.
So then your answer, okay, that's the same answer for flat Earth. We've never been there. We can't answer that question. We don't know if it's infinite or if it's got a limit or what happens when you reach that limit.
So where's the land with the 72 virgins?
You're asking the wrong people.
So he's just a
Well, hang on. Consider this. Because this is stepping into a very basic ontological question. Because we're already in metaphysics with cosmology. Just look up the Wikipedia. Cosmology is a subcategory of metaphysics. Now, when it concerns material objects themselves, the nature, the essence of matter, right? If it logically, if the premise is said it doesn't have a shape at all, or especially if its supposed size is infinite, then it implies that it doesn't have any definitude to its body. And so it's not a particular object at all. And so it's not a concretely real entity. So it reduces material objects to absurdity to say that they're without shape or of infinite size. So it's impossible for material objects to be infinite in size or without shape.
Right, I would agree. Like zero of something and infinity of anything are both only constructs of our imagination. So, like everything in physical reality is finite, and you can't have nothing, zero of something, right? Zero is the absence of something.
Yeah, you don't possess nothing. You're without something. So just to clear that up.
Limitless. Where do the satellites go?
Well, there's no need to entertain that hypothetical because that's impossible. That's what I just explained.
I'm too much of a derp.
Well, we're all learning, so that's okay. So any object at all, artificial or not, moving above the surface of the Earth does not cause, right, the Earth or anything else to have a shape or any type of surface. Only one of the two, flat or curving. And if it is the case, and it is the case, that we observe and measure and use the surface of the Earth and seas as topographically planar, then our conception of how the celestial bodies move in relation to it is radically different than what we were taught with the globe paradigm. So we can't take for granted that the celestial bodies only indicate or strongly indicate that the Earth is spherical, that the seas wrap around a ball.
So when it comes to long distance shooting, like snipers and stuff like that, when they factor in the curvature of the Earth, are they factoring in some type of strange gravitational gravitational
They
force.
don't do that.
None of that happens. Nobody calculates curve or anything. I don't know where you're getting that bullshit from.
Yeah, they do calculate bullet drop, but that's simply the same as saying I dropped a pen. Like, we know it happens. You can't attribute that effect to a cause.
Yeah, so they don't do that. You said, why do they do that? Well, they don't.
No, they do figure in bullet drop. They
That.
figure in
Well, yeah, that. But what he said, no.
Now, does the Earth
It's gonna drop. I mean,
stay
yeah.
in?
But like, say the spinning of the Earth, Coriolis, like that's a rumor. They don't figure that in.
He didn't say that. He said the curve of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, misspoke. But with the curvature, what was I getting to?
You got to figure that out.
I'll work on that.
They assume, like everybody else does, that the ground is has a flat baseline, and that's how they figure in their bullet drop. They don't also take into consideration 8 inches per mile squared.
So, for anyone who really is concerned with ascertaining the truth about these matters that we talk about in this voice channel, which should be everyone, like I just said earlier, right? We cannot take for granted the supposed mechanics of the celestial bodies as though it only indicates or only strongly indicates that they're moving around a sphere, especially when we don't find a sphere, right? Obviously, the strongest appeal concerning the concluding premise, the surface of the Earth and seas, is topographically planar or convexly spherical, is of course appealing to the Earth itself, appealing to the seas, the surface of the Earth and the seas itself. It's strongly indicative the type of reasoning that the globalist has done over the past several years with this controversy, habitually appealing to everything else except the surface of the Earth and the seas. Now, in the beginning, they focused more on the Earth and the seas itself, but then they realized that the Earth is demonstrably, observably, and practically used as a topographical level plane, the Earth and the seas. Right? They know that they were defeated on that front, and of course, I'm mostly directing the point, I'm mostly directing the sting of this to the anti-flat earther, the worst types of opponents. And so they know that. So of course they have to appeal to something else. But of course, if you're defeated on the best point of appeal, and you're only stuck with these weak inductive appeals that take for granted the concluding premise that you've been defeated on, then there you have it, you've been defeated. And of course, weak inductive arguments are not going to be sufficient. These inductive arguments appealing to the things above the surface of the Earth and the seas is weak. It's logically insufficient. It's taking for granted that all that is happening around the surface of a ball.
So, what's the biggest conspiracy theory that's anti flat Earth?
Say again.
Globe. Anti-flat Earth. Yeah, the globe. Good answer. You mean other than that?
Yeah, other than that, like the event that is like the big conspiracy, the event, would it be the space and all that?
Yeah, probably the moon landing would be a big one. What else? I mean, for anti-flat Earth, I mean most most conspiracies, and like in the conspiracy, okay, aliens, the alien conspiracy. There's another one, like space aliens.
Wait,
And
Jake,
I
can you
think
say the
that
question one more time just for me?
What's the biggest conspiracy that is anti-flat Earth?
Oh, okay. I
yeah,
thought
I
you said
mean,
aimed at flat Earth, but anti-flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I would say those two pretty much sum it up. Like most conspiracy theories are pretty out there. Like we really don't even think that flat Earth isn't really necessarily a conspiracy anymore. Like I mean, sure there would still have to be some people who know the truth, and those would be conspirators. But like, it's mostly a self-perpetuating problem at this point.
Yeah, of
Because
course. I mean,
it's
we
not
should
like
be.
it's not
So
like your
it's
school teacher is lying to you intentionally, you know, because that's what it takes to lie. They have to know that they're telling a lie. They don't know any better.
so it's daylight here now in the United States, and it's dark time in China, and it just
Is
repeats
it?
that cycle. It's daylight in the United States, and it's dark in China. Does the sun
It's
just
daylight in
get
Australia
blocked
too.
out? Oh, is it daytime in? Well, it should be dark in Australia.
Well,
No,
it's
it
not.
is dark.
Some
That's
days,
because the light only reaches a certain distance. It's, you know.
If that's what you were getting at, because we can
It,
anticipate
yeah,
the
we
end of
know
that
where
question. But go ahead and complete the question.
we know where
Okay,
we're getting at.
but
So
does the sun, like, is the Earth spinning or the sun spinning?
wow, the sun, we're pretty certain that the Earth is motionless, like we experience in real life, right? That would be it's the sun that's moving over the top of us, and most of us would agree that it's much smaller and closer than what the heliocentric model presents to you. So if you have a
yeah.
more local sun that moves over the top, and a less powerful, more local sun, then yeah, its light still can only travel so far before it's extinguished through the atmosphere over the flat plane. It moves over the top of the flat Earth.
Yeah, in like a ring.
That's and
Circular
again, that's
orbit.
only conceptual also,
Not
but like
necessarily.
it's the
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Hey, what?
if you want to start thinking about flat Earth, you've got to throw out. You can't mix the two cosmologies together. So it being the sun being a so-called 93 million miles away and huge is not been proven. So that's based on the Earth's radius. Every size of every object in the sky is based on the Earth's radius. You'd have to trace it back to how they got the Earth's radius, and then start from there.
Now
No,
you
but
see how we
like
have to keep talking about that point, right?
the like, because if the sun's like in our like in the firmament, right? Like it's doing
Hold on,
like
I want to
circles,
stop you
right?
there. Like, I mean, the firmament is a biblical thing. Like, I would be one who, and a lot of people would disagree with me within the flat Earth community, but because, especially if the ones who come from like, you know, a biblical standpoint, I try to leave the Bible out of it. I picture the Earth as being the floor of everything that exists, or you might as well call it the universe. The universe is just nowhere near as big as they tell you it is, and it's you know, it's not like we need in outer space. The vacuum of space does not exist. There's just space, like the space between you and me. Okay,
Let me stop
so
you right there. A solid container above the Earth is not strictly only from the Holy Mikra. Other cosmologies from other nations have
maybe
that
not strictly,
aspect to their
maybe not
cosmology.
strictly. Yeah, not strictly, but it typically comes from religious standpoints.
No, what do you mean by that? People keep tossing out the words like that, but
I mean, the firmament. Okay, let me just redefine it. Instead of saying the firmament, because in their eyes, I know where they're coming from. I've heard enough of this. They think that we have a glass firmament dome separating us from the vacuum of space, and then they start thinking that
No.
we're somehow a disk floating through space protected by a dome. Okay,
No,
there
that's
is
not
no
true,
outer
bro.
space, there
You're
is
just
no outer
saying
space.
shit that nobody has said, though. You're saying shit that other
No.
people have said in the past. This guy didn't say that at all.
No, like the firmament separates the waters above from the waters below, right?
yes.
Like above the water
Okay, prove
firmament,
that
it's just
there's water. Prove that there's
But
waters above.
lunatic, let him finish his reply.
like prove that there's water like above the firmament.
Prove there's a firmament and that there's water above it.
Well, I mean, the Bible tells me.
Well, now we're digressing because Jake's question is concerning the cogency of the paradigm in principle. We can get to the empirical adequacy scrutiny later.
I mean, he just proved my point. I knew where he was going.
Okay, well, again, let's focus on Jake's question. He's trying to at least establish the supposed cogency of the paradigm first, in principle, logically, and then we can get to empirical adequacy. So,
What was the question?
I was going to mention this earlier, given this line of questioning from this young man, Jake. We have to talk about the macroscopic structure of the cosmos, not just the Earth itself, because you notice, like Lunatic just mentioned, the erroneous common line of thinking is that we just substitute a sphere with a disk in a cosmic vacuum. Right? Everything else in the cosmos stays the same, but you just substitute a sphere with a disk. No, it's beyond that. So really, if people are even thinking this deeply, but usually not, but some are, the name of the voice channel isn't entirely covering everything that we're trying to cover in here, because we don't only talk about the surface of the Earth. Because notice how, like I just said, if we only talk about the surface of the Earth, then the globalist is just substituting a sphere with a disk in the same paradigm. But no, it's more than that. That's why I call it the cosmological controversy, because it's not just the Earth.
That's even up for contention, isn't it? Because I mean, like, when you say surface of the Earth, you're just talking about the inhabitable part of it, right? And the part that we can traverse.
Not necessarily on the face of it, the surface that we can inhabit or not inhabit.
That exclude
Both.
like any kind of structure that we may or may not be sealed within, you know?
Well, the surface includes whatever we can inhabit and can't inhabit. So,
Well, what I was getting at, I was going to bring it back to my point that I made to the guy, maybe it's the same guy, who, asked about things falling off the edge. And I pointed out what happens at the edge of your universe. Well, uni means one verse. We're talking about one verse, like just one, not like a separation between the two. That's where I stand. I don't think that there needs to be any dome. The firmament, as you call it, could just be the limits to all of existence. And that is what I think is both the same as our dome and your heliocentric universe.
so there's that. So, Jake, as you were, if you wanted to continue.
It's not here, man.
Oh, he's gone? No, hell. Anyone else? Anyone at all?
Yeah, that one tends to stifle a lot of people. They're all in line trying to talk about that shit, and you say that, and all of a sudden they're like, "Damn! All right, I got to rethink my next question."
Where'd the Aussie guy go?
Went down under.
Slav's still here.
I couldn't help myself, Timbo. I'm sorry.
No, Slav is still here.
Is it mostly FE in here right now? I think it is.
Iron. It's mostly iron.
You said iron.
Yeah. Fe.
Is that the acronym? Is that right?
Yeah.
Lucifer.
Not the acronym, the abbreviation. Said that wrong. What'd you say, Timbo? What was that?
It was T-Dub, but I said Lucifer has joined us.
Oh. Shining one.
Shining one, yeah.
Lucifer, you there? You're not muted. I don't know if you can hear me or not. I don't know.
Back.
Who's that?
Oh, Slav.
Oh, yeah, Slav. Timbo was
What's up,
asking
G?
about you.
Oh yeah. What's up?
Timbo. Lord, it's always delaying.
Yeah, I was just I was getting things ready because I have to go to a job interview soon. So
I'm so sick of this
Best for that.
automatic air freshener attacking me on the wall.
Hello.
good
Hi.
evening.
What was that?
How are you guys doing today?
I'm
Yeah,
peaceful.
pretty good.
And you?
Doing good in the rainy West Coast.
Oh my god.
Yo, it's good. Yo, gang, what's good?
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's good?
Sunny on the plane.
Kiwis and
Sonny, please keep that mic muted though, until you change it, because that sounded terrible.
No, it's good. It's good. It's all right. No, yeah, you're good. You're good.
No, he's talking about Sunny on the plane.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. All right.
What's can someone explain how do they fake everything? How does NASA fake all the stuff? Do they actually go up or cuz that's something I always wondered. Does NASA go up or is it like all CGI?
They have a lot of tricks. Some of the stuff is filmed in pools here on Earth and put behind like a green screen and stuff like that. That's how I think they do a lot of the inside the ISS fakery stuff. I'll in conjunction with like something like what they call the Vomit Comet, which are these high altitude planes that they go up and down, creating this parabolic arc that gives you a period of time of weightlessness where they can do their flips and tricks and stuff like that. And also with CGI, like you said, they have, and there's probably a lot more than that they've got.
Yeah, it's like a super expensive production in the same way we see any of our movies.
Because I've heard different theories from different flat earthers about like maybe because is there like a place up? Is there like space real or space fake? Because like I've heard different sort of theories.
Nah, there's no place, in my opinion anyway. There's no place where like people are hanging out in a weightlessness environment.
Okay, so how high does it like? Is it like 100,000 feet? Like when does it? Do you like hit something physically, or is it like a physical dome?
Don't know, mate. Never been that high.
What? Sorry.
I'll translate for you. I've never been that high. I do not know.
Well,
Okay,
I've been
fair
high.
enough.
I've been real high. Yeah.
Hey guys. Yo, hey, what's up, guys? This is. I'm sorry.
Just one more thing for the last guy. So, like, if you would have been here like a minute ago, you would have gotten an answer to that question. But I'm not going to say it again. We're going to let this other guy go.
Well, I was just gonna try to give him an idea about what I've come across when it comes down to this whole firmament, dome, glass ceiling, whatever. There was a video that was put out like I want to say about maybe a few years ago. This was during the time when I guess people was starting to do the trend of like, oh, I'm gonna build me a rocket and shoot it out just to see if the globe is, round or curvature, whatever, or flat. And one video that I saw that kind of made me go, it was a rocket going up. They had a GoPro on it, so I already know the lens is going to be a little off when it comes down to looking for curvature or anything like that. But the thing that really stood out though is that once it got out into the atmosphere, you can see how the rocket's kind of like moving a little bit. But then the second it gets to the point of where it's like, okay, no return, it literally makes a sound like it hits something. So literally as it's going up, shooting up, then all of a sudden you hear a ding like that, and then you see the rocket kind of like stop, and then it stabilizes, and then eventually it starts to fall down. Now I don't know what that little thump noise or whatever was.
You're talking about the go fast, and look, that thing didn't go high enough for that to be the dome. Okay, like there's what that sound, at least the official story is, it has something. They have what's called a yo-yo, like a yo-yo stop or yo-yo gyro or something like that. And so, like part of the aerodynamics of the rocket is that it needs to be spinning as it goes up. And this yo-yo thing, it's on like it unreels as this thing spins, and when it reaches the limit of its reel, it goes dunk, and that's what stops it from spinning and stops it from accelerating higher.
Oh man, thank you. You just like solved the mystery for me. Because I saw that video, I heard that shit like years ago, and I was like, oh shit, is there a firmament? And just left it alone. It was like, all right, I wonder, what happened. But thank you for answering that.
If there's a dome, it didn't hit it.
Gotcha.
Okay, so the
Okay.
dome is really high, like over 100,000 feet, possibly.
Perhaps.
Like maybe even 150,000 feet.
Probably.
Perhaps.
Didn't NASA claim to go 300,000
Maybe 125,000.
with the X2?
Dude.
Could be anything.
Yeah. So anyway, the point being that we don't live in a cosmic vacuum, which is a more specific term concerning this cosmological idea that we all exist in this undefined vacuum. Yeah, we don't live in that.
And that guy saying 125,000 feet, we've sent balloons up higher than that, mate. So
How I don't actually know how high. Like, do you know where? I don't actually know where the dome is.
stop saying a distance then.
I was just throwing out, just spitballing here, just giving some numbers.
Yeah, really.
So anyway,
The people
so yes,
that
it's
were
a
doing
dramatic, radical paradigm shift.
the people that
Right?
were
It's
doing
really going back to
predominant-
basics.
Sorry.
Going with empirical detection. At least,
Greg.
just with that beginning point. Right?
I was gonna
So-called
say that-
synthetic approach.
I was going to say the people that were doing the Project Dominic and shooting nukes, they might know something like that, but we don't.
Yeah. There is an operation that was done in the mid 20th century. Two of them. It was Operation Dominic. High altitude nuclear warhead tests. And there's content available. And a part of that content is video footage of these missiles being launched up into the air, and then they seemingly crash. And of course, the explosion dissipates omnidirectionally.
Could you
Has
put
a very
a
funky visual
Can you put a
with
link down?
various colors.
could you link that somehow in the side chat?
Yeah, let me find that for you.
Thank you. I would like to watch that.
Yeah, Operation Dominic. And in tandem with Operation Dominic, They choose these names deliberately. It's not just, oh, we need to just pick a name. Dominic coming from the Latin Dominicus, meaning of the Lord. And then there's another operation called Operation Fishbowl. Operation Fishbowl. And so you put the two together in this time frame because they're all being done in the same, relatively same time frame. You have Operation Fishbowl and Operation Dominic, or of the Lord. Put them together, a fishbowl of the Lord. And then Werner von Braun, one of the founding members of NASA, who was a close friend of Walt Disney himself, and how that monolithic entertainment company was really beyond an entertainment company, it's just a
Not to mention a
humongous
Nazi
conglomerate.
not to mention a Nazi that we saved from the Nuremberg trials.
Yeah, no less, right? Werner von Braun, on his gravestone, out of all things that could be written on his gravestone, it was chosen to write in stone Psalm 19:1. Just that alone is very indicative of something. And out of all passages, it reads, the firmament declares his handiwork. And then in tandem with that also is Operation High Jump. These so-called Antarctic expeditions, and they called it high jump because when you sailed to the coast of quote-unquote Antarctica, you had to literally jump high above a wall of ice, 200 feet tall, approximately.
That's crazy, bro.
Amazing.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Who's that talking?
I'm Gregory.
Who brought up the operator? Gregory. Okay, Gregory. This is Omega MF. I'm watching the Operation Dominate Sunset right now. I'm at a minute and 49. Is there any way you can kind of like explain what I'm seeing? Because normally, whenever you see a nuclear bomb or a nuclear explosion or whatever, you see the mushroom cloud and everything. But this explosion is obviously a little bit different. So I'm wondering if you could just kind of like give me a quick explanation of how this is working. Or well, I know you said they brought the rocket up to a certain altitude, and then that's when they shot it up higher to explode.
Not quite.
Or what?
Not quite. That little clause right there. They launched these warheads up into the air. They were testing to see how high they can go. Right? Did high altitude nuclear warhead test. How high does this thing go? How high can we shoot this?
Did he ever?
Here's the video.
Did he ever say
that I had
in
in particular.
documentation how high it went up?
Say again.
Is there any documentation that says how high it actually went up?
I would assume, but I don't know. I don't have any documents on hand or in mind.
Gotcha. That would be something that's probably need to be declassified at some point.
There's all sorts of classified documentation that will not be declassified until someone dies. Because that's how they work. But you look at the
memory, something
video I
I
posted.
remember something about 60 miles. I don't know.
I just wanted to say this. 32 minutes after the hour, I posted this video from Rob Skiba's channel, Rest His Soul.
So 32 minutes after the hour?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And whatever clip you just saw, if you would, send it to me so I can see it.
Are you talking about the rocket with the noise?
Yeah, whatever clip you just saw.
What was it? The Operation Dominic? I was just watching
the
that.
thing you were just describing. The thing you were just describing. If you would, send that to me, or post it in the chat, or do both.
Oh, I would have. Yeah, I would have to find that video because The last time I saw that video was years ago.
Okay.
I don't know if I could let me see if I can try to find it. Yeah, I got you.
And here's a question to really provoke people
Wow,
to
I think I found
appreciate.
it.
Oh, good, good. I was just gonna, can't speak English all of a sudden. I was just going to say this to provoke people to appreciate this information. These are obviously not insignificant operations. The government, supposedly, the U.S. government, at least, is attempting to shoot the most destructive weapons, supposedly, that humans have ever fabricated up high in the air. Why not teach us about this? I mean,
Yeah,
this is during uh, the Cold War, so called. I mean, they went out of the way to teach us about the Cold War, and there's obviously a part of the so-called war effort during this Cold War. I mean, the whole space race was a significant historical milestone in the Cold War. They went out of their way to teach us about the Cold War and the space race. Why not teach us these things that are obviously happening within these significant time frames? Why leave that out? Why leave
and
out Operation Fistball? Why leave out Operation Dominic? Why leave out Operation High Jump?
simultaneously, Russia was doing the same types of tests, and then we signed the Antarctic Treaty together while we were still in the Cold War.
Like you're not going to learn about the Cold War and the space
Yeah.
race without coming across these operations, right? It's not as though this is just some obscure thing. So obviously, the persons who created the curricula deliberately left them out.
Yeah, the timeline holds the key, I think, also, Lunatic. Yeah, I agree.
Just
I mean, all this, I mean, we are inculcated with the idea. I mean, effectively, in the secular mindset, the Nazis is the substitute for the devil. And substitution for a Christian worldview, you have this atheistic, materialistic, empiricist, scientific worldview. And, you know, Nazis, Hitler. I mean, people effectively believe that Hitler is the devil and Nazis are his demons, right? And supposedly we hate them, just the worst of the worst. But we gave asylum to one of them and it became the founding member of the precious institution, which so many defend to the death. I mean, effectively, NASA is a quasi Nazi institution. Why would you not tell that to your students, K through 12, you know, high school and above?
Yeah, so and so are a lot of the other institutions that are out there, the alphabet, all those alphabet places.
Yeah, the agencies,
they're
the
almost
departments.
all the same. As far as the hierarchy, I mean, look at those founding first members of all of those groups, like tie that in with Project Dominic and then NASA, the Antarctic Treaty, all within a couple of years.
So none of that is insignificant. All of that is happening. These are significant events during these times that they go out of their way to teach us about. They went out of the way to design the curriculum in a particular way, and they went out of the way to leave out significant, not insignificant, but significant and even pivotal details.
Oh, and not to mention the psyop that they pulled on all of our parents, the boomer generation, where they were told, you know, to be in fear at all times of a nuclear strike, and that they could just, you know, duck and cover under their desk, you know, is like that's their best chance. You know, this was scarring on the psyche of the people.
Hey,
You know, this
Gregory,
is
here's that video. I found the video,
okay.
posting it up right now. It's 39 minutes past the hour. But yeah, go fast, Rocket. You'll see it.
Yes. Yep. Thank you.
Well, I remember writing the date 1964 on my school paperwork. So I grew up in that era, and they did have air raid drills when I was in school, when I was in elementary school in the very early years, kindergarten, first grade, second grade.
Right, but that's fear-based traumatization. You know,
Yeah.
like it's like a person who's in fear and in trauma is easily brainwashed. Like that's also at the same time as MK Ultra was going on. Like this was this is mind control. It's social engineering through mind control and terrorism. Like
Yeah.
they terrorized all of the people.
And the same time, the admittance of the intelligence agencies saying that they have agents in the field in the media. They admitted it.
Yeah, they're mentioning all these other operations and these grand endeavors that the government is involved with during the 20th century. The 20th century was chock full of tumult. This is the same century where, what is his name? The strategic public relations guy, early 20th century. What's his name?
Kissinger.
Oh, we had a bunch of them.
That's
There was
significant, but not him. I don't want to say
Hoover?
Eugene. I forget his name. You know, he was pivotal in innovating public relations, which is just a euphemism for propaganda. The
Bernays?
Nazis do propaganda. We do public relations.
Bernays?
Yeah, Edward Bernays. Is that right?
I think so.
Yeah. Yep. So, the same century with someone like him. I mean, look, just on the face of it, why would they leave out of the curricula? And it's not all that long ago. I mean, we're just in the third decade of the 21st century. Right? The 20th century is just a hop, skip, and a jump away ago. I wasn't even born then. Why would they not mention this in school? Because this man's sociological, socio-political innovations are far-reaching. They reach internationally, interterritorially. His tactics are utilized all over the place. Why not mention him?
There was a lot of. I mean, he was like a psychologist. I mean, we had the Freud stuff was big part of it. Bernays, and then was it like Pavlov? Pavlov, the Pavlovian dogs,
Freud,
shit like that.
Sigmund Freud.
Yeah, like
Well, it goes even further because I think it's the son or the grandson of Edward Bernays is the owner of Netflix.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good mate.
Bernays was the guy who is mostly, when you look him up, you're going to see him being given credit for teaching women to smoke cigarettes because it was cool and trendy.
Yeah, he was. I think he's a relative of Sigmund Freud. Tell you the truth.
I think I've heard that before as well.
Yeah. So all these mind control things are from that whole lineage. And if you tell me that Netflix is not mind control, then we can have an argument about that.
It's what the TV was designed for. It's what media is designed for. It's what all newspapers, all books, like, it's ever since the printing press. It's what the printing press was fucking designed for.
Well, the printing press was made during the 16th century in revolt
Yeah.
against
No, in
suppression of
revolt.
information.
Well, and then it was quickly co-opted and used as and weaponized in order to deliver propaganda to the people.
Yeah, just like with any piece of technology, you can use it for good or evil.
Or you can take it all the way back to town criers as well. They other like cities and kingdoms, they used to send a person on horseback to a city and start spreading rumors within that city, saying, "Oh, they lost the battle," when they actually won the battle. Then the people would start to give up and prepare to be taken over. So they were already demoralized. So they used it back then as well.
Yeah, the blame isn't on the technology, the device itself being used. The blame is on the person using them unjustly.
Yeah, no, like there's a good and a bad side to all technology. Unfortunately, at least historically in modern time, any modern times, it's always weaponized against us.
You know, all these technologies, including, for instance, right now, mass telecommunications, can either be used for evil or used for good. It's logically possible that we could have lived in a society where the persons who operate these things, who have the most dominant control of these apparatuses, use them for good, to only spread truth, to edify the people.
Hey,
But unfortunately, we
Gregory,
don't.
are you do you watch Days of Noah? DAYZ, Days of Noah.
I recognize that channel. Hmm.
You should definitely be. Yeah, yeah. I think you would like it. You should be following it. What I literally hang on every single, like every week. He does like one per week, and I'm always waiting for it. Watch
Hmm.
and they're long shows. You know, a lot of them are 5-6 hours long, but I watch every one of them.
So there's all that, that deluge of historical information and insight. Now, concerning the cosmos itself again, are these still in here? Did they leave? Kiwis and Hype Man?
I have a feeling most of them they're not really ready for. They didn't expect this kind of a response. They thought that they were just going to come and have some light trolling or Q&A. Like this is pretty deep stuff that we're talking about.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah. But MF is still here. There's Shrek. He's new to my face, new to my eyes. Oliver G is muted, deafened. Matrix with that lovely gesture in his PFP.
You know you want more.
Say again.
I said, you know you want more.
Is Lucifer talking yet, or is he still just existing, silent?
Probably silent.
Well, the floor is open. Anyone wants to prove that they know that they live on a ball, that the Earth is a ball? Go ahead.
Any solid earthers? Do you think the earth is solid?
I know that voice. What's up, PD? What do you think it's made out of?
It is what it is.
So what would be against the solid Earth, the hollow Earth? Is that the duality we can assume?
Yeah. Is anything solid?
Yeah, right. Good question.
No, actually, yeah, I don't like to agree with you too often, but no, I don't think anything is truly solid. Anything solid can't like vibrate or shift. I think everything is like you know how they say there's three states of matter, like solids, gases, and liquids. I don't think solids are actually separate than liquids or gases. They still move in a fluid type way. That's why you can ring a bell. You would consider a bell to be solid, but it vibrates and moves just at a slower waveform. Or, yeah.
I'm with you on that. Yeah, if you ever seen like someone hit a cymbal on a drum kit in slow motion, it's fucking amazing.
Um, yeah, I've seen also like there's plenty of metals that kind of highlight this. Like lead is a soft metal. If you leave it for a period of time, it starts to droop and kind of melt away, like just like a fluid would.
And pewter as well. There's a few
Oh,
soft metals. Yeah. I don't think lead's that safe though. Good for stuff. And it's used a hell of a lot in buildings and roofs and stuff. Um, and
or look at mercury. Mercury at room temperature is a fluid, like literally.
yeah. Mercury is the magic mineral or element or whatever. And I don't want to put the conspiracy hat on, but all this anti-gravity, levitation, UFO, spacecraft, countering the forces of gravity at 90-degree angles is all because of Mercury. But who knows? I've read some shit. It's like that arc rectifier somebody showed us. That was really interesting. Mercury rectifier thing. Like a mechanical transformer. Pretty wicked. Quicksilver. That's sort of a name, right? Quicksilver. Unlike glass and stained glass windows, all the old ones are like really fragile at the top because it's a kind of a liquid over time.
Yeah, everything, in my opinion, flows fluidly, just maybe at a rate that is too slow for us to interpret. We consider them to be solids, but it still flows as a fluid, just like a gas or a liquid. I mean, somebody could challenge me on that. Like, I don't know if that's true with like rocks, you know what I mean? But like,
Yeah, there's something to do.
can I take like a granite stone and have it eventually become a puddle in a million years?
Yeah. I get you. Yeah, I think it's
You
to
know,
do with its like lattice structure and the crystalline structure or something like that's kind of what keeps it solid. So I guess like carbon, it's like a lot of carbon everywhere. Got a lot of varieties of carbon. And all this new techs like the
but then
carbon nanofiber tubes and stuff, which are crazy tech.
so if somebody brought up stone though as an argument, then I would point out like the ones that are apparently vitrified, like melted stone, like
Yeah.
there you go again.
Right. Even in the old buildings, man, they've done that. Like you could say, like how old are they? Like 500, 600 year old. They kind of do that. Like the rounded edges. It's not just erosion. It is like it's made of like clay over time, just drooping. Probably a bit of everything, to be honest. A lot of erosion. Maybe like Jace is the one to ask if you want to get like on a
No,
molecular level.
Jesse's never the one to ask.
No, Jace, not Jesse.
Oh,
Jace.
Jace,
Yeah,
still not the
he'll
one
go
to
into
ask.
the. I don't know, man. He'll go into
Dude,
like the lattice
nobody,
structure and the.
nobody, nobody that debates with us on Discord is like an authority on any of this shit. They're just a bunch of, and especially when it comes to the people who are the anti-flat earthers, they're not to be trusted as an authority for sure, even if they have a fucking expertise in a field.
Oh, okay.
They've already proven their freaking trustworthiness. This is like, there's nobody in here that like, I can't say no, like it could always happen, but for the most part, this is entertainment for people. Like they love debating, they love fighting, they love being contrarians. They've proven over and over again that they can say just about anything in order to argue with the opposing side. You're not going to learn much from people like that.
I mean, I'm sure there's people on the third party listening that'll pick up some things either way from both sides. Use your own discernment to kind of figure it out. But I think knowledge is knowledge.
Coming from you, I've never heard you say you know anything.
Not completely.
Yeah. No, there's the expected response. Yeah. No, like you think not only do you think solids and liquids and gases are all fluid, but you think that everything, like there is nothing that can be known and it can all change. You can fluidly change your stance from one moment to another on anything. And you think that they can be simultaneously true. Like, like, I don't know.
Well, from being a fixed mind and having new information presented, surely you don't want to stay fixed-minded and locked into that.
No, you need to be willing to accept new information, but you can't freaking still. You can't accept contradictory information as both being true. That's dissonance. Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, I don't think I'm moving and not moving at the same time. I've made a statement on that.
No, but you think the Earth is flat and a globe and concave at the same time.
Right. Right, okay. That's what you got from my conversations.
Is Earth fluid?
All states of matter have fluidity to them, in my opinion.
Earth has its
So lunatic.
Sorry, go ahead, Bacon.
Oh, I was just going to completely change the subject.
I was going to mention magma, and that's like Earth transformation into a fluid or liquid or whatever you want to call it.
Right, but that would be a different. That would be a different state of matter. I'm talking about the state of matter itself.
Well, it's just under different conditions. You could change it into something. It's like alchemy, right? It's transformation from one substance or state into another. Chemistry. That's why I thought Jace might be cool in this conversation if you're talking on a molecular level and structure and all this. There's a few people who probably know that, but he's the go-to if you wanted to know that.
Sorry, I didn't hear anything for the last 30 seconds. I had a freaking random phone number come in.
That's all right. You didn't miss anything.
So if I may...
Go ahead, but I can change the topic.
Yeah, lunatic presented a diagram. I didn't get to.
You wanted to talk about
full explanation? Yeah, I only had a couple minutes that day. I couldn't really grasp what the point was there. So maybe if you want to try to rephrase it, if you haven't done it for
to be honest,
times already.
I have already done it quite a bit, but to be honest, it's there's really shouldn't be anything new there to you as far as arguments go, but it's more of just I do.
Another random number, I guess.
I want to sell you Coriolis insurance. Do you accept? Please press 1. That was a thing from Helios channel years back. Selling Coriolis insurance to Globers is a scam. Let's do it. Let's sell them it. I'm sure they'll eat it up. Oh, so you want to lose picture of this star navigation is whatever kind of image he conjured up. Or diagram, I'll say. Let's just scroll for a while to find that.
I think this text.
The assumption, Bacon, is the horizontal. Yeah, he was scrolling for hours, man.
Hey,
essentially,
Bacon, this is gonna have to wait a minute. I gotta make a phone call. This is work related.
Not a problem.
I'll keep scrolling. try and find it for you. But essentially, the
On
confusion,
the
Bacon, is
on the
they're
VC
using
chat?
the horizontal baseline. Yeah, it was probably posted here like this morning, I think.
But the VC chat, I think it has a limited amount
Right.
of messages, doesn't it?
Oh, I've never scrolled that far, man. I've never scrolled. I'm about
Oh,
to
it's not that much, I think.
go on an adventure. No, I'm only like 3 hours away. Yeah, it's not much. Okay, never mind. But essentially, Bacon, the confusion with celestial navigation and the flat earthers seems to be that they're using the horizontal reference or horizontal measurement and assuming that is the Earth. Yeah, that's kind of it.
That's old. Oh, he said there wasn't anything new.
Yeah, I mean
so.
that's no, yeah, that's the confusion. The horizontal, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll send it you. We've got an older version I could send you of Lou's image. Don't know how many amendments it's had since, but I'm posting in the chat now.
I think that's the the version I saw, I think, had a couple more points there.
Yeah, that's a few days away.
Yeah. I don't understand what the C point would be. Or the F point.
So there's a little A. There's the North Pole guy, the little A, and then the C. They're the two observers, and you could count them as two observers on the surface. And then the orange line, well, you're technically measuring from little A at the top, and there's star A, D, and E. It's the same star, but he was getting the idea. At any distance, it really works. Celestial navigation. So then the GP of E is at C. I mean, you'll have to run it through Lou again, but I think he conflated the idea that between B and the B star and then the A star. I think that was his confusion. But I don't know if it was fully confusion. He might be right. He might debunk celestial navigation.
He might. Well, I guess we gotta wait till he's back to be sure.
Yeah, I don't want to criticize him. He seems to be doing well. He's conceptualizing, and I think who did he put this together with? Not Dazza, it was somebody else he made it with. So if they're involved. Who made the first lot of sextants? Like, and how crude and basic would have they been? Oh, he's gone. Never mind. I'm guessing really crude and basic, but still works somewhat. And probably Da Vinci or something. I don't know who made them. I'm gonna Google it though.
It started from the cross staff and other types of staffs.
Ah, yeah. So yeah, that could have worked. Just a sight with an angle from a horizontal.
Yeah, and the astrolabe is a similar device.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I learned a bit about sextants today. Just a little bit.
Pardon?
I learned a little bit. Just had a little rundown on 101 celestial navigation.
Oh, you mean the topics down below?
Topics. Sorry? No, not in the.
Oh,
repeat that, mate.
Oh no. Okay. I think I understand.
The Earth is round.
Speak up.
They already left.
Yeah. Interested, are they?
Yeah, I heard someone come in and say the Earth is round or something like that.
Yeah, I thought they were still here. I was hoping they'd speak up. Because round is not like a shape, is it? And I think it's discrediting the Earth if you just call it round. It's just round. It's like just lights in the sky. Yeah, nothing relevant. Just lights. Everything's going at it in chat. I need to catch up on this. Rich Evans got a little space, it's like a little Saturn symbol. Who is that? Feminist room mod. Okay.
Did bacon split?
I'm here.
No, it's here.
All right. I don't know. You feel in the middle of something or?
Oh, He was just filling the silence.
Oh shit! Let me undo that. All right, let me grab the screenshot of the diagram again.
Alrighty. I programmed a similar version of the diagram.
I cleaned it up a little bit. And my computer's acting slow. I just took it off of sleep. It's got probably taken an update or something like that. Let's see.
I'm also a bit slow when I just wake up.
Something's acting funky. Hold on. Give me another minute.
Yeah, run away.
You've won that one, mate. You've won that one.
Got him.
Got him.
I'll live to fight another day.
That's how this room is. You've got like I was in earlier and like some guy was in some Glober. Everyone was like hammering him, and then he left, and then you all had a little party and cheered. Like it's the same thing.
All right, so here it comes. Essentially, like I said, I mean, it looks complicated, but it's really not. Like, it's just there's a lot of lines with nodes that are labeled so that we can discuss different aspects of it and point from place to place to place, and people can follow along, right?
Well, yeah, sure.
But essentially, it works like this. Like, you guys keep talking about this plumb bob method of doing the same thing for celestial navigation, right? And so that takes the dip correction off the table from the very from go. We're dropping that plumb bob straight to the earth and creating a tangent line. All right, and now you've made your observation, and we're looking at the star at A. Okay, I mean the observation angle. It could be at A, it could be at D, it could be at E, but we're looking at it at A, right? Because that's where the 90 degrees is formed along the tangent line, which we could also call the flat Earth. The point that this diagram really is showing is that what you guys are calling the GP would have to be at B, but that's off in space, and I know you've had to have heard this before. But in order for that, you'd have to continue that line straight down to C, and that would be nowhere near beneath the star, which is at A. Beneath the star, so the GP of the star would have to be at H.
Yeah, if the star was in fact in A, then yeah, the GP would be
yeah.
H.
Right. But in order, I'm just pointing out that when you guys start saying that, oh, you don't need to have it against a curved surface, we can just create a tangent line and do it that way. Well, you'll be way off because you won't be underneath the star.
But the tangent line is not for the ground positions. It's just for
that's the way the geometry works. Because you need to have that 90-degree angle.
You need a 90-degree angle between vertical and horizontal. That's where only place where you need 90. You don't need 90 between your horizontal.
You need the star to be 90 degrees overhead for the GP.
At the GP, which is the case for H.
Right, but you can't do the math unless it's at B.
I can. What do you mean I can't? We can't do the math if it's not a B.
It's not a right triangle unless it's at B.
Well, who said it has to be a right triangle?
You need the right triangle. That's the way it works. I guess.
Are you sure about that?
You guys are saying like if you take that co-altitude angle, which is like above, then you have
That's
your
it.
90. Then you have the 90 at your position. Fuck! I got another fucking phone call. Give me a minute.
No problem. No problem.
Okay, that is another win, Bacon. Number 2.
Run away again.
Run away.
Oh yeah, no, I'll try to keep in mind where he was.
Yeah. He doesn't know who he's messing with, does he, Bacon?
I don't. Yeah, probably does. If he doesn't, I don't think it would matter whether or not he does.
I'm cheering on Heretic. That other guy, rich guy, seems like a douche.
Anyway, the whole thing does depend on that 90 degrees to the tangent as well. And the ground position is only placed along that tangent line, not on the surface of the sphere.
Why not?
So now you have the option of it being at C or being beneath the tangent point at G, like which would be the ground position, or being beneath the star at H.
Yeah, we'll go with H.
Yeah, because that's basically begging the question. You're saying, well, yeah, that's the actual ground position of the star, but the geometry doesn't work out.
Why not?
Because
Why do you
it's
think that?
shown on the diagram?
Because
the
the
diagram.
straight line is a different position than the line at B. Like what did you say?
Yeah, you have to do some kind of dip correction down to the Earth after the fact instead of right after the observation, lowering down to create a horizontal. You've already created a horizontal, and now you have to do some kind of dipped correction down to the sphere.
Well, we don't work with like the position of A. We work with the position of H. So we already start with H.
No, we didn't start with H. We started with that North Pole position right there with the little A. With a zenith line.
No, what I mean,
your plumb line is being dropped down, and you've made your elevation angle observation to the star.
I get it. Just give me a second. Like when you're trying to figure out your location, you go to the almanac. The almanac doesn't give you A, it gives you H. So like you don't have to calculate H or do anything to get H. That's already a given. Like the almanac already works with the geographical positions.
Okay, I'll think on that.
There's a little time compensation you have to do, but
this isn't in another part of the argument. Then is that like all that method, maybe another method of doing the same thing, but it's not how this was developed. It's not how flat Earth navigators, long ago understood it. This is just like an ad hoc answer or post hoc answer to solve like how this could be possible on a globe. Instead
Are you talking about like? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, like unless you're arguing that all ancient navigators just got lucky, and even though they assumed it to be flat, they figured out how to navigate over a spherical surface.
Right, when you say ancient,
what
exactly referring
old,
to?
not ancient. Okay, like ancient would be, I don't know, but like old. Yeah, like the old navigators didn't
Right.
They did when this method was developed. It was developed by people who
Just a second.
believed in a flat Earth cosmology.
Just a second. Are you referring to, like, when you say this method, are you referring to like the intercept, intersecting circles of equal altitude? Because that's like from the late 1700s or the early 1800s. Is that what you're referring to as old? Like,
I'm
100
talking
years
about
ago?
just simply finding the GP to a star.
Yeah, that was pretty fresh in history, actually. You wouldn't get your latitude and longitude before you could carry clocks around, for example, which was around late 1700s. If you're referring to that, then I guess I can follow you from that on. But before that, we didn't have methods to determine GPs from star angles. From anything, because
So how did
longitude is essentially a time issue.
How did the Vikings or the Polynesians or the Greeks freaking like do this?
Because they used the latitudes. They didn't use longitude. They would follow along the same line of latitude. I mean, they had east and west, but that's it. They didn't know how much east or how much west things were, except for how long it usually takes to get there.
I'm not buying that.
Yeah. Well, just look up. See if you can find any method.
Because as a flat earther, I trust everything I find on Wikipedia.
Oh, okay, yeah. But why would you think otherwise? Because if you take a look at how the process works, time is essential if you want to know your longitude. And if you need time like down to the second, you didn't have clocks you could carry around in the middle of the ocean at the times of the Polynesian. Like they simply wouldn't have no way to determine their longitude. Like think it like that. You had the sky rotates.
The point is that the GP using this geometry is often space on a globe, not on the ground. And
only
if
'cause
you
you're
were to
saying
continue it down to the globe, it would be in the wrong location. So even the latitude wouldn't work.
I don't see why you think the GP would have to be over the tangent line, because like there's nowhere saying that has to be the case. I really don't see why you think that's.
Why would you be? Because it's the reason you guys do the tangent line.
Yeah, because
No,
the straight line is different in a different location than the curved line. That's it. And try to correlate this curved line to your flat chart, where you actually have locations of rocks, islands, shorelines. Like, try to correlate that with your globe Earth. Like any calculations, you would be off course. You would hit the rocks. Like that's why. How do you think they know these locations so well that they print them in
how
the
do you think
almanac?
how do you think they came up with the almanac exactly? They had to be able to test it. They needed to have an observer beneath the star to verify that is the location, and and it took this
You
amount of
don't
time.
need to.
No,
No, you don't need to. No. So, for example, you can take the angle in which a star reaches its maximum point in the sky. For example, you pick just any random star, and then you keep measuring the elevation angle, and it's going to increase and increase, and at some point it's going to stop and it's going to decrease. Now you got the maximum elevation angle of that star. From your latitude, you can tell what's the latitude of that star, which is what we call the declination of that star. That's already half way through. We already got half the coordinate. Now all we gotta do is know what the sidereal hour angle of that star is, which is pretty much the longitude of their GP. And all that takes is to time how long it takes for the star to get in the highest point in the sky after the first point of Aries gets the highest point in the sky. So you can time that difference, and that tells you the difference of longitude between your position and the star's position. So you can get pretty much the almanac data for every star you can see on your own. You can fill half the almanac with only your observations.
Yeah, this had to be done over and over again because they kept hitting the fucking rocks, and they finally figured out what the angles were until they knew them exactly and knew what was there. Now, this is based on a flat chart. All the topography, all the everything
Yeah.
they did in charting all of this is on a flat chart.
It's all based on that tangent line and above.
The elevation angle of the of those stars or luminary bodies are based on the tangent, based on horizontal.
Yeah. I agree the elevations are above that tangent. But the mapping of the stars are simply declinations and sidereal angle. It's not a chart. It's simply pairs of numbers they recorded that changed from like year to year.
Yeah, but see, then you're just ignoring the point that you're actually traveling along the horizontal. That's the main point of the whole thing.
I understand that's the flat Earth claim, but I'm not sure how that relates to Lunatic's point here. Like, I was actually about to answer one thing that he said before, which is that the reason why we have the tangent is so we get the GP of A, in that case B, on that over that tangent. That's not what the tangent is used for on the globe. The tangent on the globe, the only reason why the tangent is used for is to get the elevation angle. So it's only for the angle between your tangent line and the observation line, the orange one.
As
That's
soon
the
as
only
you
reason why.
move 1 foot in any direction, your elevation angle is wrong on a globe.
Okay. How much?
A very minute amount after 1 foot, but it would still be off.
Exactly. So.
Well, it's not
But
wrong.
celestial
It's
navigation is
different.
always off. Celestial navigation is always off. You never get like your exact coordinates. You're always working with an error of a couple miles.
But the point being, if we're talking about the difference between C and H or B and H, that would put you in an entirely different place, like not just a little bit, by a lot. Over
Yeah.
say a span of like 1,000 miles or 2,000 miles or something like that.
Right.
Of
You
course,
would
yeah. Of
miss-
course, if we use
you would-
B,
You would miss the Hawaiian Islands completely.
if we use B, which we don't.
That's exactly
is
what
very
you
far
use.
from
That's
A.
exactly what you use. That's your GP.
No, our GP is H. Our GP is the position on the ground where the star will be overhead.
Yeah, but the
B
line
is
the
not-
line you're traveling along is not any different than where that GP is. Where they intersect, where the horizontal intersects with your location and the GP is horizontal to each other. Those locations have to be horizontal to each other. Otherwise, your circles of equal altitude don't match.
I know that's the flat Earth understanding of it. That's it. That's all
No,
it is.
that's not the flat Earth understanding. That's actually how it's done and how it's written in the books that teach you how
that's
to
the,
use
that's the
the data.
manual's understanding of it.
Well,
Yeah,
where in the
exactly.
manuals? Where in
Go
the
look it
manuals
up.
does it
Go
say-
look it up. There's courses. There's free courses online. You can take
I'm
a
aware.
course in celestial navigation and learn how to use the sextant. You could buy it cheap.
I know how to use a sextant.
You don't know who you're
Yeah.
messing with.
Oh, it's simple.
Like-
right? I'll drop some star sites here in chat, and then we'll take a look together how you use those circles on the same plane. Get the answer. It's as simple as that. If we get the right answer, then I'll concede you guys are
on
right.
the same plane. Well, you just conflicted with yourself because on a globe you don't have the same plane.
Exactly. I'm trying to
You
validate
don't
what you
have
guys are
circles
saying.
of equal elevation on a globe. You cannot have that because they're in different locations. That would be lower elevations, a different angular difference in plumb. It wouldn't work. It doesn't work.
I don't know why you're saying that, but even if
Why
I
I'm
grant
saying
you
that is because listen. Why I'm saying that is because the surface of a sphere is a different location than the line tangent that Lunaticus in his diagram here.
Of course, they're different.
Your zenith. Look, your zenith to a GP would be a different It would be a different. The GP would be a different location, elevation wise. From
Yeah,
your
my
location, you couldn't find it with circles of equal elevation.
my argument is not that it would be the same on flat Earth and globe Earth. I'm well aware that the angles would be different comparing a
Okay,
flat
well,
Earth
just
to a
show us
globe
how.
Earth.
Just show us how you intend to get equal elevation on a globe with 3 different GPs. Show us that.
Oh, it's simple. The co-altitude sets how far from the GP of the celestial body you have to be. So if you put that GP on a sphere, it's easy to get latitude and longitude on a sphere, and you move away from that point in all directions over that sphere surface. By that distance, that's gonna form a circle over that sphere. That's
but
your
it
circle of
doesn't
equal
have equal
altitude.
elevation. None of the places along that line of that circle would be equal elevation. There would be no
would have
equal
this-
elevation on that line at all. No, there would not.
What do you mean by equal elevation? What do you mean by elevation?
That means no change in elevation.
What kind
Just
of, are
like
you
it
talking about
says.
linear elevation, like elevation above sea level, or talking about the elevationing of the star?
No,
which is what the
circles of
circles
equal
altitude
elevation
are
means
about.
it's on a flat horizontal plane. That's the only way, like on a piece of paper. If you draw
That's not what it means.
3 circles on a piece of paper, that horizontal plane that is with the surface of the paper, representing the surface of the sea or the ocean. Show me how you curve that line in a spherical shape and get 3 circles of equal elevation. You could do it yourself in your kitchen.
Oh, I think I understand the
What-
confusion.
What we call circles of equal elevation is not that elevation inside of the whole circle is the same elevation. What it means
No,
is
it's
that
elevation
the edge
along the whole the whole line. That whole circle that was drawn circle. That
Let me
whole
get there.
circle needs to be equal elevation, or else you cannot find you fix your position.
Yeah, let me
The
get there.
confusion is in confusing two meanings of the word elevation. One is physical elevation above the sea level on Earth, and the second one is the name for the angle between the star and the horizon.
Well, I think they're expecting all 3 circles to be on the same plane.
I
They
know.
are. That's the only way it can be used.
Well, let's test it. I see no problem in testing that, right? If that's how it works, then we shouldn't
Where
have
are
an
you
issue.
sailing to? Where are you sailing to?
And I don't understand the question. We're trying to get our position.
Yeah,
right?
where are you sailing to? You're going to navigate and you're going to go somewhere along the ocean, right?
I just want to get my position. What I'm going to do with that position is irrelevant. Because we're trying to test if this
I
method
get that.
supposed
You're
to
trying to
tell
get
you
a fix on your location, and then you're going to refer to your maps, charts, and figure out, like, now you know where you are. Now you're going to figure out how far it is to get
Exactly.
in what direction to get where you're going.
Exactly. So the whole process that we discuss here is where the circles intersect. So we're discussing how to find our position. What we do with that position then, we're not discussing that yet. No one mentioned that part.
No,
it's
but
not relevant where we're going.
That's
trying to
not.
determine
That's also a diversion away from the point here being
Yeah.
made by this diagram. Is that okay? It's just we're just going to go in circles because I'm saying that it has to be done with a 90-degree angle there at B, and you're saying it doesn't have to be a 90-degree angle there at B.
Well, at B, it does form a 90-degree angle, but we're not using B for anything on the globe. We're just
No,
using
well,
H.
yeah. You're saying it can be I. It doesn't have to be or I or H, right? Like
H. We use H.
yeah.
Yeah. So when we take when we go to the nautical almanac and we find the GP of that star, we understand that as being H.
And you're calling that angle at H, you're calling that 90 degrees, but is that 90 degrees against the curved surface?
Yeah, or at least it's a 90-degree against the tangent at that point on the surface.
The wrong location, just like we're saying.
What it means the wrong location.
The straight line is a different location. Look, the straight line at I is a different location entirely than H.
Yeah, but we don't care about I.
We're traveling along. We're traveling. We're traveling along that line where that angle intersects the tangent
If
or
you're
the
a flat earther,
horizontal.
of course. But I'm talking.
That's
I'm
just how
explaining
it's
the
done.
global perspective.
That's just how it's done. You never navigated in your life.
Well, I know how to get my position using the
You've
star
never
angles, which is what we're
navigated.
discussing.
So just to be clear, also this diagram, like the way that it's made specifically for being able to have this argument and being able to talk to each other about it. I'm not necessarily making any claims about it, other than my understanding. Maybe it was wrong, maybe it's not. I don't know, but yeah, the reason is why it's labeled and there's extra lines is so that we can keep making these arguments with each other, and it's serving its purpose.
Yeah, and I think it does a good job of that, actually.
Yeah. So my point is not with the diagram, is what the claim is about what's actually done. So if the claim is that you're actually doing it, you're using a single plane for all the circles of equal altitude instead of what we claim that is being done, which is to consider that those circles are over a sphere. That's where we disagree. And I mean, I can post diagrams showing circles of equal altitude over a sphere. You guys can post diagrams showing over flat surfaces. We can find diagrams in both sides here. We know that's the case. We have been there. We've been there. There's a much better way to settle this discussion, which is to test it.
Yeah,
Let's use a plane to draw the circles. Let's use a sphere to draw the circles, and let's see what works. I mean, I don't know why we can't do that.
Because you're traveling along the horizontal, and the spherical surface does not match the horizontal.
So the tests are going to show that. So once you draw the circles over a flat plane, you should get the right answer if you're right, and we should get the wrong answer by placing those circles on the sphere. I don't see why we can't do that test. Like I'll drop some angles here in the chat, and then we can do the circles over the spheres and over the flat plane. And then we're gonna know once and for all who's right in the
circles? You
story.
don't have circles. You don't. Circles of equal elevation do not exist anywhere on a sphere.
What makes you think that you can't do it on the flat plane? Like
Because I tried.
it would just be more simple.
I agree. I completely agree. A method to get your position over a plane would be much simpler than a method to get your position over a sphere. I'm not saying you couldn't do this method if Earth was flat. Of course, you would be able to.
Yeah, and
the thing
easier.
is, if you get, yeah, but the thing is, if you get measurements from reality, and you try to apply that assumption of a flat Earth, a planar Earth, at least in my experience, you're not gonna get a correct answer. Never. But I'm open to being proven wrong.
I mean, you're talking about
need to see it.
you just drawn it on paper, and that's it. Like you haven't actually gone out and tested it that you would be in the right position yourself either.
I did.
Saying plain sailing doesn't exist?
No, planar sailing does exist, which is when you're treating your lines of latitude and longitude as parallel, which is just an approximation. I mean, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, you don't know anything about
There you
it.
go. It works. Yeah.
In other words, you're okay with doing like ballpark estimates, rounding up to the nearest figure. You don't really care about like specifics, do you? You just want to approximate. That's pretty much what you just conceded.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I'll even add a little concession of my own to this. So, like, what they do is, basically E being the position of the star along the observation. Imagine that being infinitely far. The farther that goes, the more parallel, the closer to parallel, the blue and the orange line become, and that is how they make it work. They force the star out.
Sure, but you can do the opposite. You can put the star wherever you want, and then see what elevations you'd get, the elevation angles.
Yeah,
you'd
but
get.
still, the angle at B, the angle at H is not the same angle as at I. Those are not the same angles compared to the
No one's disagreeing
location
with that. No
at
one's
where the
disagreeing with that.
zenith is.
No one's disagreeing with that. What we're saying is that I is not even used in navigation. What we use in navigation is H.
No, yeah, I was just another node point just labeled in case somebody wanted to use it. That didn't I didn't originally have it labeled. It was some I just wanted to make sure that in case people were talking about certain points on here that they could reference it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You could say, what is it? G to E, C to, what is it? There we go. So you can see the angle from A through I to H is a different angle than from A, B to C.
What's the angle though? Measurement.
Well, we know the angle from
From-
AB to C.
From
Yeah,
C, it's a zenith. Yeah, from C up to A
Got
is
it.
a zenith, right?
Got it. Yep.
So-
Yep. Okay.
Your right triangle is right there at E, intersection of tangent and E. Yeah.
So what's the argument really? I just got in. I'm confused as to why is somebody kind of arguing that then?
The argument is somebody's trying to say that you could have basically that you could draw circles of equal elevation on a globe.
Based.
It was actually not the argument, but I could make the argument. But I was actually putting
Yeah, no,
in
that's a derivative argument. The
kinda sort of is, yeah.
the original argument was that the GP on a sphere would not be beneath the star, which would
Yeah.
mean it's not a GP.
Yeah. And therefore your location would be off as well.
which is why we don't use anything but H for the GP.
No, so you can't forget about your actual location. The zenith above you at your location, that zenith and the zenith directly above the GP of the star, that star at that location, is the same angle. Directly up.
Do you mean those? Do you mean they're
On a
parallel to each other?
On a globe, they wouldn't be the same angle.
Are
They'd be
you saying that
angularly
normally they would
different
diverge?
from each other, so you're forgetting about the point, which is your location has a zenith as well.
But nobody cares about it.
Well, you're traveling along the horizontal. That's
But
of
you're
key
not.
importance. That's where you get your compass headings from. You can't have
Nobody cares
you
about
can't
that,
even
though.
have compass headings on a globe that are accurate. It doesn't work at all.
Except it does.
Doesn't.
Well, let's not just say whether or not it does or doesn't work. Let's try it. Like, I tested countless examples of star angles in both sphere and flat plane. I'm willing to be correct in my attempts to
Every boat's
test
level
it on
is the
flat
same
plane.
level, same angular level.
But that means nothing. Sonny, what do you think an angle of elevation is? Or a circle of elevation, whatever you're calling those things?
23.5 degrees.
What is a circle of equal elevation? Can you define the term?
You tell me. It's self-defined.
Yeah, I know. And you don't understand what
Equal
it is.
elevations.
That's why you're
Equal
confused.
elevation means there's no change in elevation, not higher nor lower.
Yeah, that's
what it
not
means.
what it means, though. Not in not
Equal elevation. The same elevation as that. From the elevation you're standing on, and that you achieve a 0 on your sextant at the horizontal. It means a circle drawn on the horizontal. How could you have equal elevations with a circle drawn on a sphere? From any location, the elevations on every part of that circle would be a different elevation. Because the globe equals different elevation at every location.
Yeah, the
What if
elevation
it was
is
an
taken
ellipsoid?
above a. Sorry?
Said
So a
would
circle
if
of
it
equal
was,
elevation doesn't exist on a sphere, period.
it would if it was an ellipsoid. It was this fucking wonky geoid thing. They
Yeah,
reckon
that's a
Yeah,
whole
exists.
that's a whole other argument to be made, right? Like it's all taken from the center of a perfect sphere, and you guys claim some potato Earth like that has like no actual center.
no, there is. We're still working with a center of mass, but the difference between like the geoid and the ellipsoid is
Little
what we
G or big
recognize as
G?
the. Let me just get it out. please.
Okay.
So the difference you get from the geoid and ellipsoid, for example, is what we describe as the deflection of the vertical, which is like well mapped and documented in like surveyor's website. And the difference between the ellipsoid and a perfect sphere is actually not an issue for navigation because we don't use geocentric latitudes, which would be an issue if we used. We use geodetic instead.
It might be an issue if you try to drop a plumb line.
Yeah, vertical's a curve now.
Well, not on the ellipsoid. They're curved on the geoid, I think. But
These are just reifications. There's actually no Earth curvature in reality, so that's begging the question.
well, there would be begging the question if I said because of these models, then these models are true, which is not the
All the
claim.
models
It's describing them.
So then we don't need the circle at all. We don't need the sphere or the center of it.
Maybe you don't, but I'd like to see you get in your position without one.
So no one's using elevation angles. Is that what you're telling me? On a horizontal
It has
plane?
nothing to do with what I told you.
Oh, so what are you talking about then?
I'm talking about getting your position without treating Earth
So
as.
people aren't getting their position. People aren't getting their position.
Oh, they are.
Oh, so then what are you
Precisely because
talking
of
about?
that.
Because of what?
Because they are treating Earth as a sphere.
Oh, really? Go ahead and get me the method that they use. I asked you about this yesterday. So get me the sailors and the captains that are doing your method, Bacon. Get them in here. I don't want to talk to you.
It's not my method. It's
Oh,
everybody's
well
method.
then they're doing the celestial navigation that's in the manuals, correct?
Yeah, the intercept method.
Yeah, they're using the manual method, and they're getting their position. They're getting their fix. So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the same thing as what they're doing.
Oh, so they're getting their elevation angle on a flat plane, right?
Oh, that's what you're saying.
Is it not? Go ahead and show me that they're doing something different.
It's not what they're saying. It's not only what they're saying. It's what they're saying that they're actually doing. You forget about the
Oh, it's not
actually
what's in
doing.
my
part.
manual. Oh, the angle itself, the measurement of the angle itself, doesn't tell you whether or not you're in a flat plane. You're simply taking an angle between where you see the horizon and where you see a star. There's no reason why you wouldn't be able to do that on a sphere. The
Yeah, there
measurement
is
of itself.
because they're different locations. Oh my god.
Okay, so you can't see the horizon on a sphere, or you can't see a star on a sphere, or you can't
No,
point the
the
sextant.
angles. The angles are at different locations, so they're not the same angle. Do you understand? You don't even understand
No, I
your
don't.
own model.
I have no clue what you're referring to. I'm simply asking if I can point one line of sight to where I see the horizon, which is a refracted edge of the ball, and the other line of sight to the star, and see what's the angle between these two lines of sight. Why on Earth wouldn't I be able to do that if Earth was a globe?
Because the GPs would be wrong location. Period. End of
I'm not
discussion.
referencing any GP. That's not my question.
Why would you not reference a GP when you're trying to get your fix from or distance from that GP?
The measurement itself is not referring to any GP yet. We're simply taking a measurement.
So they're not taking a
saying that-
measurement to that star, which is 90 degrees above the GP. They're not doing that.
Regardless on whether or not it's the star is a 90 degree over the GP, all we're doing is simply measuring an angle between where we see the star.
Why
where
would
we
we
see the
take that
horizon.
angle, Bacon? Why would we take that angle?
Well, the point that I'm making is there's no reason you wouldn't be able to at least take the angle on the globe, right?
Well, you can't take the angle on a globe. You're using the Earth as a flat baseline.
Okay, what happens if I'm on a globe and I point one line of sight to the sextant, to the edge of the ball, and the other line of sight to
There
the
is no
star.
ball. There is no edge of the ball. There is no edge of the ball. What are you talking about? That's a begging the question fallacy.
Of course, you're saying it's impossible to happen on a globe, but there's no reason why you wouldn't be able to do that on a globe, and you don't want to
Yes,
ignore
there
it.
is. We told you 6 ways from Sunday, like how you can't
It
do
didn't
it.
make any sense.
You're begging the
Actually
question.
requested him to explain how this work, assuming that the Earth is a globe, and when he explained the method that assumes the Earth is a globe and showed that it would be possible, he accused him of begging the question because he assumed the thing
Okay.
you requested him.
So, right. So how does this work on a globe? What globe are you using?
One that for each 6 nautical miles, that's 1 degree of curvature.
No, that's the arc in the protractor.
Well,
That's
you're
not
asking me
physical.
what
That's
globe
an
I'm
angle.
using.
That's
That's the
2
globe I'm
straight
using.
lines, bro. You guys are reifying the arc and the protractor to curvature of the Earth. It's stupid.
Actually,
You're
I had
asking for it.
I had another like unfinished thought. Like it's going to take a lot more thought on it, but this came up yesterday while talking to Turquoise of all people. But he was trying to say that we could agree on the distances from the North Pole to the equator on a flat Earth versus a globe, and I said no, of course not. If you're traveling along an arc, it would be a greater distance traveled than if you were on a flat plane, and perhaps that could be a discrepancy in why you guys are claiming that it can't be. It doesn't work on a flat Earth. You're going with the curved line distances.
So no ball. So you're not doing this on a ball. So we can just throw all your bullshit out then, right, Bacon?
He stepped away for a second.
Yeah, I bet he did.
He said, "Give me a minute." How do we get to no ball? I think I missed
What
this
ball?
step.
Is there a ball, Scott?
That says it. That says it very clearly. Actually, that straight line is a shorter distance. The curved line is a longer distance. Once again, your location would be off.
Well, I think to
by
bake-
by terms of surface distance. Sorry, go ahead, man.
No, go ahead.
I'm just curious. You know, like there's a distance from the pole to the equator on the globe. Does that change on the flat Earth because it's a straight line? Because this would prove it all. If that distance is different,
Well,
then
that's
the
just a
angles would
matter
be
of
different.
geometry as well. You said that we would be able to agree on those distances, and I told you no, we cannot agree because of this. I was the one who told you this information. You were like, "Oh, that's actually a good point."
But the angle would be different, is what I'm saying. If the distance is different, that's my contestion. So that's all I want to know is the distance from the pole.
The location
on the
would be
AE map,
different. I
for
don't
example.
like from any location and the angle to a star that wouldn't change, but the distance traveled from one pinpointed location, a GP to one GP to the next GP to the next GP, from star to star to
problem.
star, that would change.
Yeah. The almanac would show something different for a flat Earth and a globe Earth. Yeah. I understand. So the angles would be. You think the angles would be the same because that's how we observe reality, but the almanac could have like a flat Earth edition or something. Or like it is. Or you think
Well,
it
I
is
think
a
it would
flat
have
Earth
to have a
edition?
globe Earth edition.
No, you think. Yeah. That's what I mean. You think it already is a flat Earth edition, the almanac, because that's the bit that crunches the numbers, right? In a way.
It's basically a reverse logic where you firstly observe something, assume that the Earth is flat. So even though that methodology that is being used not only doesn't assume the Earth to be flat, but something contrary to it, you have to somehow join these two conflicting concepts together in order to not lose your pre-assumption and assume that even if you don't know the method, how it works, even though it assumes the globe, it still has to work on the flat Earth because the Earth is flat. You start with the pre-assumption.
So, can I ask a question to Lunatic? In the I reposted your diagram because it's way at the top there.
Yeah.
So if we get this observation to the star, right? We take that angle. As celestial navigation works, as I understand it, we can use that zenith angle to calculate the distance to the GP. you have A, D, and E marked, which would each have different GPs to that tangent line.
Those are all, yeah, they're all the same star, but so the same angle, but they're only there again for just so that we can reference them when having this conversation.
Sure, and I think that's good that they're there. I think because if it's at A or D or E, we would still see the same angle, right?
Yeah.
So how do we know if it's at D, like if we trace a line straight down, like how do we know if the distance to the GP is the distance from the 90 degree to A or the 90 degree below D or below E? Like how do we calculate that?
Yeah, like hold on, I might need you to rephrase. I might have, like, again, like it's not like I've done celestial navigation. Okay, it's just I'm trying to understand the geometry of it and trying to work with both these methods and both understandings and trying to make heads or tails of things.
Sure.
So, just go ahead and maybe rephrase that or say it one more time. Like,
yeah. So as I understand it to work, we take this zenith angle, which is the angle down to that yellow line from the 90, and we multiply that by 60 nautical miles because that angle is going to end up referring to where that same sort of parallel light is going to be at the very top of that circle for a person standing under that star. The reason that calculation works is because of the geometry of the light coming in parallel to a circle.
Right. Well, that's okay. I actually mentioned that, like, that's how you guys do it, is by you push the star. Let's say it's either A, D, or E. In fact, it should just be A for all of these purposes, but you push A way off past E, like way off past E. And then you make the orange line and the blue line appear to be parallel, even though they're still not.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And that's where another part of my argument is that basically you guys you're doing this to reverse engineer something that was already worked out by flat earthers in order to work on a sphere. And that's probably got something to do with the reason why the distance to stars keeps changing and getting farther and farther. Like recently they doubled the size of, the universe, like
Sure.
they freaking...
Can I step in before we diverge more?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the doubling of size of the universe isn't related to the distance to the stars, because that's for like faraway galaxies, and all the stars we see, they're considered to be from our own galaxy, so those distances don't get affected by this doubling of the universe size.
But you keep pushing shit farther and farther away. Like the distance to the sun, the distance to the sun got pushed farther and farther and farther, like 9 times. Like it's just to me, this seems to have a correlation.
Dude, just go ahead and have them draw the scale. Draw the scale, you guys.
Well, okay, but that might be a fair criticism, but the point is that it works the way that
no, you brought the scale and then you see if it works, right?
Okay, but what I'm saying is that this doesn't work. Like, how do we calculate the distance?
Right? Then we draw it to scale and we see if it works, right?
How do we get the distance to B is what I'm asking.
What diagram are we even looking at here?
The one Lunatic posted. I reposted it. We have a way
again,
to
like Bacon was pointing out, it's not really even about the distance, because to figure out the distance, that would be the Pythagorean theorem, and you would have to know the distance to A in order to get the distance to B, or the distance. You need the angle and one of the distances already. But when we're looking at a star, we're not worried about its distance. We're just worried about the angle.
Right, but it seems like the thing
you have to get the distance to A. What do the manuals say, Manufactotum?
No, that's the point. We don't need the distance to A. But
no, you said how do we get the distance to B?
Right.
Right.
You multiply times the zenith distance, 60 nautical miles.
Per what?
Per degree that you measure.
Yeah, right. And how did you measure that elevation angle to get that zenith distance? Go off
off
the
the
two
tangent.
parallels. No, that's begging the question. There is no tangent.
Well, he drew it as a
Yes.
tangent here. It's labeled tangent, but off the horizontal.
Well, I don't.
Well,
Lou, are you?
no, yeah,
Are you
that's,
global now, Lou?
that's only horizontal on a flat Earth. That's what you guys are saying is horizontal if it's perpendicular to plumb and you've dropped a plumb line.
Right, to
No,
the
so,
observer.
yeah, yeah.
Well, at no point do they have 90 parallel. They don't have parallel zeniths, which you need for 60 nautical miles per degree. They don't have it to scale. It's all bullshit. It's all begging the question, tangents, all this shit. Like, you guys, come on.
My
Seriously.
understanding, and Bacon can correct me if I'm wrong, but parallel zeniths would actually make this not work.
Why not?
Not the way
There's
it's
a whole-
currently done.
Yeah, the way it's currently done.
So they're not using parallel zeniths then.
No,
Not as I understand it, no.
computation
Okay,
of
show me the
azimuths.
diagram where they're not using parallel zeniths. Go ahead. From the manuals, please. We'll look at it.
How am I supposed to show you something that's not being done?
Well, show me how they're doing it. Apparently, they're using diverging zeniths.
Explain.
No, I don't want you to explain. I want you to get the manual, Bacon. You're so full of shit. Just get the manual and show me.
The manual doesn't tell you.
Go ahead and show me
only tells
diverging zeniths in the manual, Bacon. Otherwise, you are full of shit.
The manual doesn't mention divergent. Or
Okay, then so you're just going to say it, but it's not actually being done.
You're also just saying that they are parallel.
So these aren't two parallel zeniths on the same plane, then.
That's not how we treat it. No.
I mean, to be
Okay,
fair,
then show me how they're treating it.
to be fair about that, it's possible that it just was an oversight in the manual that it wasn't mentioned. If he was to be correct.
Jesus Christ, Lou. Are you a Glober now, Lou?
I figured it out.
No,
Let me draw
I'm just trying to be fair on either side. I try to be unbiased, like an unbiased moderator in any debate.
The fairness is they actually provide claims for the claims that or provide evidence for the claims that they're making. They're doing all this bullshit on their computer and saying, "Oh no, this is how it works," but they're doing exactly the opposite of what's happening in the manuals. When they can just get the manuals and show us how they're doing it, or they can draw this to scale. I would accept either one.
What says who
manuals
it's
tell you-
doing is just tribal mentality. When even if the opposite side makes some good point, you have
Embo,
to
that's
disagree with that only
fascinating.
for the sake
Meanwhile,
of
you're
being
going to shut
on
the hell up and
side.
we're going to continue to have this conversation. I just want to see how it's done in real life. Or I want to see how you guys are going to make these actual diagrams to scale and prove your point.
There's more than one way to do that in real life. One of them is to use the side reduction tables, which is a bunch of numbers with
Are you going to
pre-computed
take an
math. You don't
elevation
have to use
angle,
it.
Bacon? Are you going to take an elevation
Get
angle,
one
Bacon?
sentence out without being interrupted.
I'm just asking you. This is all. The only thing that matters is taking the elevation angle. All the bullshit that you guys try to muddy the waters with after that is inconsequential.
If all that matters to you is that we're taking an elevation, then you're not interested in actually validating your claims about those circles being on the same plane and the zeniths being parallel. If all you care
Are
about
they
is
on the same
that they're
plane
taking
or are they
elevation
not?
angles,
Are they on the same plane or are they not?
we don't assume that they are. No, otherwise we don't get the correct
Okay,
answers.
right. So just show me that.
With what?
Meanwhile,
side
we're
reduction
taking an
tables?
elevation angle with, I'll put my citation in there. And this is all the
Do you want
citation that
diagrams
we
or
need.
do you want the actual method? Diagrams are one thing. The actual
I'll
method is another thing.
You know,
Diagrams
go
are
ahead and
illustrating.
post tomorrow. I mean, this is all I really need.
I don't understand what you need because sometimes you ask diagrams, sometimes you ask for the method. When we talk about the
This
method,
is
you
a
ask for
diagram and a citation, right?
Yeah, that's a diagram showing what an elevation angle is.
And a citation with it. Can you want to read that out for me, Bacon?
Sure, the altitude angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. But that's not even what we're talking about. We're talking about
Hey,
angles that apply to all stars and
keep
planets.
talking. Keep talking. You didn't read the whole thing, Bacon. Certainly, you want to be
Sure, I'm just
accurate about the
pointing out
information I'm
that's
presenting.
that's not even the
Just
same
continue
context
to
that we're
read it, or do you want me to read it? Is that too painful for you, Bacon?
Well, I can read it. I'm just pointing out that if I
Okay, I'll read it since you're going off into the weeds right now. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. It's over.
It's not the horizontal plane that the GP is on, though. It's the
It's a
horizontal plane to the
horizontal plane
observer.
that the GP. What?
That's not in your citation. It's the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. It doesn't say it's the same as where the GP is.
Right. A line.
It's a Libyan logic.
It's a line. Oh, so the stars that we're measuring to, they're not a zenith, right? 90 degrees.
Not to our
zenith of your
location.
GP.
Yeah.
So the GP is not a zenith to the star.
It is.
It is to the star. Yeah.
It is, and you're measuring across the horizontal line to that place where you're standing.
You're measuring
No,
up
you're not
from the
measuring to the
horizontal
point.
line.
You're measuring up the horizontal line.
Up from the horizontal line to get an angle to that star.
Where's the GP in relation to the horizontal line? Is it 90 to it?
In relation to the horizontal line, it's going to be lower. From the observer's point of view, it's going to be lower across the curve of that ball.
Lower ball? What ball?
The Earth.
That's the point of the diagram I made. Go ahead and reference one of the points.
The pre-assumed ball?
Yeah, hold on. Wait.
H
Let me get. It's way the fuck up here. Yes, that would be H.
I'm
Or
waiting for
G
the
if
ball.
the star is at D.
What ball?
The Earth.
The Earth is a ball? How do you prove that?
Celestial navigation. That's what we've been talking about the whole time.
But the star is not directly above the line, the horizontal line between you and the GP, right? There's no 90-degree relationship there. No?
Not as far
Yes?
as I understand, no.
So how are you going to get an angle?
From the horizontal line up, and then you subtract that from the zenith.
From the horizontal line up? What do you mean by that?
So from the tangent, as is labeled on Lunatic's diagram, to A, that angle.
Is that a
subtracted from
horizontal line?
The tangent, yes.
He's saying that if you drew another tangent through H, that it would be 90 degrees to another tangent.
It would be. Say that again?
If you had another tangent line at H, that your angle there would be 90 degrees to the tangent, not to the surface.
The horizontal through H would be a 90-degree to that green line. And
Right.
That's why A would be the zenith at that point.
You know, there's a whole other way to conceptualize this that's equal. Instead of thinking about bringing stars down to the GP, you could think about how the globe is created by bringing land on flat Earth and putting it up into the celestial sphere.
You could assume they're both spheres.
If you assume that the sky is a sphere, but the Earth is flat, you fuck
Well,
up the
yeah, the
azimuth.
spherical sky is just a model. I mean, I don't think it's a sphere.
That was my point of contesting
Right.
why.
Well, yeah, the celestial sphere is not an actual sphere. Like but it is an assumption that, like, it's one of the assumptions that are often not mentioned in the celestial navigation. You guys do assume that the distance to all the stars are the same distance off of the surface.
Essentially, yeah, but distance, like we said before, doesn't matter. It's about the angle relative to the point of reference.
You guys
Like you
still
said
believe
before.
that the Earth is a pancake, or what's up?
No, stop, man.
No
Talking about
time.
celestial navigation, how it works or doesn't work on a flat Earth, and the assumption is the sky is a sphere, but you can't really take that geometry and have the Earth as a plane and navigate. From my understanding, that's pretty much the flat killer for me, and why I've leaned the other way after 8 or 9 years. You know.
It isn't an assumption that the sky is physically a sphere, it's an assumption that it can be treated as a sphere.
That's a whole.
You don't have to
That's a
keep-
whole nother topic right there. Because if you have stars that are all different distances away, but they don't lap each other due to parallax and shit like that, like that's a whole fucking nother issue for you guys. A blanket of stars that moves together across the sky is a fucking problem.
Nobody uses the
That's not a
sky.
problem if-
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That's not a problem that they move in the sky together if what's actually moving is just the Earth spinning. It makes complete sense that they all move together. Unless you're not talking about like the daily cycles. And that's something else.
No, see, I disagree with that too. Like, okay, so imagine you're on a merry-go-round, and or just like if you're, actually, you know, I'd actually have to go on a merry-go-round and test this to be sure of it, but I don't think the like trees in the distance versus like the people right near it are appearing to move at exactly the same speed together. It's just like similarly to like when you're in the car and you're driving down the road and mountains in the distance appear to move slower than things that are close to you.
No. If you put the camera in the center of the merry-go-round, then angularly, everything moves with the same, at the same pace.
Well,
because everything takes one turn at the same time. It doesn't matter how far or close they are. Just everything just looks the same. You can tell how far or close they are based on how they're moving. If your camera is in the center of the merry-go-round.
Yes,
if it's
you
not
would
in the
have
center
to.
of the merry-go-round.
But by yourself, you would have to be somewhere else, like far away from the axis of the rotation. But if you're
Yeah,
perfectly
so you
on
can
the
get significantly like closer and further from the people. Then you have some parallax to them.
Well,
Like we have to the moon.
If you're on a merry-go-round and the things that are miles away from you are probably going slower.
Yes, that's how parallax works. The further away something is, the less angle it will appear to shift.
Yeah, and
when
that's
you travel
according
the same distance.
and that's according to the inverse square law of light. So like when it when you double the distance, the object appears to move at half the speed.
It's just
No,
according
no.
to basic geometry,
Right.
it has nothing to do with inverse square law. Inverse square law is about the intensity of light, so how something is bright from given distance.
Oh, it's
if
the,
you
sa-
double
it's
the
the, it's the
distance,
sa- it could be related to it. It's the same idea of like halves and doubles. So like when you double
but
it,
it's not.
it appears half the speed.
That's not inverse square. If it was inverse square and you double the distance, it would be a fourth of the size. If it was the inverse square law, not half the size.
You're mixing size up with movement. It's just literally size, the inverse square law, or intensity.
Yeah, the inverse square law does not apply to like perspective or how things get smaller with distance. That would be inverse linear, not inverse squared.
As the perspective.
Well, then ignore the inverse square when I said square. Either way, the halves and doubles. That's halves and doubles is the way that it works with the parallax, though. So
I follow you.
Well,
There's a ratio
I
or a
think-
distance relativeness to speed. If there's concentric circles of equal distance and you're in the center, and that's how you can kind of imagine it. The ones on the outside, there's going to be some math, and you could work it out, right? Depending the radii from you to it, you could work out how, there's math associated with it. I've got this concept in chat I'm going to put down, quite small. So essentially you've got two observers on the surface on the equator that potentially could see the North Star on the flat model and the globe model. The globe model, on the equator, the North Star would be pretty close to the horizon. You could say like on the horizontal plane of the observer, or on the flat Earth one, the angle the angles don't work.
Yeah, I was about to
Yes,
say.
you would need a pretty strong refraction to seeing something like that.
Yeah, If you can understand that, Brendan, do you need help? Anybody need help by understanding that? And I'll explain it.
On that flat Earth thing, it would look the same way on the global Earth. You can look at the same stuff from both sides of the
Oh, it's
ball.
a theory. Yeah, it's a theory. Like it would still be there in the sky, but it'd be daytime, Brendan. Okay, you agree with that?
Well, on one side it would be daytime, and on the other side it would be
Yeah.
nighttime. But
Same on the flat Earth. On the flat Earth one, one side's dark, one side's light. But potentially there's an angle to the Polaris star on both models. The angle to Polaris on the globe model is 90 degrees from vertical, almost like on the horizon, essentially, or the horizontal plane, which you'd be standing on. But on the flat Earth,
There is no
for
angle.
both
There's no angle to it on the globe.
there's no angle to the Polaris on the flat Earth.
The globe, there is no angle to anything.
I think you're missing it. Do you agree there's an angle on the flat Earth that two observers on the equator looking at the Polaris would see?
Only be. If you're referencing the
an
surface,
equal
then
angle.
there can only be. There can
Yeah,
only be an
they'd
angle.
have an equal angle, wouldn't they? It'd be an equal angle for both observers to view.
Referencing the surface, then you can only.
That's all we're
have
referencing,
that
dude.
angle
There's
on
two
a surface.
modalities.
So what are you referencing? You can't have an angle using a globe. What are you talking about?
Ignore that, dude. We can have a horizontal plane on a globe, and that extends infinitely,
Why
and it doesn't
ignore it?
touch the
Why
surface
ignore
ever again.
Why ignore the main fucking point? I don't get it. You want us to beg the question with you.
Conceptual reality means that when you're on the equator, you've got Polaris almost out of sight because it's almost not above the horizon, right? 90 degrees to the surface. On the flat Earth, 90 degrees to the surface, to see Polaris on the equator is not 90 degrees. Quite obviously. So hopefully that helps people's concepts of everything. You just need 2 points of reference. You're all trying to take points of reference from one observer, but if you just put another person on the other side of the globe, or the other side of the flat Earth, how would it work? You know, angles. I don't know, man. I'll keep adding to that anyway. That's a good one.
Nice one.
Well, I maintain my position. We should test at least one of the options before we say that the other one's wrong. I think that'll be fair.
Yes, they should test it on actual data in practice.
And then I asked ChatGPT as like a mediator in all this, because I was curious about that distance to Polaris and distance to the North Pole on a globe or a flat Earth. And yeah, it kind of made sense to me. So I'll just drop that in text as well. Because obviously the AE means something equidistant and everything what it means.
Azimuthal.
Azimuthal equidistant.
There's only one thing that's accurate on it. Really.
Well, two. The azimuth from the North Pole and the distance.
Yeah.
Yes, I always wondered why it's called like that. Like, is it preserving the azimuths correctly? Because I don't think so. Like the more south you would go, the more distortion there would be.
Give that a read.
No,
He'll inform you, man. I learned something from it.
There's no projection that preserves the azimuths at any 2 points. The best you have is like the Mercator, which preserves the azimuths between points that are very close to each other. For example, if you have two GPs that are just a couple miles from each other, the azimuths between them on the Mercator are going to be very accurate. But if you have points that are thousands of miles away from each other, then it gets screwed up as well. There's no map that preserves the azimuths. Or you can use a globe.
Yes, the globe, of course, preserves everything. So it's just the simplest solution.
Exactly.
Rather than like using ether to bend the sky to make it all work and think you're right because you've conceptualized ether doing things, you know, rather than like geometry.
It's basically just trying to claim the same effects as refraction have in reality, but without the responsibility to actually physically argument why these effects should take place, because we understand refraction quite well. We understand what direction the light will bend in different density gradients. But here you need to just make different things up and different trajectories on light based on your argument. That's why you have to resort to inventing like completely new solutions that can be proven, like the new version of perspective. But the point in general is that the light is magically changing its angle to the observer without some physical mechanism to back it up.
Yeah, that's why they really need the container argument in this pressure thing, because that's what does it all. The container that you can see through. I don't know if the stars are within the firmament. Okay, by the law of the firmament. There's different layers of the firmament if you want to get more in depth.
I can give them one thing, that there is something called ionosphere bounce, I guess, where at a certain wavelengths of light, if you launch them into the sky, they will reflect back to the Earth. But it's only a specific range of wavelengths, so you could theoretically say that it can be hypothetically a method to detect the firmament. The same thing can be explained on the globe model at the same time by simple ionosphere, the layer of the atmosphere, when the magnetic field captures the electrically charged particles coming from the sun. So it wouldn't be a proof exclusive to the flat Earth or the globe Earth, but theoretically it could claim that it's type of detection of the firmament because these wavelengths are reflecting back. But besides that, I can't really think of any other mean except the argument that the gas pressure requires a container that is debunked by the presence of the pressure gradient.
Well, that's one reason I got looking at the ionosphere thing, and then I also got looking at like geoengineering and like chemtrails and what's the reason for it if it's not to poison and kill us and do all this. And one of them, surprisingly, was to help communications by creating this layer on the ionosphere where they can bounce things off, because we're going through some solar cycles which are making it very difficult for us to bounce things off this the ionosphere right now. So they're enhancing the communications and the bouncing off the ionosphere with everything that we've been taught about chemtrails. You know, it's not just to weed the weeds, to kill the weeds. You know, from my black pill research.
That's interesting. I've never heard about that.
Yeah, no, everyone's like really nihilistic and like hypochondriac about it. But if you look at the science behind it, there's a lot regarding it, and it all links up. The reason why it's heavy metals and this and that, if they are anyway. So
Well, I don't
communication
know
is
about there, but in Australia, they openly admit to doing this to make it rain for our snowy hydro dam where I live.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Cloud seeding is different to what I'm talking about. Aerosol
Well,
injection.
no, it's not just
That's
cloud
what I'm.
seeding. They also do this from planes as well. So it's not just ground stations. So it's been going on since the 1960s.
Yeah. I'm not dismissing the whole weather manipulation through that, but I have known that it is helping with communications by it being up there, or at least how they are with the solar cycles and all that. Because like if you've seen that view of the Earth and it's getting smashed by the sun's like the magnetosphere of the Earth's just getting bombarded all the time, and it's changing shape constantly. And that's kind of like, as the sun's going through some like high period or low period, it affects our communications on Earth with like satellites or any kind of bouncing off the ionosphere. It affects that. So that's a good line of research.
Yeah, it can also be used for predicting like when the strong northern and southern lights are going to happen.
Yeah. We get a warning in the UK sometimes if you can see it, because it's taking a beating. That's essentially how the earthquake machines would work. They theoretically use high frequencies to excite the ionosphere and move it through convection or whatever and push it higher just slightly. And then as it's released back down, there's like some pressure, which apparently that's the earthquake machine, and that's what causes earthquakes. But who knows?
There's that American machine somewhere in Alaska, I believe, called HARP, and it is also believed to be
That's the ionosphere one.
geoengineering
That's it.
machine.
That's what it does, man. It moves convection currents around and changes weather patterns and can divert hurricanes, and we do a lot of things like that. Yeah, it's really interesting, man.
It would be pretty wild, but like it can't be confirmed for like 100%. The only weather manipulation that was officially admitted by the government is, for example, in United Arab Emirates, where they have like very warm weather and desert conditions, so they basically don't have rain, and there they like take the airplanes and make them spread like what you could call basically chemtrails in order to create artificially clouds and rain coming from that clouds. But there they justify that by saying that it's in order to make a rain happen because they don't have any rain like naturally.
What about over my house in Cleveland by Lake Erie, where we get rain every 4 days? What about us? Why do we get those?
I have absolutely no idea.
Why did you get rain?
I mean, the normal rain is the mechanism behind it. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's essentially just evaporation. Yeah, it's the whole weather cycle, man. You got a water source there, so you're going to experience rain.
That method is believed, I believe, it's called cloud seeding.
Yeah.
Is that what you're calling it these days?
Well, it's called geoengineering as a broad spectrum, and that includes deciding what colors to paint roofs and like to make things reflective and stuff. And it's all to do with this. There's a whole spectrum of geoengineering. And I've got this PDF from my government admitting it all and going through all the processes. And one of them's cloud seeding, or SRM, or solar radiation management. That's like the subcategory of these cloud seeding under the category of geoengineering. And then within that, there's aerosol injection and what was it? Albedo. That's where they change the color of surfaces to make it more reflective, because that changes the
temperature.
Yeah, it changes the temperature, and then it allows clouds to form essentially, because there's like certain conditions where clouds have to form, and then
this
they
is
create it,
one.
and then clouds happen.
This is one of these technologies that could be beneficial if it was in hands of responsible people, but in reality, like, we can't fool ourselves, and it's pretty like dangerous if it goes further like that.
There is a myth or a story that they used it in Vietnam to create a typhoon or whatever not tsunami, typhoon, so they could invade or something. It was something like that. And then they also used like Agent Orange and more of Monsanto's goodness during that as well. which to delete the crops and cause problems that way. Like the weed killer, but for all the plants. It's a very dark world, man.
Sounds like they're doing you guys a favor, blocking the sun, so you don't get any damage from the sun because it's so dangerous.
I need sun, man. I'm in England. I wake
And
up,
then
it's
they
dark.
try to tell
Well,
us that we're the ones causing climate change with all of our cars and our vehicles, yet they're making it rain, they're stopping it from raining, they're spraying this
right.
shit in the sky everywhere. Oh, look
Yeah.
what yous have all done. Bullshit. Stop
You've all
manipulating
seen
it and
that.
see how it goes.
Sorry, Edges. You've seen that Top Gear where like NASA's or whatever, they're creating like rain with this launch kind of thing. They create this big plume of like vapor or whatever. It's on Top Gear. I'll have to find it. You could probably search it. Top Gear makes it rain or something like that. And is that some kind of like launch site or something? And I don't know exactly what it is doing it, but there's just a fudge ton of like fumes or whatever, and then it starts raining afterwards because it's created the conditions for it. So, not much known about it for the general public. Just the crazy conspiracy theorists. They know something. What's that fucking Illuminati card? The flat earthers or something. They know something.
Yes, I believe we should escape the false dichotomy where you either have to believe blindly in every single conspiracy theory or just don't question things at all, because many flat earthers want to dismiss people who acknowledge that the government is doing pretty shady things because they don't believe in the most ultimate ones. But at the same time, we could equally create another conspiracy theory that would be countering that by saying that, for example, the flat earth is a psyop in order to dismiss the real ones. So it's really just pointless arguing. We should only argue not if something is secret and because it's secret then it's right, or because it's official then it has to be wrong. We should judge every single subject separately based on its evidence that can be verified by independent people. Because denying everything is just the same mechanism as blindly believing everything, just the other way around.
Lose off on one on whatever Scott did. Anyway, have a look. Wall of text after wall of text in this text chat, isn't it? Jeez. Must be good. I hope people just take a step back and have a neutral stance on this whole topic and don't just have a bias or don't have assumptions that all horizontals are, this or that, and just go off like what we can measure.
Yes, but the problem here is that having a bias, it's not some bad thing that only a few specified flat earthers have in their mentality. It's literally a part of the main doctrine, because the main doctrine says that you can't make any claims unless they are 100% backed up, or unless you think like that. So they say that the Earth being flat isn't even a claim. It isn't like a claim that they think they have it backed up. It's just a direct observation. So
Well,
you have
they'll obscure from
you have to start from the bias in order to later build your entire narrative based on that bias. If you get rid of that bias, then you would have to rework your entire script, because you would admit that you make claims, and for claims you have to provide evidence.
Ooh, yeah. Like that claim that's going around recently about measuring things flat. The whole Earth is measured flat. What kind of claim is that? We don't live in a marble.
Are they
And even a marble
discounting?
is not flat.
They're discounting topographical changes.
Yeah, just that claim, man. Just that. I like your name, dude. On a plane. That makes more sense. On the plane. That's it. Or Bev. If you want to be a Bevite or someone who's like doesn't want to choose, you can say it on the level, because that's both sides. The both level. He's playing both
Which is
sides.
weird. Which is weird to hear that, but yeah.
Well, yeah, the term level just means of equal elevation from the surface, and if the surface is curved, then it's a curved level.
That's what they're saying. So that means every sagitta, every observer is on their own sagitta, just like I've been saying for the past year.
Yeah. That's the perspective of a reference
Which
point on the
is
surface of a globe. Yeah.
which is crazy, because think about that. Think if there's 20
Geometry.
aircraft in the air in one given area, which is easily in a busy city. You should see all the aircraft that come in here. They're like, you see them lining up way off in the distance, like far, far away. But I was just taking note on the weather, like when they do radar and stuff in the weather, it shows those elevations of the moisture in the air from the horizontal, and like in a time lapse is showing them rolling in across the horizontal, above the horizontal, all those clouds, right? The rain, they could see it with the radar. So it's very
Yeah, that's
interesting
about
that
right.
everybody using practical means of anything is showing a flattened stationary Earth and the skies moving above, including the winds. Not that doesn't include the luminaries, but there's some correlation with the sun and the winds, morning winds, like what do they call them? The common winds, that are always blowing, the prevailing winds.
Right. Yeah.
With
Wind
cycles
is
of the
just
sun.
because wind is
Yeah.
just pressure differentials, right? The whole
Right.
system's
That's
like
all it
dynamic,
takes.
and
Yeah.
yeah.
That's all it takes is some difference in temperature is the same thing as changing the pressure
Yeah, exactly, man.
within this pressurized system we live in, right? So things are moving around in here.
You said that wind is pressure differentials, and I agree. Like on the horizontal axis, for example, let's say here in Poland we have some low pressure system next to our country in Germany. They have high pressure, so we will have soon wind coming from Germany here because the higher pressure is equalizing with the lower one. But we have one instance when it isn't really happening, even though that pressure difference is thousands of times greater, and it is on the vertical axis. And I wonder why it isn't happening there.
Oh, yeah. That reminds me. Do you remember that Null School website when it used to show the AE map? They got rid of that now, haven't they? But that's you can change the levels of the wind, and it shows like different directions and different altitudes. It's interesting.
Yeah, I wonder why we don't have winds rushing with the speed of sound to equalize with the much lower pressure above. Could even call it a near vacuum. Pretty weird.
It really sucks they got rid of the AE map from Null School though. I don't know why. I liked it. It might be like a mirror edition of Null School. I can have a look on it. Someone on Reddit. AE map removed from null school, earth-nullschool.net. The fact the azimuthal equidistant map has been removed from nullschool.net is a huge sign they are hiding something. I think Flat Earth has just overloaded the servers, to be honest, and they were like, we got to get rid of that projection.
Yeah. So we have the similar issue. I don't know if you're familiar, but at least that's what I was told by flat earthers, that they ignore refraction because globers in the past, like let's say 6 years ago, they also ignored refraction by themselves. So they were arguing that when you see the horizon, that horizon is at a geometric distance that proves that the Earth is a globe. So then they debunked that by showing that refraction exists. So like the older version of the doctrine that the globe earthers are professing, it isn't really held anymore. I mean, it was never really held in the first place because like the official organs, like the scientists, the surveyors, that they knew about refraction since like hundreds of years. So it was maybe some group of fringe people on the internet. But we have the same situation here with the flat earthers, because flat earth, like 6 years ago, it was a completely different world. Like, for example, the arguments from astronomy, they weren't just dismissed, they were also using the astronomy as the proof of the flat earth. They were also using the azimuthal equidistant projection, maybe not as a complete map, but at least like as a fair model of how it's supposed to look like. But then these arguments were starting to get debunked more and more, so they had to like get rid of these weaker ones and only stand with these the most strong ones. And that's why when people address these things like the AMAP, they will say to you that it's a strawman, but it is a strawman maybe currently, but maybe these people are simply used to the flat earth that was being held in the past. It wasn't just some flat earth that was made up by shields. It was real flat earthers, but they simply changed their opinion, their doctrine.
I've got another juicy comment for you. Some guy's like, contact the admin, maybe it's bugged. And then this guy's saying, no, clearly it's a conspiracy to hide the truth. The flat earthers were getting too close to the truth, so it had to be shut down. I would like to talk to the guy who made that website and just ask him, why did you get rid of that? I liked it. And I don't think any well-versed, researched flat earther would consent that the AE map is the Earth, because it doesn't work. That's the problem. That's why they can't make a claim, because they can't use the map to prove it or measure it.
There would be a globe map, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but it all goes funky in the safe because it's the equidistant, an azimuth equidistant. So the further you get from the center, it becomes distorted. Which on a globe, the latitude lines end up shrinking after the equator towards another pole. I don't know. It's just how it works. That was like the big, a big stone in my shoe, with a flat Earth. Can't understand the South. Because like, you're in Australia, dude, AJ, right? I'm being racist and you're from New Zealand. I'm not sure, my dude. I do that all the time.
I'm Australian.
Okay, Australian. Good. And what's your view on the stars? Like, do you do much observation, like this and that?
Not a lot, yeah. I've been doing a little bit more recently because I've been noticing a few weird things that I've been looking at. But, mainly the moon, yeah. Just the location of the moon where I am at the moment appears to be. I was actually talking about this a little while ago. I haven't seen it for a while now. But about a month ago, I was noticing every time I saw the moon, very early in the night, it was basically sitting over on the western horizon. and it'd sit there for hours. I was just observing that and asking a few people questions, but no one really had an answer to it.
Yeah. I'd like to travel down there and figure out some, because to me it seems that there is like an axis of rotation for the stars in the south, and that's hard to conceptualize on a flat Earth in my eyes.
I would have to.
We don't
Okay,
have
go
a
on.
pole star, and Octavius, Sigma Octavius can't be seen with the naked eye, and we don't really navigate from the Southern Cross because that thing moves around too much. So yeah, it's a little bit harder over here. Then we've got different compasses. Further we go out, we've got to account for magnetic declination. It's not as simple as in the north, yeah.
Yeah, and I understand all that. Yeah, I even looked at like the Polynesians and how they used to navigate, because the compasses are all funk and they couldn't really see a pole star. So yeah, I looked at the star compass. If you ever looked at that, it's a good, interesting little thing to look at. They learned like several. They learned.
I used to do a lot of fishing out at sea.
Oh
I
yeah.
used to do a lot of fishing at sea, and I'd just take my compass bearings for what they were. I wouldn't worry about anything else. I live near an island actually called Magnetic Island that was discovered by Captain Cook, and yeah, that true north is actually the centre point of this island, but we get north actually more south off our compass. That's why it was called Magnetic Island. Just it made all the compasses go crazy. And that was where I actually started making my first flat Earth observations, because that island was about 10 kilometres offshore from a place called Townsville, where I lived. And I could sit on the beach and pull out my camera and view the beach and the water breaking on the shore on the other side with the people there. And then there's another longer observation you could do out from the Cape, from a lighthouse point there as well, back to that island, which is probably about 20 kilometres or so. So, yeah, look it up. Magnetic Island, North Queensland, Australia.
Right. Cheers, man. Yeah, so the Polynesians just learn a multitude of stars and their ascending and descending positions on the compass, for example, like northeast or south or west, or all these positions they'd know stars that appear from while kind of viewing the celestial sphere. And then at any point in the day or whatever, they'd look up and they'd be like, oh, I recognize that particular star which runs on the southeast line. It's going to set in, oh, not southeast, the east kind of side. It's going to set on the west. It literally sets on the west node on the opposite side. So at any point, they could look up in the sky and be like, well, I know where I am without needing the compass, essentially.
Yeah, you'd
And
have
they
to talk
teach
to
all the
Skinny
kids.
Vet if he's in here, but he was in the military. He was saying that a lot of their navigation they do just with time and the sun, just to make it a lot easier.
Yeah. If you know your latitude and you know where the sun is, you can figure out where you need to be. Yeah, I've heard him. He seems alright, that guy. Very, very modest and yeah, man.
I would love to travel to the south, not for any debunking reasons, but simply just for astronomy, because the southern sky is much more richer in objects like the nebulae, and also there's the center of the Milky Way there. So it's much more exciting than just looking at the northern things. Also, there's a lot less of light pollution, because a lot less of people live there. So, no offense, but basically the entirety of Australia is just a big wasteland, except the east coast. And I'm saying this as a good thing, because at least there are some probably good astronomical observation sites. From city, you can't really see much due to the light pollution from all of the lamps. It's pretty sad that nowadays most of the population of the entire Earth has no access to the real night sky.
Right. And especially with all these like LED lights, street lights and stuff, really kills your vision of the sky.
Yes, exactly.
I'm in the. I live on 200 acres. I'm out in the bush, in the middle of nowhere, really. So I get a really good view of the sky. Like it's pitch black here at night. You can't. It's crazy how dark it gets out here. So I get a good view of the sky. But the problem I got is I'm up in the mountains, so a lot of things are hidden by the mountains, which I think is what I was viewing with the moon. Just wasn't visible until it got closer to that western sky, although it was early in the night. Maybe that was why it was appearing to be closer to the horizon, just my elevation with the other mountains. But yeah, sometimes it's hard to see a few things.
The mountains are actually the greatest spot for observations if you're in more open area like
Yeah,
the
but
very top mountain.
I'm surrounded by other mountains. I'm sort of, I don't know, like we got ski resorts here, so those mountains are above me. Like we drive from here up to the ski resorts, so we're sort of, I don't know if we're in a valley, but yeah, it's a little bit lower, and we've got all the mountains around us, and the Great Dividing Range is where I am.
Cool.
Sounds like fantastic views, though.
I keep
Can I
Globers.
ask you guys
apparently.
something?
I keep Globers. I got sheep
Oh.
here. I got my resident Globers that live with me.
Oh, that was a dig.
What?
Oof.
Bruh, man.
Ooh, shots fired.
Throw them on the Barbie.
The guy that lives on Magnetic Island, what kind of granite is there? Do you know what type of granite is on Magnetic Island?
No, I don't. No.
Because there are some types of granite that can contain amounts of magnetic materials.
I don't think there's that much granite there. I got a lot of granite where I am here, but I don't think there's too much granite on Magnetic Island. I'd have to look into that. But I was in Townsville. I was in the main, like on the mainland opposite Magnetic Island.
Oh, no, I just looked it up myself. It says that magnet stone attracts granite stone. Granite itself is not magnetic, but some types of granite may contain small amounts of magnetic materials, such as magnetite or pyromite. And if there's a lot of granite, of that kind of granite, that could possibly affect compasses.
Yep.
Dunno.
Even
I'd have to
walking
look- I'd
over
have-
like a
Have you looked up how much granite on Magnetic Island, or why they named it that originally?
Yeah, well, no, I'm just saying things are possible. I'm not making definite statements here. I am in no way making definite statements, so don't. It's not like that.
Okay.
And I just did a quick Google search too, so I'm not like an expert or anything. So
Oh, magnetite. Yeah, that's another one. Might be magnetite.
magnetite boulders, wow, they exist. I'm sure they exist, but I don't know. It's
Well, I just did a quick search. Yeah, they said it's the granite boulders on the island that cause that effect. So yeah, you're right.
Cool.
Okay, cool. I actually kind of almost thought I was wrong, but that's cool.
You had some logic behind it. Worrell, mate?
Yeah, Ward. Brandon Ward. My name on here is my actual name. I don't. Yeah, I
Oh, sorry,
didn't.
mate. Sorry. I was calling you Brandon. then.
Yeah, I don't do screen names really.
What's your Xbox gamer tag, mate? That's what I want to know.
What kind of idiot uses his real name? Jeez.
You know, I gotta come up with a fake name.
Jeez. So uncreative.
I don't kill.
Yeah, it's not good. Man.
I know you're just fucking with me. Well, my game is paused right now, but I'm playing Fallout 4.
Well, you're on your Xbox right now.
Yeah, well, it's
Huh?
on and it's on a game, but the game is paused right now. I can see. I don't know if I can stream it from the Xbox and still like. I don't know. I'd have to change my audio. I don't know how that would work.
I think you need a capture card for that.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't want to try because I don't want to like. Yeah.
Did Scott say water level is curved? No.
Said level's curved.
Right, that's what I thought you might have said, and then he put
Yeah.
water there. Yeah,
Water
yeah.
level
Sounds like
curved.
something
That'd be
Scott would say.
stupid. But it is a fact if you have a 3-pointed water level, they don't line up.
Yes, it's funny that the screenshot that's supposed to mock Scott was saying that it involves a fragment of a video where there was an actual direct measurement of the level being curved, while the flat Earth side of the argument is just semantics without actual basis in reality. So if direct measurement is something to be ashamed of and ridiculed, then maybe I'm a retard.
Well, that's the first thing they said. They measured it flat, so they know they've measured it. I'm questioning everyone like Bev now. That's what he does. He's like the contrarian who's like posing these semantic questions. No, but they leveled it. It's level flat. Putting all these horizontal flat plane level, there are all these words that mean kind of different things. That's why they've got different spellings, but you can put them all the same one. You know, it doesn't matter.
Didn't Bev also measure the drop with the Blackpool Tower, the same one as the photo that converted Ranty into the globe? I believe there was a meme with a caption "Thanks Bev" showing the drop with the reference to the Blackpool
Oh, that was
Tower.
it. Yeah. I've got all these theodolite data and stuff. I ain't really scanned for it, but yeah, it'd be good to do. I mean, I'm glad he went out and did something practical to try and measure it rather than just assume and then get stuck in a hole.
Well, I'm just about to move back to North Queensland from where I am in New South Wales in the mountains. And when I get back there, I'm going to start doing a few more of these observations over the water. It's very easy to do it there. And I'm also going to go and do a course on celestial navigation and the sextant use. So we'll see how that goes.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I've been looking into it. You can do it there through TAFE. There's
Cool.
like a marine course.
I'll be curious to know
Maybe
how
we can-
your fellow flat earthers react when you come back and tell them how it's done. I would like to be here for that.
Yeah, Earth is not flat, dude.
Here we are profiting because the guy who was speaking before about celestial navigation, Bacon, he gets us free lessons. So,
yeah, I just
like,
came from one before I joined here. We'll probably
Yeah,
get you
same.
invited to the server if you're really interested, AJ. When they were criticized, when Says Who was saying shit about Bacon before, and I was like, You don't know who you're messing with. This guy's got a sextant like 2 feet away from him. He knows his shit, man.
Yeah, he was showing it on an example of actual sextant on the live stream.
But if you're
Yeah,
interested,
okay.
man, there's a resources there.
Well, I'll go and do this course when I get back and see what comes out of it, I suppose.
Yeah, man. All you're going to prove to yourself is there's a distance correlation from the ground to the sky with angles, and yeah, that's basically what you'll find out. There's like a distance on the surface
good.
relative to a 1 degree in the sky.
I just like learning things and making sure that I'm right in what I'm speaking about as well. And
Yeah, man. That's it. That's it.
I mean, like worst case scenario, you can always do tours on tall boats and be like, "This is how you use a sextant."
Yes.
You're much more humble compared to Scott. I don't know if you saw what he wrote in the text chat, but he said that people are so annoyed with him being right all the time, and it's the burden he has to carry.
It is. It is. Tough.
Yeah.
It's a bit
Very tough.
big-headed, that Scott. Always right.
Yeah, you
I'm
know
sure.
what?
I'm sure you are mostly.
Tough life. Tough life.
Yeah,
Sorry.
the burden.
Nobody can be always right about everything. It's weird. I don't
That's what I
know.
would have thought at one point, but I was wrong.
Yes,
Then-
except
He was
Scott.
wrong about that.
Okay.
Scott Mackey in geometry means right always.
So Scott is like the very person who is determining the objective standard of what is right or wrong. So he automatically has to be right every time, because
right.
for
That's
something
right.
to be objectively false or true, then Scott has to
agree
declare
with
it
me.
first.
Yes. Yes.
Have you not,
Yes.
have you not heard of the
You got it.
scientific method called the Scott Mackey method?
There you go.
Basically, you just ring up Scott and ask him.
Well, you see, they unearthed the back end of the Sphinx, and they found a hieroglyphic of a man that looks like Scott Mackey with headphones. And we know it's true because it's lodged inside the asshole of the Sphinx.
The sphincter of the Sphinx.
Yes.
That's really good, Russ.
Yeah.
It was foretold.
I love the asshole of the Sphinx.
Wasn't in between the feet of the Sphinx. It was the secret entrance.
I'm crying here.
just realized something that I think may be very important, because the relationship in pressure of the atmosphere and the gases in general, it seems to be analogous to the same behavior in fluids like water. Because if you think about it, the pressure in fluids, let's say that water, is proportional to the how to say that, the depth, like the depth below the surface. So the deeper you go, the higher pressure you have. But from left to right, that pressure is equal on every single layer. Is the Pascal's law that says that pressure is only determined by the height of the column of the water above you at that given point, and that pressure is going to equalize from left to right on every single layer of that water. And the same exact thing happens in the air, where you have pressure equalizing. If you only have some smaller or bigger pressure system due to differences in temperature, it equalizes in the form of wind. But from like lower altitude to higher altitude, it doesn't equalize at all. It's just a stable gradient system.
So are there columns of air above me then pushing me down instead of all around?
I mean, both. Same thing as in water, you're being pushed
No.
from everything.
No. Air
Both
pushes
in
on you from all directions.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Both in air and water.
Water only gets pressed on from the top down by air pressure, so then you're going to have a different relationship.
So you're saying that the
Remember
water
yesterday? Remember yesterday how I proved air pressure holds water down to the ground?
No, you didn't. Wasn't the entire argument about your lack of ability to actually demonstrate it in a video? You're only saying that.
Anyway, so it was demonstrated, and there we go.
Manufactotum catched you on simply claiming that without any evidence. Until that day, we were simply trusting you blindly, but you haven't provided that proof every single time you're asked to. So why should we just accept your claim without any evidence?
You better go back to your group and ask if I provided evidence.
But according to logic, do you think in water the pressure doesn't affect you, for example, from left or from right? Like you only get pressed from above, below? So let's say like submarines, they can have no walls from like left to right. On the sides, they only have to have ceiling and the floor, because the water isn't going to flow from the sides of the submarine. They can have holes, according to you, because pressure isn't pressing on them.
It is in all directions, yeah.
Yes, that was my point. It's in
it
all
is.
directions, but from one direction it's stronger magnitude than from another. From the bottom.
No, it's not. It's equal. No, it's equal. No, you look up.
isn't.
You look that up. No, it's equal in all directions. That's what they tell you.
He wants
Absolutely
columns.
isn't.
He wants columns of shit to be pressing down so that he can think gravity is causing it, and that just ain't happening.
It absolutely isn't. So you believe that, for example, on Mariana Trench, the pressure is same as 1 meter below the surface of the ocean. You don't have to reinforce the walls of the submarine because it's pushing at the same magnitude regardless of the depth. That's your logic in action.
And because I did it yesterday and proved that doesn't turn into ice, it just dries up and air holds water down, I'm going to do a time lapse for you guys. Isn't that wonderful? So you guys can keep that and you guys can keep watching it over and over again.
Yes, I would love to, absolutely. I'm ready to accept the evidence if it actually exists, but until you provide it, it's hypothetical. It's like the Schrodinger's cat. It can be dead or alive with the same chance, but you can't know that unless you actually check. So the state of your proof right now, it's like that Schrodinger's cat. It can be either real or not real with probability. Yes, Scott makes a very good point. That's why buoyancy exists. Pressure from the bottom is stronger than at the top, so it pushes the object inside of a medium up.
So I guess the transverse is true. The pressure is so high on the top of things that fall that it pushes them down.
Can you repeat that again? That was a little bit too fast to me.
So I guess the transverse is true. The pressure on the top of objects falling down is so great that it's pushing them down.
The pressure.
Look at what I just posted, Embo. Look at what I just posted. Read
The
that. What does
pressure-
that say? What does that say?
I am looking at it right now.
What does it say?
It's
Read it. Read it.
like the pressure. It's minus 13 kilopascals.
Read
I guess.
the words. Read it out loud for us.
Not
Read
what
it
I
out loud.
posted.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I mistaken the images. Pressure in liquids and gases. In a liquid or a gas at a particular point acts equally in all directions.
There you go.
What does that mean?
I'm trying to currently process the meaning of this sentence. I think that something is fishy here.
Well, I think if you look at the image, there's a dashed red line, and it says below, at the same depth in the liquid, the pressure is the same in all directions. So it doesn't matter from which direction you're measuring the pressure, you're going to get the same value at that same depth. Of course, at that same depth, if you go higher, the pressure is going to get lower. If you go lower, the pressure is going to get higher. Which is
absolutely.
Ian Beale's point.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, which is his point. So
So it's basically
I'm
just
not sure.
Pascal's law.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it's something completely different than the thing that I was saying, that the pressure increases with altitude. I mean, decreases with altitude.
Hola, amigos. How are you?
I mean, if you got to make an entrance.
Wasn't that literally Donald Trump? I mean, his, how do you call that? Voice synthesizer?
I didn't know
AI
voice synthesizer for that. As Megamind would say, what matters is the presentation.
There's your still photos of the wet vacuum chamber going to dry vacuum chamber in 45 minutes. No ice.
I don't think I have anything to say more, and nobody else seems to be also wanting to talk, so I think I just go now. It's getting a little bit boring, waiting for someone to start something. Doctor Vacuum Chamber, how accurate is your vacuum chamber? How strong vacuum can it produce? Or maybe you don't know.
Well, you can't tell. The gauge goes off the mark, goes past what it's supposed to. Once you have it between the -1 and the silver pin, about halfway through, you let it run for about 45 minutes. You should have a dry vacuum chamber, and you should also have a dry line set if you're pulling for HVAC.
All that proves is you made water boil.
No, see, the water was sitting still on the bottom of the vacuum chamber. Then when I pulled it, the water started boiling and rapidly burst into the ceiling where you can see. And then, as I started taking pictures, the condensation from all around inside just dried up. That was it. It just left, turned into gas and left. 45 minutes.
Yeah, because you boiled it.
I see. How come the gravity didn't keep it down?
Because it was boiling.
Oh, is that why? So gravity is the reason that it doesn't stay down and why it stays down? Anyway, as soon as you guys can debunk that one, go ahead. It's going to be a live demo, though. We don't need to see videos from other people.
There's nothing to debunk. You boiled the water, and when it became air, it got pulled out by the system. That doesn't.
Oh, well, I guess air keeps water on Earth then, huh?
No, it doesn't.
It sure does. You don't like that at all. That's too bad.
It has nothing to do with like. You know what I don't like? Black licorice. So far, you haven't offered me any, so don't tell me what I don't like.
You don't like the fact that it's not gravity holding water down.
So why doesn't it affect any other object in a vacuum chamber then the same way? Like something that doesn't boil.
Like what?
Like a feather.
It's not a liquid.
Doesn't have to be.
So the feather could normally boils? So if I put a feather,
no, I'm saying that
the water, boil?
No, I'm saying the water turns into a substance that the vacuum cleaner is basically, or sorry, the vacuum apparatus is going to necessarily remove from the chamber. So pick an object that isn't removed from the chamber by that process, like a rock.
I said water is held down by air pressure. No one's been able to debunk me yet.
Okay, does your chamber remove air from the container?
Yep.
Okay, what does water turn into when it becomes a gas?
Oh, what does water turn into when I remove the lid from it? It turns into gas.
Yeah, so the chamber's going to remove the water.
Yeah, so I'm taking the lid off the water and not keeping it contained anymore by air. It just flies off because it no longer has the container of air holding it down.
Or it became a gas and got pulled out.
Think however you want. It doesn't matter to me. All I know is that water is held down by air pressure.
That doesn't prove what you're saying you prove. You have a confounding
Don't worry, I'll have a
variable.
time lapse for you.
It doesn't matter whether you have a time lapse, you have a confounding variable you're not addressing. You literally have a device that will remove water when it becomes a gas-like substance.
No, you got to remove the air first.
Yes, you remove air, which causes the water to boil. Water boils and becomes like air, which then gets removed.
No, water
by the
does
pump.
that because there's no air pressure pushing it down.
We have examples at geothermal vents of water that is so hot it should be a gas, but it's not a gas because it's under so much pressure. So while I acknowledge that air does provide pressure, that's not necessarily what's holding it down. It's just simply changing the usual rules that apply to water, where you don't no longer need as much heat to boil it.
I didn't change the usual rules. It was 70 degrees earth temperature when I did it. I used all the standard rules.
If you remove all other gas in the container, water doesn't need to be hot to boil anymore.
I didn't say it did.
I didn't say that you did either. I'm just acknowledging the factors that change the experiment.
The facts are that water is being held down by the air pressure. That's the facts.
You're making his point for him. You're saying that water in excess of its boiling point will stay a liquid when it's under pressure. That's why the cooling systems in cars are sealed so that the pressure can be contained and keep the coolant in a liquid state.
But that's not the ultimate point, is that the water does stay there right up until the moment it evaporates.
It has to have somewhere to evaporate into.
It evaporates naturally into the atmosphere all the time anyway. He's just speeding up the process and claiming he found a way to explain why water sticks to a surface.
It makes sense, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. Because I've seen water crawl along ceilings too. But that's a completely different process.
It's almost like a pressurized system is keeping a certain amount of water in a liquid state, right? Because if uncontained, what will happen to the water?
If he ended up reducing the atmosphere to zero, and then he ended up rapidly cooling the container, he would eventually reach a point where it should stay water to compensate for the sudden change that in the environment which would cause it normally to boil at room temperature. So I bet if he did the same experiment in a colder environment, the variables would change.
I did it when it was 20 degrees outside in the garage, and nobody liked that, so I had to do it again. It did the exact same thing.
But what happens if you have half the tank full of water and half the tank full of air and evacuate the air and then close the valve again?
That's what I was going to ask. Thank you, Scott.
Are you arguing that the Earth is a closed system?
I'm just asking what happens. We can get to the rest later.
You think the water's not going to boil if you draw a vacuum?
I want to know what you think is going to happen.
Who cares what we think? We'll just do it.
Yeah.
It's going to equalize.
What's going to happen, Dr. Vacuum Chamber?
It's going to equalize.
What does that mean?
It's all going to just settle down. Once the air is at low pressure and the water gets to its equilibrium, it'll stay water because there's no more pressure on it sucking out.
But you evacuated the air. There's no more air left in it.
You can't do that. You can't. You can't remove the air, then close the valve, and then have the water be present.
Why not?
You can't do that.
Why not?
How? Tell me how you can do it.
Well, you can have a two-valve system, right? You can have a valve within the tank, and you could close it up and have the other one suck out all the air, and so you have a vacuum sitting on top of the water in the same tank. Then you open the inner valve.
That's incorrect.
And you allow the...
You can't have a vacuum on top of water because it just turns into gas and flies away.
It's got two tanks, and it's got two containers in there, two different compartments. One is with the air and one is with the water. And you have a valve that connects the two inner containers. And you evacuate the upper container, so you have nothing.
Yeah, you better draw it out for me.
So in an attempt to debunk gas pressure without a container, you're going to use two containers?
3 containers. You have air pressure still, ambient.
Yeah, three containers.
A container in a container in a container. Would it work better if we had 4 containers?
2 containers and 1 isolated system.
I'm telling you, this fucked everybody up yesterday when I did this.
He doesn't seem to understand that as soon as the water begins to boil, it's becoming a gas. You can't just draw out gas and then all of a sudden there's water in this middle ground state. Like it's becoming a gas until it reaches equilibrium. Come on, Scott. Seriously. Pressure will equalize, then you'll probably be back to square one. You'll have some gas in there and some water. What if you draw out the air and then shut the door real quick? Jeez.
Did you guys just mute Scott for there to be silence? Is that the purpose?
No, the water finally condensed into the vapor turned into water, and it rained finally.
Oh, good. No, I didn't mute anybody.
Funny. The water had time to condense on the plane, over the plane.
Well, then why don't we give Scott a little unmute there? Maybe he can explain it so that you'll understand it, huh?
Like I said, I didn't mute him. I'm really not even looking at the screen until I put those pictures on, and those were from my phone.
Okay, well, you can go to your screen, right? If you look at it, you can right click on them and then uncheck the server mute.
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to.
Do we want to hear from Scott because he claims to know everything, and we can just like appeal to him for all of our
I'm
information?
unmuted.
You can do that. Oh, there we go.
But,
All right, I admit it. I unmuted Scott.
thank you. But who says? That's exactly what
You're
I was
welcome.
saying. The water that was liquid form, some of it will boil off and become a gas and create the pressure necessary for the rest of the water to remain a liquid. That's what will happen. Exactly what you said. You're right.
Yeah, so
And
the
that-
gas creation is necessary for equalization.
Yes. And that's what will happen on Earth too. If you removed all the atmosphere from the Earth, the top foot or so of water would boil off and become a gas layer. But that gas layer would also press down in proportion to its atomic weight, and only some of the water, and probably less than a foot, because water does not need atmospheric pressure not to boil. I think it's some ridiculously low number, so it would just have to be a very small amount of the water that would turn into a gas layer sitting on top of it, creating enough pressure to keep the rest of it liquid. That's what would happen. So yeah, Dr. Vacuum Chamber, you're half right that the atmospheric pressure is currently keeping all of the water liquid form.
You can see this in your own paradigm when you look at ISS astronauts playing around with bubbles floating around in zero gravity. The air pressure in the cabin is helping to form that thermodynamic boundary layer between the water and the air.
Yeah. It's the air pressure in the cabin that's keeping the water a liquid. This is true.
And the air pressure is on all sides, whether in the ISS or on Earth.
Maybe I misunderstood the problem then.
Yeah.
Now it's a different story because Scott finally agreed with me. You guys are fucking hypocrites.
Was the claim that air pressure is what puts water on the ground, or is the claim that, like, I feel like I'm missing it?
Yeah.
I think you're saying it was what keeps it liquid.
Well, yeah, it keeps it liquid. I'll give him that.
Well, isn't the heliocentric model making the statement that the ever-expanding universe is drawing a vacuum on the Earth and somehow the oceans aren't boiling?
We still have our atmosphere, among other things.
What's an atmosphere? Is that a gas containing a gas? Is that your claim?
Gas is being pulled down by gravity.
What gravity?
The
The
one
gravity
rest
of the
us know exists.
situation.
So no gravity then.
Well, the rest of us don't really care that much if you guys accept gravity. We're going to go on about our lives
well,
as if it
that's
existed.
right. You can keep your fairy tale, but you don't have any experiments. You don't have anything to even prove this idea. So keep your fairy tale. That's fine. Meanwhile, air pressure is holding water down.
No, air pressure is keeping it liquid. Gravity's holding it down.
Oh, it's supposed to be a floating liquid otherwise? You think the liquid's going to be floating?
No, it'll always be pulled towards the center of the Earth.
Okay,
Whether
show
it's
us the
in-
experiment. Show us the experiment
Whether
that
it's in
shows
gas
that,
or whether it's in
that gravity is doing anything to water. Show the experiment that shows that gravity is doing something to water right now. Put it in the voice text.
Who do you think would do such an experiment, and what would be in it for him?
You're asking us. You're asking me us for support of your claim. That's very interesting. Try again.
It's not just ask what would be in it for them. Maybe he is starting to get it.
Yeah.
Anybody film I don't understand what experiment you'd even want.
For the claim that you just
You're
made.
the one that said it. You're the one that said it. Gas pressure. What did you say? Say it again. Air pressure causes it to be liquid. and gravity
yes.
causes it to stay down.
Yes.
Didn't you say that?
Yes, gravity is pulling everything down.
So give us a
And-
citation and a source then for that statement.
Like,
And then an experiment to validate it.
Yeah, we would really need an experiment to show that is the case. So you have to build a case for your side. That would be.
That's his problem, though. They don't have true experiments for their fantasy worlds that they've
don't.
created.
Exactly. It's not only that they don't have just the foundational one that would enable them to create such a thing.
So what he does is he
for it
tries
to
to
be
turn
true.
that burden on you,
Mhm.
and because they are resting fine in their imagination. Everything works fine in their imagination. No, not after I produced that trick again yesterday for them. They've gone crazy since then. What I
Yeah,
missed it.
and
What'd you do? I missed it.
And
I
the problem is
removed the air from the top of water. It boiled and it dried out the vacuum chamber in 45 minutes. It was dry as a bone. Didn't turn to ice. Didn't do all the space shit that they say it would do. Nothing. It did exactly what I said it was going to do. And they say, "Oh, you wouldn't know. You've never done it." Actually, I've done it hundreds of times, and just not with this vacuum chamber and pump. This one's my own personal one, not work.
Genuine
Now
question.
do it without a container.
Genuine question. What is the space shit that was predicted? Dr. Vacuum?
What?
Genuine question. What was the space shit that was predicted?
When I pulled the vacuum on the water, it was going to turn into ice by Manufactotum.
Really? Who said that?
I just told you. Manufactotum. Right below you, right above you.
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind then.
Yeah, it's funny when you show them reality, and it conflicts with their falsehoods. They kind of just sit quiet. But don't worry, he'll be back. He's gonna reset. He'll be right back to it. I'm not worried about Manufactotum. It's the other guys that are going crazy. He dealt with it just fine. He said exactly what happened. Air kept the water down, basically. Keeps it in its liquid state. So once again, you've proven that they can't have their vacuum outside of this precious ball. It's an ever expanding vacuum. That's why you leave the vacuum pump running when you do that trick.
Can't have your vacuum and eat it.
Their beliefs are just fallacious.
Whack. Straight up whack.
I hope Scott's not complaining to me. I'm still not. I'm using my Stream Deck to mute and unmute myself. I'm working on some Python. I can see.
Can I rephrase that?
I can see his
Can't have
text.
your vacuum and suck it. Sorry.
You can't
I
have
do,
your vacuum.
I do a lot more tricks, guys. I can do magic shows for you.
You can't have your vacuum cake and eat it too.
A vacuum cake. That would. I wonder what that's like.
In some strange Michael Myers accent, you know. Another dimension.
You know who. I say, ask Dr. Vacuum Chamber. Yes.
he knows. That's what happened with the vacuum.
I
So
only mute fucking trolls in here, so other people are controlling the room too. Even though you guys seem to be trolls, I go along with it.
who I do?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the guy
Okay.
complaining.
I just don't understand how some of these guys have the audacity to stay here after being destroyed, like you explained destroyed them, and still stand.
It's like those guys that hire girls to beat them up.
Kick me in the balls. They like when they step on their nuts with their heels.
Yeah, so they come in here instead because we're cheaper.
Family hour. Family
That's
hour.
That's some strange sort of kink, isn't it? Yeah, that's
Some
weird.
BDSM stuff.
Spank me with your flat earth.
Yeah, and apparently only like really wealthy, highly stressed out males do that.
Well, they're the
That's why
same
they
ones
want you
that
to
sit in
keep
our
showing
chat all day because they don't need a job.
They're the trouble with the entire Earth. No, I shouldn't say that. They're most of the trouble. Yeah, okay, I'll
That's the
say
air
that.
pressure or curve of the earth or no spin. That would be nice.
Yep. I'm on board.
Ball kicking and shit.
Pun intended.
Stop crying
They pretty
about.
much beg you, don't they?
Stop crying about no curvature, no motion, no gas pressure without a container.
Lou did ask a
crying.
good question. If they argue in Bigfoot forums like this,
This is already like past. This is already like past when something has become a natural law, an axiom that, as far as we know, every single time gas pressure behaves this way, and people want to deny that, and then claim to be, I don't know what they have the audacity to say they're being scientific in some sort of sense, but when pressed, they can't explain how it's scientific or provide a scientific experiment, even a valid hypothesis.
I think modern societies become very comfortable with using very specific terminology in too much of a casual manner.
post that GIF, Amish, of the water table to evaporation because I never was able to capture it.
Okay, I'll have to dig. Give me a few.
You know which one I'm talking about, right?
Not really. There are several I have in mind. I was going to pick through them.
It's like the side view, and it shows water. Then when it gets all the way to the right, it shows it kind of turning into gas.
Oh yeah, and it's animated too, right?
Yeah, it's blue and white, I think.
Yep, I got that educational content coming up in a few. Give me a couple minutes. I'm driving.
All right.
I always have water boiling in the background. Purifying it.
This is going to piss people off.
Yeah, the GIF you mean, right? That I'm going to dig up?
No, the sextant use I just showed.
Oh yeah. See, there you go.
That was Tartar. If anyone wants to mute his soundboard privileges.
Rick Evans seems angry. There it is. Thanks.
Yep, 57 minutes past the hour. That's the gift that was requested. It's a nice one.
There you go, Scott. You're back.
There you have it.
Thank you.
I finally found this thing that I've been looking for the past couple of weeks. It was I knew I saw it somewhere. Finally found it, but I posted it. It just shows like all the data, the flight data of planes, but from a side view, not from the above view that we always see it.
I think I still have the video from what is this? What is his name? Planetus Veritas.
Look at the planes flying a level plane.
Right.
The planes fly like in a plane.
Just across the plane, level flight.
Wonder why they do that.
No
Why would you ever do that? That's a good point. That's the point. Why would you ever do that if Earth was not that way?
Well, it wouldn't look like that at all. It'd be a bunch of curves. You'd always be in a curve.
No kidding. Yeah, that's crazy.
And they're
And
never
from each
curving.
perspective, that's the insanity of it. And each perspective of each aircraft would be at a different sagitta, even when facing each other off like 20, 30, 40, 50 miles.
True.
You know they can see aircraft probably a long ways off when they're above the cloud cover, above all the clouds in clear air.
Well, what's interesting to me too is like even the radar system they use. It's just like the same example of the map that we have. It just shoots out in a 360 degree all around you. Like it's not shooting over a ball and picking up the planes miles and miles and miles away. It's just shooting out straight across the sky.
Yeah, straight across. Exactly.
These guys believe that the radar's curving over the ball hundreds of miles away. Get out of here with your nonsense, dude.
No, nobody believes that, though.
Jig is up. A lot of people do.
They claim it. They do claim it.
A lot of people claim that.
That the radar curves over the ball?
Yeah,
Around the ball.
Yeah,
I don't think you're going to find many people who know what they're talking about saying that.
Because you ask them, how does a radar pick up planes that are hundreds of miles away? And they go, oh, because radar bends with the curvature of the Earth.
Yes, Scott, it's been said.
obviously don't know
Maybe
what
you
you're
weren't
talking
in here or you weren't listening, Scott, but it's been said in here. I laughed my ass off at him.
They also talk about the ionosphere deflecting it back down, which is an
Bunch of
interesting
nonsense.
So the ionosphere takes the signal, bounces it down, reflects, comes back up into the ionosphere, and then back to the radar. It follows its same path.
Which of course
makes any sense.
Yeah, but it also debunks the shadow zone that they're invoking to prove a curvature in the first place.
How so?
Because there's no angle at which the ionosphere can't reflect that signal back.
Right.
Are you saying we don't see blind zones?
I'm analysing the argument. Would you like to talk about the argument?
I'm not sure what the argument is. That's what I was asking. What's the argument?
The argument is that if you're shooting signal at a curving surface, there won't be anywhere that curving surface can't reflect to back down to the surface.
I don't think that's true, though.
Then you're wrong.
I put nice duct tape on that
Which won't
picture.
be the first time, to be fair.
It's actually stage gaffer tape that's on the Liberty Bell that I posted. I put duct tape, but it's not. It's actually, you can tell by looking at it because I have my own. That's gaff tape. Stagehands use that.
Damn.
The curved surface can't reflect stuff.
No one said that.
What'd you say?
Who did you hear say that a curved surface can't reflect stuff?
You said a curved can reflect it anywhere?
What?
I'm not sure what you said. That's why I'm asking again.
I know you're not sure, but I don't even know how you've come to that conclusion from what I said.
Never mind then.
baffling. I don't know what you listen to when I talk.
No,
It's
never mind.
very bad.
I'm posting the launch of Starlink in here for you guys so you can get a kick out of it.
Check it out.
Pulling out the goodies now.
That's hilarious.
I love that meme. There's a good argument to be made about it, but just in full transparency, the first two pictures are actually the Google Loon X project, but it's uncanny resemblance to the Starlinks, wouldn't you
It's
say?
the same technology.
Yeah, it's the same shit. The Google Loon X, they took it down just before SpaceX friggin' started Starlink.
Correct. So nothing was actually done except they just relaunched it and put a different name on television. Nothing was changed.
They didn't even completely change it. They left the X.
Oh, true.
Maybe that's why he changed it to X.
Anyway, that's how it's launched.
Twitter, that is. It really makes you wonder, like, why are these guys still holding on to the falsehoods? What aren't they getting?
I pulled up
Good
an old
question.
article from
Good
2015 where SpaceX is buying $1 billion deal from Google.
Mm.
There you go. They wanted to say they had satellites so people would believe them.
Holy shit, this might actually be it.
I'm
I'm
sure
posting it.
it might. It sounds like it. If it's, I remember when they were making
Dude.
some kind of deal. I just didn't know what it was about.
I wouldn't be surprised. The only thing that would surprise me is how they didn't even bother trying to do a cover up if you found it like that.
You know, sometimes they don't cover it up because they don't know the search terms that we're using exactly.
Is
We're
that
coming at this from
what's
a
that?
weird angle.
What's fidelity in there? In that title,
Yeah, that's a whole nother weird thing, right? I haven't
is
even
that
gotten to that yet.
fidelity? Is that like
Yeah,
Fidelity?
Fidelity Investments. Yep.
My investment firm. We have a global meeting coming up at work.
Oh, isn't it funny? You can read like if you go through all these offices underneath, like the government, anything with global in it, and the name of the office or the agency or organization, you know, is just a load of crap. All right, I'm archiving this if it's not already archived.
That'd be really interesting if that was what that was.
Well, it says right at the top that they're buying that they're interested in Google's imaging and other quote unquote space technologies.
Yeah.
That's pretty fitting.
Hey Scott, you're hot typing. Just to let you know. Maybe that's why you were muted
sorry.
before.
No, I wasn't typing before.
Calling up Troll Team 6, like, help me out. They're gonna find out. We gotta put a stop to this.
I was typing in the TC. You can see what I
Make them
typed.
shut up. Make them shut up.
Scott's already here. They got nobody to go get.
Oh, this
No.
was right before Google Loon, guys.
There you go.
No, he was muted because he was the sphincter carving, remember?
Nah.
But Apocryphon, I can answer your question if you want an answer to it.
What was the question that I asked that I don't
What do we
remember?
get out of this?
Oh, why you guys come back after getting destroyed?
No,
Yeah,
no,
go
no.
ahead.
Not why we come back. What do we get out of continuing to believe it's a globe?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
And what do we get? I would say that's goes along with what I get about trusting my fellow human being to do their jobs. I think it's all part of the same thing, because that's part of the reason I believe it's a globe.
Well, the
You don't want to
idea
hear?
though.
All right, never mind. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I thought that was your answer because you just want to.
I can jump on an airplane with confidence that I'm not going to die.
Right.
Going to
That
get me
has
to the
nothing to
place
do
I
with the
wanted to
shape of the
go.
Earth.
But all these people who do these things, the pilots, the people built the airplanes,
Has nothing to do with the shape. But go
people
ahead.
who did it. No, but they all understand the Earth's a globe.
No. That's another lie because not all of
You're
them
asking me
do.
what I get out of it, man. You don't want to listen?
Okay, but don't lie though. I mean, well, maybe I'm just trying to correct you. You can't say all of them believe it's a globe because there is on record on video some, not all, some that say it's stationary and flat. It's not a globe. So you cannot just blanket statement that just as a tactic to make the listeners believe that they are now possibly going to jump into a like a ostracized group here. Like these people are stupid idiots. There's only a few of them. No pilots believe them. No, you got to tell the truth, Scott. You got to say no. There are people that don't agree with the globe in all spectrums of careers.
I wasn't trying to make an argument. I was telling you what I get out of this.
Get out of it.
Isn't that interesting? Titan Aerospace was going to launch 11,000 drones to bring internet access to people around the world in hard to reach spaces. Google buys this when Facebook wanted to, and then SpaceX bought it.
Gee,
Could that be Starlink?
it is.
Unmanned aerial vehicles? Yeah.
Keeping them in the air.
Quite possibly. So go
Or
ahead.
instead, did SpaceX just develop this shit out of the blue, right?
But now you got to figure out what's keeping those vehicles in the air.
Oh yeah, that's a fun part.
Balloons that they're on.
It would be the fun part, wouldn't it?
Well, Google literally you can go to the Google Loon X and they'll literally show you launching the fucking balloons and tell you exactly how they control them.
Yep, they do.
So they tell you that part, but they lie about the satellites?
You're the one who believes in the satellites. They tell you what they're actually doing, but they show on Discovery Channel, look what NASA did today. And you guys are like, holy crap. But you don't want to read the other shit.
Oh, they tell us they tell us they put up both balloons and satellites. I believe in them on both accounts. I believe there are both balloons and satellites up there.
You can see
they just fuck it
satellites when they launch.
Satellites hang from strings.
Well, to the person that said we see satellites, well, what we do see is something come up and something go down. That's what we see.
I see
it orbiting over.
Whatever they say I'm supposed to be seeing looks like a light in the sky.
Well, you can actually grab a cheap telescope and see the ISS for what it actually looks like. You can see solar panels and everything.
Right. You know what's really funny? Speaking about the ISS, it's really interesting that people say, oh, we have it recorded, like going across the moon, right? But it's kind of like 2 or 3 seconds that it goes like
You're
really
not even
fast.
address what I said.
But the same thing though, you can do the same thing like with an airplane.
No, but
an airplane.
What I'm saying. You can grab a telescope yourself and see the ISS.
Okay, I have one. So tell me where to look.
I don't know the exact coordinates. That's something you'd have to figure out.
Well, I can do that at night. So when it's going across the sky at night, I can zoom in on it and I can see the people in the solar panels.
You can see the shape and the actual
at
ISS.
night, just in the night sky.
Yeah, that's very doable.
You're insane.
Why are you calling me insane? Do it yourself. You can do it.
Nobody else has, just you.
What are you talking about? There's thousands of pictures of this, of people doing it. There's videos of people doing this.
They don't all look the same. That's one of the problems I have with it.
No, the thing though that I was trying to point out is like when you have the ISS traversing, across the sky, you can like let's say you point out with your hand, you would like slowly move your finger as it's traveling. Okay, now just kind of vision that with me. Okay, close your eyes and vision this. The ISS is traversing across the sky. Okay, at this really fast rate, but to us, obviously, because we're so far away from it, because it's so high, it's going slow, kind of like watching an airplane go over your head. You know it's going 500 miles per hour, but it looks really slow as it's slowly going across in the sky, but it is going fast. Now, with that thought, think about how if it's going that slow across, but then all of a sudden, when it gets in front of the moon, it speeds up real fast because you could only capture it at when it crosses the moon. That's the only time you can see it. That's kind of
No,
like
it's
what.
not.
Oh, really? You can see it at night, other than as it's going in front of the moon. I think that's when he
Yes.
said you're crazy.
Yes.
By the
Do you
way.
want me to show you
Of course
a
you can.
picture?
Oh my
It works a
god.
lot
No,
better. Wait.
here's a
Hold on.
picture.
Hold on.
You mean
It
like
works.
this
Hold up.
satellite right here? Like
It
this
looks a
satellite?
lot better. It works a lot better when you don't have it up against the moon, because if you're looking at the moon with the ISS in between, you're getting a lot of light exposure from the moon. That's a terrible time to try and look at it.
Okay, so so let's say you're watching it in the night sky as you say it is going, okay? Even still, as it's going, it would be going slow, right? Because it's so far away. It looks slow to us, but it's going very, and your guys believe it's 17,000 miles per hour, but it's going slow from us, from our position. But then all of a sudden, when it hits the moon, it darts across it really fast. But then all of a sudden, it will slow down again. Do you
Yeah,
understand the logic I'm pointing out?
I would need context for this. I don't know what you're talking about.
If you can't grasp what I'm saying, then I'm sorry, dude. Like,
No, what
listen,
you're saying, I understand what you're saying. It just does not make
if
physical
it's going to
sense. I
okay, this
need
is what I'm saying.
context where you're getting this
It
information.
doesn't make sense because it doesn't make sense. When it's going across
Exactly.
the sky, it's
Where are you
going
getting this
slow.
from?
Listen again. When it's going across the sky, it's slow, okay? But then all of a sudden, when it pops up in front of the moon, it's like 3 seconds or 2 seconds. It goes across the moon like it darts quickly now. Now it's almost like if you were falling with your finger, you'd be going slow, slow, and then when it hits the moon, you go like you move your hand faster, and then all of a sudden you would slow it down again. You
Where are you
understand
getting
what I'm
this
saying?
information from?
You might
I
not
get what you're
understand what I'm saying.
saying. I get 100% what you're saying. I'm
How
asking
many
where you're
people have
getting this from.
videotaped the light, then go in front of the moon, and then hit the light again?
What?
How many people have recorded the ISS being a light in the sky, then go in front of the moon, turn into solar panels, and then turn back into a light and keep following it?
It's a poorly phrased question, but I haven't recounted whether or not how many times I've seen a picture or a video of the ISS passing by the moon. It's not something that's occurred to me.
Yeah, just the moon, right?
What? Again, this is something you can do on your own with the cheap telescope.
What's the claim here, Boogie? If you
There's
look
no
at the
claim.
you look at the ISS, and and the ISS has a banner on it that says "Not flat, we checked" or something, or what? What exactly are you looking at?
Do you not understand the purpose of that? There is
Okay,
an object
so
that is
you-
not
there's-
aerodynamic at
there's a
all. and
sky
with no
object.
medium.
Okay, there's a
Can
sky
I talk,
object.
please? Let me explain what I'm saying. You have the International Space Station, which is not aerodynamic and has no means of propulsion in terms of being able to actually create lift and fly within an atmosphere. So it flying over you only
Okay, you
means
know this
one
how?
thing. You can look at it.
Okay, you look at it, and what do you see?
The general aerodynamics of it, and that fact there is no engines on it to propel it.
Doesn't need aerodynamics.
What are you talking about? If you're flying it, if it is a plane just continuously flying overhead, it needs to be aerodynamic in order to fly.
You said the ISS.
Yeah, it's up there. So you're saying it's not up there, but it is.
Who
and if you're
said
saying
that?
it's not in space,
Who said
these
that?
guys.
No, go look at the lore. I think you're very
The lore.
confused. Yeah, they tell you it's about 200 miles up. Is that space for you?
That is past the Kármán line, yes.
So it's outer space, is it? Huh?
It is in space. I wouldn't call it outer space.
Oh,
Is
just
the Car-
space. Okay.
Is the Kármán line the shell around the ball that holds all the air in?
It's not a shell. You just have dense air, and it gets less dense as you go higher.
Well, this guy's another smart one.
Where's Mega Maid in all this?
You do realize like this is the reason
Yep,
why
so
airplanes are pressurized.
why was gravity completely disregarded at the surface and let all the gases out in the
It
first
didn't
place?
let all the gases out. It's the reason why we have an atmosphere.
Yeah, dude, gases are created at the surface and they go upward and outward in all directions.
Gravity pulls it down so it doesn't go upwards.
When does it pull it down?
What?
It's when
If it didn't go upwards, then we wouldn't have an atmosphere, bro.
Yes,
Do you
he,
understand?
he wasn't here. He wasn't here for physics class.
When, where, and how?
That's funny.
When, where, and how is it pulled down? When, where, and how is it done? Where is
it's a
it done?
constant force being pulled down.
No,
What do
no,
you mean
no,
when,
no.
where, and how?
Where does it start pulling the gases down? Because apparently they're not paying attention.
It starts pulling the gases down at the surface of the
It's
fucking
not
Earth.
pulling the
What do you
gases
mean?
down at the surface. They're going upward at the surface, my brother.
No, they're not. They're not going upwards. You have a
Yeah,
dense
they are.
area of
Yeah,
gas at the
they
surface,
are.
but you can only fit so much gas. It
What?
can only
You
be
don't think
dense.
you don't think gases are moving in all You don't think gases are moving in all directions?
This guy is classic.
You don't think gases are moving in all directions, including up?
Depends how you
They
phrase it.
weren't. They wouldn't get to high altitude. You wouldn't have any gas at high altitude if they weren't going up. Do you think they're raining
Exactly.
down from the sky?
This
That's
is
why I
exactly
said we
why
wouldn't
you
have
Think
an
about it.
atmosphere.
Okay, one person at a time.
Don't say
Secondly,
stupid shit. Yeah, just don't say stupid shit, okay?
No,
just
no,
think
no, no,
about
no.
it
Actually
before you
address
speak.
the fucking topic instead of fucking straw
The
man. Just shut
the
up.
topic was you said that the gravity keeps all the gas down, and then he said, but the gases go up. You said no, they don't. They keep them down. So then I said,
In
well, then
perspective
you
of
wouldn't. Hold
gravity,
on. Then
yes.
I said, well, you wouldn't have an atmosphere if it was for the gravity keeping the gases down to the ground.
Can I actually explain?
No, you can't actually, because you think you know what you're
No,
talking
I'm
about,
trying
but you
to
really don't.
explain, but you won't let me. And you guys just fucking try to fucking team up. That's not how it
Well,
works.
Go on
You
then.
Go
want
on,
to have
then.
an
Go
actual
on. No,
discussion?
go on. Go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead.
Explain it to him.
The gases can only compress so much and become so densely packed together because of the gravity of the Earth, the strength of the gravity. So you will get it as it gradually gets thinner and thinner because it can only compact so much. That's why.
Did you prove Santa Claus was real because the next morning the cookies and milk were gone?
Oh yeah, don't address the argument at all. That's okay.
No, because it's not an argument at all. You're just saying a falsehood of story
Prove that it's false.
that
Prove
you
that it's
believe
false.
in it.
Prove that it's
We
false.
we just told you how we
You
okay,
didn't address what I just said. No, prove that it's false.
okay.
No, Adrian.
It's false because there is no such thing as gravity holding down
Prove that.
gases. There's proof in that.
Can I get in and actually discuss this then? So you've got a phenomenon that we agree on, right? That you've got a density or like a pressure gradient with the gas. And you've then asserted that there is a cause of gravity. Well, how have you actually gone about proving that?
Well, gravity is contested in terms of what the cause is. That's a debated topic. I don't know what the cause of gravity is.
Oh, I asked.
That's a very debated topic. What do you mean?
So is
Relativity
gravity
says
a
it's
cause or an
bending
effect?
space.
Is gravity a cause or an effect?
It would be both. We just don't know the
No, it can't be both.
cause.
It can't be both.
It can be.
No,
There's
it
a
can't.
cause for something, and then there's the effect. The
Yeah,
cause
but it
is
can't be the
theoretically
same thing.
what?
Cause can't cause itself and then be the effect.
It's called a paradox. A light is both matter and a particle.
That doesn't
Technically, that
make
shouldn't be allowed, but it
that
works.
doesn't make it better. Like coming up with something else
No, it's
that is
called a
also contested
paradox.
doesn't make your point better.
Things that
Within
contradict each other,
science,
but work.
within science, you have causes and effects, right? And then you can
Yes.
analyze, these with the cause and effect relationship.
Yes.
You can't have the cause and the effect be the same thing.
In science, these things are called paradoxes. Again, I'm not going to pretend to know everything about gravity because we just don't know everything about gravity.
Can you point to me the scientific paper on the gravity paradox, claiming that it's both a cause and an effect?
Cause of the What?
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
He doesn't. He's repeating what he's heard, but he doesn't understand even the idea of what he's even repeating.
No, I've
Does
stated that gravity is a debated topic on exactly what it is. If gravity is caused by a large mass of fucking material, say a planet, and then the effect being it pulls things towards it, that's both cause and effect.
and you can't have both. But here's the thing, though. What you're not getting is that you yourself are saying, well, it's debatable and we don't understand it. Yet, in the same breath, you say you understand it, and that's kind of
I've
like
said several
ironic.
times I don't fully understand gravity, and neither does anyone.
So
the
then,
argument
why?
you're
There
making
is some
nonsensical.
level of force being applied, and we name it gravity.
No, the argument you're making is nonsensical, though. It can't be the cause and the effect.
It's not nonsensical.
Yes, it is.
He doesn't understand that. He doesn't.
It can be doesn't mean that it can be.
It can't be the cause and effect of itself. So like it you can say that it's the effect of
Again,
one
it's called a
thing and
paradox.
it's the cause of another thing, but you can't
Invoking the word paradox
name
doesn't
it within
mean
the same sentence as being the cause of itself. I mean, that's
It's a
just ridiculous.
contradiction that happens to work, but again, it could be wrong
No, it's
because
not.
we don't know everything about gravity. I'm not speaking factual here.
You
It's
don't know
simply fucking
anything
theory.
about gravity. You think it can cause itself.
Correct. The effect would be the effect that we're witnessing, that you're claiming of things going down, or as you just put it, mass attracting mass. Yeah, that's the effect. Your claim that the cause is what you call gravity, which would be the bending and
That's not
warping
what
of
I said.
space and time. The cause is not the effect.
The
I
cause
said the
of
bending and
gravity
warping
is
of
a
space and time.
large
Space-time
body of
because
mass. The effect would be
So you're going
pulling
Newtonian.
things towards that mass.
So you know there's two types of theories around this, right? So you've got
You have
the
gravitons
Newtonian.
and you have bending of fucking space.
No.
Yes.
Was it
Yes.
Newtonian and Einsteinian, right?
Einstein relativity discusses bending of space, and quantum gravity discusses gravitons. Those are the two theories at play with
Awesome.
gravity.
So which of those claims to be a cause and an effect?
Relativity. Gravitons don't.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, the cause of gravity would be large bodies of mass bending space. The effect would be pulling other mass towards it.
So two things that aren't equivalent.
It's called a paradox, again.
No, just because you say the word paradox doesn't mean that it's possible.
That's actually exactly what it means. It means things that are
I know that's
contradictory
what it
but make
means,
sense.
but invoking something doesn't make it true. Unicorn. Therefore unicorns?
That has no equivalency. What?
It does, because you've just invoked that it's a paradox.
The
and
difference
therefore,
is we observe
and therefore it's a
something.
paradox, right?
We are
That's your
observing
argument.
a paradox of cause
Yeah,
and
you're
effect
claiming
compared
that.
to you bringing up unicorns.
No,
That is
because you
claiming
claimed it.
something. You're just
It's not a
claiming
claim,
something
that is something that is
forcefully. Yes, you
observed.
are. You're just
Any
forcefully,
large
repeatedly
body
claiming something while
has-
talking over me. I can do the same with
Disprove it then.
unicorns.
Disprove it then.
No, you need to prove that a cause can cause its own effect.
He's too young for this, man. He's way too early. He's a baby.
22. I'm 22. Settle down.
I know you're
Secondly.
a baby in the argument, bro. You're a baby in the argument. How long have you been in this arena talking about it? What? A couple months? A couple weeks? You're a baby in the argument, bro. You're like stepping into like the major leagues, and you're playing like
This is the
softball
problem. You're not
at a
actually addressing
school.
my point. You're trying to criticize a point without actually
No, but
providing
you're not
anything
getting
for
though.
against it.
What you're not getting though is
saying
he
no.
told you specifically that just because you said this is a paradox because we observe it, you're just saying we observe it. Where did you
I'm
observe
saying disprove
mass
it then.
attracting?
Fucking
Where
disprove it.
Where did you observe mass attracting mass? Tell me where.
By
You
being
know
on the
that
fucking
there's
earth.
no burden of disproof. You understand that, right?
Yeah, he's a
You're
waste of time.
claiming the
Have fun.
accepted science is wrong. The burden of proof is on you.
your claim.
My claim is
So-
quotations from accepted science.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Find me somewhere where it says that gravity is the cause and the effect, and that the cause is the same as the effect. Find me that.
If you have accepted
Typing
science,
away. He's a Google Earther.
yeah. If
Fantastic.
you have
He's a Google Earther.
like Boogie, if you have accepted science, why would you shift the burden of proof away from your science if you have science?
Because
What-
you guys are making the claims against the science. Which
Yeah, but if you've
requires burden of
got
proof.
science, you said you've got science perfect down to the last detail. That's impeachable.
I never said that. I make
Why not
mistakes,
present
obviously.
your? Do you have any science to present?
Do I have any science to present? In what way?
Yeah,
Papers?
anything at all. Like, what's your cause and effect? What's your observed phenomenon?
What do you mean? What's the observed phenomenon? You standing right here, or you sitting right where you are, is the observed phenomenon.
So me just standing. I'm standing in the, okay, and then what happens?
Or the fact that you drop something and it accelerates.
What if I don't drop it? I keep it in my hand.
It's on a stable platform then, obviously.
Okay, so then what happens then?
You can resist gravity because you can pull up stronger than the resistance is pulling down. I don't know where you're going with this.
Okay, so if you've got your science here, it sounds like a hot mess.
This isn't. This is just basic physics at this point, Newtonian physics. Like I don't know.
Okay, so I'm looking here at an object that you said I dropped. Okay, so now I didn't pick it up. What happens?
The
I'm
object
just
drops
looking.
and stays on the ground.
Okay, so there's an object on my desk. I'm watching it. What's going to happen?
It's gonna stay in place.
So it
unless
won't
it's
move.
Angled,
It won't move. Okay, so it'll stay. So nothing will happen.
because
So
it's
what's the
on
cause?
platform.
What's the cause of nothing?
There's no interaction. Nothing. Where are you going with this?
So you've got nothing causes nothing.
There is gravity being applied to it, but it doesn't. It's irrelevant because it's on a stable platform. Where are
Okay,
you
so it's
going with
not.
this?
Nothing happens and nothing caused it.
There is a force being applied to it, but it doesn't matter because it's on a stable platform.
Okay, so then what happens then?
It's called equilibrium. Like nothing happens.
So nothing happens. Okay. So you watch nothing happen, and your cause of nothing happening was nothing. I see why you want to shift the burden of proof. Your
Is
science
this like
is a
your
hot
way of
mess.
doing it? You just ask some bullshit questions that make no sense? That's a
No,
great
he made
argument.
perfect sense.
No, it didn't. Obviously, if you have a pen sitting on the floor, nothing's going to happen to it. There's still a force being applied to it, considering it has fucking weight. Gone all quiet now. Okay.
Do you have any scientific validation through experiment?
You've
For
got
what?
nothing.
I
Literally
just-
nothing.
You just gave me a bullshit fucking argument that made no sense. So bring up something that actually makes sense, and then we can talk.
Yeah, scientific validation through experiment. How about that?
For what exactly?
Gravity?
You can prove there is a force, yes.
Okay. So
When you drop something, why does it accelerate?
no, that's not a hypothesis.
You're right, it's not a hypothesis, it's a factual
question.
observation.
Question. You asked a question. So now we're going to form a hypothesis.
There's no
What
needed
do we-
hypothesis for this.
Well, okay, so we observed something fall.
You
What's
observe
the
it fall,
details?
and it accelerates.
What's the details?
Newtonian physics says there needs to be a force applied.
What's the details of the environment?
It's not in a vacuum, it accelerates.
Okay. So it's within a medium.
Yes.
And the object that you let go of is denser than the medium.
It's falling, so yes.
Okay. It's falling because it's denser
Yes.
than the medium. It's not falling because there's a force.
Explain the acceleration then.
I'm not trying to explain anything. You are. So
You just
all right,
made a
so
claim it's
let's.
not falling from a force. So explain acceleration then.
That was like in the form of a question. So not a force then. It's density.
There
then.
is a force being applied to it. Just the rate of falling
Okay, so
depends on its density.
right. Okay. So can we do an experiment then? We manipulate independent variable to see if it produces the outcome that we're looking that we
Hey, you guys
observed
gotta
happening in
cut the
nature.
shit. Hey, they gotta cut. They're doing the audio-visual club in text chat.
What?
Cut it out. Don't post one more thing about it.
People aren't allowed to talk in text chat.
About the audio-visual, yeah. In the AV club, you gotta keep that out of the text chat. In voice chat.
I'm not
Anyways, I
focusing
don't know
on
what
the
that's
text
about.
chat.
Yeah, I think you got the
I
wrong
don't know what's
text
going on.
chat. No?
No, I'm looking right here. Mackie and Lunatic are talking about audio-visual.
Oh, I see.
I have no idea what's going on there. Continue with what you were
It's
saying.
code word. Just keep going.
Anyway, can we is it possible that we can perform an experiment where we manipulate or vary the independent variable, the presumed cause, right, to see if it has the desired effect, the effect that we observed occurring in nature, that we're wondering what is the cause of?
Manipulate it in what way?
That's what we do in natural science, right? To validate or falsify a supposed cause for the effect that we observed occurring in nature, right? Isn't that what an experiment is? Natural science?
You can't manipulate gravity. At least we don't have the capability
Oh,
to.
that's a problem.
That still leaves answers. Again, how do you... You have no answer to why there's a force being applied.
I don't need to have an explanation. I'm not
There is
making a claim about
clearly a
anything. I'm not making a
force.
claim
That's the
about why
entire
something
point.
denser than the medium that it resides within went towards the ground when it was unsuspended. When it was
Density
suspended
is irrelevant when you're
and
talking about it
unsupported.
falling. It doesn't matter how dense it is as long as it breaks the medium. At the end of the day, it still accelerates.
Okay, yeah, but I'm not making a particular claim about why that's occurring.
Then what's the point of this? If you're saying it's not fake, then or it's not happening, then what are you talking about?
Because you made a claim about it, that it's gravity that's causing it, but yet you're going to tell me that you can't manipulate gravity.
You can't manipulate
do anything
gravity,
with
no, but
right.
it's
So
a
it can't be
fucking
used in a
name we put
scientific
to
experiment.
It's a name we put to a phenomenon we don't completely understand.
So it's an effect. So it's an effect.
It's a force that we do
It's a
not
force
fully
or it's an effect.
understand.
It's a phenomenon. You
Newtonian
said it's a phenomenon.
physics
So it's something
states
occurring. You said it's something occurring. It's a phenomenon.
it's
something
a phenomenon
happening
because we
in
don't fully
nature.
understand it.
So it's something you observe happening
Yes.
in nature. Right. So it's an effect. So you don't know what the cause of that effect is.
Yeah, we don't fully know. We have theories as to why gravity occurs, but we don't know fully. Again, what's your fucking point?
Okay, so there's no scientific validation for why that thing is happening.
There's no objective
Well,
fact
there's
to
no
say
theory.
why gravity exists or what
It's not a
exactly
theory.
gravity is. There are
Okay, yeah.
theories.
So why are we even
Well,
talking
that wouldn't
about
be
it
a theory then.
Because what we can objectively say is there is some type of force being applied.
Okay, you can imagine it. Something's going on if you like. Sure.
It's not imaginary. It is.
Yeah, something is definitely occurring, but as to why, you can imagine anything you like. Guess what? It's not scientific. It's definitely not a scientific theory. You
Relativity and
haven't got an
quantum
experiment.
gravity are very much so theories.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
No,
They're not,
dude,
well,
they're
they're
just a
ideas.
story from a storybook. Period.
These are
You
not
can call them an
arguments.
idea.
You're
You
just
can call them
looking
a
at something
theory
you
in a
don't like
colloquial
and calling it
sense.
storybooks. That's not an argument. Make an actual
No,
argument.
no. You can definitely call it a theory in a colloquial sense. You just can't call it a scientific theory because it has no scientific validation via experimentation.
Yes, there is. They can actually try and measure gravity.
You just said you agreed with me. I can't manipulate gravity.
Yeah,
So
I
we're
was
not going
talking
to be
from
able
my
to form
own
a hypothesis.
personal.
We're not going to be able to perform an experiment. You can't use it as an independent variable because you haven't even identified what it is yet. Yeah,
We have
how the heck are you
identified
going
what
to
it
use it?
is. We haven't identified how it exactly works. Like, again,
That's right.
circles
It's
here.
the effect. Right. So we want to know what the cause of gravity is. When gravity just being that something falling at an agreed upon average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared when it's denser than the medium that it exists within, which is a very low pressurized system. Yeah.
I
Like
ask you again,
a
what's
liquid
the
or a
point of
solid.
this argument if you're not saying gravity exists or doesn't exist?
No, not gravity exists according to you because it's just the observation of a liquid or solid in air falling at an agreed upon average rate of 9.8 meters per second.
Well, that varies
Yeah,
depending on the
gravity. Okay,
object.
if that's what gravity is, I agree. That exists.
What exactly is your issue then?
Well, I don't have an issue with that. That's fine.
Why are you talking then? What are we talking about if
I
you
was
have an
asking.
issue with that?
Okay, well, no, that's good. We've established that you are solely, specifically talking about gravity as an effect, and not relating it to any causal mechanisms, right?
Well, there are theories around the cause, but again, we don't know the cause.
Okay, so we can throw those theories out because they have no valid scientific experimentation or even a
That
valid
is,
hypothesis.
I can't comment on that. I haven't read every single theory. I haven't read these in depth, so I'm not gonna comment on that. But
That's
unless
fair
you've
enough.
read
That's
these
fair.
in
That's
depth,
fair. That's
then
fair.
you
Okay.
can't really
fair.
claim that unless you've read it in depth.
So we can throw out gravity as having any relationship to the idea of the Earth being a sphere?
Well, no.
No?
That is a partial reason as to what we think the cause of gravity
Cause?
is.
So it's like just some sort of like, oh, maybe it's because of this sort of idea. They just like just spitballing.
It's not just spitballing. Every single celestial object is round. Laugh it away. You can observe these things yourself again. You can see Jupiter. You can see Saturn. I don't understand your point here.
What do you see when you look at those things? What do you see?
You can see the actual details. Example, in Jupiter, you can see the giant red storm on it.
Know what it is?
It's a sphere.
Know what that giant red dot is?
A non-spinning sphere.
It's a giant storm. What's the point
How
of
do
a
you
red
know
dot?
that? How do you know that?
Because satellites. Satellite data have gathered the same information as we do here on our own weather patterns. So you can easily determine whether or not it's a storm.
Wouldn't that require a very detailed understanding of how gravity works and what gravity is? What causes it?
What? What does understanding of something's a storm have to do with gravity?
You're talking about satellites.
Well, they sure know how to manipulate something. They have no idea what is. They manipulate it in terms of being able to utilize it, like gravity assists.
So things falling down, so solids or liquids falling at an agreed upon average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared in a medium that it's less dense than, allows us to be
Well,
able
no,
to
that
send
changes.
satellites to Jupiter.
What?
How does that? Where does? How do you get from an agreed upon average rate of a solid or liquid falling through air at an agreed upon average rate of 9.8 meters per second, right? You get from there to satellites looking at Jupiter, knowing that that big red
You're
dot is a storm.
strawmanning what it was. We were talking about celestial bodies. I said we were talking about why the Earth is round or spheroid, and I mentioned how it's observable that other celestial bodies are also spheres. That's what we were talking about. And I mentioned Jupiter and Saturn, and I said you can see details on it.
Yeah, but the reliance of the satellites, right, relies on the complete and understanding of what gravity is.
It doesn't rely on the complete
Absolute.
understanding. We know there's a force
Yeah,
there.
it would.
that knows-
It would
No.
rely on knowing what the cause is.
No, it wouldn't. All you need
So
to know is an effect.
Right.
You don't have to know the cause of a fire, but you know the effect of a fire.
What's the effect? Just an agreed upon average rate of observing a solid or a liquid falling through the medium of air at an agreed upon average rate. Right?
That's a very simplistic version, for sure.
You have a more detailed one?
No, I was saying it's a simplistic version because it's a simplistic version I gave, but yeah, sure, generally, sure.
It is.
And so how do we get there from there to giant balls in the sky?
Because you asked, you said something about how is the Earth a sphere? And I mentioned observable spheres. That's how celestial bodies are formed when you get to a certain size. From what we
How
observe,
do you know that?
based
You don't know what
upon
the
every
cause.
other celestial
How do you
body
get from the
we've
cause
seen.
of a thing falling through the air
You're
to
completely ignoring
giant
what I'm
spheres?
saying to just cherry pick this one thing. Are you actually going to address the things I'm
Lead us
saying?
through the logical process.
Why do you
where
think
come
every
to
other
draw that
celestial body
conclusion?
is a sphere? Why do you think every other celestial body is a sphere?
You're presuming that they're giant celestial spheres made
Wait.
of matter.
What's the moon? What's the
Boogie, you're
moon? Do you think the
Boogie.
moon's not made of
Boogie,
matter?
listen, you're not paying attention. If everything is a sphere, why is Earth a pear? Why wouldn't Earth be a sphere also?
Oh my god, you want to... Okay, it's an oblique spheroid if you want to get fucking specific.
Okay, so if everything's a sphere, why is the Earth an oblate spheroid? Why is it different?
The other celestial bodies are also oblique spheroids. Stop. Okay, you're just nitpicking for the sake of fucking nitpicking right now.
Why is it only recently that they admitted that it's an oblique spheroid, but why was it purported that it was round for like how God knows how long?
Observably, it's seen as round, but it's not as round as it's a lot more bumpy and curvy than it seems. It's not perfectly round. It's just a common accepted thing to call the Earth round. You're nitpicking something that doesn't matter.
Okay, so you're looking at
you
the
call
eyes.
it you call it
Oh, go ahead,
nitpicking.
Josh.
I think it's just poking. You call it nitpicking. I just think I'm pointing out inconsistencies with your fairy tales that you guys have told over the years,
No,
and you
it's
keep
just much
changing it when
easier to say
convenient.
something's a
If you change,
sphere
hold on, you
instead of-
change. I wasn't done. You change when convenient is my point.
It's not changing it. It's much easier to call something a sphere than an oblique sphere, which a lot of people might not even know what that is.
Okay, fine. I'll give you that, right? But why was it purported in images to be a sphere then?
Again, because a lot of people probably
What, we
don't
can't
really
handle
know-
the truth of it being a fucking potato?
Is this your argument? Seriously? Oh, they called it a sphere instead of an oblique sphere.
That's your argument.
That's your argument?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Yeah, your argument was
Just like-
Earth is just like everything else in the sky. Okay, so is Earth
That's not
also...
what I said. That's what you said. I said. I said Earth was an oblique spheroid, and I said the other bodies were a sphere.
You
meaning
said
they're
Earth
oblique
was round.
spheroids. Oh my god.
You said so.
Yeah,
Earth...
he's fallen for the lie, and he still believes it.
This is not how you get people. This is not a good gotcha moment. You're just misinterpreting and fucking completely strawmanning what I said.
Well, you
Well,
started
just lead
off
us
with
through the logical. process where you get
What
from
logical
an
process? It's an oblique spheroid that people refer to as a
yeah,
sphere.
yeah.
That's
Right.
the logic.
Okay.
It's simple.
You've dropped like we've observed something in air falling, right? It's an agreed upon average rate that occurs at, right? Okay. Now we get to that, meaning Earth is a sphere, and the things in the
No,
sky
no,
are
no,
spheres,
no,
and the
no.
Earth is
Stop
like
straw
those things
manning.
in the sky.
You asked me why was the
All
Earth
right.
round. That's what
No, I
got
asked you
talking about the Earth
how
being a
does
sphere.
we can toss out the idea that this effect of that we've observed, that which you are identifying as gravity, right? Just the effect alone, no cause. Right? Its relationship to the idea of Earth being a sphere. That's what I asked.
Yes, and that is because gravity pulls equally, and the
Oh
only
my
shape you'll
god.
get is a sphere.
Back to
How do you get to that? How do you get to that from just letting go or observing an apple falling off a tree and hitting the ground? How do you get from that observed phenomenon to the idea that things are being pulled to the center of a mass and forming a sphere that we now live on? Lead us through the process by which you get to that conclusion.
A sphere is the only shape that will naturally form if equally applied inwards. That's why.
Why are you saying inwards? All you've observed is something falling down towards the ground.
Oh my god, you gotta pick a topic. Are we talking about an object?
Don't get
falling
angry.
down?
Just articulate your stance.
I am. Just completely ignoring what I'm saying.
Get
Are
from
we
the
talking
observed
about-
phenomenon to the idea that all matter's being pulled towards the center of and creating a sphere. All you've observed is something that you've identified as gravity, right? A phenomenon. So you haven't observed all matter being formed into a sphere. All you've observed is an article, an object in reality, falling from from an elevation to another to the ground. So how do you get to that meaning that all matter is pulled towards the center of a mass?
You have a great leap of logic. You're saying, look, something fell down, therefore everything turns into spheres.
No, that's not what it's saying. It's
It's
saying
a
large
belief.
bodies clumped together form a mass that pulls inwards, and eventually it forms a sphere because that is.
And I'm
the most
asking how you
stable-
got from the observed phenomenon that you call gravity to that conclusion.
If I drop a pen where I am right now, it falls down straight. If I drop a pen on the other side, exactly the other side of the world from me, it will fall straight again. If I do it fucking halfway across the world at that point and make a little fucking cross, essentially going from one point to the other equally on opposite sides, it will fall down straight. So that tells me.
How do you know you're on a sphere to begin with?
It tells me on any degree I am on, it falls straight down. So hence, it pulls inwards on every single degree.
Hey, how about if when you're on a football field? How about when you're on a football field and one guy's at the end of the end zone and you're at the other and you both drop the football? It goes down. Does that make the football field round? Because you can play that game all fucking day and your
Do you
stupid
understand
logic.
how stupid that logic
Do you
is?
understand how stupid you sound? If you're
Your
gonna
logic
disagree,
your logic doesn't make sense, is what he's getting at.
The scale of this logic is not fucking however many yards a football field is. The scale of this logic is based upon the fucking 20-something thousand kilometers diameter of the Earth. A football field is not to
we're getting
scale.
somewhere now. How do you know that? How do
Here
you
we
know
go.
that?
Here we go.
How do you? Because, but if you just say that I observed something fall to the ground, and my buddy talked to me in overseas, and he dropped something on the ground, right? That's
Is there an
why
actual
assume that
argument here?
why
Where
assume that you are both antipodal to one another? Why assume that? Why assume that you're both antipodal to each other?
Why not one big fucking football field? Why
there
does it
an
have to be
argument?
antipodal?
Is there an argument? Just because you're missing the point doesn't mean there's no argument.
No, this point is stupid. Are you telling me I'm assuming that every single place on Earth there's something that falls down equally? Are you saying that's
You're already
an assumption?
pre-assuming that you are on a sphere to begin with, and we're looking for the logical sequence.
No. The logic you just
from the
introduced
observed
claimed that I'm
phenomenon to
assuming
concluding that you're on a
something
sphere.
falls.
He doesn't get
No,
it.
no,
He's
no.
not.
We've
He's,
observed a phenomenon. Something,
He's
an apple fell from the
purposefully
tree
not
and
wanting to engage with it, Hall.
landed on the ground. Wait a sec. We've observed the phenomenon. The apple fell from the tree and landed on the ground, and you've jumped from that meaning that the apple on that you're already on a sphere, and there's an apple on the other side of the Earth that fell, and they both fell towards the center of this mass. But we're looking for how you got to the conclusion that you're on a sphere by observing that phenomenon.
So now you're asking me for proof that we're actually on a sphere.
oh my god, bro.
Yeah, but that's what I asked. How do you get from the observed phenomenon to the idea that all matter is being pulled towards the center of a mass to form a sphere? Must have some sort of
Because
logical sequence involved.
I've already answered
Syllogism, at
this.
least, or because you don't have an experiment, you admitted that already.
Let me speak his
Forming a
language.
have a
sphere-
logical
Just because there's
syllogism.
humans, let me speak your language. Just because there's humans on one planet, right? Does that mean that there's humans on any other planet that we find life on?
That's complete straw man, and that's just ridiculous. If you can actually have an argument, have an argument.
Let's
Jesus
get to that.
Christ.
Do you already pre-assume that you're on a sphere, or do you conclude from the observed phenomenon that you're on a sphere?
I know I'm on a sphere, and the observed phenomenon explains why it's a sphere.
Explains why.
Yes.
It's proof or evidence that you're on a sphere. You
Yes,
can
there is evidence.
successfully get to the conclusion that you're on a sphere by observing the apple fall from the tree and land on the ground.
In the physics and current physics that you deny, yes.
We deny.
That
What
would
a
involve an experiment, which you already said we don't have that. There must be some
You
sort of
see, this
logical
wouldn't actually
syllogism
involve an
involved.
experiment. This would involve actual just math.
That we deny. You're the one who believes fairy
The
tales.
experiment would simply be observation of the sphere. But this is fully
Okay, so
explainable
maybe
through
right.
math.
Okay, right. So
he watched a
you've
couple
already got
YouTube
pre-knowledge
videos.
of the sphere before you observed the apple land on the ground and wondered why it happened.
Oh, no, you would more so have pre-knowledge that you're actually on flat Earth, like they did back in the day. But, I lost my train of thought. What'd you say?
But do you have pre-existing knowledge of the Earth being a sphere prior to the observed phenomenon of the apple falling from the tree and landing on the ground?
And then rolling into the pond and floating.
Whatever that has to do with anything. Are you essentially asking me, are we born with a pre-assumed knowledge the Earth is round?
No. Like we're going to put your observed phenomenon of gravity aside for a minute. Do you have pre-existing knowledge of Earth being a sphere?
Pre-existing as in just intuitively have it, or obtained? That's
Any pre-existing knowledge of Earth being a sphere that doesn't involve the phenomenon of gravity.
It's obviously obtained knowledge.
Right. So we can talk about that if you like, because the gravity thing's getting us nowhere.
Besides, I debunked gravity holding water down yesterday and today, and they fucking had a cow about it.
Holding water down. What do you mean by that?
Holding water down onto the ground.
And how does that debunk gravity?
What do you mean? How does it debunk gravity? I debunked gravity holding water down. Water is not held down by gravity.
Just because you say you did something, it doesn't mean you actually did it.
He's
What do you
basically
mean?
saying what you call gravity is actually density.
That's not what density is. But what did you do? What did you do?
I removed the air from the top of water, and the water turned into gas and flew away.
Okay, you created hydrogen and oxygen. Good job.
No, I just put water in a vacuum chamber and sucked the air out, and it turned into gas, and that also left and dried out the vacuum chamber.
That
I know, that's a mind fuck, isn't it?
No, you
Gravity forgot its job.
You put water in a vacuum, which would water would end up boiling and then evaporating, and the gas going along with it. So exactly what did you prove?
That air pressure contains water to the surface.
What? You have a vacuum. You just admitted you sucked out the gas. That means the vacuum is not going to be able to be stationary.
Oh.
The gas correction is not going to stay stationary. That's okay. Move
Yeah,
on.
I know. It fucking pisses you off, doesn't it?
No, that's actually just. You're
Yeah,
pulling a
facts
vacuum.
facts are quite the bitch.
Do you
aren't
understand
they?
how the gas, if you're introducing a vacuum, gas, it's going to try to reach equilibrium and escape that.
Oh my God! There goes Earth in outer space.
That's completely different. The force being
Oh,
applied
it's
there.
different.
It's different.
Oh my God, dude, this guy.
This
They
is
always,
great. I told you this is the one that's fucking them up this week.
yeah. You gave them enough rope to hang himself. I love it.
No. The fact that you guys don't understand this
that's
and you're just
why I
laughing
said-
together, it's actually
No,
hilarious.
Mr. Boogle. That's why I let you talk this whole time before I ruined your day.
Hey, thanks
How's
for
it
proving
different?
that we're
Yeah.
not living in a vacuum, bro. Thank you for proving it.
How is it different?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, right.
Much love to you, bro. You proved it.
You created
should
a
go tell all your
vacuum,
other
so the gas
Globers
wants to escape into the atmosphere. That creates a pressure that's able to resist. Like, what exactly are you fucking saying right now? It doesn't make sense. It has nothing to do with gravity.
God, bro.
There you go. That's got nothing to do with gravity.
Now you're
doesn't
speaking
make
our language,
sense.
bro.
No. Don't try to cherry pick what I say now and jump side to side. Don't move the goalposts. Like,
Now
stick
you're
with what you
speaking
said.
Like a flat
Hey,
earther,
Mr.
man.
Boogle, Mr. Boogle, hey, check it out. You got a
Again,
Glover telling you
ignore
it
what
is
I'm
a bit
saying.
funny
Ignore
what
I
you
said. Then.
said.
Ignore what I said. Then, yep, that's what you guys did.
Didn't you just claim entropy to argue against his vacuum? Yeah, is that what you just claimed? That the gas is going to escape due to the different pressures?
Yes.
No. Okay, so then you've debunked a vacuum next to a pressurized system.
The gas will. If the gas has if there's a vacuum and you have gas in a vacuum, if there's no escape route, it's not going to escape, obviously. But if you do have an escape route, as you are pulling a vacuum, it is going to escape. When you pull
you
a
go.
vacuum,
Yep.
you're literally sucking shit out.
The higher pressure is moving towards the lower pressure, but yeah, okay, yeah, cool, yeah.
Well, no, in order
Thank
to
you.
artificially create a vacuum,
Now
you
you're
need an
talking
air
their
compressor,
language.
which sucks the air.
Right.
Hmm.
Do you
Interesting.
believe that that space is a vacuum?
It is a vacuum, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now you're getting.
Earthball debunked. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've
You just
demonstrated the working and a working air compressor. I don't understand how you think this is valid at all. Please please. Okay, I'm really not trying to like be facetious here. I want to have a discussion. Please tell me your thought process with that.
You just observed that. Yeah, right. Okay. Say that you've observed a gaseous system moving, evacuating an area because it's moving towards a lower pressure system, right?
No, it's
Vacuum.
moving towards the higher pressure system when you pull the vacuum.
Sorry.
The
what?
lower pressure system is the vacuum. It's escaping the low pressure.
Yeah, the higher pressure is moving towards the lower pressure area, right?
No, it's escaping the low pressure. The gas is escaping the vacuum.
Yeah. It's the gas is moving towards the less pressure area.
The vacuum is no pressure. You
Well, it's not
understand that, right?
escaping, it's being pumped out with a mechanical pump, yeah? It's being,
Yes, exactly.
there's something doing work in it.
creating a
even
lower
without
pressure environment for the higher pressure to move towards.
when you're pulling a vacuum, it's the opposite. Now, if you have a vacuum box and you punch a hole in that box, what you say will be true. You'll have the positive pressure fucking try to make equilibrium with
Move
the
towards the
negative
lower,
pressure.
right?
Yes, but when you're pulling a
Yeah.
vacuum, it's the opposite.
Let me. Oh no, can you hear me properly? Sorry, because I'm driving. But let me make it more simple for you. He's got water in a vacuum. He has the atmosphere or air in that vacuum that's containing that water, that's pressing down on that water. When he removes the air from the vacuum, the medium, the water then starts to boil off and condensate. Yeah. So what he's saying is that the relationship here originally is the air in the vacuum that's holding that water in place before it's been removed. Regardless of the force of gravity, that is still relevant, apparently, to you, according to you guys, in that vacuum.
He's just too young in the argument, man. He has all this school stuff, but he doesn't understand that we all went through that. We all learned that. We all been through that.
Oh my god, just stop the
And now
classic sales technique. I've been around it. I've been around enough to
No,
hear
let
the
him
sales
speak.
technique
Don't cut him off.
1,000
Let him
times.
speak. What the
You
hell
guys
is
cut me
your
off
problem?
1,000 times. I don't need to hear the sales technique.
We finally let
I
go
love
of
how you
that.
guys just bandwagon each other. It's fucking
We
hilarious.
finally let go of that and we moved on because we learned the truth, and then
Yeah.
the logical, examples that are given every day, day and night.
You mean the logical
It's
example you
logic,
just
it's
given that's not
understanding,
logical at
it's
all?
reasoning, and then you have guys that still believe the falsehoods, the fairy tales. They come in here, they're like, "No, it's real. You guys are dumb. You don't get it." But they
So
don't
married
understand
to
that
it.
we do get it. Matter of fact, it's because we get it. That's why we understand that it's a lie, because
Yeah.
we get it.
It's
Having your
because we do.
foundation
It's
shook
because
is
we
definitely
do. Yeah.
uncomfortable, but you know, it's what needs to happen for you to like have progress and see the truth.
Yeah,
See,
we
the problem
do
with this, guys,
experiment.
is you've like interwove this into your actual like personalities, and it's like a part of your identity. That's why you have. That's why you're so
Right,
hostile about this.
more.
No, it's just like anyone who's like fucking absolutely consumed by ideology, whether it's on the right or
Oh,
the
it sounds like a
whatever.
Glober. You're right.
I just ignore what I said.
Yeah,
over this
yeah.
one.
You literally are projecting right now.
See, you're not actually looking for a discussion. You just care about fucking.
I
little
gave
shit
you
You're
the
not looking for
discussion.
truth.
I gave you the discussion, and
I
you
told you,
agreed. Gravity-
how it's completely stupid. You have an
Gra-
opposite
gra-
force being pulled
Well,
in when you
does
fucking.
does gravity hold water to the ground?
Yes, it holds water to the ground.
No. If I remove the air, the water goes away too. So you have a
It
disconnect
becomes a
somewhere.
vapor, and a
You
vapor
have a
is
disconnect somewhere. You said gases are pulled to the ground by gravity. You have a disconnect, son.
gases.
Hey, I thought you
pulled
agreed
onto
that gravity was just an observed phenomenon. Don't know what's the cause of that phenomenon.
Oh my god. I can't believe you're being like this facetious right now. We're simply calling a fucking force that is clearly observable gravity. That's all it is. You're just
It's not a force.
Okay, one person's agreeing that it's a force, another person's not. This is the problem with flat earthers. You guys aren't even on the same page.
No, he's holding you to your own paradigm. You're
No.
not supposed to
You
think it's a
agreed with
force.
me that it was an actual force. There was some level of force being applied. But now he's saying there
I
is
said
no
you
force.
can imagine whatever you like is happening.
Disprove that it's a force. How is
Just
it not a force then?
you've only observed something occurring, right? Now
Yes,
you're going
that
to
is
bring in
half of
imagination
science.
into it.
All right. I
Say,
can
well,
You
explain.
do realize like
force
your
and-
experiments that disprove the fucking flat Earth is the exact
No,
same
there
thing.
isn't
You
any.
guys
I can
claiming
explain your force.
observations.
I can explain your force if you can stop for a second. The force is called air pressure.
No, it's not. Take away air pressure and you drop two things. What happens? They drop at the equal rate.
We're talking about liquid water, aren't we?
Okay, let's talk about things with density. If you think it's density,
No,
why is
I'm
it?
not. That's
what I
not what
thought.
the argument
That's
is.
exactly what I thought. Yeah,
It's not the argument, son.
it is the argument. Considering you said fucking gravity is just
No.
density.
There's always
vacuum
air in a
chamber is
vacuum.
talking
There's
about
always
liquid.
air in a vacuum chamber. The objects are always more dense than anything in a vacuum chamber. You lose that argument.
No, you don't. The fact that there's significantly less air, I don't know the exact percentage. It depends on your
Vacuum
fucking
chambers
vacuum.
make actual vacuums. Like they meet the scientific definition of a vacuum. If you think a vacuum is the absolute absence of all matter, that's not what a vacuum is.
No, there's no such thing as that.
There are small parts of that, yes, but that's not exactly what
I'm not
space
saying
is.
you. It's just
No, no,
when I
that's-
hear a
that's
lot of
what-
people talk.
Yeah, don't worry about me. I know what a vacuum chamber really is.
Well, you got like the lore behind it? What's going on?
Yeah, it's called the ever-expanding universe. So because it's an ever-expanding vacuum chamber, you can simulate that by taking a vacuum chamber and turning a pump on and letting it run. Now it's ever-expanding. And what happens? Everything fucks off into outer space. Or the room I was
That's not
in.
true.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the water
I'm not
boils away to
understanding.
nothing.
I'm not
Everything-
understanding at
water-
all what you mean by it's the ever expanding universe.
So Dr. Vacuum Chamber, right, has a chamber, right? In it is some liquid in a container, right? And some air surrounding it. So it's not evacuated yet. It's got a pressurized system and some water inside it. And the water's just sitting there, still flat, the surface being flat, level, right, not doing anything. And then he turns on the pump and starts evacuating the air out of it. And what happens to the water?
It
It
evaporates.
boils and evaporates.
Right, and he leaves the pump on. What happens to the gas
It gets
the
sucked
water
off
has
the
turned
pump
into?
It gets sucked out
And until what?
until it
it's
gets sucked out.
relatively empty.
Right.
Okay.
How does this disprove gravity?
The end.
On
Does
the
that disprove gravity?
the comparison then is to the vacuum of space that oftentimes Globers come in saying, well, vacuums don't suck. Well, if you've got an expanding vacuum, then it would be like pulling back on the plunger, like in your toilet.
Well,
it would create
It's creating an ever expanding lower
I think you're-
pressure
That's
system
a
forever
misunderstanding
and
right
ever.
there. So if
I
there's a
think you're
vacuum,
misunderstanding.
can I just
like,
state this for a second? Sorry, it's bugging
yeah.
me.
It's understanding the V part, the volume part in pressure,
Hold
or
on for a
what?
second. Just hush for a second. If you have a vacuum that's ever expanding, it's not going to have any effect on you, considering that it's a vacuum and there's nothing to have an effect on
This
you
kid
with.
he doesn't understand.
It's not vacuums don't suck. So when you put water in a vacuum chamber and you turn the vacuum on, what's not happening is the vacuum isn't pulling the water out. What's
Equalizing
happening
pressure.
what's happening is the pressure inside the chamber is pushing out.
Thank you.
Yeah, and when
what
you
el-
have
and what and what
wait,
can
you
counteract
still have
pressure?
higher pressure. You still have higher pressure in the chamber, and the outside of the chamber is becoming a lower and
You
lower
guys
and
backwards.
lower
You
pressure.
guys both backwards. I put the water and put the lid on. It's the same 14.7 psi. I turn on the pump, which it's called a vacuum pump, and and you pull the vacuum is what it's called. You're pulling the air out.
Yeah, they call it that, but that's just like an
Well, that's
industry
what's
term.
happening. It's not you turn it on and because it's on the outside, the air wants to rush outside.
It wants to rush up because it wants to go to that pressure point. Yes.
Oh, so I don't need a hose then. I could just
It's like I said
turn on
this,
my
wait.
pump with no hose
Well,
and
you
just
don't have the-
see if
No,
it
you
wants
do
to
need a
run.
hose because you
differential.
need to get rid of the pressure.
So vacuum chambers reach an equilibrium, right?
We're
And the
gonna
reason
test
they
your-
reach
We're going to test your hypothesis. I'm going to put the lid on with just the hose and see if all the air rushes out.
That's not what
I think you're misunderstanding how a pump works.
Really?
Yeah, like you can have a gravity pump. Gravity pumps do something similar, but they don't suck things out. It's really more a matter of the re-equalization of pressure, right? That's why siphons work. If you stick a hose
Yeah, I'm
in a
lowering the pressure at the outlet or the inlet because it's both ways, and the air's following.
So the way pressure chambers work or pressure pumps work is they have a little machine inside them where what it does is it exposes itself to the air inside the chamber and it expands a little bit. It expands the volume on the inside. And what gases do is they want to expand. That's what gases do. So they expand into that space and then the pump closes and it shrinks that volume down to a point that's higher than on the other side, and then that air that's now containing a smaller amount of volume wants to equalize out into the lower air pressure outside, and it just repeats that cycle. It doesn't suck things out.
Potato.
Things.
I mean, you're
Well,
just
these-
playing semantics.
Thanks for debunking outer space for us.
Yeah,
That was
anyway,
brilliant. Thank you.
thanks for debunking Earth floating in a vacuum of space.
How does that do that?
You already did it. You just explained to everybody how
Okay,
Earth
so
cannot exist in a vacuum surrounded by air and water.
Okay, so this is why I described this in very careful detail. So
Well,
in
you
the pump
fucked up.
process, there is a part where the volume is shrank down. Now, where on Earth is the volume shrinking and expanding to allow the redistribution of air pressure? Because that's not happening. It is at equilibrium.
Like
And
an
the only way
ever-expanding
you can
volume.
believe-
You live
the
in an
only
ever
way you can believe it's not at equilibrium.
you live in an ever expanding universe that started from the Big Bang, a pinpoint of nothing,
Again.
exploded into nothing and created everything, going forever
Space-time is
outward from the
expanding.
center.
It wasn't
Yeah, keep in mind
Space-time is
also,
expanding,
one in
not
which-
matter.
I just want to
Matter
add,
does not expand, only space-time.
You never
one
addressed
in
what she
which
asked.
But
one in which
the
matter
volume.
energy is neither
No, it's
created
not.
nor matter. It's neither created or destroyed. So,
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
as the vacuum gets bigger and everything stays the same on the inside, becomes a greater and greater vacuum.
I just
not
want to know
The
who's
volume.
turning on the switch. I just want to know who's controlling that big pump in our universe. These goons. and their falsehoods.
There is no pump in the universe.
No, we know that. We get that. We understand that there is no what you guys say is vacuum of space. We understand that that's not a reality. That's not a real thing. Because if it was, then we wouldn't exist. You understand that, right?
Please
Yeah, because of what you just said. You detailed why it can't exist.
Exactly.
No.
You helped us out, by the
Where
way.
is the expansion and contraction
Imagine-
of volume?
okay,
Because
imagine-
that's the
okay.
only way they work.
Okay, imagine if
Unless
those
it's a gravity pump.
Okay, think about this. Let's say the Earth has so much water. Let's imagine. Let's put our, let's live in your world.
Sure.
Let's imagine. Hold on. Let's imagine Earth is one of those droplets of water in that vacuum of which he proved when he turned it on, and that he proved that gravity doesn't exist.
Sure.
Now let's say Earth.
Yeah.
Let's say Earth. Hold on. Let's say Earth is one of those droplets in the vacuum. Once you turn on the vacuum, we would have boiled up already and fucking turned into a gas. Do you not get this?
If it was a small droplet like that, like a
Oh
small
my
little droplet,
god!
yeah.
Now here we go with the bullshit. If it was a small
Oh.
droplet, guys,
Why
would
are
it
you
would happen that
shouting,
way.
dude? Stop doing
Get
that.
out of here, man! You guys are
Well,
logic
those
over the
details
head.
matter. Those
Logic
details
over the
matter.
head. Logic over the head.
Like we know a river is different from a drop of water, at least in the way it behaves.
Logic over the head. So it doesn't
Okay.
matter because you're in your paradigm, the vacuum of space, which is 4.8 billion miles across wide of a light year, or whatever you guys believe in. That right there, that humongous vacuum will make us smaller than a drop of water. By the way, it will make us tinier than that droplet that he puts inside.
No.
Oh, come on. Okay. Keep believing whatever you want to believe in. You're not getting the logic that I just put out in front of you. If there was a vacuum,
I just said this yesterday. Also, yeah, the all of the water on Earth would be far less than a drop in the bucket in the expanse of your outer space.
Exactly.
Right.
They can't
in
get
the
that though.
physics of how it behaves, whether it's actually droplet size matters.
Oh my god. So now,
You told us about how gas behaves. So
Did you just say that droplets of water won't evaporate in the vacuum chamber?
She
I
did
didn't
not
say
just say
that.
that. Do not even try to straw man like that. That's not
yeah.
even like,
So then,
I think she's saying that droplets will, but bowls won't.
No,
Well,
she's saying a large
something
body
as
of
big as
water.
the Earth.
the bowl of
So
water
the reason
went poof
why
as soon as
the
like 30
reason
seconds
why
after I turned it on, it started
okay
boiling, and then it
okay
was just
so
rapidly going all over the inside of the vacuum chamber. And then
okay
about 45 minutes later, it was all gone.
okay so here's how like liquefied gases are made a lot of the time is you can condense it with really cold temperatures, but you do it with really
Why are you
high
telling us
pressures,
how to
right?
why are you telling us how to compress gas?
Well, just so we all know we're on the same
Yeah,
page.
we already
So
all
We're
know.
not on the same page. You
okay
guys are on
okay
another book.
okay so you take a gas and you compress it really small and it turns into a liquid, right?
Yeah, it's no longer a gas. Yeah, it's a
Right.
liquid.
Okay. Yeah, right. So what do you think could be putting a squeezing or pulling pressure on all of the gas on Earth that might cause it to compress so much that it stays liquid?
If that was the case, then everything would just be liquid. Your guys' logic is
No,
crazy.
there can be gradients, and
Oh
there's a
yeah,
gradient.
shut up because I'm destroying your dumb logic, your side.
You haven't
Listen,
even addressed what anything she said.
look at
You
no
guys better stop this one because he's out of control. I can tell
he never
already.
will.
You're talking about fucking crazy shit. So now we're saying the vacuum is so strong it compresses everything into liquids and
No,
gas
it's not the
balls in
vacuum.
outer
It's not the
space. Are
vacuum.
you fucking out of your mind?
No, it's not the vacuum squeezing it. No,
You,
it's
you just said
gravity.
if you
It's the
squeeze the
gravity
gases, it
of
turns to
Earth.
liquids.
It's the
You-
gravity of Earth that's squeezing it.
Oh my
Okay, well
god!
now you have to have an experiment that
Here we
proves
go.
the cause of gravity.
Yeah, and then you
Yeah,
debunk
we have
me.
You got
experiments
problems
like
there.
that.
Then you
It's
debunk
mass.
You got
me.
problems there.
Mass, yeah, it's
Okay.
mass.
You got
Okay,
problems there
Mass.
because water vapor goes up
Why is that an issue?
because you're saying it's being compressed.
Yeah,
It's being pushed.
Yes.
It's being
So
pulled down.
think about it this way. Think about it
They
this
don't
way,
even
right?
understand themselves.
Right? All of the weight of every little particle on Earth or in Earth is pressing down. So what
So
do
then,
you think happens to the pressure as you get further to the center of Earth?
so
It
with
gets
your
higher,
logic,
right?
so with your logic, because everything's being compressed, then it should all be liquid. But we're not
No.
liquid in your logic.
No, you just
No.
don't understand
No,
physics.
no, no. Yeah. See, exactly.
No.
No.
Why do you
But
think that?
you
Why do
hold
you
on.
think that?
Because okay, because I used your own words. If you rewind the
Okay.
tape, you said that gases compressed will create liquid. Okay, let's let's
If
timestamp that.
sure.
Let's hold on.
But
Let's
what you're compressing,
are you
I just want
retracting
to
now?
say what you're compressing, the point at which it becomes a liquid is different at different pressures, right? So
Oh,
water it condensates at a pressure different than carbon dioxide or oxygen, right?
okay. So is there different elements based upon different pressures? Yes or no?
I believe every element on the periodic table has a different
Okay.
what's called
But
a
okay.
triple point.
Okay, now here's the thing though. Do they all exist in the same pressure? Yes or no?
No, they're different values.
Well, no, hold up. Whoa. No, that's not answering what I'm trying to tell you. Okay,
Okay.
so these elements originally, okay, let's get away from the shape of the earth. Let's just talk about time in your, originally, you have these elements, okay? They're just in this place. Now, they are all affected by the same pressure at the same time to create a difference. Well, it makes no sense logically because technically that
I don't
one
know what you're
pressure.
saying.
Hold
I
on.
have no clue what you're saying.
Okay. Let me finish. That one pressure that you said exists would turn everything to that same element in itself because there's only one pressure. Now, if
What?
you want to say, well, there's all these different elements because now there's a bunch of different pressures going on, well, then that makes no logical sense. And I don't think you're
I don't.
understanding what I'm saying.
No wonder you
No,
don't
I am not
understand it. You're making it
understanding
up
what
as
the
you
fuck
go.
you're saying. I'm sorry. That sounded like gibberish to me.
Okay. So unfortunately, only people that are critical thinkers and are not brainwashed can understand what I'm saying. So let me try it again.
No, you
If
just
there's a
misrepresented
pressure,
what was
Yes.
You're
said.
just incoherent,
okay.
dude.
So let me say again. If there's a pressure, okay, an
Uh-huh.
original pressure
What pressure?
created.
Positive pressure, negative pressure,
Okay,
what pressure?
if there's a pressure that's going to make all these gases into liquid, okay?
Sure.
Now, right?
Okay.
Now,
Sure.
then what pressure did it take to make these gases a solid?
There are some that you basically can't, but those are all going to be different pressures as well.
Okay, so now you're okay. Now walk with me because I think you're getting it
Okay.
now. With that understood, because now you're kind of getting what I'm saying. With that understood, wouldn't it, answer me yes or no, please? Wouldn't it take different pressures simultaneously happening to make these different elements simultaneously? Yes or no?
No, because you could just like let's say you have 5 elements. One turns into a solid at a pressure of 10 psi, and then one at 20, one at 30, one at 40, and then one at 50. If you turn it up to 50, then all of them will turn solid. But if you only turn it up to 30, then only the first
Okay.
3 will turn solid.
So now you're kind of speaking what my brain's thinking. So let me go further now.
Okay.
At what point is there different pressures to differentiate from the gas turning in a solid or a gas turning into a liquid here in Earth in the beginning, in the creation of it? Because it sounds like to me you probably understand it, but you just can't say it because then it goes against what you believe in the core of you.
I'm sorry. I'm not following. Could you say that again?
Okay, if there are different pressures now needed to create these different elements, at what point
Uh-huh.
at what point did these different pressure systems happen? Because technically, if there's one pressure system, it turns everything to that. Now, where did the other
Yeah,
pressure system
so
come?
Water's not
Sure.
an
So,
element, though.
extraterrestrial forces, so like suns, supernovas, comets, the Earth itself has gone through
Okay,
very
all right.
different
Stop with
pressures
the
just
magic
because of its size.
wands. Stop with the magic wands. That's
Oh my
fucking
God. I'm just
retarded.
giving my explanation.
It's a fallacy to say something's wrong because you don't understand it.
It's
You wanna
not
talk about
about
being
saying he
logical?
doesn't understand it. It's the fact that you can't just say a comet that flew by 17 billion years ago gave this pressure that turned everything in water into math. That's, dude, it's a fantasy. We're trying to help
You're
you guys
saying
Well,
it's
figure
there's
that out.
also
wrong.
like
Whoa,
the Earth
you're
is cooling. Like this is what confuses me about flat earthers when they say the gas would expand into space, and that does happen. The Earth is slowly losing its atmosphere to the vacuum of space.
You said that.
And the Earth is also losing its it's not like a mad rush like you would expect in a pressurized
These are your claims, not ours.
environment like in a spaceship or something like that. But it's like the atmosphere is slowly, at least from our perception, slowly expanding out into space, and it's losing temperature. So there are 3 ways you can affect pressure. You can either change the volume, you can change the temperature, or you change the pressure itself by using a different element.
But we
And
were
the
telling you
Earth
from
has
the beginning, hold on, those are your claims. We were telling you from the beginning that there's no such thing as a ball spinning and hurling just in the middle of a huge universe vacuum. That's the whole point of
I
this.
understand that's your belief, yeah.
You can't go, well, hold on. You can't jump back to saying, well, we know that the atmosphere is releasing into space and we understand this
It
and you have
is.
to do. No, we're telling you that there's no such thing as a vacuum next to an object of whether it be solid,
Well,
No,
I'm
you're
or
just
claiming
wrong.
there is,
or
and
liquid.
we've measured it, and we've measured the gas escaping from Earth. Like it has to be going somewhere.
You can
No,
put
it does no.
Yes,
Oh
whoa, whoa,
my
whoa! Stop
God,
for
bro.
a second. Stop for a second.
Bro,
You can
crazy.
put solids within a vacuum. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you can
Okay,
do that. Like some
okay,
elements are solid at basically 0 pressure.
okay. What happens to liquids and gases in a vacuum? What happens to them?
It depends on the liquid and it depends on the liquid and the pressure of the
Well,
fucking
if it's
vacuum. But
something that we would
typically they will boil
if it's
in
something that's like liquid or gas at like Earth conditions, then almost 99% of the time it's going to turn into a gas in space and then expand into a vacuum because it doesn't have a container.
Okay, okay. So
There you go. Thanks.
so wait.
End of fucking
So
story.
End of story,
so it
boys.
doesn't have a container. Okay, so then
Yeah.
what? Okay, so then where are you where's this pressure escaping from then if it's not being contained to escape? Okay, that's like saying you're a prisoner and you're confined, but you're able to get out because there's nothing confining you. You get what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make sense.
So there's two different kinds of containers you can have, at least if you believe in at least Newtonian gravity, not necessarily Einstein's theory of general relativity, but if you at least believe in Newtonian physics, you believe in Newtonian gravity. So, and this is also where it comes from. So there's two different kinds of containers you can have. You can have a literal wall. But even with a literal wall, the gas can escape through tiny little cracks. That will slowly happen over time. But let's say it's a perfect box. That's one way you can contain a gas and keep it a gas and keep it from ever expanding into a vacuum. The other kind of container you can have is what's called a gravitational container, a mass of gravity so big that it essentially behaves as a
How
walled
big does that
container.
need to be?
Gas
'Cause
can
I'm gonna
still
do that
escape very
experiment.
slowly.
You're
How,
not
how
going to be
big
able to do
does
that
that
experiment.
ball need to be so I can do this experiment for Scott Mackey?
Let's say
It would
it's
probably be
500 kilometers
have
to
to
be
be.
worth it.
No,
Yeah, that's
how big
probably
does
about
it
as
need to
how
be
big.
to pull everything down?
500 kilometers in diameter.
Um,
If you can make that, good luck.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that's
you
where
can
it
just look at
starts.
comets
So
and
we can throw Cavendish out now.
What?
I mean that just proves that gravity exists in the first place. But if you want
Oh,
an
so
experiment
I
that
can use the
shows,
size of
but if you want,
balls that they use for Cavendish then, because that has gravity.
well, let me just finish answering your question. So if you want an experiment that proves that gravity exists, there's not just the Cavendish experiment. There's like 50 different experiments you could look at. But if you
start
want
naming
proof,
them.
if you want proof, let me
Don't
finish.
just ramble
please.
on. Start naming them.
Okay. But if you want an experiment that shows that something can be so big that it contains gases enough to turn them into liquids at its surface, you would need something like planetoid size to do that. So just go to a
So
planetoid.
what you're talking about is all just bullshit nobody can prove.
No, you can go to a planetoid.
You're just fucking retarded, dude.
Yeah, go to a planetoid.
You can go to a planetoid.
Dude, you're
Why do
not
you
going
think
to get
that's not
away
possible?
with that with me talking. You're not going to get away with bullshit, made up shit around me. I'm
You're
telling
not
you.
addressing what she's saying.
been
You're
very
saying you don't
articulate. I don't know what you're talking
understand
about.
something. So
So
it's
the
wrong.
way to do this experiment is go to a planetoid, which I've never heard of in my life.
It's a fucking it's
Yeah.
it's a
Like
celestial
Pluto?
object, man. Like that's what a planetoid
Pluto?
is.
It's just something
I have
big
to
enough
go
Let's
to
go to
outer
Pluto.
space.
that it meets the classification of a planetoid.
You want me to
It's
go to
bigger.
outer
It's
space
bigger
to
than a
do
No,
comet,
some
but it's
gravity?
smaller than a
So does the
moon.
moon count? Does the moon count?
You're fucking retarded.
The moon is
I don't know
big
why
enough
how
to
these
actually
guys egg
have
you on,
an
and you thought you
atmosphere.
were
It
going to
is
get
big
away
enough.
with talking stupid shit in here, but it's
You're
not
not
going to
even
happen.
addressing what she's saying. You're just
I
insulting her
did
and
address.
refusing
Yeah,
to
I
actually
did address
acknowledge
it.
it.
It's
No,
fucking
you
retarded.
addressing it is you calling her retarded and then saying, "Oh
The
well, I don't
whole
understand it, so
statement
it's
is
fucking
retarded.
stupid."
It is retarded. Like, how is anybody going to do an experiment on a
Sky
planetoid?
from 17 billion years ago.
They've
did
done
all
it
this
several
You go
shit.
there.
times. They've
You
done it
go
several
there and you
times.
see if there's evidence there, and if
Yeah,
there
just
is,
go there,
then that's a
guys.
good sign that your theory is confirmed.
What
Yeah, guys,
exactly?
just go there.
Hold on.
Done.
What exactly do you think the moon is? Just out of curiosity, what do you think the moon is?
Oh man, we're jumping all over the place.
Are you,
This
Yeah,
We're
guy.
not jumping all over the place.
I
This
They
is
know they
brought
lost.
the reason
They
I
know they
brought the
lost.
moon
completely
is because
irrelevant.
the moon wouldn't even qualify. It's a it wouldn't be a planetoid.
It's not a planetoid. It's a celestial object
Well,
that
it's
has a
bigger than a
gravity well.
planetoid. Yeah.
It has a
in your
gravity well. That's
paradigm,
all that
it would
matters.
still be under the effects of the
Actually,
gravity
no. I
of
think
the Earth.
planetoids are bigger than moons. Let me make sure I'm right on that.
They are. They start at dwarf planets, which are bigger than moons. But
And it would have to be outside of
these guys know what
outside of the gravitational field or pole of the Earth as well, right?
these dudes know how.
no, it
What
just applies to
size starts?
celestial objects
Hey,
with a gravitational
what
pull.
size starts pulling? Does Cavendish balls pull gas molecules?
Cavendish balls, I'm not
Very
familiar with that.
lightly.
Oh,
We have
so I can do
experiments.
the
We have
experiment.
experiments now. So in Cavendish's day, they didn't have equipment sensitive enough to measure that kind of thing. But these days we do, and that has
What
been
we're going to
confirmed.
do is we're going to put the ball in the vacuum chamber, like Scott Mackey said, and it's going to form an atmosphere around it. Because he said balls in vacuum chambers get
Yes,
air and
yeah.
water compressed around
It
them.
won't
And he
look like
said
Earth's
yes.
atmosphere. Yeah, it won't look like Earth's atmosphere, but the theory is
Oh,
that all things with
okay.
mass
So
collect
you guys are
gas
going to
around
say
them.
it's going to at least form water all over it, right?
If
The
you
water
get it
would
cold enough, it
liquefy.
will, which is interesting.
Actually, it should just form a ball by itself. You shouldn't even need.
When
No,
you say that's a
Scott
theory,
Mackey
is
said
that
you need
is that supported by
So the
experiment? Is that a scientific theory, or is
pressures
that
that
just like
you
a
need to turn a gas into a liquid for a lot of gases is way higher than something as small as a ball of iron could ever hope to pull off. But we have
Wait a
experiments
second.
now that
Isn't
have
the
taken
Earth made of
things that are
iron?
about the size
What
they
the
we
fuck?
have experiments now that have taken things that are about the size of an iron ball, an iron cannonball, and we've measured that yes, gases do collect around them and form an atmosphere around the
But
object.
if you don't,
Show us some fucking data on that. Fucking
yeah, if you
citation right now in
put
the
a
fucking chat
citation,
now.
yeah, if you don't put a citation in, I'm getting rid of you.
Sure.
So go ahead.
Okay.
well, because we want to copy this, right? I mean, Dr. Vacuum Chamber wants to do this.
That's absolutely hilarious. It's a great joke.
This is
I
the
don't
funny
have
part.
it handy, so I'll have to like
Of
try to
course you
find
don't
it.
have
Might
it
take
handy.
me a
It
little
doesn't.
while.
It doesn't.
Incredible,
Of course,
isn't it?
of course
Wait,
you don't
hold,
have it
Well, this is
handy.
stuff I
Jesus
learned in
Christ.
college, so
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
stuff I
Hold
learned in
on.
college, but I can
Yeah.
find it.
Yeah. Of course you don't have it handy. It doesn't exist.
You muted her for no
Okay.
reason.
Oh my
Yeah, I
god.
muted her because I couldn't talk.
Why are you
You
guys
just
so
kept talking.
aggressive?
Now I'm gonna mute you
Why are you
too.
so aggressive?
Shut the fuck up, lady.
It's
I'm just here
it's a
sharing.
defense mechanism.
Against what? Somebody with verbal diarrhea? Yeah, I guess you could call it that. Sure, it's a defense against verbal diarrhea. I was trying to say one sentence, and she couldn't shut her pie hole long enough for that to happen, so I shut it for her.
That's
Yeah, we want that
absurd.
experiment. If you've got to take a little bit of time to find it, that'd be great. Just take your time and come back with that.
I thank you, and I would appreciate it, just in general, if you guys would take a deep breath and stop being so.
I'm laughing my ass off. I don't know about anyone else.
Yeah, muted for concern trolling. Nobody cares, lady. Just stick to the point, please.
You
Here's
know
the
what? You guys have a good night. I'm not
here's
dealing
the
with you.
here's the
We'll
point.
never
You're
get that citation. See you later.
yeah,
Yeah,
we're
because
never
you're
gonna get
being
it.
an
Well, we
asshole.
were gonna get it anyways, regardless whether she stayed or left. We're not gonna get it anyways.
So
But
might as well
the
just
funny,
hurry it up.
You guys are
right?
just muting people at this point for no reason. Like,
Well,
how
there's
did
a.
Dude, don't
what do you
concern
mean?
troll, man.
Don't she got muted because she was talking
That's
too
called
much. When
concern trolling. We got a rule about concern trolling. You
Yeah,
shouldn't concern yourself about the actions of moderators.
yeah, we don't want concern trolling, so now I got a reason to mute you. I told you the reason I muted her, so what are you talking about?
okay, I'll go to the server then and talk about how you guys have been insulting people.
Yeah,
With no
go
time
cry to somebody else because we don't care. Go be a little bitch at somebody else's doorstep because that saves us the trouble of having to listen to you whine. Somebody else can.
So apparently, what they've done for a lot of people with their complaints about this guest room is they've just made it so that this guest room is invisible to you, so that you can't really come and complain about it anymore.
It blows my mind. I don't. It's crazy.
You know the funny thing is that the last time they were complaining in the town hall meeting, they got told straight up like, well, we're not gonna shut them down and we're not gonna do nothing, so just don't go there. Like, so
I
you
don't
could
care
go
about shutting it down.
you could go cry all you want to them. They're just gonna tell you the same thing.
No, I'm not. I don't want to get this. I don't want to get this chat shut down. No, I don't want that. I want specific people, not
What would
this chat.
what would be okay? It's specific people. There's just certain people you think are breaking terms, or or do you want them removed from the server because feelings?
No, I don't want them removed from the server. I'm just saying if you're going to moderate people for breaking quote unquote rules, you better
What
follow the
rules?
server rules.
What rules are broken?
Example, Dr. Vacuum calling people retarded and just a full list of other names.
So you guys could come in here, talk all the shit to how stupid flat earthers are.
We're not
But then
even
when you
saying
guys
that.
get to Okay, all right, got it.
I never insulted anyone. She
Double
never
standard.
insulted anyone.
Mr. Boogle, I tried to tell you already that this isn't the complaints department. This is the Flat Earth VC. So whatever you say, just try to make it in line with the topic, okay?
Yeah, find any excuse to mute me, huh?
Yeah, go talk to Doobie about it. Let him set you straight.
You know what? Maybe I'll go down and click join to create and make a complaints VC where you can come in and whine, and that'll be the
No,
perfect.
I'm just saying.
Good
I'm just.
idea.
I'm just asking not to be hypocrites.
Complaints.
I'm just asking not to be hypocrites.
24/7 Flat Earth Complaints Room. Can you imagine? That thing will be stacked to the wall. We'll be more busier in there than we are in here.
My request is pretty reasonable, and that is not to be hypocrites.
Channels. The two.
My request is reasonable, and that is to not be hypocrites.
That's hilarious.
Request denied.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for proving my point. You agree that you're a hypocrite.
Hey, I'll tell you what. I'll make it right now. Okay, let me make it. I'll see you over there. You could share all your complaints. Okay. Sound good?
I voiced what I wanted to say.
All right. I'm gonna create it like in 1 minute. Take a look down there. Okay. I'm gonna call it 24/7 Complaint Department. Okay.
No, 24/7 Flat Earth Complaint Department.
Oh yeah. 24/7 Flat Earth
Kinda
Complaint.
looks
Okay.
just like
Yeah.
this channel, but it's the complaint department.
All right. Hold on. I'll be there.
All I asked is you to be actually fair and not hypocritical.
Well, now we have a channel for you to request that.
Yeah, we're gonna have a channel just for people like you to go and say things like that.
I wish we had a bot command that we could do and just go ... complaints, and it just moves them right there.
The fact that you guys are angry that I'm asking you to stop being hypocritical is just it's proving my point. Thank you.
Listen, just wait till the new VC is set up,
You're
and
just
you can
proving
say
my
all
point.
of these things. All of these things are for the new VC, okay? So just hold on to that thought.
No, I'm over this anyways, but no, thank you for proving my point.
We're trying to help you out. We're trying to help you out. We're trying to, what's it called? I have to go to this fucking shit tomorrow.
No, you're just being facetious.
No, wait. Anyway. Yeah, we're just making it nice for you. We're giving you your own room that you can complain in without worrying about it. We're not even kicking you anywhere. We're giving you your own spot.
Yep, and then you don't have to worry about concern trolling because that's literally what that room is dedicated for.
Absolutely.
I just asked for no hypocrisy. That's all I asked for. Being mature is difficult, I suppose.
Request noted. Moving on.
I did want to ask that woman who was just in here who left when she's talking about Cavendish and it proving gravity. I mean, I'm sure she knows that the experiment was supposedly to try to find the Earth's density. It wasn't set up or meant to have anything to do with proving gravity. And then also wanted to ask her, what kind of gravity she thought that proved, Einsteinian or Newtonian, because that was pre-Einstein.
She said Newtonian.
Right. Well, and does she know? Or now you're going to speak for her. Do you think she knows, or do you know that the difference between the two?
What of Einstein and Newtonian?
Yeah.
I'm not going to speak for her. I'm just quoting
Well,
what she
speak for
said.
yourself then.
I'm not going to get into this discussion again. It's going nowhere. I've already had the gravity discussion for 20 minutes.
Is it a force?
It is a force, yes.
Well, that's Newtonian. So is Newton right, or is Einstein?
Well, bending of space is still a force during the event of bending of space. It works.
No, not a force. Specifically defined as not a force. But
the bending of space itself is not a force, but the force being pulled down exists.
It's a pseudo force. That's actually.
If you want to call it pseudo force, that's actually fair. I would actually say that's fair. Yes.
You say it's an effect of the bending and warping of space-time as
Pseudo
opposed
force.
to.
I agree with that. Yes, that's actually fair. I would agree with that.
Well, pseudo means not real,
Not
not a real
actual,
force.
yes. That's technically it's not, but
But
Okay.
it
emulates a
happens.
force, yes. So a pseudo force is appropriate. I would agree with that.
Okay, so which is it then? Is Einstein right or is Newton right?
They're
These are
both
highly
right.
debated topics. We don't know.
No,
Is
they're
quantum
both
mechanics
right.
right, or is general relativity right? We
Can't be
don't know.
both.
Why can't it be both?
It can't
Why
be
can't they
both.
both be right?
It
You
can't be
guys
both
just want
force
everything,
and
don't you,
effect.
Brandon? Brandon, you want everything, don't you?
No, wait. Newton explained what was happening, and Einstein explained why it was happening.
So Newton said everything's being pulled to the ground, and Einstein says everything's pushing you down to the ground.
No,
Which is
No.
correct?
no,
Newton said
no.
everything's being pushed to
Newton
the
said
ground.
that there was a force. That's
Einstein
all
says why
Newton
there's a
said.
force.
So is everything being pulled to the ground?
Towards
Yes.
mass.
Now, really,
You didn't
Mr.
actually say
Boogle, you're going to go through this again. Is everything being pulled to the ground?
I've already went down this, and yes,
Yeah, you
things
got
being pulled
destroyed.
towards the
Remember, we
mass.
all laughed at you.
Just because you all laughed doesn't mean you destroyed me. You gave an experiment about a vacuum and think that was tied to fucking gravity.
You guys think making a vacuum forms gas balls in a vacuum chamber around balls.
I never said that. I don't know about that. I can't speak to that. I never actually looked into that.
Well, that's Scott Mackey and the other one that was here agreed.
Okay, Newton said that there was a force. He didn't say anything about
he
what it
didn't.
was. What? Newton didn't say there was a force?
No.
Newtonian
What did he
physics
say?
is based around force.
Have
What
you got
did
a
Newton
quote?
say
Can you
then?
give us a quote?
What did Newton
I
say
will
then?
concede if give me a
No, what
quote
did
and I'll
Newton say then?
concede.
No, you said no, so you gotta provide. You gotta say what he said. What did he say?
He said that the idea that there is one without any direct interaction, right, is absolutely, especially in a vacuum, is ridiculous.
He didn't have the interactions and everything at the time, but Einstein
Give me
came
the quote.
along.
Give me a
Einstein
quote.
came
Give me a
along
quote from
and
Newton
said
where he
that
says it's a force.
Newtonian physics are based around force.
Yeah, it's equal and opposite reaction. Like
Newton
law,
said
yes.
something was happening, and Einstein said what was happening.
right. No, see, I wanted to pick on that though because what is happening would be the effect, not the how, the cause. Like the cause would have to come from a force.
Not necessarily, again,
The
relatively.
effect would have to come from the cause. That's what you're saying.
Yes, effects always come from causes.
All right. The effect is the mass is moving towards another mass, and the cause is that the mass has gravity.
Not an attraction.
What not
Because
an
if there was no distortion of space time in between the two objects, they wouldn't collide with each other. So it's not an interaction between the two masses.
No. The bending of space time deals with large bodies in space, dude. Gigantic things with huge amounts of mass. That's what the bending of space time deals with.
No, actually, I mean it would be any mass. Anything with any mass would have to behave in the same manner.
Whatever. Oh no. Well, I mean, I guess. I mean, things with little mass has a smaller force, and things with larger masses have larger forces. So, I guess you're kind of right about that.
According to Einstein, they don't have a force.
Well, what did he say about it then?
Said that it's an effect due to the bending and warping of space-time.
Effect.
Yeah, it's an effect of the bending and warping of space-time due to unequal distribution of matter.
Do you agree with F equals ma?
Where is this going?
Do you agree with it?
I don't know.
Do you know what it is?
Force equals mass
Yeah,
times
I know
acceleration.
exactly what it is.
Yeah.
No, I was asking him if he knew what it was.
Force equals mass times acceleration.
What I just
He
said.
knows that.
So do you agree with it or not?
I don't know.
Then why are you having this conversation if you don't even know?
Because you agree with it? I don't know.
I mean, if you
How?
disagree with it, prove it.
Yeah, wow. Why are you even having this conversation if you don't know F equals ma?
Who's making a claim about it?
He's asking it because it's a physics question that's
It's
relevant.
talking about it, not. Wow. Okay. We're talking about the stuff that you don't really know anything. You don't even know.
Okay, so what is it in relation to then?
Force equals
Are we
mass.
relating it to the topic?
Mass times acceleration equals a force. That's F equals ma.
Okay. And now what?
Okay, you don't get it. Okay.
Now what?
No, you have to somehow link it to what we were talking about.
Even the greatest
Mass,
minds don't understand gravity, but this
acceleration,
guy does.
Gravity. Yeah, if those masses and there's an acceleration, then there's a force.
No.
What? No, you disagree with that?
No, the
He's
mass.
saying
No,
he's-
so the mass accelerating, right, is going to equal force, right?
Yes.
But there was no force before they were accelerating, right? What caused them to accelerate?
What do you
Not
mean
a
before
force.
what do you
Not a
mean before
force.
they were accelerating?
What caused the acceleration? What caused the acceleration?
Wait,
Because
a
according to
force was
Einstein,
needed
it's
for.
not a force, right?
Okay, you're just ignoring Newton's third law now. If something's accelerating, it has to have a force.
Define mass.
But
Define
The
mass. Einstein
amount-
defines it as energy. But it's dependent who you ask.
The amount
That's a weird
of
one, right?
stuff
Why are there
in
so
a
many different
volume.
definitions for that?
The amount of stuff in a volume. That's
See,
That's the
a,
accepted
that's a
one,
different
yes.
definition right there.
It depends on the context you use it, but in this context, it's
Yeah.
what you said.
Yeah. E equals MC squared also works.
Yeah, but I mean, to
What's
be fair,
mass?
Einstein,
Define mass.
he just did.
Well,
The
we got
amount
two
of stuff in a
definitions.
volume. And mass and energy can be interchangeable.
Yes.
Okay, let's
Stuff in a
let's see you
stuff
do
in a
that.
volume is that also equivalent to energy? So one of you says mass is
No,
energy.
oh my god. Words
The
have
other one
context and
No.
different meanings. Words have different meanings and depending
No,
on the
we're
context.
saying two different things, not the same
okay,
thing.
so which mass is involved in F equals ma?
The volume.
So force equals matter in a given volume times acceleration.
Yeah.
Acceleration of the mass. Just acceleration in general.
Mass and acceleration the same thing?
Considering that you have to accelerate the mass, yeah.
You just say mass and acceleration are the same thing.
Well, are they? I mean, mass
No,
and
he was
acceleration.
asking you a question because your question was stupid. Like, obviously, the
Yeah,
mass is
it's-
being accelerated.
Yeah, I'm showing you how stupid that question was. And you even laughed at it
Yes, I laughed at it.
because of how stupid it was. Yeah.
So force equals mass times the acceleration of itself.
The force equals the mass of an object or whatever it is times the acceleration it has. What's hard to
So we
understand
could
about
say
this?
force equals mass times mass.
Acceleration is not mass. Acceleration is
Oh, it's
the
not now.
force.
Okay, sorry.
Mass is not a
So
force.
cleared that.
Is mass a
Mass
force?
is not a force.
Is
Mass
mass a
is not a
force?
force.
Mass
But
is
you're
not a
saying it
force.
equals
No.
it. It equals it.
No, you're saying
No.
mass times
In the other definition,
acceleration
your mass
equals
is
the force.
Okay.
in the other definition where mass is energy. Well, energy has force, right?
It can exert force, yes.
The problem is these guys, they use these formulas that the great minds came up with
What are you talking about? You guys don't even understand what it is.
you guys use these formulas and then you plug them in to then create your heliocentric model, that because we've understand that if we have mass, so let's
Sure,
get back to
completely
reality.
detract from the
Let's
actual
get down to earth
discussion.
real quick. Let's get down to earth real quick. Let's say you have a ball in your hand, okay? Right? And then you put the ball in the field and then you throw another ball and it hits it. And you're like, well, look at, see, because that force from that mass that I threw in acceleration, it hit the other object, the other mass, and then it thus transferred that force. Then it created another force, and it moved that ball. You guys take things that were created for us understanding the world around us, and then you made it to be, well, because of these forces, all of a sudden balls and moons and suns and galaxies are now spinning amongst each other. You guys are doing that in your own belief system, but you don't
What you just
understand that.
said was a bunch of
Like,
gibberish.
it was gibberish. I know, it's just truth. I know, I get it. Truth is gibberish to you. I get it.
No, because you're not
No,
actually
that's-
reflecting what we are saying.
You're
I'm
I'm trying to jump in.
explain that.
I'm trying to jump in to cut off the bullshit, because you guys are
Yeah,
using these
no wonder you think
formulas.
it's bullshit, because
You're
it's not
using
even
these
accurate to
formulas
what we
to
are
support your
saying.
heliocentric model. You're using these formulas to
We
support
are
that there's a
using these
spinning globe.
formulas to support gravity.
Yeah, exactly.
We're
Your
failing to
fantasy,
understand.
your heliocentric fantasy. You're using formulas that we
Just push the
use to
heliocentric
understand here
fantasy
on
out of
Earth.
the. Just push the heliocentric model out of the way for a second. We're just
Yeah,
focusing
that's
on
not what we're
gravity right
talking
now.
about.
Oh my god, dude, you're
We're not
unbelievable.
talking about any models.
All we're talking about is gravity.
when you're
talking
invoking
about is
okay,
gravity.
when you're invoking that
All we are
mass is
talking
being
about is
okay,
gravity.
when you're invoking that mass is being pulled to the center of a ball, that is your heliocentric model.
We
What
said
don't you
there's a
understand about
force being brought down upon the ground.
You didn't
That's
mention a
all we
ball
are
at all.
saying.
Wait,
The
you
question of
just said
whether
that. You said
Yeah, you
earlier
guys
that
are
it's just an effect. It's just a phenomenon. It's not an
idiots.
interpretation of it. It's just the phenomenon alone. That's just observing the apple fall from the tree to the ground. That's it. Not invoking any sort of
Well, no,
force,
there
any
is a force.
interpretation
Again,
of what's
that's
happening.
why he brought in mass force
No.
equals mass
Gravity
times
is just
acceleration.
the phenomenon. You're not observing a force. You're just observing the apple fall from the tree.
Explain
That is the
force
raw observation.
force equals
You've
mass
made
times
no.
acceleration then.
All right. So when we observe the apple fall from the tree to the ground, and we have not yet made any interpretation of what's
Just
happening,
don't address
of
what I
why
said.
it's
That's cool.
happening.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So we've just made the raw observation. Is that gravity?
No, just ignore what I said. Yeah, sure. I'm not going to answer your question
Is that
until you
gravity?
actually answer my question.
Have we got to the gravity part yet?
You're not
Just
answering my
observing
question, so I'm not
something,
going to answer
the
your
thing
question.
happening.
Answer my
Mass
question.
is
I'll answer your question.
accelerating.
Can't answer, can you? You won't answer.
No, don't play these games.
Because you
Don't
want
just
to
ask random
invoke a
questions because you
reason.
can't
You
answer
want to
any
invoke
questions.
interpretation of what's happening.
He doesn't
So
have
you can't
answer,
just go with the
basically.
raw observation
You
of the
can
thing.
calculate the force of when you drop
the-
something. That means there's a force being applied.
When the apple falls from
Talking
the
about
tree,
just the observation.
when
We're talking
alone.
about the
The
math.
phenomenon.
It says the force. For you to have force, you
That's
need
going
two
beyond
things.
the observation alone, right? That's going beyond the observation. I'm just talking about the raw observation. You haven't drawn
You
any
brought that
conclusions
in
of
randomly. We weren't talking about that. You confined
Yeah,
to what
and
we are
because
talking
I'm going
about.
back to what you said earlier that gravity was, and it
I
was
told
just
you
an
earlier
observed
I can't
phenomenon.
fully explain gravity, but I can tell you there is a force present.
Wow.
That's invoking a cause.
He doesn't get that.
What would happen to the apple if there was no gravity?
It wouldn't fall. If there was no force applied upon it, it would not fucking change. That's force equals mass times acceleration and Newton's third law.
Okay, let's go with your
So
apple falling.
it's detached from the tree. Would it just hover there?
If there's no gravity, yes. Unless something else acted upon it.
Like perhaps like
Do you know what Newton's third law is?
density and buoyancy that could possibly explain it?
It wouldn't move because
More
if there's no
dense?
gravity,
What makes you think things
there's no
like
force.
why do you think things just float?
What are you talking? You're the
Why
one.
do you think things float?
On water? Things float on water because of buoyancy, which has gravity in its formula.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying is, if you have no force pulling you towards something, you're not going to go towards that object unless A, you have that force being applied to you, or B, you have some sort of external force pushing you.
Yeah, that's what they say, but like, how can you prove that now? How can you prove that
Easily,
through?
you can easily demonstrate these
when it comes
equations.
to
These
gravity,
equations are used all the time. What are you talking about?
the equation proves the theory because you've got
The
math for it.
equations are used to measure the
No, you need
force.
experimentation.
Show me proof for an object being moved or influenced without an external force.
Einstein says that's wrong.
What?
Einstein said that's wrong. You can't tell.
It's Newton's
What
third
did, what did
law.
he think about when he saw the guy falling off the ladder or off the roof or whatever it was? What did he think about? What did he say?
I don't know what you're referencing.
Einstein's thought experiment.
Yeah.
He was imagining someone in an elevator going down, and was that like a relative motion thing or something?
Right. Yeah.
Off
You
the
can't
top
tell
of my
which
head.
one's doing which. Right?
Whoa. He had relative motion. He already had the force applied to him if that's the case.
He's saying it's not a force.
If we're talking about relative motion, do you know what that is?
And
You're
he's saying the
already in
cause
fucking
isn't a
motion.
fucking force.
Yeah, in terms of gravity, he's concluding to that or alluding to that, but we don't know fully. All we know is there seems to be either a force or something that acts upon a force. But as of right now, we don't understand how something could be influenced without a force.
Well, we know one thing is for sure: air pressure keeps water on the ground.
That's your experiment was a joke, and the fact you keep bringing it up, gloating, is amusing as fuck.
Yeah, it was kind of weird because when you take air pressure away, you said it floats away, but it doesn't float away in liquid form. It floats away as a gas.
Yes, towards the fucking negative pressure, because that's the only escape route.
Hey, kid, do you think that Newton is wrong at all, or he's just right in everything he did?
You can try to demeanor me, calling me kid. I'm not a kid.
Hey, do you think Newton is wrong at all, or no?
I think not all scientists are always factually correct every single time, but we have not seen anything that disproves Newton's third law.
Yeah,
that's false.
Newton's laws of motion seem to be fine. Okay, like so that includes your F equals ma, right?
His third
but
law has
the
been
his law
debunked.
of gravity was
Okay, now we have two
replaced
people saying two
and
different things.
debunked by Einstein.
Right. So he got debunked.
Wait, hold on. You're not wrong if Einstein is factually correct. We don't know if Einstein is factually correct yet.
I
There's a couple
agree
models.
because that's bending space time, a bunch of bullshit too. But
Okay, you're not okay.
but
Just hush for a second. Let me address
his third
this.
law was counted as inaccurate as well.
How so?
Simply by the study of sperm. Did you know that?
What?
Please explain. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's Oxford Scientists. Go look it up. You go look into it. They said that
source what you're talking about.
It's understood that Newton, is where you're gonna have if you
Just give
have
me
a
the source.
force,
Just
then
give
there's
me
gonna
the
be
source. I'll read it.
there's gonna be an equal force pushed back on you, right? But they realize that the sperm, when they go in the liquid, which protects it to make it to the egg, they realize that while the sperm logically wouldn't be able to swim through because they like wiggle their tail, they wouldn't be able to do that if that force was pushed back upon them in that liquid. Here, I'll tell you
That's
what.
ridiculous. Show me the
It
source,
is
please.
ridiculous, huh? Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Show
Yeah.
me the source. Just stop
All right.
talking and show me the source.
All right. Here you go. Here you go. You guys are.
Ejaculate and sperm are two different things. You can ejaculate without sperm.
But just
Hey,
letting you
hey,
know,
hey, look at
ejaculation as a liquid is extremely.
going on
I
in
don't know.
here?
He turned this fucking weird.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm
I
muting
don't
you
know what
guys.
the why the
Brandon,
fuck
you're
even.
first.
It is loud in here.
Okay, who's next?
Wait, Apok
You?
is the one that brought that up. What are you doing? Brandon didn't do anything. Apok brought up the
I
sperm.
brought up science that disproves the third law of which you're trying to use.
All right, you need to sit there now because you want to bring up dumb shit too. So I'm going to unmute Brandon, and you guys are going to talk about flat Earth shit.
Okay, I'm not. No more of that shit. That was
This is what I
stupid.
meant by
I
being a
didn't bring
hypocrite.
that up.
Like that was not any of us. That was him.
So what are we going to talk about then? I tell you, man.
So that was strictly punitive. That was for no reason. Let me just get that clear.
Well, I mean, APOC says he had a reason, but I don't know.
He
I-
linked
I-
the source. I'm reading it now.
There it is. It's called breaking Newton's third law. And they in studies, the scientists at Oxford scientists, they realize that it goes against. So all I'm saying is this,
Just
dude.
let me
You
read
can't.
this. Let me read this. Let
Yeah,
me
go
read
ahead.
this.
Go ahead. Go read it. Everybody, go
Yeah.
read it.
Okay, I'm gonna say to you.
So Apocryphon, what are we talking about right now?
Well, we were talking about gravity, and we were talking about Newton and Einstein and all the other, the usual suspects.
Mm-hmm.
But I asked him, hey, well, can Newton be wrong? And the reason why is because there is this paper that was published last year of they come to a discovery of Newton's third law has been broke, and it because of their findings they realize, well, that cannot technically be what what we know to be, as a law, because if it could be
Okay.
broken,
It
then it
can
can't
be
be a
a,
law.
a real law.
Okay,
a real
wait.
law says it.
I'm not gonna say the actual words, but you do realize that those two things are different, don't you?
Dude, stop,
What
bro.
two things?
Shut up with your dumb shit, bro. That's retarded.
So they're the same thing.
What two things?
You're missing
Okay.
he's
Okay,
dude.
I'm gonna say it now and hope I don't get
No,
muted.
just go read the article. Don't say nothing else because you're going way off of stupid. You're in the deep end right now of
It's part of your
dumbness.
study that you posted, dude. It involves the study you just posted, so I'm gonna say it.
You're
He's
saying there's a difference
talking about
between the. Oh my gosh.
ejaculate and sperm. Yes, there's a difference between ejaculate and sperm.
Go read it and then come back before you sound more dumb than you already do. Thank you.
I'm reading it now. It's just a proposition that a few scientists have made. Nothing spectacular.
Yeah, nothing spectacular. That it proves that this force, right? Because the third law
It doesn't prove
is that
anything.
if you push, it's going to give an equal
Okay, buddy. You just read
reaction.
the title and thought it was true. What it's actually saying is it's giving an idea. That's all it's doing.
Because oh my god, if you can't get the logic, then I don't know. You guys
Did you
are
actually
just...
read this article?
Yes, I
understand
read
the
all of
logic.
it. I'm the one that brought it up. I'm the one that showed you.
Okay, then you would understand it's not actually making a claim. It's saying
Dude, it's telling
How about
you.
this? How about
that-
this? How
Go
about
ahead,
this?
go ahead, Greg.
We can
What's
just
up,
read
Gregory,
it.
by the way?
Hey, brother.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now.
Let's read it. Let's read it right now. It is one of the fundamental laws of physics, laws of classical mechanics. Simply put, Newton's third law of motion states that, quote, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, end quote. Isaac Newton first published this law. However, the world had no idea of quantum mechanics, which was proposed over 200 years later. And nevertheless, the law is still taught in schools and upheld to this day. Recently, however, scientists have suggested that Newton's third law can indeed be defied by the smallest cells found in the human body, the sperm cell. These minuscule motor swimmers use long hair-like structures called flagella to propel themselves forwards, traveling through the fallopian tubes to the egg cell and ultimately resulting in fertilization. These flagella are elastic, quote-unquote, and bend in a wave-like fashion, the manner of which is determined by the viscosity or thickness of the surrounding fluid. A material's elasticity describes its ability to return to a designated starting shape after a force has been applied to distort it. Therefore, if Newton's third law held, the surrounding liquid would push back on flagella as they move, pushing them to a straightened shape and preventing any movement at all. In investigating the motion of sperm, scientists have noticed a novel property of their flagella called odd elasticity, quote unquote. This concept allows us to ignore the assumption that an elastic material will resist a change in shape. For example, an elastic band that does not snap in shape after being stretched. Instead, a non-reciprocal, quote unquote, relationship is seen between the material and, in this case, the surrounding liquid. Here, the flagella can bend in a periodic fashion, making wave-like shapes, enabling the sperm cell to propel itself forward in a fluid, since the fluid is not pushing back. Significantly, this research went on to discuss the degree to which sperm cells show odd elasticity. This resulted in the definition of the odd elastic modulus, a measure of how much a flagellum can move without its movement being suppressed. The
Hey,
higher this number,
Gregory, just 1 second.
go ahead.
I believe it's pronounced flagella or flagellum.
Flagella.
Yeah.
Flagella. That sounds likely. Gel, cell, all this, you know. A measure of how much flagellum can move without its movement being suppressed. The higher this number, the freer the movement, and so the faster the swimming. Excitingly, this quantification may be applicable to other systems to access non-reciprocal motions of cells. Okay, I think that's enough for now.
If you actually jump just to the last paragraph where they sum it up.
The last paragraph? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm actually reading the actual study that's linked in this and not the article, and this isn't actually mentioning really anything about.
Let me just read this paragraph.
He also
Let me just
has
read this
the
paragraph.
important quote right there.
Let me just read this paragraph. Let me just read this paragraph.
Well, read the
Someone
quote
is
that you
persevering to
passed up
talk
for
to my
some
voice
reason.
because they have to masturbate their pride. Just let me read the paragraph. Okay. Overall, this is an exciting discovery for physicists and biologists alike. Not only does this new knowledge give us a clearer understanding of cellular motility, but it also has important practical applications. In contemporary science, we are challenging paradigms that have been with us for decades or even centuries. This is much we may discover yet. There is much we may discover yet.
Exactly. So, with that being said, we have these guys from hundreds of years ago saying this is law, but in today's world, we're saying, well, now we know that there's things that aren't exactly lining up to what they said a long time ago before. That was kind of the point of what I was making in general, by the way, because that's why I asked him, do you believe Newton can be wrong? He said, no. Okay, well,
I never said that. Whoa.
you said
I never said that. I said
you
they
said
can
that
be
you
wrong.
think
I
that
said
all
people
scientists
can
are
be
not
wrong.
truly, but
I said not
specifically,
everything is objectively true.
Okay.
They can be wrong.
Okay, so if now Newton in this third law it looks like he's been proven wrong. Is it safe?
Whoa, just hold on for a second. You didn't even read the study. The study is just simply pointing out equations that can prove it wrong, but they haven't actually done any fucking actual experiments with this.
I have a question.
Oh my god, dude!
Have you read the study linked to this your
It's
actual
crazy.
source?
It's crazy, bro.
It's just
You
giving
guys-
equations for this to be possible.
Hey, we got somebody else breaking in. Go ahead.
Good.
Brandon. Yeah,
I
stop.
have a question related to the study.
He didn't read the study. He just read the article.
Oh my god, dude! I'm the one that showed you. Hey, man, it's
Well,
amazing.
I have a question related to it.
All right. It's not flat Earth related. All right, fuck it then. This is fucking stupid to keep talking about this. I can hear people clicking off
sorry.
channels right now.
Well, okay, I'm just not gonna ask it then because you're probably gonna mute me if I do.
So at this point, perhaps we can relate the mention of this to the cosmos. because of course laws of physics concern the cosmos, of course.
Well,
So
micro and macro are two different things, though. I mean, the
why
law
did
of
you have
entropy.
to blurt out that?
The law of entropy can reverse in micro
Brandon,
interactions.
impulse control, dude.
Bro, he's just talking.
Okay. Law of entropy, all these other laws of physics. I assume Apocryphon's point was that are you going to be consistent with your certainty, not you, Brandon, but in general to whoever? Are you going to be consistent with your certainty or not? Right? Are these supposed physical doctrines about the laws of physics, are they completely known to be true and irreformable, or can they be refuted? Is there some revision that can be done? Am I right, Apocryphon?
Yeah, and the reason why is because nowadays everything that we know with the introduction of quantum mechanics and quantum physics over the past few decades, um, it's been changing things. Everything that they had to continuously go back to the drawing board. Matter of fact, so many times scientists have walked away or changed their thought, but because they still teach it in the textbooks in schools, kids are learning things that the scientists of today in agreement, in consensus, they don't even agree with that anymore. But because it's still in the textbooks, kids are still learning it and believing it to be true. But with quantum physics, quantum mechanics, it's launched into a whole nother field. This is why I have said multiple times, every 500 to 1,000 years, the scientists of those times look back at the ones before them and say, wow, those guys really didn't know what they're talking about. Hence why the sun can be 1 million miles, 3 million miles, 45 million miles, 55 or 93. Doesn't matter. Every so many years, it changes as science changes.
And you're expecting for them to change the textbooks every time something changes. You know the logistics of that? That's a tall order for you to ask for, dude.
No, they changed.
Well, they shouldn't have gone out of their way to try and educate the public like that.
They change textbooks every few years. What are you talking about? How do you think those people stay in business?
Exactly.
Yeah, that also.
And the problem, though, is that the things that they stay or keep, should I say, teaching, even though the scientists have, like, okay, we're going back to the drawing board, but they will keep some of those, tenets, if you will, because they're still pushing the kids through an indoctrination, and they know what they're doing, and it's a calculated thing. But like, for instance, they're still going to continue to teach kids that gravity is what gravity is, even though they're like, we don't even know what it is. But they're teaching kids we do know what it is. It's very ironic.
They're
How
not
about this
teaching
point
kids that
concerning
we
what Brandon
know.
just said?
Come on, I just got interrupted. I'm sorry. They're not teaching kids that we know everything about gravity and gravity is completely settled. Teachers aren't saying that.
Here's something to consider given what Brandon just said. He tried to make it seem as though demanding that institution that goes out of its way to indoctrinate the children and the public be consistent and competent to update the public with the doctrines they supposed to be true as absurd. But the irony is that the very fact that the government goes out of its way to do something that is not within its nature, it is not within the nature and the bound of the government to administer a curriculum of education to the public. It's not their job. Irony in saying that is right there. They shouldn't have gone out of their way to try and do a grand endeavor of educating the children and the public, which they're incompetent to do so, and is outside the bounds of their nature.
Teacher job is not to teach. Is that what you said?
Say again?
Did you say teacher's job is not to teach? Or I'm probably misunderstanding.
No, that's not the point. No.
Okay.
The government should not be going out of its way to form a curriculum which it mandates and standardizes for all children throughout the states under the jurisdiction of the federal government. That's not the nature of the government, and they don't have the competency to do so, obviously.
The government,
since there's such a long delay between the updates and the highest but there's such a long delay between the cutting edge scholars and the general public.
Right.
Oh, well, so you're saying that the government shouldn't mandate certain curriculums? Is that what you're saying?
The government should not be mandating any curriculums. It's not their duty.
Okay.
Not within their boundaries, not within their nature, and they're not even competent to do so. Evidently.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's actually a whole nother discussion too, Gregor. Because if you go back to the origination of the, in the cabinet of the White House when they had the Secretary of Education come out, and then they started pushing this, this curriculum to be, across the board in every state accepted and stamped and rubber stamped. Then that's when things really started changing for the worse. Because and then that's when they started pushing these things like that we see today, and then some.
There is no good reason to make education compulsory under some sort of penalty. There's no good reason to do that because you really don't need to do that with children in the first place. You don't need to coerce children to be curious and want to learn. They do that. They do that thoroughly, all by themselves. Ask any parent that has a small child in their single digits, in their early single digits.
A better way to do that would be a good idea, wouldn't it?
Of course. The point being right now is that education is first and foremost the duty of the parents. And the surrounding community can then cooperate, which that you need to. You need to cooperate. You need to have a common knowledge base and a common ethic in order to live in harmony and prosperity. So you don't need the government at all to establish a mandatory, compulsory education system. It's not necessary at all, and it's also counterintuitive. It's all undermining the quality of the education. Most children despise being in these indoctrination houses, and so they despise learning.
Well, however, parents can only know so much, and yes, parents can research, but parents can also only research so much. I mean, we need we would.
Of course, that's why I also mentioned cooperating in a larger community.
Okay.
I know.
Okay. Can I interrupt you? I mean, I'm sorry.
I mean, you're replying as though I didn't touch that. Right? I said you can cooperate. You should cooperate. Eventually, you need to cooperate in a larger community.
A system that would mandate something like that.
Well, mandate in the sense of strongly urge the children to behave such, and they will discipline in that way, but not in the sense of government coercion. No.
Well, isn't a mandate kind of like coercion in a way?
But it's not government coercion. Obviously, a difference.
Oh, government. Well, a collection of people figuring things out can kind of be considered a government now.
Well, Randy, are you going to persevere to equivocate now, dude?
Yeah, govern is clearly different than what it's governing. Governing, telling people what to do. Govern them. Yeah.
Like the political polity, the state that has the authority of coercion, the power of the sword. You know that. You obviously know that's what I mean. Come on, dude.
Huh? Oh, the sword! It's wow. You'll. That's aggressive language right there.
Yeah.
Like if you didn't go to school or something, I didn't know. I skipped school plenty of times, and I didn't really have any repercussions. I went to school a lot more than I ditched, though. Let me just say that. I went to school a hell of a lot more than I ditched.
All right. So, does anyone know that the Earth is a ball? Who wants to prove that?
I think that's what they teach you in school.
Well, I have a live. I'm live on my YouTube channel showing video from the ISS of the globe. I'll post the link right here.
I could stream Marvel movies if you like. Check out Hulk slam people. I mean, I don't know.
I saw one of them. It was entertaining. It was more entertaining than the ISS footage, I'll tell you that.
Wow. Oh,
Doc,
equivocating now.
don't forget about me, dude. Hit me up.
Well, now you're equivocating with Marvel movies and video from the ISS. It's not a movie. It's a video.
It's a movie. Moving picture plus audio. It's a movie. Hey,
But you were
Pokemon,
asserting
don't
that
forget about me, dude. You got to hit me up. You got to stay in touch, okay?
For sure.
Ocean Cinema. Who's the producer of
What
Live?
is APOC? Are you fake leaving again or something? What's going on?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
No, I'm just telling him. I want to stay in touch with Brother APOC.
true.
For sure.
Peace.
Laters. Are you leaving? I'm not leaving.
Well, you guys have to leave now, or it'll be awkward.
One of us has to leave. No, well, because he was saying bye. Like I didn't know if he was leaving or he was telling me bye because he thought I was leaving. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I was listening. You were making some decent grounding points there on Nathan Oakley's show earlier. That was pretty good, man. I didn't know that that dude had come out and confessed it was bullshit.
Yeah. And it's weird because a lot of people don't know, and but I get it. It's not everyone's really looking into it.
Yeah, I mean, I just hand wave the whole thing. It's the whole idea of Mandela effect is ridiculous. I mean,
yeah,
but Neil brought it up, and then kind of got off. He's like, how would you argue with Christians, about this Mandela effect, right? Because what they're claiming with Mandela effect is that somebody's able to alter reality, and reality is whatever, in a Christian worldview is whatever, is what God says it is, right? And they're saying that, well, you have the power to manipulate. It's just right. So it is a ridiculous claim, I guess, for like a Christian to fall, or trap for them to fall into. It would be, at least, I think.
It's all off topic, so I don't think we need to get too far into it. But I actually disagree. So, like, it's an effect. The effect is simply that many people share the same supposedly wrong memory, right? Like it never happened. That's it.
Right.
That's
But
all.
what's the
That's all.
supposed?
That's all the Mandela effect is, right
But
there.
what's the supposed cause then?
Yeah, no. See, that's the thing. As soon as people start coming up with causes, that's all bullshit. Like every
Yeah.
single one of them, like there's no way to prove it. There's no, you know what I mean? Like you're gonna, if you start believing that it's CERN or it's, the devil, or if it's what are some of the HARP or whatever some of the other supposedly theorized causes are? Like it's just literally people making shit up. Like you
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. So, because Neil brought it up, he said, "Well, from the Christian worldview, how would you argue against the Mandela effect?" It's like, well, then, because of what you would have to would have to be the cause. That's how you'd argue against it. That is even real, because what the cause would have to be then is that you're wrong, right, in your
I
belief in
mean,
Christianity.
whether you don't need to know the cause to be able to acknowledge an effect. The effect is still true. The masses of people are sharing the same false memory, like the Fruit of the Loom logo.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, the weird thing, I think that, like, for those that do remember it to be one way or the other, then so now you fast forward to today, and somebody's telling you what you think you remember is inaccurate. That's wrong. But then you're like, but I know it for a fact. Like The same way I know that that one time in grade school when I tripped and fell and cracked my head open, like you remember those things. It's something that's part of your memory. So just to say, well, your memories are wrong, and all millions of you guys are all wrong. Well, then that's when I say, well, that's weird because how can everybody be wrong when it's very true to them? And that's why I brought up. I have seen Shazam. I remember seeing it with my cousin. We're eating popcorn. We're watching it on TV. We watched that, and then somebody said, "Oh well, but they're saying it didn't. It's a movie that was never made." And I said, "No." Well, Sinbad himself in an interview came out and said, "Yeah, I'm sorry, I lied. I got offered a lot of money, and I lied to everybody. I apologize to my fans." Like, so then if he lied to everybody, then doesn't that make then all the other Mandela effects, or quote unquote, people are just lying and
Yeah.
saying that never existed? I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah, because that would
Sinbad, that's what you guys were talking about. Sinbad came out and said that he did make that movie.
yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the things. Yeah.
Huh. Okay, because I mean, when it comes to like, I actually was looking into Mandela effect before I ever stumbled across flat Earth. Honestly, like it all happened at about the same time. But I was actually looking at Mandela effects, and then all of a sudden, flat Earth suggestions started popping up. And there's a whole bunch of them that I'm like, no, that's a pretty solid fucking memory. And I kind of agree. Like, see, there's got to be some kind of like psyop. If you want to talk about causes, there's got to be some kind of control of information thing going on, or whatever, or some kind of psychological experiment going on the masses to cause it to be this cause. Because like some of these
Yeah, but the
things
only effect that I've experienced would be the Shazam one, where I was like, I'm pretty sure that this is an actual movie. All the other ones, just like, oh, was Cheerios spelled differently? Like maybe, like I probably wouldn't care.
Well, I mean, dude, the cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom logo, like that definitely was there.
Right.
Yeah. Is
And
it
I'm
not?
sure-
I don't know. Is that a thing? I
You
don't
know
know.
what I mean?
And I'm
now
sure
they're
there's
trying to
people that
now
have
they're
that
trying to
still.
gaslight you and tell you it was never there. Like, go fuck yourself. It was never there. Of course it was.
Right.
But then it also gets all muddied by people making up Mandela effects, things that are common, misnomers and shit like that. They just start making them up to try to get clicks on YouTube or whatever else.
Right. Yeah, they're just trying to get, views, and they're trying to cause this like conspiracy thing because they know that that's what drives people to watch the videos and to listen to those discussions because it's very intriguing. People want to hear that. So it becomes more of a monetary thing. Aside from it being it has to be some type of huge psyop or something as well. Yeah, I mean it's just compounding the the complications of people trying to figure out, wait, did that really happen or not? Like for instance, I'm pretty sure somebody probably still has Fruit of the Looms that are 20 years old or 30 years old.
But see,
Sitting in an attic somewhere.
That's the weird freaking thing about it is like, because you're right. Yeah, some hoarder grandma probably has a box in her attic,
Right.
and it should be there, but nobody's found any.
Right. Right. And there have been a lot of, if you actually look into it on YouTube, I know even though there's an algorithm that pushes out a lot of videos, but you can actually come across people that like they'll be like, for instance, did Curious George have a tail? People will be like, they'll go into like boxes of books and pull it out and be like, there you go, like Mandela effect is not a thing, and then they end the video. Like people do have these things in their attics and their their houses and storage units, like the Monopoly thing, that people do have that. People like these things do exist. It's just like for some reason, because for the past 10 to 15 to 20 years it changed, and then like whether the manufacturer whatever is now making things only a certain way, then that's the reality. Then
I mean,
everyone's only
Yeah, so that got me to
so
thinking, like, so what would be the point of it, right? So then the point would be, so for us, for people to doubt their memories, to doubt that that the past is valid, and then having to rely on other people as the arbiters of what is true and not true, being consensus. So, I mean, that's what it seemed like would be the
Well,
objective to me.
it would fit in also with like that experiment. I forget the name of it, but where they have like 9 people that or 10 people, or say, and only one person is
Oh yeah,
actually
yeah. I know what you
subject
mean.
of the experiment, but he thinks that everybody is there for the same thing, and the
Right.
other 9 are all in on it, right? And they're given,
What's that called?
it's trying to say which line is the longest line, 1, 2, or 3, and it's obvious which one is the longest one, but everybody down the line says like, like the right answer is like 2, and but everybody's like 1, 1, 1, and then the guy's all confused,
Right.
and he takes a minute, and then he just goes along with the crowd. He just, even
Yes,
though he knows
that's
the
the whole
right answer,
experiment.
he just goes along
Yeah,
with the crowd.
exactly. And the whole point of it is to see how long does it take somebody to even like just put aside their own logic and reason and understanding only to fit in with the majority. And that's technically what that whole thing is about, is to see how much it's going to take. And maybe that's along the lines of why this did happen.
Well,
How far can they push it?
Yeah, I don't agree that it's about how long will it take for people to conform to the majority, but I think it is to teach people to rely on the majority, and then that way then you can just lie and say, hey, listen, the majority thinks that Trump is the best, so that's obviously what's right, and then you can and so it's more, I think it's more along that line to have people believe that their own thoughts can't be trusted, that
Right.
they need to rely upon others and consensus for what is true and not true. That
Right.
their senses can't be trusted.
Which
So
is
did Ed
why
McMahon ever work for Publishers Clearinghouse then?
he definitely did. I remember watching that show, bro. He definitely would go once a
It
week and
wasn't
give
a
out a
show,
check.
but yeah,
No,
yeah,
not a show, but it was like there was like a spot on the air, like a certain time every Sunday or Friday. I forgot what day it was, but we would gather around and see who's gonna get the check. I swear, I remember it with
yeah,
my
dude.
family.
I used to go and get the mail for the household, and then go like when the neighbors went out of town, I would collect their mail for them and put it in their
Yes,
screen porch. And
to see
like
what they
every
want.
fucking day, there was an envelope from Publishers Clearinghouse with Ed McMahon's face right there on it on the corner. Like
I know. Yeah, it's one of those
Yeah,
things, dude, where it existed.
it seems like somebody reinvented it. If a tree falls and no one hears it, did it actually fall? Seems like somebody
Yeah.
invented it within, into the Mandela effect.
Right. And it's one of those things where like now it's you're pissing on our heads and telling us it's raining. Because now if we can't even trust our own memories and thoughts, and it reminds me of when Neil deGrasse Tyson told Stephen Colbert, he's like, this is all a huge experiment to see if people will trust the scientists. And it's like, dang, like he was straight out with it. Like he's holding no punches back. Because
Well, I
ultimately
got
that's kind of like what it was.
one other hang up though with like what you said about people do have this stuff, because I've looked and I've never seen any of these things produced except for claims on Reddit, and the vast majority of those, like pretty much every single one of them, like Berenstein Bears books, like you can see the Photoshop. These things are people editing pictures of things to make it look like what they remember. I haven't seen any authentic like I should be able to go and find at a thrift store somewhere the old Through the Loom logo. I should be able to uh, dig through some hoarder's frickin' house and
Yeah,
find an Ed
nobody's
McMahon
selling old
Publishers
underwear,
Clearinghouse.
but let me hear your next
You
one.
know,
Nope.
yeah. Well, fine. I'm gonna find it on a frickin' T-shirt. Like because it's the same damn logo. Um,
Right.
the stuff should exist. It should be like actually presented like without like these things are like edits. A lot of times, if you actually do a search on what these images that they'll show online, saying, "Look, I found it," that'll be it's not the person who's claiming that they found it. It's not theirs. You do the research, you find out it was somebody trying to duplicate what they remember to show people, not saying like here it is, found it, and then somebody else grabs it and they freaking use it to try to get clicks or popularity somewhere.
Right. But just the fact that like I said, Sinbad, he came forward and he was like,
Send me,
yeah,
send me that.
bitch.
Send me that. I want to see that.
Oh, you never watched it? Yeah, I'll find it for you.
Like his admission? Yeah, I want to
Yeah,
see. I've never seen
yeah.
it.
It was on a podcast. He's like, "Look, he's like, I want to apologize to my fans." There's actually multiple videos of him apologizing to his fans. He's like, "I'm sorry, guys. I was high and crack, and I got offered a lot of money." He's like, by the people that came up to me, and they convinced me with money to say I never did it. So he's like, but
I
now
don't know,
years
because he
later,
was pretty adamant about like not never being in no damn genie movie, like getting pissed.
yeah,
And then he trolled the shit out of Mandela Effect people on like April Fools one year, coming out with that video that supposedly looked like the old VHS and shit. That was high production, but that was done by some what is it, like College Humor or something like that. It was a freaking
yeah, like a comedy thing.
Yeah, no, it was just a troll. Is all it was. Like it wasn't like a real video that surfaced or anything like that. Like
No, yeah, here you go. I'll post it right now in chat, and you can find more too videos of it. Not just this one interview. Um, here you go. Here it is right here. Oops, darn it. Hold on. Let me try to find it. That was a weird one.
yeah, when it comes to Sinbad, even if like because he's been, I don't know, he's all pissy about it, or he for so long. Like even if he does come out and then say no, it's true. I freaking I lied. I was in that movie. It could be just him trolling again. Like just maybe he's sick of hearing it.
Yeah, you can look at it either way. Still just interesting. Where is it? Okay, here we go. Share.
And I don't think I ever watched that whole movie. But I think because I had a neighbor as a kid who they would go and rent every frickin' movie, like from Blockbuster or whatever it was, Hollywood Video, who knows, but like every shitty movie, and I'd be like hanging out with them, playing video games or outside or whatever else, and yeah, I think I think from what I remember, I thought they rented that movie, and it was terrible. Like I thought I watched maybe like 15 or 20 minutes of it and like was like, yeah, I'm not watching this. This movie sucks.
Yeah, matter of fact, that I believe that little boy from was it Tim the Tool Man? I think his son in that show was in it too. I forgot. He was like Jonathan something. I forgot. He was in it too. I think. I have to look it up.
Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
Yeah, that dude, that little dude. Wasn't that his? Wasn't that Tim Allen's son in the show?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think he was in that movie. He was the kid that the genie, like that Sinbad was like helping.
that seems right. Um, so do you know when it was like that Sinbad supposedly admitted this then?
What year it was? Yeah, it was a while ago, dude.
How long ago did he admit this?
It was a while, like right before 2020. So it must have been like the end, like 18, 19, or maybe 17, 18, 19, 2018, 19 probably.
Mm.
Like the Mandela effect came really big. Like I mean, in 2014, 15, 16.
Yeah, it was I think biggest in probably like 15, 16.
Yeah. And that's back when Sinbad was like, "Nah, I didn't make that movie. Nah, I didn't make that movie." And then come 2018, 2019, he's like,
I
"Yeah,
feel like he was still saying nah 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 in 2018, but maybe 1920. Yeah.
yeah." I don't know.
Because I think it was like 2017 that he did the freaking April Fool's joke thing that I was talking about.
April Fools.
It was released on April Fool's Day, and I think it was made by College Humor.
Yeah.
But it still gets spread around as like proof of the Mandela effect, and like I think they try to say it's like a lost clip from the movie or something. They got Sinbad in it dressed as a genie with the kids, and it's got like this 80s freaking look to it with some graininess, and like
Yeah.
in it they've got like a whole bunch of other like Mandela effects. Like they've got a Berenstein Bears book where it's spelled right. They've got a freaking Curious George with the tail. They've got a freaking
Yeah, they have
they,
all
they
the
got like a
Mandela effects
dozen.
in it. Yeah.
Yeah, like a dozen Mandela effects in this little 5-minute long video, or not even, probably 3-minute long video.
Right. Yeah, I don't know, man. I know that.
Find that. I'm sure that should be easy to find.
Yeah, if it's from College Humor, yeah, because then that's not going to be a censored video.
I mean, I think the people from College Humor, I think, helped make it, but I don't think it was put out on their channel.
Oh, okay, I got
'Cause
you.
that would have been too obvious, right?
Right. I forgot the one that really.
This is from 6 years ago.
I forgot which one what Mandela effect that I heard, but that one like threw me off. Like what? Like I can't remember it right now though.
All right. So then, about this, then though, if the movie was real, then where's the fucking movie?
Right. That's. I mean, and again, some people have it. Some people have gone online, like, look, I have it right here. Here's the case and everything. Yeah.
Lou, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
Who came in and stole everybody's shitty VHS copies?
Honestly, that's funny because I thought about that too, and then I thought deeper and said, but then again, I don't know anybody that has any VCR cassettes anymore. Anybody, like anybody in my circle of friends, and like you go to someone's house. Remember before they had all these VCR cassettes. You go now to people's houses; those they're nowhere. Like where are those at? I agree.
Even like I don't remember what was it, like 5 or 6 years ago. My mom was like worried because the companies that would always sell you and say, hey, listen, we'll turn your cassette into a DVD. They were like all going out of business. Soon that technology was going to be gone. So people were like, however long ago, in a rush to convert their VHS family videos. Otherwise, they were told no matter what, you're going to have to throw it away because no matter what, you won't be able to play it or convert it. So there was a rush to.
The film will deteriorate. You're going to want to put it in digital form. Yeah, I remember that being a big thing.
Yeah. They remember they even started making VCR to DVD recorders. I remember that. That was like the mid 2000s, early 2000s, where they had the combination VCR and DVD, and you hit record, and it was you were able to then record all your VHS cassettes onto DVD, and then the DVD to like external hard drives became a thing because they're like, yeah, also DVDs are gonna go out too, because they ended up having Blu-rays, and then even Blu-rays even faded into existence. It seemed like. But I don't know. It's always this convergence. But in that convergence, a lot of VHS got lost, bro. It's really weird.
Yeah, what I'm pointing out is that there was a time where, like, like my mom or people that age were like dead set on not throwing away their VHS, right? And they were keeping them forever, right? You couldn't get them to throw them away, right? But then there came a tipping point where they all got together and threw them away because they were told no matter what, you're never going to be able to recover it now at this point, and there's no technology. Just like at the moon landing, there's no technology to play this. There's no technology to record
Right.
it. we don't make the technology anymore. So if you didn't do it, you lost your shot. And
Yeah,
good luck finding someone.
still, you know how old people are or hoarders are. Like they just won't let go of anything. Doesn't matter. Been sitting there collecting dust for 20 years. They don't. It's just sits there on the freaking shelf. Like it should be somewhere.
Yeah. And like I said, there are people that they do have it. Like they show, like, oh, Mandela effect, here you go. Like this is my proof. And then you look at all their other videos and they're like lame. They're like, it's not like they're jumping on there to get clickbait because they don't have a bunch of videos that they're trying to promote. And they only have like 50 views and stuff like that on their other videos that no one's even clicking on. So it's just like that person must have heard Mandela effect. Like, wait, I have the Berenstain Bear right here. And then they film it and they upload it. But those videos get suppressed. That's what's really weird.
So play the fucking movie. Like
right. But there's something about things being digitally scrubbed that I think we really underestimate. Because there is a way to just completely keep information from the masses. And it seems to be very easily at this point. Because even things that you think would go viral and should be very accessible, once whoever the powers that be are, once they put into it to where they just scrub it from the internet, I'm not even joking you. There's been even things saved on my phone that I saved from online because I'm like, well, in case those people's, accounts get deleted, at least I have the video. And then in my own fucking gallery, that video's gone. And I'm like, hold the fuck up. How can that even happen? I didn't delete it.
Wait, are you talking about Google Drive or are you talking about your actual phone storage?
I'm talking about my both on Google Drive and when you save it to the phone.
Because I know Google
Yeah,
Drive
if
does
you leave
that.
it
They
on your
delete shit.
phone though, which is connected and all that stuff. Yeah, I could see where they could get in there and erase something, but that's where you
Yeah,
would.
but that's for
That's
your
where
own.
like
Yeah,
I've got some backups.
that shit's for your own protection.
Yeah.
It's for your own protection.
Now, if you really want to back it up, yeah, don't expect it to stay on your phone, I guess. But like you put it on an external hard drive, and freaking
Right.
if it disappears from there, now we got a problem.
Right. Well, yeah, that's but the point being made though here
Yeah,
is
that would be a problem. He's
the point.
he's pretty much asserting the Mandela effect. He said you put it on a totally separate, like a VHS, and you pop that in one day and it disappears. then we got a problem.
Yeah, but I can
It
even
just
see because of like he's saying with digital form, maybe you do have your external hard drive unplugged and just sitting on a shelf. Next time you plug it into the computer, wipe could just go
suddenly
right then.
corrupted.
right. Well, here's another thing too. Is like it's one thing we have to remember is that in the age of things being digital, now everything has a digital fingerprint. So like even if you copy it, even if you grab it, even if you like screen record it, now they have AI that knows what's being screen recorded and it whether people are like trying to be smart, like, oh, I'm not gonna download it because I'm gonna like download if it has a virus, has this, whatever. But still the AI recognizes, or should I say just the software recognizes what is being recorded, and it could leave a certain digital print. And that is actually a security thing too. I noticed like in certain things, for instance, like let's say you put an image that's not safe for work, well, the AI can pick that up. You get what I'm saying? And even though like you're like, wait, how like I like I'm trying to load something, but it's not letting me load it, and it's not because it's like has a digital fingerprint of it being captured from something that's already flagged, but because the AI knows what you're putting, even though it doesn't. So that kind of creates its own digital print again. But then, with that being said, how hard would it be then if you don't want this XYZ thing to be anywhere? Just hit a button and it disappears from online. Makes it very easy. And then also it makes it easy to now control information. that they want out or don't want out, which is probably more the likely.
Yeah, I was, you know, can't really say much about it, but also like if you remember the about control of information and Mandela effect and stuff, do you remember what was it, like a blue and black dress and a or a gold and white dress or something like that?
Yeah, I
Where
remember
the
that.
same image and everybody and different people would see it differently.
Yeah.
That or like remember like Yanni or Laurel, like depending same audio file, but
Yeah, you hear it differently.
different people. Some people heard Yanni and others heard Laurel.
Right.
Yeah, I think that was like training AI to manipulate digitally what we actually experience through our senses.
That's a good point.
As in, they were already trying to give you two interpretations, subject to whatever, different perceptions of different people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like there could literally be, what, we might argue about what's reality, with somebody purely because they made it so that that person saw it different from you. Both realities are true.
Right.
Yeah, but surely there's only one truth, right?
Yeah.
Well, the truth is that it was manipulated to do that, but one person legit saw the dress as blue, and one person legit saw the dress as gold.
Yeah, that it could be true that somebody saw one thing and somebody saw another thing. Yeah, but not at the exact same time in the exact same way. They saw it one way due to certain circumstances. So yeah, you can't have two things that are opposite be true, but not at the same time in the same way.
Well,
But
no,
yeah,
I mean it's literally the same picture. You could have people sitting side by side looking at the same picture on the same screen, and one saw it one way and another saw it another. Same
right.
thing with the Yanni and Laurel. You can play
Yeah,
it
well, right.
out loud in a party full of in a room full of people, and half the crowd would say they heard it one way, and half the crowd would say they heard it another.
Right. So then they're hearing it or seeing it differently, not the same.
Yeah.
So it's not two different truths that are the same. One person hears it one way, and so it's not the exact same way at the exact same time.
So
I mean, the truth is it's the same file,
Yeah, I
but
understand that. Yeah.
two different experiences.
So where does that lead to? What's the like macro of that?
I guess what I'm getting to is like all of this stuff is probably testing and training for, like we were getting at talking about like psychological operations and manipulation of information and your interpretation of it.
Yeah, like I don't know what the difference could be, but yeah, like he's saying they could be studying the differences. Like you have gotten the flu once in your life, so now you're going to see colors at a different vibration than he's going to see it, only at the slightest, whatever. I'm just making shit up, but like a different or a male may see something different than a female due to these reasons, but it'll be the same photo being shown, but you'll see it different, and then you'll be able to argue. And he's proposing that they've studied and are now implementing some of these things to occur.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, I think they're probably still studying it, and yeah, but how do you study it? That's what they've done with social media and stuff. It's all been just a study and an experiment, a test on everybody.
Yeah, and even if it's not a purpose,
how do you test it? How do you test it? You put it nowadays. You don't do it in a lab. You just freaking put it out there and study the real world. Study people out in the open.
Yeah, even if it's not like with the bad intentions or something like that. Yeah, you still want to study, even if like, hey, you're the boss, you buy your whole team lunch, right? You're doing it for good, but you're like, you know what? Let me just see who sits with who. You're still going to study it, even if it's not made for that purpose.
I mean, Facebook freaking admitted that they purposely made people depressed by manipulating their news feed, and a whole bunch of people killed themselves because of it.
Yeah, but I mean, those people are responsible for their own actions. Yeah.
Hey, Cash Machine, did you have any questions about Flat Earth?
I mean, it's just. I mean, people aren't really talking about that right now, right?
Yeah.
No, he's trying to get it back to that though.
Yeah,
It's,
we keep it on track. Try to. I mean, there's only so much we can keep saying, and it just keeps going back.
Because
to
I
the-
joined like a couple of hours ago, and back then, even then, no one was talking about.
Well, now that you brought it up, like, what makes it so that when I see the same evidence that you see, I don't see curvature or, a globe. I see a horizontal plane.
Well,
But
nobody
then
can
you
observe
interpret it.
curvature.
What's that?
What was that, Cash?
Nobody can observe curvature unless you're. I mean, you have to be out in space, but like, is space even real at that point?
Right. So then why? So
How
why
could
would
you
you
observe
believe it?
curvature?
I don't know. Why would you believe? I mean, you don't believe you live on a globe, then I would imagine.
I'm actually on the fence.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think people are very good. The human brain is very good at reinforcing its own biases, and intelligence is very compartmentalized. That's why you have things like the guy who invented the MRA machine or the MRI machine is like a young Earth creationist. It's like, wait a second, you're supposed to be really smart. You invented the MRI machine. It's like, yeah, but he believes the Earth is 6,000 years old. It's like, oh, how? It's just the human brain is weird.
Yeah, but that's not contradictory.
It's not. You're right. It's not contradictory. But the point is, like, I'm tempted, like, as someone who doesn't believe in young Earth creationism, I'm tempted to call that person stupid, right? But he's not stupid. He invented the MRI machine, so clearly, like, intelligence must be compartmentalized.
I mean, I would agree with that. Yeah.
So
To some
because
extent.
somebody doesn't believe that everything blew up from nothing, they're fucking crazy.
I would say that I would say the young Earth creationism is very, very crazy belief. Yeah, in my opinion. I didn't want to turn this into a religion thing. But
Okay, it's okay.
Is it a
Listen,
religion thing?
yeah. Hold on. So it's not crazy to think that nothing exploded into nothing, creating a bunch of rocks flying in the opposite direction of the center, and they all collected into balls of gas in a vacuum chamber. That's not crazy at all.
I don't think I made a claim about any of that. I was just talking about young Earth creationism.
No, but do you agree with the Big Bang theory?
I mean,
because that's what most. That's what
I mean. The problem with the Big Bang theory is like it's like hypothesis. Like we didn't observe it, right? Like scientists just made calculations. So like, sure, but I'm not super married to the position. If someone could provide evidence that it's wrong, then I would change my mind immediately.
I mean, nobody would ever know.
Yeah, there's no way of like knowing, right? Like some guy just like hypothesized, like, well, we've noticed that the universe is expanding, and we noticed it expanding very fast. So therefore, we can theorize that the universe was much, much smaller, and it expanded outward very fast with a bang. Hence the Big Bang theory, right? That's the hypothesis, I assume, unless I'm getting it wrong. But like, did we videotape it? Well, no. So I don't know.
All right, let's talk about flat Earth anyway. Let's not get into
Yeah, sure, it's fine. Yeah, I didn't want to turn it into a religion thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what more do a flat Earth do you? So who is a flat Earth flat Earther? Who like strongly believes in that? Who's?
I don't know if we're given a choice whether to believe or not. I mean, it's just the situation we find ourselves in. It's the Earth that it is. Water doesn't bend convexly at rest, so I guess it's a so-called flat
Someone's
Earth.
echoing. Someone's echoing.
My bad. Let me fix that. Yeah. So what I was saying is, water doesn't bend convexly at rest. So whether you like it or not, I think you're stuck with a flat Earth. Well, some people would take issue with that title, but the place lays out flat horizontally, not like a ball.
The thing is, what's suspicious that nobody's been allowed to travel beyond Antarctica. You know what I mean? That's a bit fishy.
Yeah, but that's not a dead ringer for flat Earth in itself, right?
No, I'm just saying there's a bit fishy, right?
Sure, it is. I mean, you can only speculate about why that is. It doesn't necessarily tell you the world's not a ball. It might be something that gets you to think that maybe it's not, but it doesn't tell you that.
So you're arguing from like a physics-based sort of perspective.
Yeah, pretty much. Water seeks level.
What
Physics
about
of
what about
water.
gravity?
I don't know. What is it?
What is the theory?
Do I
It's a
believe in
theory
a
that-
theory? So your question is, do I believe in a theory?
Yeah.
Too vague. Need more details.
Well, by the way, I'm just posing the question. I'm not saying I subscribe to.
What's gravity? What's the observation? The initial observation of gravity? I mean, what do you mean gravity?
Observation that objects fall to the ground, and then
Yeah,
all
I believe that.
objects?
I believe in that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I believe that objects fall to the ground. Yes. So if that's what you meant by the word gravity, then yes.
no, people think that there's a force that pulls objects towards the center mass of like.
Oh,
big
oh
object.
no. The center of mass, like the center of a ball. No, I don't believe that
Yeah,
because there's no ball to be shown. And even if I were a baller, I don't think I should believe that because I'd be throwing out my solar system if I went with that claim that there's a force pulling things to the center. Because Einstein said there is no force, there is no pull. It's the curvature of space-time, right?
Which manifests how?
Not as a force.
Not as a force?
What's a force?
What's a force? It's a
Yeah.
That's a good question. I don't know the exact textbook definition of a
Well, it'd be
force.
like a push or a pull, right?
Sure.
So something falling along the geodesic of curved space-time or what have you. It's not really a push or a pull, is it?
Could be perceived as that.
Well, okay, so you could say it's an apparent force, but not actually.
Sure. Manifests
All right.
itself in a way that we would perceive as a force.
So you're saying
Okay.
it's perceived as falling, but not actually. That's the original observation. So things falling you disagree with it's not actually falling. It's just perceived as
No,
falling.
we perceive it as things.
Well,
like
in
being
the
attracted.
framework of Einstein, nothing is being pulled. Everything's just falling into gravity wells and shit. There's no actual pull. It's not a force.
Okay.
An apparent force, a pseudo force, but not a force.
Yeah, we just calculate it as a force.
If you want. But mechanically, physically, that can't be what's actually going on if Einstein's right.
Why not?
Because it's not actually a force if Einstein is right.
Wait, what did Einstein say about gravity? What was his?
Well, it's the bending and warping of the fabric of space-time. You don't have objects actually pulling on each other. They're just bending the fabric of space-time around each other and causing this effect that sort of appears to be like a force, but it's not actually.
Wait, so are you a flat earther?
What choice do I have?
So do you believe in space?
Well, height, width, and depth, yeah.
No, I mean like outer space.
A vacuum of space, uncontained from the atmosphere, no.
How would the scientists explain because they say that space is a vacuum, right? How could there be a big ball of fire in space?
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't think it's literally fire though.
You're asking the wrong guy because I don't believe that actually happens. So
Yeah, they don't explain it. They just say that's just how it is. They don't explain anything.
Can someone explain that to me?
I don't.
Are there any scientists here, or?
I mean, would an
Pseudoscience?
explanation would that
we do have a
suffice?
scientist named Sewer Jew who will probably try to explain.
That guy's not a scientist, although he's funny.
So you don't want a demonstration. You want an explanation, and that's what will make it concrete and manifest as
Not
as true.
concrete. I'm just asking, what's the rational explanation for it? I'm not even trying to pose a loaded question. I'm just asking.
In a vacuum, gas balls form in a vacuum, and then they get so compressed because they're in a vacuum, which is not. It's just the opposite of reality, that they turn into light.
Yeah. So gas moves in all directions, but enough of it'll move in one direction to a center. I don't know how, right? Who determined, which molecule said, "Hey, I'm the center, come to me." But you get enough of it, which you can't do so it's unfalsifiable, then it'll coalesce into a sphere.
In a vacuum, right?
Has that
Yeah.
happened? Like, have they done it? Because you can create a vacuum. Has that? Have they been able to recreate that in like a study?
I tried yesterday and I was unsuccessful. All I did was make water float in the air and turn into gas and fly away.
Yeah. I mean, we all know, like, going to school or just pumping up our tires or whatever, right? That's not what happens to pressure, right? It doesn't coalesce at one point inside the tire, right? It doesn't just push on one spot. It fills the available space and presses outward. Yeah.
Yeah, but we have a gradient with pressure. That's the really annoying part.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
for
well,
you,
Can't
just for
explain.
you, it's annoying.
No, it's annoying for you because we
No,
have some
not
sort
at
of bullshit
all.
explanation. So how do you
No,
explain a
not at
pressure gradient?
all. Does air pressure hold water to the ground?
I'm just asking you what air would have
Does
causes
air
a pressure
pressure hold
gradient.
water to the ground?
What causes a pressure gradient?
Does air pressure hold water to the ground?
Maybe.
So you don't know?
Yeah, it seems that like something else is like holding like things to the ground.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. What if you
Yeah,
had
well,
a room with no air at all? Would there still be like
Well,
things
it depends on
moved
the
to the ground?
temperature. Depends
Well, I
on
just
the
want to. I'm
temperature,
asking
really.
Stuart, right? Like, what you're saying? It holds things to the ground. Like, so are you imagining that without whatever you're imagining, that I would not be on the ground if that thing that you're
Yeah.
imagining was absent? I'd
Yeah,
be somewhere
something.
else.
Yeah, something's causing a pressure gradient, or something's causing a downward trend that causes the pressure gradient.
You think it's
Oh.
gravity?
Yeah, I think it's gravity. I can't think of
But
what else it could be.
could it be density and buoyancy?
No.
Why
Well, the
not?
bending and warping of space-time causes an air pressure gradient.
Because density isn't its own force. It is just like it's a relative
Well,
density.
neither is fucking gravity.
Hold on. So hold on. In the sense that like buoyancy is not its own force. It requires an outside force in order to give directional influence. This can be easily demonstrated if you go with like in a car with like a balloon and you take a hard right, the balloon will actually go left because an outward force is causing a shift in the density media, or like the what you call it, the positioning, or the what's a better word, directional influence, or like in free fall. Well, I think like free fall things don't separate out by their density, but you put it in a centrifuge and they separate out really quickly. So it's
Listen,
quite
I'm
apparent.
not smart enough to understand what you're saying.
So it's quite apparent that like buoyancy is not its own force.
So we have to surmise that the bending and warping of space-time, which is also not a force, is causing the pressure gradient.
Yeah.
What's the
Unless
pressure
you have like
gradient?
a, unless
Is
you
that-
have like
is that
another
what it's-
proposition.
Someone explain that.
Well, I don't know that the bending and warping of space-time even exists, let alone causes air pressure
Okay, so
gradients.
let's brainstorm some other things that could be causing this
Well, I
downward
mean,
trend.
why don't you ask your priest? I mean, I'm pretty sure they say the gradients are caused by heat. I don't think it's by whatever you're proposing.
Yeah, the
I'm
heat
not sure.
that hold on, the heat that
Correlation of
look at-
temperature and pressure, obviously, right? There is a temperature gradient.
Sure. And there's also a temperature gradient that goes like back and forth the higher
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
don't know
like
if that's the entire reason. Yeah.
Well, yeah, pressure gradient, the temperature would be a really bad explainer because in one spot, here's where the huge violation of the second law comes into terms. In like the flat Earth, without this downward trend force, is in one area you have high heat, high pressure, and high density, next to low heat, low temperature, low pressure. Whereas in a second law, well, in a actual like sustainable second law situation, energy, which is what the second law actually talks about, not about mass, it's about energy, should be even. So in one area, if you had high density, you would expect low energy, low energy.
Are you
So
saying
low
that the
low
gradient
temperature.
itself is a second law violation?
Yeah.
Okay, so then reality is violating the second law.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's the scientist
Unless we have like another explanation, such as a force or something acting as a force, which is causing a backward like a counter force to this entropy that we would experience.
Like gravity.
Well, something has to be causing it if it's there. It is there, so there is a cause. So I don't know that anything is necessarily acting counter to the fundamental laws of nature.
What is the fundamental laws of nature?
Yeah, I'm just saying that there has to be a cause for the pressure gradient. So whether or not that's the bending or warping of space-time, I mean, I would say that would be a leap in logic because I don't know that that even exists.
A
But
downward
sure,
trend.
you're
You have to
right.
admit that there's a downward trend.
Something has to be causing that